air, whether it be a foot off the ground or 2 miles in the ground, do you believe that there's an electrical charge?
I've heard about that. It certainly does seem to be the case that there's some electrical charge going on, yes.
I would agree. I would agree because sometimes there's electric static that you can even build up within yourself and produce, right? So there's something about electricity everywhere all the time. So if you have this object that is up in the sky and there's density involved where it has to fall back down, but it's interesting to think that the ground is the ground. So if it's charged up in the sky and it wants to force itself back to equilibrium, it will go to the ground. And that throws out the case of gravity. That's just a theory. That's just a word. Forget that. Let's talk about electricity grounding itself, and it's always going to find itself back to where it finds equilibrium. That's even
That's not
measurable
how it works.
scientifically, by the way. No, in instruments that you can measure it, that actually does work. It's always trying to find that zeta, is it not?
Well, when you have an object that's charged, and then it's going to be attracted to the opposite charge. As soon as it contacts the opposite charge or a ground, then it takes on the same charge as that relative.
Exactly. No,
And
exactly.
then it will be repelled by that same charge and travel back to the opposite pole. Now,
No, it's incoherent, bro.
All right, guys. Travis wants to get in. You want to go, Travis?
Yeah, again, I still have the same question. I don't understand what you mean by transferable. Adrian.
The charges of an object change upon contact with an object with a different charge. That means charges can be transferred from one place to another if we assume them to their continuous existence. We assume that charges are not the things that are charges are not destroyed or conjured into existence, and the change of the charge of an object changing means that the charge is transferred.
Okay, so for instance, imagine you open up a window of a room, and can we explain it that the inside of the room is trying to equal itself with the outside of the room, and that
Yes.
can create an electrical charge of equilibrium?
An electrical charge of equilibrium. That's a nonsensical term.
What do you mean? I'm talking about the rushing of two different. I know it could probably be explained in the science world of people who have studied and everything. That's like the I think that's the second law, right, of thermodynamics. There's pressure trying to equal itself with an outside pressure, and it wants to fill the room to equal the outside room pressure. But I'm saying, is not pressure a sense of charge in the electricity realm of it? Yes or no?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, when you talk about charges, it does not, like, you're conflating electricity and charges. Like, electricity has charges. We have a positive and negative charge, electric
Exactly.
charge. That's correct. That's true, right?
That's what I mean. That's exactly what I'm saying.
If we're talking about any other kind of charge, it doesn't mean that they're electricity as well.
No. Hold on.
Mix up.
Or maybe you're misunderstanding me. When I say charge, maybe I am referring to electrical on the backside of it, but it still stands on its own. There's this charge of positive and negative that has to come to an equilibrium to where it's balanced. And I'm just saying that electricity and everything, as there is, it all comes down to electricity at the end of the day. Everything's electric. If you don't want to believe it, that's okay.
He's right. Now, let me explain something. This is very important if you're talking about the electrostatic charge. Is the ground is incoherent, meaning it's all jumbled up with basically different charges. Once something's grounded, So the example is take a bunch of magnets. I've gave this before, but you probably ain't heard it. You take a bunch of magnets, and you take 100 of them, mix them together. You lose the repulsion. It's no longer repulsive. All it is, it weakens it, and it makes it only attractive. So one magnet is stronger than 100 jumbled up magnets. One magnet will attract and repel other magnets, but 100 of them jumbled up will only attract. You ever seen that? So we call it incoherent. Same thing with light. So
but the fields do still exist. That what we determine, what we define as electric, and how we distinguish it from other phenomena. Those how we can describe it. Those things, they still exist, and the mechanisms that you're assigning now to electric processes are not measurably electric. So there has to be some other processes, or some processes that we do not describe over the method that we isolated as electric, in order to achieve all those things. And yes, you can classify those as different kinds of charges as well, and model them in a way that charges are exchanged there. But that doesn't make those charges that are exchanged electric.
Do you think the bending of space-time? Do you think the bending of space-time is a better mechanism, a better explanation of a mechanism than electrostatics?
Yes, obviously, because the electrostatic hypothesis that is always caused by electrostatic.
That's because they didn't
is falsified by measuring the electric field.
That's because they didn't consider the. Sorry about that. That's because they didn't consider the incoherency. They didn't know about that back then. They literally, when they were doing Coulomb's law and all that, they literally had no idea about incoherent magnetism and incoherent electrostatics.
That's a good point.
We know now, and so now that we know, we've got to update. We got a lot of things we know now that we didn't know. We didn't know back then that gases didn't emit continuous space.
Let me get.
Brian needs a timeout, guys. He doesn't know. He doesn't understand. I sent him a private message a few minutes ago. Asked him multiple times. Stop clipping people. Let them finish their sentence.
Hey, so abracadabra. So that's actually a really fucking good point that he brought up. Actually, they didn't know about this part of it, the grounding of it, and the way it cancels out. So with that being said, with that being well, you okay, can you explain why you doubt it?
Because like gathering a bunch of magnets, like just simplistically, gathering a bunch of magnets together and noticing like, okay, there's no clear pole direction anymore, is not a big jump. And science has been very theoretical and very thorough in with like those kinds of discoveries for at least 200 years already.
Okay, let me ask something. Is static electricity more explainable and repeatable? Like you can do things with it, and it explains the unknown more than just saying gravity. Like, let me ask you honestly, like,
what
real
is
talk.
the unknown? What is the unknown?
The unknown of why something is moved by an invisible force, right? Because gravity is an invisible force, right?
Which force is visible? What's a visible force?
Okay, an invisible force is there's something pulling it down to where it can no longer, depending on the medium, there's an invisible force that's going to pull it down to that medium, correct?
Okay, and electrostatic would be visible, or
well, that's what I'm saying. Electrostatic, it's very visible when you can manipulate. You could do a real experiment, a real life experiment.
I can't see electric fields. I'm sorry, but I can't. You must have special eyes, but I can't see electric fields.
No. Hold on.
I can't see an object and see like, oh yeah, there's an electric field.
No. I'm sorry. You're right. Let me rephrase that. You can see the effects of an electric static field. Is that correct or
Easier,
no?
yes.
Okay,
Yeah, obviously you can.
oh,
And you can
yeah,
investigate
exactly.
it much more easily. Obviously, yes.
Yeah, exactly. So with that being said, is it safe to say that this static electricity and this electromagnetic realm that exists, that's to the unseen, just like you said, I can't see it, but you're right, but we can see the effects of it. So that kind of pushes out gravity as a stepchild, so to speak, because now there's a new sheriff in town, and it's explaining that there's these.
Incorrect.
Oh, okay, go ahead, please correct me, go ahead.
Again, the effect, like you say, it's incoherent field, it's magnetic or electric. You can't even agree on what the actual idea is of, okay, why do things fall down? But let's put that aside and say, like, okay, there is some idea that bases on the magnetism or electric charges or whatever, right? You say, like, okay, why is it uniform? Why is it always down? And why does there not seem to be like a dual charge or something like that? Even though we observe it in the other small scale phenomena, then yeah, okay, it's incoherent. It's an incoherent field. Fair enough. But the effect of the field, that we're trying to explain, is still a very, very strong effect. Everything
I
that
agree.
we know of
I
that has
agree.
matter, that it's paramagnetic. We are not able to extract real
Can I jump in, please?
magnetic effects on it on a small scale. Wait a second, I'm almost finished. But the acceleration of that field that we exist in is still like almost 10 meters per second squared. That's huge. That means with our methods, like with the sensors that are like picking up pico fields in the range of pico, like 10 to the power of minus 12.
Okay,
We should
but
definitely
you're
be able to pick up that
Can I
field.
speak, please?
If
Yeah,
the
go ahead,
explanation
go ahead.
is correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, please. I am not trying to be a dick, but to be perfectly honest and fair, if a mod wasn't listening, Abra cut off Apocryphon. And he's had just as many warnings as Brian. I'm just saying. I know it's hard to monitor this, but in my opinion, he needs to be timed out.
Fair enough.
Or Brian has to be untimed, right? I can go. I'm fair with that.
Apparently.
Yeah, yeah, but I'm just trying to say, I listen.
No,
I
hear you.
get how difficult this is going to be, and again, like a mod could have gone away for coffee, so there's no one here to catch it. I don't know.
Yeah, no,
What
I hear you.
I mean,
happened?
Travis has a point, and he's tired of listening to me.
What happened?
Okay.
I'm just gonna. Are you being serious, Jeremy?
Yeah, I went back to listen to what happened on the YouTube.
He went and
stream.
got coffee.
I'm just saying that Apocryphon was talking, and Abra disagreed with him, and so clipped him.
Come on, guys.
If we're gonna be fair, he needs to be timed out.
Or I would say on the latter, maybe untime Brian. That'd be fair.
No, Brian's not getting untimed out. He fucking causes a ruckus every day in here. I already gave Abra a warning like 20 minutes ago. He was the only Glober in here, so I didn't move him to another stream so he could still keep talking.
Gotcha.
But if he's a huge interruption, we'll time him out for a little bit. Is that what you guys want?
No, I want him to come back in because I actually, honestly though, Jeremy, I want him to join the conversation because I think we're both kind of tag teaming this, and it's actually a good conversation. And I understand though, as you as a mod, you're making your ground set, you're drawing the line. But
keep the conversation going. Go ahead. But,
yeah,
I
okay,
mean,
cool. I think Abra was okay with him not getting muted. Honestly,
I'm not okay with it though. He does it.
Yeah, I know. I understand that.
Hey, just real quick, Jeremy, have you guys had that meeting yet?
No,
have you had your mod meeting?
No.
Okay, so instead of a mod having to give warnings, I'm wondering if there's a bot that, like, I'm gonna to join the chat. I'm going to join the voice chat. As soon as I join, if I get tagged by a bot that says, this is your warning, do not clip, do not, like, so that the mods don't have to go, all right, Travis, did you get warned yet today? Bensaw, did you get warned yet today? You know, I mean, because that's like exhausting. I totally get that. But if there's a way for the system, when someone joins, that they automatically get a notification. So, like, there's no warning from you.
Bro, they
Like, none.
to the rules. This is all in the rules. Geo has a list of rules so big, I'm still in the middle of reading it.
I get that. In my opinion, everybody's been warned. There should be no official warnings. Everybody knows.
I know.
Drink another beer. There's a lot going on right now.
So, one thing though, I'm not a glober. I do understand why
Wait, what?
you might have that
Did you
impression.
blow my mind right now?
You're not a Glover?
No, actually, unfortunately, I've not personally verified the information I need to in order to draw a conclusion definitively.
Wow, you just blew my mind, bro. Because the whole time I thought I was arguing with the Glober. Because everything you're
It
saying,
shouldn't matter.
everything you're saying though is the arguments of a Glober. Now let's get back to this electrical.
I mean, you have pointed out conflicts, alleged conflicts of observable reality.
They're pretty good, right? They're pretty
the
good,
model,
right?
And well, none of them ended up being valid logically. Okay, they're entertaining at the very least. Yes. So yeah, you've pointed out problems, and I've explained them to you under the presupposition of a globe. That's correct. But if I'm a globe or not should not matter to that, and I'm not. I have not verified it.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. So let's get back to it real quickly because I think that this is something that you can maybe dive into personally and maybe look into it. But I think that the theory of everything being electrical, because personally, want to know why I think everything is electrical? Go ahead, ask me. Go ahead.
Why?
Because
I mean,
because you believe in atoms, right?
Well,
dude, even
I
the globe.
think that atoms are a useful concept. Yes.
Okay, so what's in an atom?
Well,
Even the Globers will state. My bad. Even the Globers will state. I mean, there's a citation from Penn State or Purdue or something where all molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic by nature.
Exactly.
I mean, they already know this.
That's where I was going. This is why, because if every molecule down to the atom has a positive and a negative, and there's these neutrons and electrons and all these things, that is representing electric. So once you're dealing with electricity, that means everything in the world, in existence, in reality, is electric because everything has that down to its core.
Yeah, but there's also other charges, other parameters. They're like the structure of particles of the supposed atoms or supposed like subatomic particles is not solely their electric charge, and
but the
electric force is not the only force that acts in our perception of reality.
But they're based on that electric charge because
exactly not.
Well, let me tell you why I believe that. Because when you deal with an atom, there's an electric charge to an atom. Are you telling me that there's something that's not made of atoms?
No.
Well, what are you telling me?
I'm telling you that besides the electric charge, there's other parameters, other structures. Like the electric charge is basically just the structure of the subatomic particle. Like, let's just call it general structure. There's other things besides electric charges, and there's other forces besides electric force.
Okay, so let me ask you
They have
this.
nothing to do with it.
Okay, let me ask you this. What doesn't have an atom?
Subatomic particles don't have an atom.
Okay. And
Photons do not consist of atoms.
okay, so you're saying light is not electric.
The term is not electric is not sensible in the first place.
I would disagree with
what
you.
you're saying is
I would disagree with you. Light is purely electric because light in its property is literally propagating in an environment to make itself be it light. This is light in a nutshell. It has to be electric because that's exactly what it is.
Well, it's an
it has to be
electromagnetic
electric
wave.
because it's
so-
exactly what
Yeah,
it is.
exactly.
Great proof. You do realize that that's a circular argument, right? That's
exactly. It's
question.
a debate. It's a debate. You're right. It's a debate. Here we go.
Well, I'm just. You do realize that you saying light is purely electric because it has to be is not explaining anything about why the nature of light has to be electric.
Well,
this was entirely circular.
Well, now we're getting into the realm of electromagnetic and propagation of light, meaning that it's not necessarily a speed of light, but it propagates, meaning light is everywhere until it's active.
Yeah, that's called a speed. Like the propagation, like the how much distance it covers and what time is called the speed.
That goes back to the old if I wave a rope, what speed is the tip of it compared to where I waved it?
Exactly.
There's like
that's the propagation speed.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
so it's always
speed of the
been
wave.
Yeah. No, well, at least we're on the same page on that. But what I'm trying to get at is that is not everything electrical. You're saying no because you're saying subatomic particles are not electrical. Can you give me one example other than light? Because we just agreed that it is.
Can you stop fucking strawmanning me?
Go ahead, tell me.
Like, how many times do I have to tell you the same fucking thing until you finally hear me out and actually acknowledge what I was just saying?
What's not electrical?
How many? Just tell me. Is it 20 times? 50 times? How many times?
2 times. That's it. 2 times.
That evidence suggests that's not true because I already told you why your assertion that everything is electric, no matter what, is not correct, and why it's not correct, and you flat out ignored it more than 3 times.
Well, the reason why is because I thought we both agreed that atoms are electric and everything in existence is made out of atoms. Am I wrong? Correct me.
Photons are not made of atoms.
But photons are electric.
So, what electric charge does a photon have?
Well, I mean, okay. But anyways, so let's go on with the discussion.
You say they're electric, so what charge does it have?
It has a positive charge. It has a positive charge, and there's no such thing as a negative charge because there's only a positive charge, and the absence of
positive charges. Okay, and how did you determine that photons do have a charge?
How many what?
How did you determine that photons do have a charge?
Actually, I will admit I don't believe in photons. Sorry.
Believe in photons.
Yeah, I don't
believe in them is irrelevant to their existence or to the validity of describing light.
No, I'm sorry. Me personally,
that light has particle properties. That's which we call photons.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I don't believe in photons traveling at a speed of 188,000 miles per hour or whatever the fuck it is. I'm just saying that there is energy, and this energy can propagate, and there is a positive. No such thing as a negative. It's just the absence of, and they do equal out and balance. And maybe maybe my mind is so drunk right now. I'm just speaking out of my ass. I don't know, but I'm just telling you what I personally believe deep in my heart. Go ahead.
Okay. So the concept, like for example, with atoms, we have electrons, protons, and neutrons, right?
In the
And
model, yeah.
yeah, and the concept is like in the atom model or in the particle model. The concept is that electrons do have a negative charge, but that doesn't exist according to you. So that's the absence of a charge. And then protons, they do have a positive charge, which is
Correct.
taken as the unit of the positive charge. So one proton has one positive charge. What is the charge of a neutron then?
Well, now you're in
It's not the
neutrinos.
absence of a charge. It's not negative. Or not negative in the normal sense that everyday other people use, but in your sense, it's the absence. The electron has the absence of the charge. It also doesn't have a positive charge like the proton.
No. There are things that do have a measurable charge. Instead of positive, let's say measurable. There's a measurable charge. Okay. And in this measurable charge, we do realize that there are these interactions between particles that can produce this field that allows everything to interact with through static electricity, through magnetism, through or better word, electromagnetism, which encompasses both of them, and everything that is interacting in those things. I think is a better mind state to realize why things work the way they do, because when you go on that route, you can start to see that things start to square out. They start to make sense. You start to realize, because guess what? Not only can we go down that route on a subparticle discussion of it, but also we could get up to the moon and the sun for that, and then we could start seeing the bigger picture of how
Though that's all
weather
very ad
is.
hoc. That's all very separated, and they do not mesh. Like the implications of what you're saying, like especially when you go up to a larger scale and assume that those differences would be maintained over a large, huge amount of different atoms clustered together, that would not average out, but there would be a difference maintained. The implications of that are huge, and they should be measurable according to the fields that we define and the instruments that we use to measure them, and the consequences of the ideas of making this a large scale, just as you described it, they just do not match up with the measurements. The measurements that should happen, that should be present according to that idea, would be a consequence of according to that idea, do not occur. Do
No,
not
but
measure it. And therefore, there has to be something else that causes it. And your idea of there not being a negative charge is also entirely like, okay, maybe calling it positive and negative is you can argue about. Maybe you call it red and blue or green and yellow or whatever, right? But there is two different charges, two different kind of electric charges. We do know that.
no. There is and there isn't, and that's the equilibrium. That's where it comes to a point
Are you
of
saying there isn't? There isn't. This is a dichotomy. Either there is or there isn't. Either there
well,
is two different kinds of electric charges, or there is not two different kinds of electric
but
charges.
but I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying, because you said that we can't take the little and explain the big, but I think
But that's
that
not
is
what I said.
how.
I said explaining with electricity the way you do does lead to conflictions with observable reality. We do not measure the things that we should measure according to that.
No,
Therefore, this idea is false.
Well, hold on. What I'm trying to say is this: I'm speaking about things on the micro level. That's when we're talking about the particles, right? Real small, and we're talking about this electrical interference and beautiful, magnificent, harmonious rhythm going on within it. And then I spoke about the moon and the sun and the way they are the positive to the negative The negative
that's
being
incorrect.
the ground, right? The ground is a negative.
It's incorrect, Apo.
Well, okay,
The
that's
idea is
fair. That's
incorrect.
fair. That's fair. But listen, what I'm saying is that I think the micro to the macro is very explainable because that is the only
Yes.
way to explain it. Because
Obviously, yes.
okay, all right, you agree with me? What? Wait,
No,
shut
I
up.
never. Apo,
What's going on
Apo,
here?
you're having a real
Are we best
problem
friends?
with
I'm kidding. Shut
Apo.
up. What?
Apo, you're having a real problem with trying to understand, with actually listening to what I'm saying.
I'm
I'm
listening.
telling you that this part about what you're saying is incorrect because the measurement of it conflicts with what we observe in reality. And you're saying, well, then this can't be explained at all. No, that's not what I said. I said the way you explained it is false. That does not mean that it cannot be explained.
Hold on. Let's take a step back. I'm telling you this. There's a world that is unseen. And there's a field that we can measure, but we can't see. And there's a connection between every particle in your world and understanding. There's this connection between everything, and it creates this, either it be a electric magnetic or electric static, but no matter how you say it, it's electric. And there's a connection between all of it to where we can at least agree that there's something going on that we don't fully understand, yet we try to be our best man brains and pinpoint. And very, very, very smart people before us, combine me and you in intelligence, have came up with these ideas and understandings. But even still, to the greatest of man's knowledge is foolishness to the creator's intelligence. But we can try to understand that there is an electrical charge going on, and when things are falling and coming to the ground, in electricity is called grounded, it's trying to find its equilibrium. Would you disagree with me on that?
That it was not even coherent anymore.
Can you ask him to define what he means by charge within his electron?
Yeah. What do you mean by charge within your electron? Go on, abracadabra.
I already explained that multiple times. You should know.
Say it again, please, for the people in the back.
And a charge, or the electric charge in this case, is a structure of what we perceive as subatomic particles, or as the building blocks, everything that we perceive as existing appears to be made of. It's one property, one parameter of those things.
What? You're saying a charge has to do with subatomic particles?
According to what I've learned.
Well, I would say that's completely wrong.
Okay.
Your electron supposedly is comprised of a conglomerate of subatomic particles, but as far as what the charge is that the electron's carrying, has nothing to do with
source on that.
Has nothing to do with particles.
You have a source on that. You have a source that says that electrons are supposedly made out of a whole slew of particles.
That's good. No, that's real though. That's true. Are you denying that?
According to what I've heard, no, that's not true.
So you're saying that as far as your education has taken you, you can only believe what you've been told or taught, even though maybe through real science and experimentation, we have found a certain a different idea than your own. Really?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that Dyslow claimed that the electron is claimed to be made out of many different things, and I did not hear about that, so I asked him about a source for it.
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah.
Nice look.
So if we go back to CERN, the Hadron Collider, they'll tell you that all of these base particles, being atoms, electrons, and protons, are created by conglomerates of these subatomic particles, creating these larger frames of particles.
That's
And when you
true.
collide them together and they crash and break down, this is how you get all of your Higgs bosons,
There you
quarks,
go.
all these fancy words they like to use to
God
describe the nuts
particles.
and bolts.
God particles.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. They literally even showed a diagram of all these particles colliding into each other. What do you
the
say about
electron
that?
is one such subatomic. Is claimed to be one such subatomic particle. It's a particle.
Okay, but that's what he's saying though. He's saying that
No,
one
he claimed that the electron. He said that the electron is claimed to be made out of many
multiple.
particles.
Yep. No. Hold on
Yeah,
though. Hold on though.
and no, that's not the case. That's not
But
the
no,
case.
hold on though, abracadabra. Hold on though. I saw on their video screen, on their little diagram that they showed, he's actually right. They showed multiple particles flying in their tube. Is like a cool little CGI graphic, and that represented exactly what he's talking about. So, are you denying the same exact science that the LHC was presenting?
Well, prior to that, they fathomed that it was coulombs. 1,000 coulombs equate to 1 electron. So the release of these
Wow.
coulombs.
That's
So it's
not
kind of
true.
like this. Yeah, that's what was
No, the
discussed
charge
early
of the
on.
electron is much smaller.
They equate 1,000 coulombs to 1 electron. Yes, this is their standard model.
So there you go. Okay, so abracadabra, if they're saying 1,000 particles equal 1 electron, what say you? Are you going to deny that, or you want to run with that science?
Coulomb is a unit, and the charge, the unit of electric charge, and the electron is considered to be the the smallest increase in this in charge that you can have, and the charge of an electron is much lower than 1/1000th of a coulomb.
No, but he just said that it's 1,000 of coulombs equals 1 electron. Okay, for
Yeah,
instance.
but that's incorrect.
Oh, it is?
No.
Okay.
Unless you want to redefine what we understand as coulomb, because I just explained what I understood coulomb to mean. When we're talking about coulombs,
You
I
double
think it
spoke.
means electric charge, and the unit of electric charge is small. The electric charge of an electron is smaller than 1/1000th
Okay,
of a coulomb.
so when they showed the diagram of a shitload of little tiny circles flying through the LHC, you're saying that all those thousands of little balls didn't represent 1 electron? Is that what you're saying?
Correct. Each one of them might have represented 1 electron. I don't know which graphic you're talking about. If someone can post it,
If you watched
clear it up.
If you watched the last colliding of their particles, what was that, like a month ago or 3 weeks ago? If you watched it live stream, it showed it on their diagram. It showed it. It did show it.
I did not watch it.
Okay, I did, and I did see the way they throw these, many particles, and they collide them, and then and they're searching for the God particle. By the way, what do you think is the God particle?
I don't know exactly.
Isn't that by description
the
antimatter?
Higgs boson?
Isn't that antimatter?
Nope, incorrect.
Or dark matter?
Nope, also not.
No. Okay. I'm still fishing. I'm still trying to get the answer from you. What do you think the God particle is? Is it the ether?
The mainstream media has named the Higgs boson the God particle.
And what is that to represent?
Higgs boson.
So dark matter at that point.
No.
No?
No. Then it would have not been found.
Okay.
Definition
Okay.
not dark matter.
Okay. So then what is the God particle by definition?
God particle is another particle, just like electrons or the up and down particles or the charm and the strange.
Now
Spectroscopy.
I could have swore that they were looking for antimatter because that's the
No,
only
they were looking
thing.
for it, but they didn't find it.
But hold on. You're right. They didn't find it, but that's why they're colliding these things to find it, because the
Okay, fair
God
enough.
particle is the antimatter, because that's what they're trying to find. What is the thing that is not what they can describe or
Your
explain?
understanding of this seems rudimentary at best. No, did not. The Higgs boson is not antimatter, and it being dubbed a God particle by the media, I think was due to, if I remember correctly, was due to it appearing to travel faster than light, which should not be possible, despite it having mass, and that's why it got that name. But there's some solution to it. I'm not entirely informed on the matter anyway, either, but it did not. It was not as revolutionary as the mainstream media made it out to be by calling
Okay.
it the God particle.
Okay. I think that's arguable, but okay. How about this? Is the sun a a positive electric force in the sky?
Positive electric force. What's that supposed to be again? Like, how do you distinguish negative and positive forces? Why is it why is it attributed to electric force again? What the fuck? Like, it's a nonsensical term to me again.
Well, how about this? Have you ever gone to the ocean shores?
Sure.
Have you ever heard that along the coastline there's positive ions? Have you ever heard that?
No.
You never heard that? For real?
No.
So apparently, when you are on this shoreline, there's a lot of positive ions. What is an ion to you?
Ion is a charged atom. Like an atom that does not have the positive and the allegedly not existing negative charges. Like there's, as I said, there's two different charges, and they do not add up to zero or balance out in an ion.
So you never heard that the beach is filled with positive ions?
Oh, well, I'm just looking it up as we go, and it seems like that it's negative ones.
Really?
Alleged to be, yeah, at the beach. Healing properties of the beach, negative ions for health, the power of negative ions at the beach. Boats at shore no, that doesn't actually mention it in the ions of sodium, magnesium, and sea. Should that have been sodium and magnesium?
Which is crashing at the sand, right?
Magnesium is positive.
Yeah,
Sodium,
which is why I say positive.
Sodium is negative.
Okay, so do they cancel out the point? I don't know. I don't understand the argument. But
I'm guessing it cancels out over larger amounts.
Okay, so here's my question. If you are understanding that the Earth, or maybe hold on, let me retract that. To make you understand that the Earth is based upon these electric, magnetic properties and fields, would it make sense that when you get to the beach and experience these interesting findings, wouldn't it make you think that that's why the sun and the moon and the ground and the sky is all connected? Do you feel that or do you not?
If that's true, then I would have to be able to measure an according electric and magnetic influence, because the sun, the moon, and the Earth, the attraction of the Earth, are all very large scale phenomena. Therefore, the fields that I'm expecting due to that are also large scale. I do not.
But they do though. They do measure these things. Are you not
Really?
aware of it?
Can you give a reference, a source?
Like for instance, have you ever been in an environment in your city where something doesn't seem right because the way the warm temperature is, the wind, and all of a sudden there's lightning storms? You've never been in that environment?
Lightning storms appearing out of nowhere. No, I've not been in an environment like that.
Okay, that's fair. That usually happens in high desert. So you never live in the desert areas, right?
No.
Okay, that's fair. Hey, that's honest. I respect that. It's humble. But I'm telling you that there are environments to where you can tell by the air and the heat that it just doesn't feel right. And it feels like there's like this weird thing going on. And all of a sudden at night, there's better question. Have you ever seen lightning strikes without clouds?
No.
Oh man, hey, I'm telling you right now from experience.
He asked you about a measurement, and you haven't even answered about the measurement. All you have about feelings.
I asked him about the source as well, and he hasn't gone there. So.
Yeah, he hasn't gone for
Yeah.
the measurement. Where's the measurement at, bud?
Wait, what measurement of what? What are you talking about?
I said the things that don't you think that atoms being made out of electric things and so on, blah blah, doesn't that mean that they are all connected somehow when you look at the sun and the moon? And I said, well, I would expect according electric fields and magnetic fields to, if that the hypothesis was true and we do not measure them. And you said, like, we do, Phil, we do. And then I asked you for a source and for the measurements of it. And then you
okay,
go,
my apologies.
have you ever been somewhere where it doesn't feel right?
Yeah, my apologies. My apologies. The measurements that's why I jumped into these phenomenons, because I think that's where it's measured. So my apologies if I didn't, transcribe
Why
that,
would it have to be there that it's measured?
because that's where they happen. Because
the
in the
sun
high
and the
desert,
moon, they are not only present in thunderstorms.
Well, because in the high desert, honestly, personally, in the high desert, I think that's the only place I've experienced lightning storms without clouds. And maybe that's why I said that, because the measurements that you're calling for are something in my world to where I have witnessed it and not measured it. You're right. I didn't have equipment. You're right. I didn't have these I didn't have a piece of paper out and I mapped out formulas. I'm sorry, I don't have those measurements, but I have experience to where I have witnessed them, and that maybe you haven't, and that's okay. But I'm saying that that's honestly the only place I've ever witnessed that. Lightning storms without clouds. If you've never seen that, dude, it's fucking crazy. I'm telling you right now. It's awesome. It's awesome. It's amazing to see. I used to live in Apple Valley, California. And wow, they used to have electric storms all the time without clouds. Just in mid daylight too, in broad daylight. Fucking it's crazy what happens in the heat of the desert. There's so many crazy things that happen. Unexplainable sometimes, but here we are talking about electricity and magnetism and all the beautiful wonders that our Father in heaven has created. But go on. Go ahead. I spoke too long. Go ahead.
You did not answer my question. You did not provide a source.
I can't
Hey,
provide a source,
you
bro. Do you
experienced
want me to
something
show you a?
that's close to a natural wonder. That's fine, I guess.
I could show you an
Statistically,
electric storm. I mean, if you want, I don't know. I could show you like the news from Apple Valley of lightning storms without clouds if you want. But do you really
Yeah.
want me to go there?
What do you think I meant with showing a source and actually substantiating what you say? What does it mean in your mind?
I don't know. I was just kind of hoping that you just believe me because I'm
You
telling the truth.
fucking dimwit.
Because I'm telling you the truth. I'm not lying to you. I'm telling you firsthand experience. And if you want to call,
so that doesn't
if
that doesn't change change the fact that your explanation for, like, for example, the sun and the moon, whatever that entails, right?
yeah,
Like their existence, their motion, decisions, and so on. Like, you're not even specifying like what set of phenomena and what understanding, what the limits of it are. It's not even clear, specific.
I
what
told you.
what you're actually fucking talking about. And I asked you, hey, this is not measured. We're expecting this to be measured, and you say, like, yeah, but it is. I ask you, hey, yeah, where is it measured? What exactly is measured? And you're like, yeah, like without clouds. And that doesn't really show that the sun and the moon are existing as they are and observed as they are due to electric forces. It fucking doesn't.
I told you from personal experience of these electrical storms without clouds. Now, if you don't believe me, that's fair. That's fine. If you need,
Did you even listen? What I was taking issue with. Did you even realize that I never even denied you having seen lightning without clouds?
no.
Did you even notice that that was not the thing in dispute?
What was in dispute?
Oh my fucking god! I just talked 5 minutes about it. What is it? What is it with you? Are you having some comprehension problems? Are you drunk? Are you having hearing problems? What is your fucking problem?
Yeah, go ahead. Tell me again.
No.
So you don't want to tell me? Okay, that's fine.
No,
don't tell
not
me
anymore. I've been repeating the same issue for the past hour or so with you. You just went on troubling and wish-washing and just talking without any conciseness, without any limitation, without any specificity of what the fuck you're actually trying to say and what the fuck is actually supposed to mean what you're saying.
Are you talking about
And
the sun and moon being a
you
charge?
again, hey, the things that you're saying don't make sense because of that and that and that. And then you like just go on, schwurbling on, just as before, as if I didn't say anything.
Are you talking about the moon and the sun being a charge? Yeah.
Was this your goal to just get someone triggered and just get someone at the brink of insanity?
Are you? If you are on the brink of insanity,
why are you talking with me? Why are you talking with me?
If you're on the brink of insanity, all I'm saying is, are you talking about the sun and the moon being charged?
Why did we talk for the last like 2 to 3 hours or so? Why did you talk with me that long? What was the point of this?
We were talking about a lot of things, to be honest, and it wasn't 2 or 3 hours, to be honest. But
I did not ask you what we were talking about. I asked you why.
Because we've been discussing these things, and what that why is very easy.
You've not been discussing with me. You've been talking at me.
We've been talking about electricity in the sky and to the ground.
Not really.
No, we have though.
You've been no. Not really. You've been talking at me about it, and I've been trying to understand you, and just been asking.
I feel like you
flipped
on me right now.
Stuff with you, and you've not produced that. You've just like reflected and expanded and gone to different things and everything. Yeah, we've talked about a lot of different things, but none of this was like going into any depth whatsoever. So why were you talking with me? Because
I
I was
thought we were.
able.
I
I
thought we
was
were
a.
trying to. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry, no, it's fine. I thought we
I
were trying.
I thought we were trying to get to the bottom of the world being all about electricity. Everything about it is electricity. That's the bottom line. When it boils down to it, and the argument of it all, it's all electricity, and it's finding its equilibrium, whether it be
So you
pressure.
literally did
What?
not listen to the response to that statements.
Okay. Okay.
You
All right.
literally, you never really compute, like it never really sank in what I said in response to that. Never really. Like, I hear you. You're saying everything's electric because everything that we know that exists consists of things that are electric.
Uh-huh.
I heard you. Right? I went into that and told you, well, there's this and this problem, and that never reached you. You never heard anything of that sort. And that's extremely frustrating, finding out after like 2 hours, okay, more than a half maybe, but still, finding out after that long of a time that like nothing
30
I said
minutes
in
at the
response
best.
actually sank in.
So I've been listening to the conversation. Could you elucidate your point a little bit more clearly if you have some contention with what he's saying about everything being electric? Could you kind of dive a little bit deeper into what your contention is? I did hear you say something about subatomic particles, but you didn't say anything about the specific attributes of subatomic particles that would be counter to Apocryphon's claim of everything being electric or, electric bonds by nature. So I've been listening, but you keep telling him you've told him, but I've been listening and I haven't really heard your specific points. So maybe if you want to drive that home.
For one, there is things that we perceive as particles, or as elementary particles, that do not have an electric charge, or do not appear to have an electric charge. That's one part. So there's obviously things that exist in one way or another that do not have the property of being electric, which I think means that it has elementary electric charge, or has the intrinsic property, or the intrinsic structure of what we attribute to electric charge. And secondly, besides the electric force or the results of the electric charges acting on reality, there's other fundamental phenomena that we cannot break it down any further. We cannot find any further basis or any structure that causes it beyond that do not involve that electric charge.
Right. Okay. So when you're talking about the alleged particles that have no apparent electrical charge, are you just referring to them possibly being considered neutrally charged? And within these particles, what is it comprised of? Are these things like quarks, where we have very different variations of quarks, where they might define them by what they call their spin? So like up quarks, down quarks. Is that kind of what you're referring to?
I know, yes. Though being neutrally charged and having no electric charge for elementary particles are two different things. Because being neutrally charged means that it could carry a charge still. The sum of it is just like 0. But the having no property regarding that charge or that interaction is different.
Okay, so do you have an example of these chargeless particles? Is there one in particular you had in mind?
I mean, most
Well,
matter
neutrinos and photons.
most matter is neutrally charged on Earth.
Yeah,
Right,
but I'm
we
talking
weren't
about
talking
photons
about
or
neutral.
neutrinos. Photons or neutrinos.
Hey, just real quick,
For example.
Hey, Jeremy, Brian has been on mute for 30 minutes. Can he come off mute?
Should automatically, no. No, anyway. That's been long enough for me.
Yeah, I got him.
All right, cool. And with that, Abracadabra exited stage left right when he was being drilled by Napalm. Thank you, Napalm, for jumping in. I guess I wasn't getting through him, but you did.
Well, I don't think he was really elucidating his point as much as he was trying to claim that he was, and then he was just coming back at you like, I've already explained it, but he didn't really explain much of
He
anything. So
didn't explain it. No, he didn't. I mean, that's what I saw. Like, wait, I felt like he flipped on me. Like, what are you talking about? Like, this is coming from nowhere because you were nothing like this in the argument to begin with. I don't
What
know.
was the argument he was making? What was his
What?
argument?
His argument was that not everything was electrical because there are things that aren't electrical. And I was trying to tell him that everything does have to seem this component where it's all connected electrically. And you could call electrical or magnetic or electromagnetic, for lack of better words. And everything
Well,
kind of has this weird connection.
those are two distinct. There's a huge difference between something being electrical, something being magnetic, and what electromagnetism.
No, I agree to that. I agree to that. But overall, there was this argument of things that have to do with the world, from the sky to the ground. It's all connected one way or another. However you want to word it, it's all connected.
Sure, it's connected by our atmosphere.
Yeah, I agree to that. Now, what is that in its argument? We were talking about how things fall to the ground. Maybe that's the description of an electrical charged particle finding its equilibrium,
No, it's because there's a force acting on it.
which could be that electromagnetism that we're talking about. But that's a whole another argument on so many levels and degrees. So if you have a charge finding its equilibrium through a medium, then there's all these different components that could go within it. But that's
I
what we're
don't know
talking
what
about.
I don't know what a charge finding its equilibrium through a medium means. Charges don't find their equilibrium.
Charges don't find their equilibrium.
A charge to anything is just excess electrons.
So this is where I was going along with it. That if it could be under the premise of like pressure, or gases, all these different things that find the equilibrium could also be represented in a charge.
What do you
To
mean
where
finding the equilibrium? I don't understand that terminology.
so when there's a pressure at hand in a container and you open it and it will expel itself out to its environment of this open vessel or this open hole, and it's going to equal itself to the outside so that it doesn't collapse on itself. Then with that, I was trying to say that it could be related to no different than an electrical charge trying to find its ground to equal itself.
They're wholly different.
I understand that. I get that. But I was just in
I don't
the
understand. What's
study and understanding of things. Yes, we are told that. In the books we're told that. I get what you're saying. but I was just saying that why can't it be represented as such? It goes against the grain. It goes against the mass media. It goes against the mass teachings. I get what you're saying. It goes against what we understand to be truth. But why could it not be something that is a possibility? Because of electricity, or no, I scratched that. Not electricity. Because if things that are made of electricity are finding, like for instance, the environment in a room, there's electricity going on in the molecules, in the atoms, and then you open a hole and it pressurizes itself, but it's still these electric things, atoms, that are finding themselves to equal itself. And that's all I'm saying.
But that's not how electricity works. It's not how electrons flow. Like, I mean, it's a cool idea, I guess, but it's demonstrably not how things work. So you can propose it, but it doesn't match with what we see.
That's what I'm trying to say, that it doesn't match with the textbooks that you learn in school. It doesn't match with what the what is the teaching that goes out upon the masses. But what I'm trying to come at is everything's made of atoms. Every atom has an electrical charge to it one way or another. Now,
No,
if
not,
if
not
not true. Okay, good to know. Good to know.
Just because electrons exist doesn't mean that everything is electric. A misnomer. Most things in real life are neutrally charged. They can conduct electricity, but they aren't inherently electric. Like humans are neutrally charged. You don't conduct I mean, you can conduct electricity. You can die doing so.
That's the point.
You don't inherently have electricity flowing through you.
No. That's where I would argue.
Hold on for just a second there, Nidhug. So you're saying that there's nothing within the human body that is inherently electric. So when you're hooked up to a heart monitor, what are they reading there?
They're reading your heartbeat, and I didn't say there's absolutely no electrical activity. You have synapses that fire off, and there is very, very,
Correct.
very, very, very tiny amounts of electric current between those synapses firing. But to say that you are electric,
Correct.
not true. You are neutrally
Now,
charged.
If you had no electrical component that was taking place within those synapses, would you still be alive, or is that kind of a necessity for life?
I don't know.
You don't
That's
know.
the point. Hold on. That's the point. I'm trying to tell you that we are electric. Matter of fact, our heart rhythm is based upon the electric.
You're
And
not.
no, I mean, you can say that. That's fine. You can say that because that's what you've been taught and that's what you understand. But hold on, I'm telling you a new. You know what I mean? Like it's a new. Listen, hold up, new facts, new understanding of life.
Right.
You are electric. That's why
If you
if you shake your feet on the carpet, you can shock somebody because electricity is built up. There's a charge, and there's a charge inside of you. Matter of fact, when you die, they use electricity to try to pump you back to get you a new charge, like a battery. You're in a battery.
No, that's not how it works.
Wholly misunderstood.
When your heart is arrhythmic, what they do is they try to shock your heart back into a rhythmic state. They're not adding charge back into you like a battery.
So they're not shooting electricity to you?
I never said that they're not putting electricity into you. You don't understand the method of action. We're not plugging a human in like an iPhone. We're setting an extremely high charge to short.
You hear the word
electricity. If you believe
electricity.
that we are a battery, we're shorting the battery when we use the defibrillator.
We're not inherently electrically charged, dude. That's just not true. We can conduct electricity. It kills us in high amounts. So to say we're electric is silly. Electricity is just a flow of electrons that things do have, and it flows into places that we'd like electrons. But that's it.
and everything we're made up of is electric.
Oh, that's not, dude.
Okay, I know what fact you're talking about. So there's an electrical correlation, or there's an electrical component with every single atom bond, right? So yes, there is electricity component, but no, we're not made up of electricity. See,
Right.
what you're thinking is there's an error here, right? So when you have your atoms, the bonds between the atoms can be considered some type of electric charge, because the way molecules bind is that molecules with certain electrons in a certain ring pattern are attracted to other molecules with basically an opposing charge, because they want full rings, right? Orbitals. The other aspect is, yes, the body does conduct electricity, because either you have your neurons, which produce an electrical current from one cell to another, or you have the ability of the skin to conduct electricity, but you're not a battery. Like, you're just not a battery. We don't plug ourselves in every night, you know?
Okay, hold on, real quick. This is where I gotta call bullshit. You know that old game where you hit the button? Bullshit. I'll tell you why. Because when you go to the hospital, do you know what an EKG is?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, what are they checking for?
Yeah, so they're checking for the rhythm of your heart.
Based upon what?
I mean, based on what? How many beats per minute your heart is.
So
the electric. Listen. Hold on. Listen, brother. Listen. Based upon the electrical activity of the heart. So
Yeah.
guess what? Hold up. Guess what? Just listen. Just sit back and listen, because I'm about to school you. Because I'm getting pissed off right now.
Oh boy. Well,
You just said what you
stay
said.
calm. Stay calm.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll
Hold
stay
on.
calm. My bad,
School
Jeremy. I'll
me.
stay calm.
I'm ready. Let's do
Take
it.
me down. Listen.
Calm down and breathe.
An EKG is the
Hmm.
electricity of your heart.
Wrong.
And what it's really?
Yes, wrong.
Hold on. Okay. Definition.
No, he's right.
Hold on. Listen.
An EKG
Electrocardiography is the process of producing an electrical cardiogram, a recording of the heart's electrical activity. It's an electrogram of the heart, which is the graph of voltage versus time of the electrical activity of the heart using electrodes placed on the skin. Fuck you, suck my dick. Mute me if you have to.
Hold on. Do you understand what an EKG is doing?
Yes, it's reading the electricity that's flowing through your heart, and it has a beat, it has a rhythm, and that electricity is always constant. Always.
No. See, that's the problem. You're making an error here, right?
Oh, fuck me running. Go on.
Yeah, I mean, I know a lot about this because I run this kind of company, and I'm a biologist, and I was an EMT, so I know a lot about this stuff. What you're doing is you have a situation going on in your body, right? So your heart beats. We can all put our hand on our chest and feel it beat.
God damn, this guy. Go on.
Yeah. So we wanna find out a way to measure that, right? And as I stated earlier, cells can communicate with an electrical signal. Pretty much the only way they communicate. They create a chemical change that produces an electrical charge.
We're electrical, but go on.
Well, see, in reality we're chemical, because if you look at the method of action to create that electrical signal, it's actually a potassium sodium pump. So what you're doing is you're making a gradient with chemicals that produces an electrical charge. But that's neither here nor there.
No, it's here. It's literally the bottom line of what we're discussing. What I'm trying to tell you is that our bodies are electrical, and that's why when your heart stops, they shoot you with electricity to get you going again.
No,
Hold on. Matter of fact,
wrong.
there's a very, very realistic fucking example you can present.
Okay, so
If your
sir,
car
you're
has
wrong.
hold on, if your car has ever died, what's the first thing you fucking do? You shoot electricity into the battery, and the
Okay,
battery makes the car
Yeah,
go.
yeah,
so
but defibrillation is
This
not
is the
the same
stupidest
thing,
fucking thing
man.
I've ever heard.
Yeah, man,
yeah,
it's ridiculous.
so here's
So
your
you're
issue,
saying we're
bud.
not
Is that
electricity?
no. Your issue is that we're not like a car, and secondly, you don't use a defibrillator for every time the heart stops.
Did he say we're like a
Defibrillators.
car, or are you gaslighting him there? Did he say we're like just like a car, or is
Yes,
that
he
a little
did.
bit of gaslighting?
No, he was
No,
comparing
he
it to
literally
the body's
exactly said that.
electrical system. The body
Yes.
is an electrical system. The heart beats via electricity. I don't understand what your problem is.
Well,
Why
Exactly.
are
jumping
you
off a
fighting
car is
against
not the
this?
same thing as a defibrillator, though.
But why
No, no,
why
Well,
no,
are
no,
you
you're
no,
making
fighting?
a straw
Hold
man.
on.
no, no, no.
That wasn't his comparison.
No, no, no,
Right.
no. Yeah, yeah, exactly. You're fucking missing the
Literally.
point at this point. What I'm saying is that we are made of electricity, and it takes electricity to get us going again if it stops. No
Not
different than
always.
a car.
Sir, that's what I'm
Break
trying
that
to tell you. You don't understand why we use defibrillators. You
That's
So
not the
have
point
smooth,
of
smooth.
contention.
Hold on a second. Smooth. You're claiming that on one hand you're saying, yeah, there's nothing electrical that's taking place within the heart. We're just
no.
reading the beat, and then you kind of switch that and you say, well, there's chemical processes that take place that cause these electrical signals to be sent. So I guess it's kind of electrical. You're just kind of being back and forth
Okay,
between
so
what's
my
being said.
apologies.
But the fact
My
of the matter is the heart generates an
We don't do any
electrical
damage.
charge to it, right?
And
And that is measurable. And when
yeah.
the heart
let me
stops,
finish.
you use
And
an
you want to
electrical impulse to be able to regenerate and get
Okay.
back
Exactly.
So
into that rhythm,
Dude,
right?
how can
so
hold on? How
that's
can
where we
all
Hold
this
differ.
on,
happen?
hold on, hold on.
Go
No,
ahead.
It's becoming a shit show, man.
Go ahead.
the
Please, one at a time.
so I apologize if it's coming across that I don't agree that there's an electrical current and signal that can be witnessed within the body, because there is. You know, the heart operates via another method of action, but the heart does operate with electrical signals.
So does your
And
brain, by the way.
I know it's all neurons fire with an electrical signal.
All
That's
electrical. Exactly. Dude, then why are you even talking right now, bro?
because I'm trying to express that you are right, but you're not completely right. What I'm saying to you is that,
Thank you, question mark.
yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you, man, is that I'm not trying to fight you on this. Like, there's an electrical signal that you can measure in the body. That's how the body communicates, is that we create a chemical gradient, and that gradient creates an electrical charge, and that charge is able to flow through the body.
And with
But
that being said,
but let me
that
finish.
means we
Let
are
me
electrical. Bottom line.
Sure, that's fine. If you want to say that we are electrical, I will agree with that. Sure, that's fine. But
Okay. Then
what I'm trying to tell you is that you don't use a defibrillator, which is that shocker, like you think you do.
okay, hold on. So imagine something loses its charge.
Yes,
How do
but
you fix that?
what I'm trying to tell you is that that's where we are having the issue. When someone loses their quote unquote charge, you don't plug them into a wall, you don't shock them with a defibrillator. You use a defibrillator to create an arrhythmic situation in the
Which
heart.
creates electricity again.
Right,
So
but
it takes
hold
Doesn't it
on,
just
sir.
hold on. It takes
You,
electricity to create electricity. Will you not agree with that?
isn't it just forcing the muscle, the heart, to contract?
okay, so what is happening is that when you have arrhythmia, part of the heart is contracting in its time. So you have four parts of your heart, four
Yep, you're right.
valves, and
Yep.
they're supposed to correct in a very specific way. And if you have arrhythmia, basically what happens is that the heart is not contracting properly and the flow is not correct. So what you can do is you can take a large amount of charge, a defibrillator, and short circuit the heart so that it restarts. Right?
Yep.
But you're not. This only works in very particular circumstances. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, and I'm trying to tell you that if you take electricity and shoot it into the body, it will get the body to continue its rhythm. That is electricity or
No, but see,
electrical.
that's where you're wrong. It's that sentence right there
Okay,
that I'm
maybe
trying
I'm
to tell
wrong.
you.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, that's what I'm just trying to say is that like you can't just put electricity into the body. It's what we're doing
Then
is
why do they do that?
that's what I'm trying to
When they
tell
do,
you.
people die.
It's
Like
what they're
argument?
doing. What they're doing is they're basically hitting a hard reset. So like when your Xbox not working, when your computer's not
But they're
working,
using electricity for the hard reset. So
that
if you're using electricity, so let's go back to my car battery situation where you like threw me off like I'm a fucking idiot. If I had a dead car, how do I revive it? I fucking shoot electricity into it and it makes it work again.
Okay.
Shazam! It's
But
now
see,
good. I could start my engine again because it has a charge in the battery.
You
No
can't
different
equate.
than
It's not the same thing,
a
man.
heart. No different than a
but
heart.
see, that's where you're wrong because all right, if you were to take your example, right, the heart is the battery, the body's the car. I can't remove the heart and power anything with it, right? The heart doesn't have an inherent electrical capacity. It doesn't have the ability to power. The signal observed in the heart is the communication between cells, right? But you can't plug a phone into the heart and power it. I just sent you a link, right? And it's just the very first Google search, but you can see that an AED or defibrillator is used to revive someone when they have a sudden cardiac arrest. This usually occurs when there's a disruption in the heart's electrical activity caused by a dangerously fast heartbeat or a fast and irregular heartbeat.
Wait. Hold on. To correct you, I've heard that if you try to use defibrillators on people that still have a heart pumping, that's actually dangerous because
So that's where you're wrong again. So what I'm saying,
okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you is that you're right to say that there's an electrical component to our bodies. You're right. You're right to say that there's an electrical aspect to the heart. You're right about EKG. EKG measures the electrical activity within the heart. You're all right there. The issue happens when you think that the body can be recharged like a car. What we're doing is we're short circuiting the heart. That's like we're introducing a voltage or a current that is so large that everything is disrupted and it's supposed to restart together. It's really and you can see this because there's I'll
Same
send you
thing
the
you
link
do in
right
a
now.
car.
No, it's not like you do with a car. Because what I'm trying to tell you is that you can do this without a defibrillator as well. There's certain positions that people can be put into. Usually it's ankles behind the ears. I know you guys are horny, but I'm dead serious. If you put your ankles behind the ears, it's a very similar way to restart the heart.
I've got something from Cardio Partners. It says that the defibrillator works by depolarizing the whole heart system. This will give a fresh start to the heart to repolarize and return to normal electrical activity.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank
Wait,
you.
hold on. So let's read that again. What are we doing? We are resetting the heart, right? That's what I said.
Thank you. You
No,
are answering my fucking. Oh my god. I'm sorry.
I don't think you even realize what your friend just said.
I know what he said. He said
No,
exactly what I was saying.
he said
was
what
saying,
I said. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Your friend just said what I said.
he was saying that Okay, let's rewind. Let's rewind.
I'm going to read it again. It says the defibrillator works by depolarizing the whole heart system. This will give a fresh start to the heart.
Okay. So
Okay.
right there,
Let's rewind. Let's rewind.
Depolarizing.
That has to do with
what does
magnetism.
that word mean?
It
has
does
to do with magnetism, yeah. So, and magnetism and electricity are fairly synonymous in regards to the mechanics. So, yeah, it's
so. In other words, let's rewind. Let's rewind real quick. Just hear
and
me
also,
out.
and before you continue, let me continue with it because it says it creates it makes it go back to normal electrical activity. The shock it's not strong enough. The heart might not completely repolarize, leading to a continuum of arrhythmia. Now, a common misconception is that defibrillators will restart a heart that is in asymptote, meaning flatline. This is incorrect. Once the heart is unable to create its own electrical pulse, the defibrillator will not work.
Exactly.
Okay. Hold on,
That being said,
sir,
hold on. Let me rewind now. Let me rewind.
Let me just respond real quick because what your friend just said is exactly what I'm trying to tell you. Right?
But we're arguing the same side of the coin.
I just have one sentence.
Then we're arguing the same side of the coin.
No, because he just said, right, that a defibrillator does not restart a dead heart. So your idea that we're a dead car and you can restart the dead car with a defibrillator does not work. If you listen to what he said again, right, a defibrillator is used to correct an arrhythmia. It's not used to restart a dead heart.
Okay,
that's the only point I'm trying to tell you. That's the only place where you went wrong.
It's one of the same. It's semantics. It's one of the same. For instance, if I'm going to jumpstart a heart, I have to reset it at a rhythmic, fucking certain electric voltage spark to where it can become active again. No different than a battery when I'm jumping the cables and it gets that battery going again. All I'm saying is this: the heart is electric. Bottom line, the heart.
It doesn't matter what you're saying, dude. You're just wrong about this. If someone's heart is
wrong.
You
So
don't
the heart's
shock
not
them.
electric. Okay.
If someone's heart is stopped, perform CPR.
You're all wrong about this.
Because that will get the heart pumping blood through their system again.
So the heart's not
shocking
electric.
their heart
That's
when
fine.
it's not beating. All you're doing is killing them slowly. So they are totally different things. They're not one side of the same coin, or you saying the same thing. It's not
So the
true.
body's not electric.
You're creating. You're creating
not-
when you use a defibrillator, you're creating a
When
compression
someone disagrees
and
with how it
retraction. Okay, that polarity is creating a contraction and a repulsion, and that effect is what allows that electrical charge, what he's trying to call a spark, to reconfigure itself. But it's premised off of
these niggas.
off the polarity. So that polaric indifference of the contraction and repulsion is the jumpstart method for the electrical system to fire back up.
So I understand what you guys are trying to say. The issue is that let's just drop the example of the car because it's a bad example. Right?
That's fine. That's fair. We can drop it. But I'll tell you what's not fair is that I'm telling you.
I was just finishing. I just gave you something. I've been
really. I know. We'll
really
drop that. But I'll tell you right now.
Let him finish. Let him finish, and then you can.
What's
continue.
not fair?
No. Let.
Him.
Finish.
Okay. That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So let's just drop the car, right? And like I said, so far you're pretty much completely correct. I'm just trying to tell you that,
then why are we arguing?
Defibrillators are not introducing a new charge. When we listen to what we're describing when we use an AED, is we're saying that we're introducing a large electrical pulse to restart everything, right? And we're not putting in a charge into it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. We're not recharging the heart. We're shocking it back into its rhythm. But if the heart has stopped and there's no electric activity in the heart, no amount of AED shocks are going to restart
those
that
things
heart.
that make your no, it's a little patch you put on, and 2 patches per side, and you induce a voltage into your body, a small electric current, and it helps with your muscles and everything. Right? Have you ever used one of those before?
It's called a tensor
Oh,
pad.
you're talking about
Yeah,
Tim's unit.
TENS unit, yeah, tensor pad, whatever you want to call it. So, if you crank that sucker up to its maximum value, you can actually seize your muscles, right? Like it contracts them, and you can't uncontract them. You know that, right?
Supposedly, that's how Bruce Lee died. Supposedly, that was one of the theories.
I
But,
heard about that.
But,
I heard about
but
that.
yeah, I just want to say something that defibrillator or the tensor pad, it's magnetism and electricity. Like I said, are fairly synonymous. When you have an electric current, you have a magnetic field, and that magnetic field is what they're alluding to being this polaric resetting, which is premised off of, or which the electricity is premised off of. Sorry, let me rephrase that. But so you guys are both right.
See, that's the thing. We're not both right, and
this is totally wrong.
Yeah, and I'm trying to be really, really kind here, this low, but I'm not really sure like what you said, because it's not.
He's a bunch of nonsense. He's conflating electricity and magnetism.
What I'm telling you is that you can never separate the magnetic field from an electric circuit. So when you use a defibrillator, you really have a magnetic field alongside with that charge. And it might not be the charge that's jump starting the heart. It might be that magnetic field. But either way,
that's not how it works. And we're not jump starting the heart. That's what we're trying to tell you. Like you guys are,
I understand.
You guys are
That's what I'm
pretty
trying
much
to tell you.
100% right.
A defibrillator stops the heart.
Right. Like I brought up the TENS unit because if you crank it up to max, it seizes your muscles. It stops their normal movement. It contracts them and doesn't let them go. When you defibrillate a heart, if it's arrhythmic, it seizes the whole muscle. So none of it is beating out of sync, and then it beats in sync again. That's all you're doing.
It creates a sync in that muscle.
Exactly like you're right, dude, because all I said was that you seize the muscle and then it beats in step again. You're saying you're jump starting it.
I don't agree with that.
If the heart is not beating,
people that have heart murmurs, if that was the case, people that have heart murmurs would be able to get their heart readjusted back with what you're saying, and that's not even the case.
Well, no, see, that's another issue there, sir, is that you don't understand what a heart murmur is. Like,
yeah, actually, I do. I was born with one.
Yeah. So, hold on. Let's stop it there. You were born with one. Heart murmurs are a result of a physical part of the heart. It's not part of an electrical heart, so you can't go in and get a physical part of your heart adjusted. When you have a murmur, that usually means one of the valves in the heart is not closing completely. You can also have an inverted leaflet, which is one of the most common, but
it usually has to do with an arrhythmic beat, an abnormal beat.
Yes, as a result of a physical issue.
No, heart murmur can be a valve closing it at an inappropriate time too.
Which is a rhythm.
The thing is it can clear itself too. Like it's not something that always stays permanent. Like I grew out of it. People can grow out of it.
Yeah, you're right. The people grow out of of heart murmurs because it gets back in rhythm and it will always stay in rhythm for the rest of their life. That's facts.
No, man.
Anyways, to sum it up, you're wrong about being able to restart a heart. Case closed.
So nobody can restart a heart. That's what you're saying?
Yeah, you could do CPR, but yeah, shooting it with electricity won't restart it if it's not beating.
But it does work, though. What are you talking about?
Well, dude, you just had like 4 different people, including your friend, tell you that's not how it works.
Hold on. So you're So you're telling me a guy's dead on the street, and then they do compressions, right? They're doing CPR. That doesn't work. And then the fire department shows up, and the ambulance shows up, and they get a defibrillator, and they shock them, and all of a sudden they get a pulse.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Here's the thing, guy. When we find somebody down and we hook them up to the monitor defibrillator. They're both in the same now. And he's flatlined. I've never ever been able to save someone that's flatlined.
Yeah, you do CPR to give them a beat, and then you can adjust it if it's arrhythmic with a paddle. But you're never ever bringing someone back to life if their heart isn't beating by shocking their heart.
There has been cases though. I will say that I'll post a reference if you need me to. There has been people that they have been brought back to life after being defibrillated. Real talk. Let me find it for you. If you don't want to believe me, let me find it because that has happened.
That's not what we're saying, dude. It's defibrillation does save lives, but if you get to the patient and that patient is flatlined, no electrical activity, I've never seen one come back.
Okay. So how about this?
Keep saying it doesn't.
So how about this? Are we still not saying that the body is electrical?
Oh, dude, it has electrical components. Your body is neutrally charged. I don't. How many more ways do you want to say it?
That's where the argument started. To be real,
the problem is trying to conjoin these electrical components with something to do with why things fall, or I'm not really sure why you're trying to conjoin or have some kind of universal law that brings everything and explains everything in one thing.
Yeah, actually, you're right because we were talking about electricity and how everything kind of has this electrostatic or electromagnetism connection from the sun, moon to the ground and everything in between. You're right. How did we jump off on that? Like let's try to get to that point to where everything is connected electrically one way or another.
But you just saying words doesn't mean, like, you're talking electric universe stuff, which is a cool concept, but in practice, you can't demonstrate it, like, at all.
You're saying that electromagnetism cannot be this
electromagnetism is something we understand quite well.
Okay, so that's along the lines of the discussion. I don't know what you're debating.
Do you believe gravity exists?
Can we go
I
back to the
believe
heart?
that things fall in density.
All right, so you're wrong then. And I remember earlier you talking about how gravity was actually things finding their electrical equilibrium, which is just nonsense. Like, none of that is true.
It's not true according to what you've been taught. I remember now. You're right.
To you, but why don't you
You're right. You didn't read that chapter in the book, so you don't fucking believe it. I remember.
No, it's demonstrated, man.
Not demonstrable at all. So it doesn't matter if you've read it or not. No one's read it.
Yeah. Even though technically you can demonstrate it, but whatever.
You can't replace gravity with electricity in any way, shape, or form. It's just not.
What is the causal nature of gravity in your opinion?
Let's just ask him, right? I'm interested because he said that we're batteries. So what do you mean that gravity can be replaced by electricity?
Well, what is gravity in your guys' opinion? What is the causal?
No. Hold on. That's not. I don't want to. We've had that conversation.
Well, we need to establish what we're replacing.
No.
First,
He's saying that electricity, right? You know what our model of gravity is. We can't prove it. It's our fairy tale. We have our Bible. Blah blah blah. Okay, cool.
I agree with you.
You know what I believe in, and you know why I believe it, and you're just going to try to get me to a point where you say I can't believe it because it's not provable. Cool.
Because
we've had that conversation.
Many people have many different ideas of what gravity is, and most people don't even really understand the causal nature of it. Many people just try to allude to 9.8 meters per second squared.
Okay, but I'm asking him what his idea is.
Gravity.
That's what I'm trying to say. What is his idea?
So you talk over people a lot, man. You know that?
Yeah, I do.
I already told you my idea.
Hey, do we not have a moderator in here? Because Jeremy.
Yeah, it's getting out of hand, isn't it? Y'all just calm down.
Well, hold on. Let me just say, for instance, Jeremy kicked Brian Leakey out today because of even moderate over talking. So Howard, Jeremy said this. Everybody has had a warning. We all know. You should just start kicking people as soon as they start over talking. There's no more
Yeah,
warnings. There should be no more warnings.
yeah, I can't do that driving.
Yeah, no
Well,
worries, Howard.
if there's another mod in here, we at least need something going on.
Yeah, the
I
problem
mean,
we run
we're
into
all
is
adults, so
over
let's just
talkers tend to come in here and just be able to control the room for like hours because nobody can get a word in edgewise. And people who
well,
are courteous tend to like once they hear somebody talking, back off. But the problem is
That's
not
me.
everybody is courteous like that. So then certain people can come in and control the room for hours and just bloviate.
I don't understand this room's obsession with time. It's not been hours. We had one conversation that was pretty fun, and now he's saying that he believes that gravity can be replaced by electricity. Let's hear it.
Well, what is he replacing though? What is your idea? What is anybody really? My question was towards Nidhug, and you started to respond to it. But
It's
Nidhug,
the same
what is
question.
your idea of gravity? What is the causal mechanism? What causes gravity?
I don't care. I'm pretty sure we don't know what causes gravity other than mass attracting mass, but we can measure it, and that measurement of force is what I'm talking about.
Okay, so maybe he's just saying, well, that causal nature is it's electric
Can we
in
hear what
nature.
he wants
So
to say?
cool.
Can we hear his opinion on what?
So
Well,
here's my opinion. So my opinion is that there's this really weird things that happens when this unseeable or invisible force that's happening, whether you call it pressure or whether you call it whatever the fuck you want to call it, it has to become equal. And what I'm trying to tell you is that when there's this invisible force that's trying to equal itself, that it has this tendency to draw itself to one another so that it happens. So if you want to look at it as quote unquote gravity, go on ahead, call it what you will. If you want to look at it as thermodynamics, pressurizing, blah, 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 go ahead, call what you will. What I'm saying is that there's electric things going on that try to fill itself to become zero,
Okay.
from a high
So
to a low, to equalize. The key
okay.
word here is equalize. So
Okay.
if you have something at a great distance up, then it will equalize to a great distance low.
Okay.
And if you,
Fair. Fair
all
enough.
right, go ahead.
Well,
So
I wanted to chime in really
what?
quick, if that's cool.
Oh,
You said
can I just ask this?
you alluded to gravity being this mass attracting mass. What else in nature has this attractive force or attractive mechanism behind it? How about magnetism?
So I would love to just respond to both points real quick. So I guess one person's stating magnetism is the root and one is stating electricity. Is it fair to kind of say in simple terms that's what you're suggesting?
If you're going to allude to magnetism having to do with, gravity having to do with magnetism, yes.
Okay.
As far as the electric side, I would say it would be more synonymous with electrostatics, which is field dealing with the magnetic field. They're inseparable.
Okay, fine. All right. So both of you have a different view on why things go down, and I'm okay with that. Like my question to you is, why do we see that not reflected in different materials? So we have conductive materials like gold, not gold, like copper. Then we have non-conductive materials like glass and wood. Why is it that these materials don't have different pulls down to the ground? You know, why is it that if it's electrical charge, why don't we experience a different behavior with copper than we do with steel? Why don't we experience a different situation with rubber?
Well, we don't. I mean, you could take any one of those materials and provide an electrostatic field and have it defy gravity.
Well,
So there's a causal link.
But see, what I'm trying to say, and I said it really poorly, was that like, okay, rubber doesn't really conduct electricity. It's an isolator, right? So if I were to have a rubber bouncy ball, right, and if I were to have a copper ball bearing, one conducts electricity, one doesn't. If I had these balls to be the same mass, right, and I dropped them from the same height, I should experience a slight difference in their behavior if the method of action for gravity is either electric or magnetism, because these materials interact with those forces differently. However, if I drop them at the same time, from the same height, with the same mass, I'll roughly experience these materials hitting the ground at the same time. The reason why is because what is pulling them down to the ground is not electricity or magnetism.
Well, let me say this real quick. The same argument, or maybe should I say, for lack of better words, difficult explanation can also refer to gravity. We could call it electromagnetism or gravity, but both have a hard way of explaining why something that is X, Y, and Z falling at the same speeds of X, Y, and Z. This has to do with density at that point.
Okay. So see, that's what I'm trying to say. So all I'm trying to say is that my fairy tale can express the reason why something's happening with one explanation, right? I can say that things fall down at a constant measurable rate, and the reason why is because of this force we call gravity. What made the gravity? Who cares? I don't know. Some lizard, right? But I'm just asking your viewpoint. You're saying, well, it's electricity or it's magnetism, one of the two. So if you take materials that interact with these forces, so we take iron, right, which is magnetic, we take rubber, which is non-conductive, and we take copper, which is conductive. We make ball bearings out of all three and drop them, right? We should see some differences if magnetism really was the cause, or
not necessarily.
It's incoherent. It's in.
Yeah, not necessarily. Exactly. Yeah.
Light versus a light bulb. You have coherent versus incoherent. And as far as gravity goes, that would be coherent dielectric acceleration. To be exact.
Exactly. That's a non sequitur.
Sorry, I didn't understand that.
I heard him. I understand what he's saying. It's a non sequitur because you are not. There are things here in play that aren't exactly what you in your mind can understand or calculate. That's not what's going on, because there are things going on that that are beyond that. It's literally the density of it falling through all three particles has nothing to do with the substance they're made of. It has to do with density. So
I thought you said that gravity was a result of electricity and magnetism. That's what I'm saying. Like, is it density? Is it magnetism? Is it electricity?
They're both tied together. There can be multiple causes for the same thing. I posted something in the back chat.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I posted the drop tower in the back chat, and it shows that things actually don't fall at the same rate. Right?
Yeah, that
you can
drop
see it for
tower.
yourself. The Blimley drop tower, it's German. I can't really remember how to pronounce it. But yeah, it was a vacuum. It was a drop tower. They dropped it. The things didn't fall at the same rate, and you can have heat causing water to boil or low pressure. So think about it like that.
So you know that drop tower. Wait. Hang on a second. Let me say something about the drop tower. That platform was actually shot from the ground, accelerated upward, and then fell back down to the ground. Is how what you're seeing is. That's what happened there.
How do you know that? That's not what I'm thinking.
Because I looked it up. I saw that. I was like, what the hell's going on here? And I
Well,
read up on it.
every time
And
somebody says something negative, I ask them to post it, show me where they got it from. So could you post it and show me that? Because what I'm looking at is there's a box. It looks like there's a camera attached to it, and somebody dropped it. That's what I'm looking at.
No, that
No,
box
you
was
can
actually
see that
launched from the
yeah,
ground and went up and then stopped and came back down.
it's pretty clear through the thumbnail of the
So
video.
you're saying the elements floated on the way up?
No. Go to the beginning of the video, right? If you look at the beginning of the video, they're going upwards and then they're coming down, right? So it can't be dropped because
What's
if it was
going
dropped,
upwards?
that means it would be going back up into space. So if you look at it, right, the beginning of the video, look, it goes up, it comes down, and then it bounces on the ground. That's how we know that it's being launched from the ground.
No, it's dropped. All the elements, including the box and the camera, are in free fall, and then it bounces.
You need to go read it and see what
Yeah,
they
you
actually
keep
did
saying
there.
that. You need to go post something, bro. Every time I
No,
ask
you're the
somebody
one. You're the
about
one
this,
posted it. You're the one
bro,
posted it.
every time I post
I'll
this,
look it up.
somebody
What's the
says,
experiment called?
and then I say, show me, and they're like,
What's it called? German Dropbox?
Yeah.
Hey, Smooth, just real quick, I DM'd you a 3-minute video on the measurement of downward acceleration without consideration for gravity. It's 3 minutes. If you want, go away real quick, watch 3 minutes, and then come back, because that's a demonstration and explanation that you do not have to impose the idea of gravity to get the same
I'm
measurement.
not saying that we need the idea of
And
gravity.
here's
All I'm asking, right, as I look up this German drop tower thing,
what's
all
crazy.
I'm saying is that if it was to be because of magnetism or if it was to be because of electricity, we would see certain materials interacting with these forces differently. Like
But
iron is magnetic, so why wouldn't
yeah,
iron have a different experience than a rubber bearing? And the thing is it doesn't. I mean, maybe
so
very. Go
so
ahead.
so let me share something with you.
Okay.
If there's this crazy unexplainable force that is pulling everything, no matter what your property is, at the same rate to the ground, when you go up, you come down, no matter what you are.
Right.
Why does it have to be attributed to
It doesn't.
a ball
It
earth?
doesn't have to be gravity. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It
No,
doesn't
no, no.
have to be gravity.
I'm not even saying gravity. No, fuck that word. No, that's
Okay.
toxic. Get it out. Get it out. Shut up.
Okay.
Listen. Why does it have to be attributed to a ball earth?
It
That's
doesn't.
my question.
That's what I'm trying to tell you. It doesn't. That's you're missing my main argument. My main argument is that if the reason things fall is because of magnetism or if it's because of electricity, we would experience certain materials having different properties. We would be able to observe that.
But
What I'm
can
saying
you
is,
answer that.
incorporate both? Can you
Don't get it.
incorporate
Yeah,
both?
I can answer that actually. The difference between gravity and magnetism is that in the case of magnets, they're multiplicative point force objects accelerating, so the intensity is many magnitudes greater than that of common objects accelerating towards a null point. Mere masses of the conventional kind are point non-specific incoherent objects. So,
so
with that being said, gravity doesn't exist and it's not a force. And it's really just dielectric nature when it's acceleration.
You're breaking up, bro. Hey,
yeah,
does iron fall with the same energy as rubber?
well, I'm asking, would it if the reason things went down was because of magnetism, right? And we were to create a vacuum chamber and take two bearings, two balls of the same mass, right, or the same size, if you want to eliminate air resistance or whatever,
But
you know.
but you're discluding density, though.
So is it? So you're saying density, electricity, and magnetism are all the reasons
They
why
work
things fall
together.
down?
Yes, they work.
Okay.
Yes.
And the reason why I don't see a difference between an iron ball falling and a rubber ball falling is because of density, right?
Have you tried it?
I don't have those pure materials at my disposal right now. No.
Well, they told me it was just wind resistant, so I dropped a ping pong ball and I shaved the golf ball because they said it was aerodynamic, so I had to grind the damn thing. And they didn't fall nowhere near the same rate. And they said they'd have the same wind resistance and they'd fall at the same rate. But then I asked them why did the golf ball. I demonstrated it. They said it was because the golf ball's denser. So I didn't know. I thought it was just air resistant.
There you go. There you go.
I mean, that's on it. There you go. I'm just saying, like that's a
No. It is though. It's a real life experiment to tell you and prove to you that
But see,
there
that's
is
the thing.
difference.
He's not showing me the experiment. I'm still looking for this German experiment. Like
I posted it in text.
You posted it where? I don't see it after my link.
I wouldn't personally. I wouldn't expect a golf ball and a ping pong ball to hit the ground at the same time.
Me neither.
Where is this link? Like this one? I'm looking online. I can't find it.
It's on it's the one I posted. It was about 4 minutes ago. It's a very short video.
No, not the video. I want to talk about the German drop test.
You don't even have to really go that far. You can go right in text.
Okay. So are you telling me though? Hold on. First of all, who's speaking? What's your name?
Smoothie. Well, people.
Smoothie.
I'm used to be Smooth Brain, but most people call me Smoothie.
All right, Smoothie. Hold on, real quick though. Real talk. You are a skeptic. Am I wrong?
A skeptic of what? Yeah. I would say you're right. I have a skeptical mindset. Yes.
Okay. So it's literally going to take you some hardcore evidence for you to switch your mind. Am I wrong?
Yes. Not hard. No, you're right. I can't even fight it. You're right. Yes. It would take some pretty concrete evidence for me to go to another side. Yes.
Okay. At least I'll say this. At least you're there, because others will not. They will not say that. So there's hope for you, bro. There's at least a glimpse of light that the spirit of the creator is calling you, and you will eventually find that truth. I'm going to say that right now.
Smoothie, what if I can show you different materials, be it plastic, rubber, or metal, or wood, defying gravity, whether it be levitating or not falling due to electrostatic cling? Would that kind of help you understand anything?
No, I mean not really, because it's very popular sharper image, but you can get like a floating light bulb, and the light bulb is being able to float because the induction current that's being produced by the base is greater than the downward acceleration of the light bulb.
Well, how about a living frog or a strawberry defying gravity?
I think it's pretty good. I think that was. I think that was suffice.
Like a frog flying? Is that what you're saying? I mean, I guess.
No, they suspend a frog in space.
A frog levitating. No, it's not in space. It's been shown in university experiments that you can levitate. You can levitate a living frog or a strawberry with a strong enough magnetic field.
Glory be to God, bro.
This should show you that there's a causal link between what you call gravity and magnetism.
Break it.
Guys, let's not talk over or under each other, whatever.
My bad. My apologies. I'm just saying, I think that Smooth is about to get rectified.
Well, let's not make assumptions. But I'm trying to be humble and hoping he's doing the same, and not having this biased position rather than a skeptic mind. But if I could show you a living frog defying gravity,
Yeah, I mean, can you
or a
show it to me?
strawberry. Yeah, you can look it up. I mean, I'm
But you
driving at
just
the
said
moment. Someone else can.
hold on. You just said
Yeah,
you will show it to me. I'm still looking for the German
I
experiment. I can't find it.
well, if someone would do the honors of providing a citation for me. But yes, there's several observations of this being done in a university setting that's undeniable, and even the
Okay.
mainstream agrees upon it. So
Okay,
there's a
then
causal
yeah.
link there.
Can you
But
show it to me, please?
the only thing about that levitating frog is the environment, the energy being inputted, the magnets present. Where do we see that in nature?
Anything that has mass or matter has a magnetic component involved in it.
Yeah, I didn't know
Explain.
frogs were magnetic. So how are you going to say that, like, you know, if a frog's not magnetic, how could magnetism, you know, how did they lift it with magnetism if a frog's not magnetic? Unless,
Well, can someone show the videos, so like the paper preferably, so we can actually like go through the method of action?
Yeah, I posted it.
Do you have the
Thank
actual
you.
paper?
yeah,
I posted
I'm as skeptical as anyone, bro. Like right to hand, he's as
I
skeptical as
posted
anyone.
it, bro. Check it out. I posted
I know,
it.
but this is the YouTube video. Does anyone have the actual paper? Because like what I'm seeing right now is a
All
clip,
right.
10-second clip of a frog floating, but I don't really have anyone telling me what's going on. Does anyone have the paper where I can read
Let me
this?
see what I can. Let me see what I can.
Well, obviously,
I'm
the
driving.
frog does have some sort of magnetic properties, or he wouldn't be floating, right? And the problem with the whole Bellamy drop tower thing is that every time I post it, somebody's got something to say. But when it comes time to like back up what they're saying, right, nobody has anything to say after that. So
Well, that
Well,
I
yeah,
think
it's called the Bellamy.
I posted it.
Sorry, I was in the middle of talking. I think it's called the Bellamy Drop Tower German experiment. And he did it once, and they would not let him do it again because they didn't like the results.
It's called the
Thanks.
that's not
Bremen.
true.
Bremen.
Is
Bremen
there
Drop
anything?
Tower? Thank you.
Is there anything in a frog that's magnetic, or is there anything in a person that's magnetic?
I
Well, the
posted
thing
it.
is,
Everything is magnetic.
now the
Everything
thing
is
is,
Posting it.
incoherent,
Iron.
dielectric.
I'd
Hold
like
up.
to add.
Are we all of
Can
iron?
I add something to that? I
Hold
have
up.
knowledge.
Hold up, real quick. I posted the PDF if you want to look at it and read it. I
Yeah,
posted it. Go ahead.
good. He posted what you wanted. I used to sell magnetic inserts and for your back, your shoes, and what it would do, or what they claimed to do, and this was developed by NASA actually, was to increase blood flow to the area due to the magnetic power. So I think everything's magnetic.
For sure.
we're forgetting about diamagnetic.
Well,
Exactly.
even if you deny the magnetic aspect of everything, there is still iron in our bodies, which is magnetic. So,
Yep. Exactly. Hey, that's why. And here's the thing, though. Here's my argument. Everything that's magnetic can be electric. Am I wrong about that? You let me know.
Well, here's the thing. You can have magnetism or a magnetic field without electricity being involved, but you can never have electricity without a magnetic field being involved.
Thank
So
you. Thank you.
so electricity is premised off of the magnetism, where magnetism is premised off of the dielectric.
Yep. That's what I'm saying. Hey, everything is fucking electric, bro. From the ground to the sun in the sky, bro. It's all electric. Everything.
Well,
And
I would say it's magnetic.
Wow.
Everything is
you're
magnetic.
right. You're right. I'll say that too. It's magnetic / electric because
Just say
this
anything.
this magnetic form that's going on, there's going to be electricity within it. That's just a byproduct. It's just that's just what happens. Like simple equations. Do you remember when like native people used to dance around in circles with their charge of energy, and they used to like somehow like miraculously bring rain clouds above them? Has anybody
yep.
ever heard about that or learned about that?
You talking about rain dancers?
Yeah, yeah, and that's real because they will call upon rain. Realistic. That's a real thing. You can say it's
What do they
not.
say about a stadium that's going crazy? They're like, oh, you can feel it. It's electric in here.
Yeah, yeah, and that hey, the energy of the body is very real. It's very very real. Now you can believe it's not. Well, then go ahead and bury yourself. That's fine. But I'm just saying there are things in this world that you cannot explain, that no scientist, no mathematical equation can come up with it. But it does happen, bro. Like real
So
talk.
the earth is the tool, right? Like the earth is the instrument, and your body is like the input method, right? Like so literally can cater the earth to you if you knew what you were doing, right? And that's
You're
like part of
right. That's facts. That's facts.
Okay.
That's why Native Americans, they literally used to fucking dance and they would bring the rain. Where do you think
Well,
that?
here's something interesting about Native Americans. When you look at their dream catcher and you look at that pattern, that's literally the same pattern that you see under the Pharaoh cell pertaining to the magnetic field. Now, I thought that
Wow.
was something.
Wow.
So I just read this excerpt by Dislow, and I've been reading the PDF by Apocalypse about the magnetic frog or the frog levitating, right? So what is the importance of this frog levitating? Like, why are we showing this, and what are you trying to suggest with this experiment?
What I'm showing you is that gravity isn't the causal link between things falling or not falling. It has nothing to do with gravity rather than that of magnetism and incoherent magnetic fields.
Okay, so let's talk about that for a second. So if you go to the link that you posted, right? And if we go down to it says will or will not levitate, the explanation for geeks, right? So it's like halfway down the page. You can see that what they're doing, so the whole idea of this, first of all, what they're doing, for those who are not reading or driving, they're putting a frog in a magnetic field of 16 Tesla. Now, for those of you who don't know, most MRIs operate at 1 Tesla, and these are huge magnetic fields that require a vast amount of electricity to generate. 16 Tesla is enormous. So what's happening is that they're introducing a 16 Tesla magnetic field to overcome the downward acceleration of gravity, and that math is spelled out in the experiment. That's why the frog is levitating, is because they're overcoming the downward acceleration by introducing a magnetic field which is repelling the atoms within the frog.
See, this is why you can never convince somebody who has a belief of anything.
No,
right?
that's what it says in the paper.
Let me finish.
That's what the paper says. It's not my belief.
Well, let me just speak. So like anything could have happened, right? Oh, it's like, oh, the earth is moving, but why do we feel it? Well, because, right? So it's just justification at the end of the day.
But see, I don't understand that argument, because you guys are, I'm going off what you're showing. You're showing me the froggy, right? And I asked you for a paper about the froggy, and I'm reading the paper that you told me about. And in the paper, it's spelling out that what we are doing is we're introducing a magnetic field to repel the atoms in the frog, but that magnetic field has to first overcome the downward acceleration to gravity, and that's what's spelled there. So it's saying that
magnetic.
Well, there's a contradiction.
How do you explain
There's a
that?
contradiction
How do you explain a non-magnetic thing floating magnetically? How do you explain that?
Well, see, that's the thing. Frogs are magnetic because they're built of atoms.
A frog is not magnetic, dude. Get a magnet and put it next to a frog and see what happens.
But
and then you're contradicting yourself, because you just talked about a defibrillator, right? And now you're countering back and saying that the atoms within the frog are being repelled What would that do to the electric circuit, i.e., the heart of the frog? Wouldn't that wipe it out and stop it? Why doesn't it stop the frog's heart then?
Okay, a couple really good questions. So first of all, atoms are composed of 3 subparts: neutrons, protons, and electrons. Right, with protons and electrons having different charges.
Are you asking us or telling us? Is this a question or a provable statement?
I'm telling you, it's a statement.
So you can demonstrate. You can demonstrate this, or is this just like you're going to talk about God?
Listen, I will turn you down if we're going to have that conversation. Like, we're just chatting here. I'm not going to have this.
Well, yeah, I'm chatting too, and it's just like I could say that protons, electrons, and neutrons aren't real. I could do exactly what you did.
Do it. We're not. That's what I'm saying. You're preventing my ability to. You're clipping me, and you're preventing my ability to continue forward with my point. And I know what you're doing, which is why I'm saying, like, I'm going to choose not to engage with you. I'm talking about the guy and his froggy. So the reason the frog's heart is not being affected is because we're using a magnetic field instead of an electrical field. We're not introducing a high amount of current into the frog.
Well, wait a minute though, because we talked about a defibrillator having to do with resetting the polarity.
Yeah, that's electric. That's electric. We're talking about magnets.
Not necessarily. There's a polaric run within a magnet. So to say that it's different would be a farce.
Well, okay. So what this paper or experiment is showing, right? So we have to disembark away from the defibrillator conversation earlier because that conversation is not applicable to this point, right?
I think it is.
Okay, well, let me express to you why it's not. So earlier, for those who joined in, we were saying that the defibrillator restarts the heart by introducing a large amount of electrical current that basically shocks the cells, contracts them, and allows them to restart as a unit, right?
Well, that's what you denied. That's what we were saying, and that's what you denied. You said it has to do with a magnetic component.
No, I never said it had to do with magnets.
Oh, okay. Well, I could have swore that's what we alluded to.
No,
someone did. They were very wrong.
It wasn't me. I never said that the heart had anything to do with magnets.
Okay, fair enough. Go ahead.
Yeah. So if we can just focus on the froggy experiment, so what they're saying, right, is that they are able to make the frog levitate by repelling parts of the atoms that make up the froggy, right? And the way that they can levitate is by overcoming the downward acceleration. So they're introducing an extremely, and I have to say how large this magnetic field is. 16 Tesla is enormous. That's an enormous magnetic field. So that's why if someone were saying earlier, well, if I take my house frog and I take a house magnet, why are the two not, connecting to each other? It's because you don't have the power. That's like saying, oh, I'm going to take a ring magnet and look inside my body. It doesn't work. Sometimes you need more power for things to happen.
So you're conflating power with magnetism. What makes a magnet more powerful?
Well, magnetic fields are rated in Tesla, right? So I'm saying that 16 Tesla is that's a large magnetic force, and that's spelled out in the paper.
Electricity.
Can I respond, please? All right, so
15 Tesla
you're
to
saying,
lift the frog, then it stands to reason that it's still electric.
I can't hear because multiple people are talking.
Yeah, I think Larry had the floor. Yeah,
I got a little mic. I apologize. I know it's not your fault for over talking me. So yeah, you said that it took 16 Teslas, right, which is a really large amount of energy, right? Think about buoyancy, right? How much buoyancy would it take to make the frog float? And you would think, well, not very much, right? But if it takes 16 Teslas to go against whatever is causing the frog to go down, which is my opinion, I believe, right? That's a lot of energy. That would be like a lot of buoyancy to keep the frog from just going down to the bottom of the pool, right? Because frogs usually float on top of the water, don't they? Some species, anyway. So my point is, what is causing the downward bias that we all see, right? And if you think about it, we've been told for the past, 107, 8 years that it's special relativity, right? And it's a bending and warping of space-time and time dilation and all that stuff. But think about it like a man, right? Not like an educated professor, right? Think about it like a man. You're walking on the ground. You look up in the sky and you see electrical charges and static and all sorts of weird plasma stuff, right? And you might think it's a UFO or whatever. It's most likely a plasmoid, right? What would cause the downward force, things to go down towards the ground, right? What causes the lightning bolt to go, from the sky to the ground or from the ground to the sky? Because both happen.
I appreciate your input, Larry. I do, and I want to address that question, but I feel like it's taking us away from the frog. Because, like, we were trying to talk about the frog and why the frog's floating, and now you're asking me what the mechanism of action is for gravity. And I would love to have that conversation as well, but I think we should finish one of these two conversations.
It's relevant. Go ahead, though. It's relevant.
But I mean, the thing about the paper is that they started off with that premise that gravity is a force or whatever that is pulling the thing down. So starting off that premise, saying that it's balancing gravity, they're just begging the question.
That's fine, all right. Like whether or not we want to say that this is a valid experiment and that everything is whatever. That's I know you guys are really good at arguing what's an experiment and not. Much better than I am, so I'm not even going to go down that road. All I'm saying is that in this experiment that we witnessed the frog levitating, we're able to witness it, and this was posted by you guys, All we're witnessing here, and it's spelled out in the paper, is introducing a opposing force to the downward acceleration, which is greater than the downward acceleration, and that's why we can watch the frog float. And that can be seen in both the link by Apocalypse Guy, that's the PDF. If you don't want to download the PDF, disallow, send just a link to the university's website. Both links will show you that they understand what's going to happen and predict what's going to happen because they're able to calculate the amount of force needed to repel the frog.
Because they've never defined, no branch of science has ever defined magnetism. So if you want to try touching on that, be my guest. But they're making a lot of assumptions with their answers and their conclusions.
I just want to point out that we showed you anti-gravity, right? We showed you things not falling at the same rate, which is another gravity claim, right? We show you the floating frog, and somehow you're like sticking this like in a feather in your hat. Right, that's what I kind of feel like the tone and the vibe I'm getting from you. This isn't a feather in your hat. This is a feather in our hat. Right, the fact that we can sorry, I'm not finished. The fact that we defy gravity here, there, and everywhere, and then we're saying, hey, I can't really science the shit out of the space-time thing, but I can make things rise and fall by affecting the relative density between an object and the medium or the specific gravity. Right, I can make things rise and fall. Can you make things rise and fall by manipulating space-time, sir?
Well,
first, I want to respond to something he said. Where did you show us things falling not at the same rate?
The drop tower.
Yeah, I already told you that drop tower does not.
You done said nuh-uh, but that's all you did. You done said nuh-uh. That's all you did.
I'll repost a drop test in chat.
Can someone post Jeremy, what was the name of that drop tower experiment so I can look it up?
And you're also missing the point that in the paper that is being referenced, they talk about overcoming the force of gravity with this magnetic field. That's the important
they have that as a premise, which they go off that believing that gravity is a real force, which actually they say it in their paper, gravitational forces, which gravity.
Where do they say that in the paper? So I have the paper open right now.
Page 307. I mean, it was number 2 in the actual PDF.
Number 2 in the PDF. Let me see.
And it starts with 16T magnetic field inside a solenoid. It should be somewhere in the middle, where it states that a fixed configuration can be held in a stable equilibrium by any combination of static electricity, magnetic, or gravitational forces.
Right. Oh, so I'm on page 2, right? Are you on point 2, you're saying?
It was on introduction, and it says 16T. It says in the bottom paragraph to the right. Actually, this is the first page. Sorry, I had to. Sorry, it's first page.
First page. The abstract.
And the introduction,
Okay.
right? In the introduction,
what are you saying that the paper's stating in the introduction?
I mean, what I'm saying is, it's going by a premise that there is gravitational forces.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Right.
Well, I think it's funny that they call it a Tesla field, but yet deny Tesla's explanation upon his own discovery and want to make all these other misnomers as to what's taking place in lieu of an explanation.
So it's a hard point to go against. So what I'm saying is that we measure magnets in Tesla units.
No, you measure them in Gaussian readings.
Before you go there, did you understand why they're going with the premise that gravity is a force?
Yeah.
Gravity isn't a force.
But see,
it is.
It is.
Yeah.
So Einstein does not say that gravity is a effect, not a force.
Einstein agrees with Newton that locally you can consider gravity a force.
Well, a force is not a
according
thing.
to Richard Feynman, it says that Einstein pretty much destroyed Newton's.
Let me just say why he said that.
Oh, why he said that?
He said it's not a force because a force requires fuel, and since there's nothing fueling gravity, that therefore it cannot be a force. So he had an explanation and a reason why he believed that.
A force is not a thing of itself. A force is just an action being done. If you're going to invoke a force, you have to first be able to identify a force of what, by what, and to what. Just simply saying gravitational forces doesn't make it come real. Like, what is the prime cause behind your gravitational force? There has to be something.
Yeah, there is. We don't know what it is yet, but that doesn't stop us from measuring the degrees of force.
Well, here's the thing.
All you're measuring is an effect of something falling in a medium that is falling in.
That's fine.
Right.
It's still
not
a
fine.
measured force, whether you like it or not.
It's not a measure of force. You're measuring an effect of something just falling down.
Force, gravity.
That is not a measure of force. All you're measuring is something falling because you let it go.
Gravity would be more of an anti-force than it would be a force, just to let you know.
Yeah, so something that Hank said earlier, he was very precise when he says that, we can manipulate the relative density to change the vector, right, either up or down. So we can manipulate the relative density of mediums in order to change this vector from up and down, depending on relative density. And then we have this demonstration here, and there's many demonstrations, especially with Van de Graaff generators, where you can change the charge or the electrostatic force, or in the case of the frog, the magnetic field, and we can make things change their vector as well, make things levitate, make things go up and down, right? So we have two different aspects that we can manipulate to counteract this downward vector that we're calling gravity. So people who are married to the idea of gravity and what it possibly is there any manipulation that you can do with what you think is the cause for this force that can kind of maybe prove that this is what's causing the up and down that we see? Is there any manipulation that's been done?
You don't need to manipulate gravity to experience it and measure it. You're just wrong.
No, nobody's saying you have to manipulate it to be able to experience. We all understand what the effect is. And when we counter those effects, we have different aspects that we can manipulate to counter the effect that we're seeing, which means that there's probably somewhere within the equation of what's taking place that specific gravity or relative density is part of the equation, and that electrostatics and or a magnetic field has something to do with it as well, because when we manipulate these things, we can change the vector.
Yeah,
So
that's. I mean,
the
that's
effect that we see is the effect that we see. Nobody's denying that. So the cause
right.
of the effect, what is the cause of the effect that we see that we call gravity?
The effect, man. Just get that out of your head. If we do discover it, then great. But we don't know it right now, and it doesn't stop
We
observation.
discovered it.
Wouldn't it be masked?
So then what are you talking about?
So what
really?
is?
When you
So
say
Hold on.
gravity, what
here's
are you
the
talking
thing,
about?
because we're giving you
Hold
the
on.
answers
Hold
to the
on.
thing you
Faisal,
say
hold
you
on.
don't know.
Giving an
Right. Hold
answer.
on. Just a second. So Nidhug, when you say, well, we just don't know, and maybe we'll eventually discover it, you don't find it interesting that there are things that we can manipulate to change these vectors and counteract this alleged force. We just want to kind of hand wave dismiss that and say, yeah, but that has nothing to do with it. We'll eventually figure out what's happening, blah, blah, blah. You don't think that those causal agents have anything to do with it at all whatsoever? We just want to dismiss it?
You're not introducing causal agents. You're saying you can overcome gravity. We'll bully for you. Every time I jump in the air, I overcome gravity. You're not making a good point if you think you're making a point.
You just expose yourself as a scientific illiterate, right? Because when you manipulate the cause of something and you see the effect, you just demonstrated firsthand experience for anyone in the room who wants to go check it out. You get a cup of tea, right? Not a British style, but a Texan style cup of tea, right? And you put ice in it. You drink the water, right? The ice goes to the bottom. Why? Did I manipulate the bending and warping of space-time, or did I change the medium that the ice was in, changing the buoyancy?
Look,
Which one was it, fellas? Come on, use your noodle.
We know what buoyant forces are. No one's denying that. We also know that buoyant forces exist solely because there's a force and a downward vector of 9.82 meters per second squared everywhere on Earth.
Okay, so go ahead and manipulate that, force or whatever that's, over top of gravity. So you say you just came and took the label of gravity and slapped it over buoyancy, right? And then stuck the feather in your hat and dancing around, right, like you won or something. Can you demonstrate anything that you just said?
Stop it. That's 9.82 meters per second squared and a downward acceleration isn't buoyancy. If you think it is, then
so what did you just say?
What's the particle associated with your gravity? Since everything in your worldview is materialistic particle interactions, I'd like to know is it a graviton particle?
No, we haven't discovered it. Some people think it is.
Okay, so you haven't discovered it. We're giving you some pretty good telltale signs that we have a good indicator of what your gravity could be, and then you're just wanting to stay willingly ignorant towards the answers we're giving you.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. What was the cause of gravity again?
I just told you it was dielectric incoherent mutual mass acceleration pertaining to magnetism solely.
Right. Okay. So gravity is magnetism, basically, is what you're saying.
Yeah, it's a different type of magnetism. It's multiplicative.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
cool. How do you measure magnetism again? I forgot.
With a Gauss meter.
Oh, cool. How much do you weigh in Gauss?
Never measured my Gauss.
Yeah, because you can't, because they're not the same. Try again.
So you're saying you can't measure magnetism with a Gauss meter? Is that what you're indicating?
I'm saying you can't weigh yourself with a Gauss meter, and if gravity is just magnetism, then you should be able to weigh yourself with a Gauss meter.
Well, like I said, it's incoherent magnetism.
That doesn't mean that doesn't mean anything. It's made up magnetism, is what you just said. Which, sure, if you want to call it made up magnetism, then it's really hard to refute something that's made up.
You have coherent versus incoherent.
All right.
Point
so what's the
source
difference?
versus non-point source. I mean,
okay. So what do you measure them using Gauss in both instances, or do you not? Yeah, I thought so. You're done. Try again.
Why are you trying to say that you would have to measure your weight in Gauss? If we're saying that there is a magnetic
so can we
component
stop
to
saying
this,
Gauss?
then why would you?
Is that a unit? Is Gauss a unit of measurement?
Yes.
You just
Okay.
interrupted that dude. Can he start
Yeah,
over?
can Napalm finish what he was saying, please?
Smooth's good at overtalking me. But anyways, yeah, so what I was saying is why would you have to say that we would need to measure weight in any other way than we currently measure weight, depending on what the causal agent is? Why now would something have to be changed?
Yeah,
All
made
we're
no sense
measuring
to
when
me.
we're
You're implying that gravity is just magnetism, incoherent magnetism. We measure magnetism differently than we measure the effect of gravity on us. We measure the effect of gravity in the form of weight in kilograms. We measure the effect of magnetism in the force of, or in the measurement of Gauss.
So let me ask you, hold on.
Yeah,
Let me
real
just ask
quick.
you a quick question. Hold on,
I
Tesla, for
started
just a
my
second.
explanation.
So if
I
we,
started
if
my explanation. I didn't finish. So when you say one is the other, because you said we know the cause of gravity, I'm giving you really strong evidence that it's incoherent magnetism. Well, if it was incoherent magnetism and they're transposable, you should be able to say, well, then I can measure my weight in Gauss. And
Do you know what?
conversely, you should be able to measure magnetism with weight. You
Do you
can't
know?
do either because it's not true.
Do you know the associated variables with weight? Because if you don't, then then you're kind of creating a straw man.
Also, do you know what incoherent magnetism even is?
Formula. Would you like to know the formula for weight?
No, I'm asking you what are all the associated variables with weight? Because if you can't identify those, then you can't make the link that you're trying to make here.
A formula is
Yeah.
a mathematical description, right? I can describe it in English, right, and it's just as valid, right? How much does a hot air balloon weigh? How much does a helium balloon weigh?
How much does it have? More parameters. How much does any helium balloon weigh? Depends on how much helium there is.
Okay, how much does a balloon that's full of helium and nothing else weigh?
I don't know. How much helium did you put in it?
I said full.
Okay.
Compare it to the weight of the atmosphere.
Full is
That it's
ambiguous.
displacing.
How much put in it?
Right.
But,
So where's your gravity now?
There's a
Just,
mass.
just to answer your question, weight of a mass is merely point non-specific, or what we call incoherent. And again, if you can't identify the variables associated with it, then how can you say that magnetism and weight aren't applicable?
Just stop. You're
Because I can
grasping.
test them with magnetism and weight. Now I can modify magnetism in electric fields and see that it has little to no effect on it.
Well, we just showed you that wasn't the case. We levitated a living frog. Why isn't it falling down?
Because
That's
you can
because that was
counteract,
in a 10 Tesla
you can
field.
counteract the force of gravity. You can counteract the force of gravity pretty easily by way of jumping in the air or birds flapping their wings. It's not
That's
hard
only
to overcome.
that's only momentarily.
But it's still there.
If you scaled that frog, it would be like about 100,000 Mount Everest. If you scaled that frog, so you're talking about the 17 Teslas. That's nothing compared to the scale. If you scale that plate as Earth and the frog, it'd be immeasurable. And do you even know what incoherent magnetism? Wait, hold on. Do you even know what incoherent magnetism is, bro?
You're making an issue here, right? So
he asked him a question.
But the question is
he asked him a question.
It's not a real question, is what I'm.
It's not a real question.
No.
What is incoherent magnetism?
Are you denying it exists?
Am I? I don't know what that
is it
word
word
even,
salad?
What?
Is he just saying word salad, or is he saying something that's valuable?
It sounds like word salad, which is why I'm calling him. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It sounds like word salad.
Just a point of while ago, Larry, at 46 minutes past the hour, I posted the information about the catapult within the tower that is relevant to the image you posted.
46 minutes after the hour. Thanks.
I want to apologize to Napalm for interrupting him. I'm going to back out. So, Napalm, if you have anything to say, go ahead.
Let's talk about the frog again, because there's a lot of really good resources here. The frog, the way the frog is being levitated is by introducing a magnetic field, right? And that requires a huge amount of energy. So I just looked it up. 1 Tesla is 10,000 Gauss, right? So we're talking about 16 Tesla. 16 times the normal strength of an MRI, right, is used to overcome the force of gravity or the downward acceleration. So I don't understand why you guys are so using this levitating frog as evidence of your side, but then when we talk about it, you denounce the experiment.
It's kind of like how you keep saying there's a downward acceleration when there's also upwards acceleration, and then you just say, well, that's because...
So what's the upward acceleration?
So like
Balloons.
if you take you put a piece of wood at the bottom of water, does it stay at the bottom because of gravity? Oh no. So now there you go. So you're just going to say gravity is what makes everything do this all the time, except when it doesn't happen. Yeah. Hold on. You're clipping. Let me just get it all out. So you're going to say gravity is this universal law, always does it, right? That's how we know that's the law. Except when it doesn't do what it's supposed to do, we make up excuses and fill in the holes.
Okay, so with the piece of wood, right, if you were to draw a force diagram, you would draw the downward acceleration of gravity pointing down to the bottom of the ocean, right? And then you would draw the upward acceleration due to the buoyancy force. So because the wood is less dense than the water and has a buoyancy force pointing upwards, right? We can calculate it. We can calculate, oh, well, this piece of wood will float because the upward acceleration from buoyancy is greater than the downward acceleration than gravity.
Well, you're just quantifying with math. You're not giving a cause, right? So you put the wood in air, it falls. You can, hold on, don't clip. You put the wood in air, you drop it. You don't see why it happens. You can write a math formula, which is basically imagination, right? That another person who knew the imagination you knew, they can understand it. But at the end of the day, you drop the wood, it falls. You put the wood in water, it rises up. Now, you don't see why that you're just, what are you doing, dude? Just shut up.
I'm saying
yeah. No, don't say anything.
Bro.
Don't say anything. No, the guy who keeps going, yeah, that's stupid. I don't say yeah when you talk.
That wasn't Hank. That wasn't Hank.
I didn't say it was. I said to the person who keeps saying yeah, to stop. So again, just dropping a piece of wood in air and seeing it fall, and then putting it into water and seeing it rise. You're not.
You don't force.
You just
arrow drawn on paper.
So what's your point? Like I don't understand.
So all right, you ask me. I'll make the point. So you're trying to quantify a force, but the only way you can quantify this force that moves this wood is by drawing arrows on a piece of paper that point down or up.
Okay.
So why do you believe that there is this magical thing that influences objects just because objects move? Where do you bridge the gap between this non-physical mechanism that moves a rock down and the physical rock moving down? How do you connect those?
Well, okay. So with the Froggy experiment, right? We
I was talking about the rock.
Right, but I'm using this Froggy experiment to express my point since it's an experiment that's posted in chat. So we know frogs do not float, right?
On what? Depending on your medium.
I mean, frogs float in water because they have air in their lungs, but we can...
But you don't say why. The frogs float in water, okay? Now, when you start saying why they float, that's not what we see. So you're going into your imagination because you have to explain why a frog floats in water when you believe everything should be pulled down.
Well,
frogs float in water.
Dead frogs don't float in water.
Yeah, they do.
You sure about that?
How long they've been dead?
Dead frogs have been dead. Okay, gases are why frogs float in water, and I can prove it, okay? That's not hard to prove.
Oh, is it?
Seriously, it's not hard to prove. I can take a live frog, throw it in water. I mean, frogs are able to... We're not going to get into this point, because frogs...
Well, but it is the point, because if the gas is why it goes up, then it's why it goes down, not gravity.
I can show you an anvil. I can show you an anvil floating in Mercury. Where's the gases there?
Okay, so We're talking.
Still buoyancy.
Frogs on land do not levitate. Can we agree with that?
Well, don't they jump? I thought they defy gravity when they jump.
I said the levitate. Can we agree that frogs on
Yes,
land?
we agree with that. We can agree with that.
Okay. So in order for this experiment that you guys claim is evidence, right? We have to say we are somehow making the frog float, correct?
Okay.
We're introducing a magnetic field to make the frog float. Cool. So the question is, what
I would disagree with that. I would say you're manipulating what's already there to make the frog float. And I think that's the point of the other side, is they're saying, we're not introducing something new that makes it float. We're just manipulating what pulls it down to make it go up. And that's their point.
That's not right at all.
Okay. Yeah. Just tell me. Okay.
Okay. So
you're trying to say that the mechanism for down is the same as the mechanism for up. The mechanism for up was magnetism in this case. Therefore, the mechanism for down would also be magnetism because that's what they manipulated. This is the point.
But see, so I understand what you're saying. What I'm trying to show you is that let's say we don't know what the mechanism for down is, right? What we're saying is that we can introduce a force to make things go up, right? So we can introduce magnetism to make something go up. We can introduce
force?
Huh?
Is magnetism a force?
That's what we've been saying.
Magnetism.
That's what we've been saying in the chat, that it's a force. But if you don't want me to use that word, I won't.
No, I was just asking a question.
Call it magnetism. Don't label it as something else. It's magnetism, right? That's what it is.
So in the experiment, we introduce magnetism, right? And we can introduce this by creating a magnetic field, and we are watching the frog levitate, which is something we don't observe in nature, right? So we're able to make the frog float by introducing an environment that is not common in nature. Now, we don't know why the frog is being pulled down. Fine, that's cool. But we are able to say, well, we know the frog is being pulled down by something, and we know that the frog is being pulled down around this rate, around 9.8. So if we were to introduce a magnetism of this power, of this amplitude, we should see the frog levitate, and that's the experiment. So it doesn't really matter what is pulling down the frog. What is important is the number. So we're saying that the frog is pulled down at 9.8. Right? It could be density, it could be electricity, it could be whatever. But we're saying that we're able to oppose that downward force with magnetism of this value.
Right hand. Is it possible to have multiple things acting on one object?
Yes, of course.
I would be interested if the hand agrees.
What's it? Of course, there's always going to be. It's very difficult to ever isolate something where nothing else can interact with it. Of course, no words. But what we're saying is that whatever's pulling things downward, right? We can calculate how to oppose it, right? So we call it gravity colloquially, but it's just a downward force. And we're saying that we're able to oppose this force and we're able to experiment with it.
Well, the Gauss is measured in centimeter grams per second. So it can be attractive and repulsive. So you can't compare Gauss to gravity. It's just math, okay? But here's my point. Do y'all know what incoherent magnetism even is? So if you don't, we can describe it. Because earlier he said that doesn't mean nothing. Earlier the guy said it doesn't mean nothing. So do we need to describe it to you?
Please.
Go ahead, Daslow.
I would ask when is magnetism considered in the manufacturing of an airplane or a boat, or I mean, we don't have to consider magnetism or electricity. We consider gravity.
When is space time, Howard? When is space time?
I don't care. It's not relevant to my question. It's like we don't
Howard,
use magnetism and electricity in calculating for gravitational forces.
you don't use gravity at all when you fly, dude.
No, I work against it.
No.
What is
Listen, man.
incoherent magnetism?
Listen. You don't listen. This is the same thing I've said with anything that you construct, anything in engineering, anything that you tell me. Oh, they account for gravity when they're constructing this bridge. No, they're not. No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
They account for weight.
Well, which is gravity.
I just want to hear this bullshit explanation this guy has of incoherent magnetism. If you could just have a minute to explain it.
Yeah, would you please?
Well, earlier he said that doesn't mean nothing. Okay, well it does. And here's the problem. Before I explain it, I'll make this quick. Is incoherent magnetism was not known when they with Newton and Einstein. Not even Einstein. So thanks for interrupting, dude. I told you I'd keep it short. Even Einstein and these guys didn't know what incoherent magnetism was. Okay, so what it is?
You can tell me, what does incoherent mean?
I'm trying to tell you, man. Please, dude.
I thought Dyslow was going to go, but go ahead.
Hey,
Brian.
Can we get a mod?
Yeah, come on, y'all. Come on,
here,
guys.
please.
All right.
Can we get a moderator?
Yeah, I know, right? Anyway,
how about we get people to moderate themselves? Wouldn't that be weird if like everybody just like stopped talking when everybody was talking?
Yeah, the guy earlier who just called me out, like, anyway, yeah. So let me just say what it is. So they didn't, real quick, they didn't know, Einstein and them didn't know about this. We do now. Okay, so what it is it's incoherent. Same thing as light. Coherent light would be a laser. So coherent magnetics would be a regular magnet. Okay, incoherent means like light spread out, like magnetism spread out. So if you take 100 magnets and jumble them together, you lose the repulsive force. It's no longer there. It's only attractive, and then it weakens it too. So the more magnets you add, the more it kind of weakens it, a little tiny bit. But you lose the repulsive force altogether. So North Pole, South Pole alike will only. So that's why it's dielectric, incoherent dielectric magnetic field.
Okay, so I don't think you used that properly, but if you did, can you please show me like your source so I could read it? Maybe I just didn't understand it correctly. Can you show me your source that kind of says that incoherent magnetism is?
Do you know what
jumbling of
additive rather
magnets?
than multiplicative means?
That wasn't the question. Like, I'm just asking for
Well,
the
it
evidence
is.
so I can. Dude, I'm a skeptic and I need hard evidence we establish this to change sides. So I'm asking.
We just discovered these things. There might not be a source for it. We just discovered them over the last decade.
But do you have any papers or anything?
I guess
yes,
I'll get
we
to
do.
that.
You just got to give us a little time to get it together, okay?
Okay, thanks. Yep.
And since there's somebody snoring.
Somebody's snoring.
Since there's a break. Saw it too, bro. Since there's
bet
a
I
break,
know
I
who
want
it
to
is.
address. It ain't me, cause
It's the guy
I wanted
sleeping.
I wanted to address the catapult thing. So what we have in the drop tower experiment, it appears that there's a bunch of metal or elements placed on top of a board that's got a camera attached to the board, and this board is attached to some sort of rope, right, or something that's dropping it. You mentioned a catapult. Now, if they would have catapulted those loose elements up into the air, do you think those elements would have, stayed in one spot unless they could shoot it like straight up, like a cannon pointing forward towards the zenith? Like I don't think that's what's going on, in my opinion. In my opinion, there was no catapult involved. It was just a sudden release of the contraption that was holding it up in the air, or in the sky, in the elevation, and it was released, and then all the elements and the contraption that's holding the camera starts to fall at the exact same time. And as they fall at the same time, the elements don't fall at the same rate. So can you show like what your evidence, other than what you said in the chat for the drop tower? Because I don't see any evidence in that GIF whatsoever.
Well, I'll have to look deeper. I actually read the paper associated with the experiment that you're showing the imagery for, and I'll have to look deeper. But it says clearly in there how they did it, and they did accelerate it. And to the top, and then it came back down. And it said that the varying masses performed exactly as they should according to current rules.
Well, no,
Anyway,
that's
Ryan,
not,
can
that
you
can't.
can
That
you
last
post
part can't be
that
true.
that
Sorry,
paper
excuse
for
me.
us?
Sorry, you're not involved in this
I'm
conversation.
just
You're talking
asking
to
to
what?
post the
Hold on a
paper.
second. Hold on a second.
Dude,
I'm talking to him.
chill, Larry, just chill. I'm asking you
Yeah,
to
I
just
know.
post the
Chill out,
paper.
bro. I was talking to this guy. Give me a
Yeah.
second. Like I waited for you to get done with your conversation, right, about magnetism, right? Just relax. So, you threw me off my groove. Good job, buddy. So basically, they would not fall at separate speeds, right? Because it's the same weight for each element. So if all the elements weigh the exact same, right, and they roughly have, the exact same mass, right, the exact same gravity on each object, that's why they're different sizes, because different elements weigh different things, right? And there's no friction of the air. So that eliminates that variable. So you said that they performed the way that they should. I don't think you understand gravity very well.
Yeah, they were varying in mass, and the experiment actually had to do with inertia rather than gravity itself.
No, they're not varying in mass. They're the same mass, different volumes, because different elements have different weight.
Yeah, I'll have to dig the paper up. I'll have to find it to show it to you.
I would love to see the paper because I've only seen it in German and I don't freaking say Deutsch.
Does anyone know what this fucking thing is even called?
The Brennan Tower drop.
Brendan, I think I can't think of the initials of the tower name itself, but it's in Brennan, Germany.
Here's my thoughts on this. So if we use Cavendish, go ahead.
Who's
Trev.
snoring, dude?
Yeah, somebody's been snoring for a minute.
Somebody's snoring, but hey, listen, Brian, did you watch that video I posted?
I didn't watch the new one. I watched the one about the poor little photon.
No, no. You got to watch the next one about the gravity drop.
Oh, okay? Yeah, I will watch that now. But let me say one thing real quick. So I've tied in the Cavendish to the dielectric acceleration. So basically, what we could show with Cavendish is the same way they did the Coulomb. They used the freaking the pendulum. The freaking same setup for Coulomb's law, and it was stronger than gravity. But here's how it ties in. So we can show it ungrounded and measure it in coulombs and get a more powerful force than gravity. But if we ground it to the Earth, we're tying into the incoherent field itself. So if we ground everything to the Earth, then once again, all we get is attractive forces. So that knocks out the repulsion in Coulomb's experiment. And it also weakens. So, and it's consistent because the field is consistent. The incoherent field is consistent. So Cavendish, to me, could very well be showing the dielectric acceleration, or little d, or big D.
Let's not talk about my D.
The amount of hoops you guys
Big
jump through
density.
to just say gravity exists is.
So we're changing it to big D, man.
Yeah,
Dielectric.
and there was a guy who sounds a lot like Ross from Friends who was trying to get a question in, and we both started talking at the same time. I would like to offer him the floor.
Yeah, I'm gonna go watch.
I do
Travis's
not
video.
sound like David Schwimmer.
You heard
No,
it here
not you,
first,
bro.
guys. I gotta go. I'm gonna go watch
Other guy
Travis's
who's
video,
been
and I got
talking.
something else to do. Y'all take it easy, man. But you heard it here first.
Well, I hope
Later.
he wasn't
Later,
talking
Brian.
about me. I don't sound like this. Isn't David Schwimmer, right? Or not David Schwimmer?
No, I was talking about the guy who was arguing about the frogs and the magnetism.
Oh, that's
The
me.
guy that sounds like Lael.
That's Smoothie,
Yeah, he sounds like Monica's brother.
also known as X-Lax.
Pivot.
Oh, I've only been Smoothie.
Oh, now I hear it. Now I hear it.
So that's not Lale?
No.
No, you know that.
Wow. I really didn't know that, dude. I thought it was Lale.
Yeah,
it
where the
took
hell's
me a
Lale
while.
been, dude? He's been gone for a while, huh?
He's still stuck in 33 RPMs.
Since no one's talking, I want to bring up the whole rain dancing thing. I got to admit, before I talk to an authentic native, I thought it was a bunch of BS, but here's the science behind it. They got a fire, they're dancing around the fire, and as they kick up the dust particles from the dirt, because they always dance in the same area, so there's no grass, right? The dust particles are going to be rising up because of the vortex. Good, how are you? It's okay. Sorry, I didn't know it was going to happen. So the dust particles are going to rise up in a vortexual and heat causing the dust particles to go up in the sky. And it turns out that Operation Pai, when they extended the monsoon season of Vietnam by 6 weeks, right, to get them out of the foxholes, that's how they do it, right? This is how cloud seeding is done. They take particles and they put it up into the atmos, right? And when this happens, the static electricity like sucks the rain together to these particles, and it works the same way with the dust particles. Thanks.
Does anyone still want to talk about the frog?
No.
Yeah,
There you are.
I feel froggy.
No.
Yeah, talk about the frog, man.
I'll add something about the frog. If you're levitating something by increasing or decreasing some type of input, right, electrical or static or whatever it may be, wouldn't that lead you to believe? Yeah, wouldn't that lead you to believe that that's what's given us our bias in the first place? And then all you're doing is changing the amount to make something levitate and or fall at a different rate. Thanks.
So I don't understand the question.
Okay, well, you can introduce to a balloon an electric charge and just have it in one position and then increase the charge, and I believe it goes up, and decrease the charge and it goes down from that point. So wouldn't that imply that there's a some type of current creating the downward flow? Get it? Current. It all starts to add up to me.
So
basically, what he's telling you is you can never isolate gravity, but we can isolate the variable that causes things to go down or up, being magnetism.
Exactly. You're saying we're overcoming gravity, but what if we're not overcoming an unknown variable that we can't prove? What if we're just increasing or decreasing the flow that we can observe and can manipulate, such as the electrical current that seems to be a downward bias towards the ground, all electrical terms? That makes a lot of sense to me.
So
yeah, think if you had a somebody on a string and you pull the string and he goes up, and you let go of the string and he goes down, right? It's still the string that makes it go up and down. So if you can make something go up, again, it would be stand to reason. That's the reason it would go down.
Exactly.
Okay,
so now this leads back to my question. Is it possible to have multiple forces acting on a single object?
Well, you would have to be able to isolate it to invoke a force. You can't just slap labels on things moving and call it a force. A force of what?
Exactly. So if you're blowing like a sailboat's moved by air, right? That's not a force. That's the air. So you can say, oh, and it's resisted by the water.
Sailboat's moved by Bernoulli principle.
Oh, please don't cut him off. I mean, I quit.
Right, but he's wrong. The sailboat's moved by the
It doesn't
Bernoulli
matter if
principle.
he's wrong. You've been explained several times. Don't cut him off.
Yeah, can someone just kick him for 30 minutes? I mean, it's what?
But to think that the Bernoulli principle is what moves the plane and not the air, come on. Like,
well, your string example.
That's what moves a sailboat. And if you're going to cut me off every freaking time, expect a little bit of...
Go ahead, dude. I said go ahead.
You cut me off again. Fuck you, Brian. The Bernoulli principle is what causes the sailboat to move, not air.
Can we get a mod in here, please?
Okay, so if there was no air and just the Bernoulli principle, you could move a sailboat? Is that what you're telling me?
Well, you would probably be dead, because if there's no air, it'd be very hard to breathe.
Are you sure you're not breathing the Bernoulli principle?
Yeah.
Are you
know what the
ion?
Bernoulli principle is?
How does this
There is a
all apply to the
difference.
frog?
It's crazy that they can't separate the difference between
Yeah,
the label and the thing that they're labeling.
maybe
Why
not
Like
is
gravity.
addressing for a little bit. But
It's
your
crazy
string,
to understand what a
right?
force is, but I guess not all of us passed middle school, right?
Well, his string idea was a perfect example. Like we're saying, there's some type of string material. This electrical force, whatever it is, that string, you pull on it, go up. Put less force to that string, and you go down. And what I'm hearing that other people are saying is, well, yeah, we know there's other forces like strings, electrical forces, but there's this unknown thing that we can't really prove, but theoretically it's there, that's tugging on the string up and down depending. That
It has
doesn't
to be.
logically
Rakia,
add up.
can I respond
It
to
has to
that?
be. Yeah.
So, this was all about the frog, but let's talk about the rope, right? So, we're gonna make a pulley. So we'll attach the pulley to the ceiling of the room. We'll put a rope through it, and we'll put our Xbox on the end of the rope. We pull on the rope, the Xbox will go in the air. If we decrease the amount of tension we're putting on the rope, the Xbox will come down. What happens, right, when we pull the Xbox to the top and let go of the rope? Is it the rope that's pulling the Xbox down?
Well, we're using the rope
Nope.
as an analogy of current, of electricity or static or whatever
I
it may
know, but
be.
I'm talking about in my example. In my example, you can just say that it was a bad
Yeah.
example on your end.
No, it's a great
Is it
example.
the
There's a
rope
bias.
that's pulling the Xbox down if I let go of the rope?
Well, in our analogy, it is because there's a bias towards the ground, which is where the current is flowing. So yes, it would go to the ground. Of course it would.
Okay, sure. Okay, so you're saying that there is a bias towards the ground, right?
Just like electricity, yeah, there's a resistance. You
Okay,
have
so you're saying that
resistance.
there's an electrical bias towards the ground. Is that correct?
I'm saying it's electrically based, yeah.
Okay.
Positive, negative ground resistance.
Okay,
Yep.
perfect. So what if I took a non-conductive material like rubber and a conductive material like copper? Would I experience two different situations because one is a conductor and one's an isolator?
Yes, I can hang on, I can answer that. Just like you have a river of flowing water, just think about that being your river or current of electricity going towards the ground. So when you put that non-conductive material in the flow of the current, it still flows. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so
I'll be here all week.
you're telling me, right, that the electricity is going to affect a material that's not affected by electricity.
Yeah, if you put that material, if you lift that material or move it into the current, then yes, it's going to flow in the direction of the current, just like in water.
He's assuming that rubber is completely non-conductive. There's nothing that's completely
Well, hang on, it doesn't matter.
non-conductive.
It doesn't matter. You can assume that something doesn't float. So when you put it in a river of water, flowing water, it's not going to move as fast as something that is really buoyant and is going to haul ass, right? You have resistance, you have friction, you have different things flow better in river,
Okay, perfect,
different
perfect.
shapes. So it's just like in the current of the air or the electrical charge that we know all exists in the air, which is causing this current towards the ground.
Yes, Rakia, that's exactly where I was trying to get us. Thank you. So you're saying that there's, just like with a river, that we can experience different speeds for materials that we put in it. So wouldn't it go to reason that if you have an electrical bias to the ground, that conductive material like copper would accelerate faster with the flow of the electrons than an isolator like rubber?
Well, I would think that that's very, very slight, but like if you put a drop a magnet in a copper tube, it slows down or speeds up. You can
No, hold
do
on. But I
different
want to
things.
go back to your
You've cut me off
river.
all 3 times. This is the 3rd, so I'm gonna just tell you that you're doing it, just in case you're not aware. So I'll go on mute again. I've told you almost every day we've talked. As soon, I'm talking about the split second I can get my fat thumb on the button, I go on mute when I'm done. So different things are going to flow at different rates due to many different factors. But if you imagine that water flowing from the sky down to the ground in that vertical way, and you put something in that current, it's going to flow at a certain rate. They call it acceleration or whatever you want to call it. That's why I think it reaches, I'm sorry I paused, but I'll finish. That's why I think it reaches a certain acceleration and then it stops accelerating, because that's how fast the actual current is flowing. Thanks.
Okay.
Still got
So
next after Rakia, and you just got finished.
my question is, if for the river, right? If you put different types of materials in a river, like if we were a science class and we were saying who can make a material that goes down the river the fastest, some dumbass would make a rock, some dumbass would make a boat. You know, we can say that different materials can flow through the river faster. So if you're saying that the dielectric force or the electrical bias downwards is an electrical current or a flow, why don't we observe different materials with different downward accelerations? You know, like
we do.
So you're telling me that if I were to take a 1 ounce rubber ball bearing and a 1 ounce copper ball bearing, right, in a vacuum chamber, that
where does the
they
vacuum
would
chamber exist in nature?
That's not what I said at all.
And also,
they do
not
fall
what
at
I
different
said at
rates
all. If you
in
put
reality.
similar dense and same density, they're gonna flow. They're gonna flow downriver at similar rates, just like in the air. But if you
But
put
what?
a feather in the air and a marble, then the marble is gonna fall quicker. Just like if you put a leaf in the river or something that flows quicker, that thing in the same current is gonna flow faster downriver. You said it yourself. If you wanted to win a race, you wouldn't put a rock. You would put a boat.
Exactly. So that's what I'm saying, right? I'm
Yeah,
saying
thanks for
that
agreeing with me. Sorry for cutting you off.
no, I'm saying that there's material, right, that is more conductive than other material, right? So I'm saying if there's an electrical flow down with a downward bias, right, there has to be a way to capitalize on that downward bias. There has to be a way to make a boat, if you would, on that electrical downward bias. And I would assume that would be conductive material like copper. So
But you can do it more with that. Yeah, you can introduce more charge to something that's more conductive, and it's either going to levitate or go faster. Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Okay, so why don't we experience, right, rubber balls having a different, you know, a different downward acceleration than copper balls?
You do in water.
Well, I'm not so
Not
sure
in
we
water.
don't.
I'm not talking in water. I'm talking about we're not in air, right? In air. Why don't we observe rubber balls having a slower downward bias than copper balls?
We do.
Who's saying we don't? I say we do. I'd say the copper ball would be absolutely would be less friction, and if it has a more conductive conductivity, then and that causes it to flow faster in that type of current, electrical current, then yes, it would fall faster. The rubber ball would be more friction because it's rougher. You can't get it as smooth or whatever, and it's less conductive. Then yeah, I would say it would fall at a different rate. Absolutely.
Okay, they do fall at different rates. Let's say that you're on top of the Mount Everest, right? And there's a sheer cliff, right? And at the same time, you let go of the rubber and the copper ball. Now, initially, the rubber ball is going to fall faster, right? Because of less mass, less inertia, right? You get it. And then eventually, there's going to be this thing called terminal velocity that happens to the rubber ball, and the copper ball is going to go faster and hit the ground first.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think just like when you set something in a flowing water, it takes time for it to get up with the current, right? Up to speed. But once it reaches that terminal velocity, that speed of the current, it's really not going to go faster unless you introduce a different variable like an electrical charge or whatever it may be, like a propulsion in the water. Yeah, or, a vacuum or different heat and cold, induction, which causes things to move in water, whatever it may be. But it's the same thing in electrical too.
Hope I wasn't stepping over your toes, Ricky.
No, we're on the same page, and I think we're agreeing. I think people can use that river. And I know the water analogy, the current, helped me because you can see. We've all put boats in out in our street when the rain. We'd make boats and let them go down the gutter, right? Like certain things flow faster in that current, but once they reach the speed of that current, they usually don't go any faster than that unless we introduce like a fan motor or something that's going to go beyond that movement.
Just real quick, everyone.
That's not how
I'm sorry.
electricity works,
Real quick.
though.
Just real quick, everyone. In case anyone wondered if cannabis was recreational, I just entered into Weed Sport, New York.
Yay!
That's all.
Yay!
That's all.
Nice. I'm glad for y'all. So happy.
So smooth up, nice. That's not how electricity works, though, Rakia. So, if in your example, dropping something from a mountain, so they would both have the same initial starting position, right? And they would flow together because you pushed both into the river, they would flow together. Eventually, right? If you're saying that there's a increasing downward bias, right? The copper ball would continue to accelerate past the rubber ball because as you get closer to the bias, right? That's just how electricity works. There would be more of an attractive force. That's what I'm trying to tell you, is that that's not what we experience. We don't experience conductive materials having a continuous acceleration of an increasing magnitude towards the ground.
Okay. Why would we? That's a straw man because I never really said it did that. I said it reaches the velocity of the current, whatever flow that electrical is reaching the ground at. It's going to reach that, what y'all call terminal velocity. But once you reach.
Did your mic cut out?
You broke up.
All right. Well, I'm not.
Start
I'm
over,
not.
Rakia, once you reach terminal velocity.
We're not doing the whole straw man thing. That's what I hear you saying. If I'm hearing it incorrectly, you correct me. But
what do you mean by we're not doing the straw man thing?
I don't subscribe to the idea. I don't subscribe to the idea that conversations can be derailed by saying straw man or pushing us in a different direction.
What?
If I
Okay, so let me get
something-
this straight.
If you're talking over me, you're talking over me. If I understood something incorrectly, correct me where I'm wrong. Don't just yell at me. So he's saying, as I understand it, that there's an electrical flow with a bias towards the ground, right? How does electricity work? Does electricity work by attracting or repelling?
Dude.
Here's the question.
That's a good question.
I don't know the answer.
Yeah, because
how does
nobody knows.
electricity work by attracting or repelling? I don't think it's about attracting or repelling. I think it's about flow. Certain materials have a different flow rate, right? And because of this, that's how we have batteries and all sorts of other things in order to store the electricity. So if you want to continue, but I was wanting to take over when Rakia was done, and it appears that Rakia is missing in action.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine having the same conversation with you.
Continue.
Go ahead. Go ahead, because go ahead. You know what I'm talking about. I think you have some good ideas too.
I appreciate that. All right, so I don't know what you mean by what you just said. Can you ask it in a different way?
Yeah, okay. So you know how you have a positive and a negative pole to a battery, right?
Right.
Electricity has an attraction and a repulsion. So basically what I'm saying is that there's a loop. In order for that loop to be created, there has to be forces that provide, there's a reason that the negative pole doesn't flip with the positive pole in a battery, right? What I'm trying to say is that there's the definitive pole and there's the definitive flow rate through the pole. That's how we get batteries to work. So I'm asking, right, is the ground positive or negative? And shouldn't there, as the conductive material is dropped, wouldn't it flow faster towards the ground if there's an electrical bias?
Okay, so there's a little bit in there that I got to unravel. So I think what you're doing is you're putting the cart before the horse. In my opinion, this is how it works. The reason that all objects in a medium rise or fall is because of something called specific gravity. If you don't know about that, look it up. Nobody disagrees with the part that specific gravity can make things rise and fall. You manipulate the relative density between the object and the medium that it's in, and you can make it rise or fall. I don't think anybody disagrees with that, right? Most layman people call it buoyancy and density, right? But here's the rub. What causes density, right? So they say, well, in the academia, that it's gravity, right? They slap gravity label over density, and they say, well, density is caused by gravity. So you're telling me at the atomic level, the reason that gold is so dense is because gravity pushed it together, and that's what's causing gold to be dense? I don't think
I've
that's
never
right.
heard that. I've never heard that.
Right. I don't think so. I don't think that's right at all. So what causes density, right? Well, wouldn't it be the molecular makeup and the bonds and the molecules or atoms or whatever it's made out of to be compact tightly? Because what is density? Mass per volume, right? Isn't that what density is? So now that you understand the specific gravity part of it, now we can get into the class 202 and 303 and 404 and start talking about electricity, right? And you're thinking about electricity like what's running through the walls, like an alternating current and batteries and stuff. We're not talking about Tesla tech, and we're not talking about Baghdad batteries tech, right? We're talking about like incoherent electricity, right?
Okay, so what is
Incoherent,
incoherent electricity?
right? So the reason that gold and other metals are so dense compared to like elements like gases, right? I think is because the conductivity, right? Because they can be so packly tided is because their electric nature, right? And this is what allows them to be so dense. As opposed to air, this material is different, right? We all know that there's no bonds, right? It's freely flowing. It's a gas state, right? It's freely flowing all over the place. So it cannot be compacted so tightly. In fact, that's one of the problems with the Big Bang Theory, according to Dr. Eric Lerner. He says that the helium problem, it's also known as the helium catastrophe, disproves the Big Bang because there's way too much helium in creation, he says, the universe, for there to have ever been everything in all in one spot because you can't pack helium that tightly. But I digress. So the point is, first you have to understand specific gravity, and then we can go into what causes density, right? Mass per volume. What causes mass per volume?
So there was a lot there, right?
Yeah.
I know. I apologize.
So with the frog experiment, right, what do you believe is pulling the frog down?
Well, he's definitely heavier than the air, is he not?
Okay, so he's heavier than the air, right?
Right, right. So the air can't hold him up. He's not got enough buoyant force acting on the body of the frog in order to pull it up.
Okay, fine. And then you're saying that, so in your I'm asking this. So in your mind, the frog experiment would be perfect if we just changed the word from gravity to density, correct? So because
really
the frog
understand
is
that.
more dense than the air, it sinks, but we're able to introduce a magnetic force that makes the frog float.
Okay, this is why you can't be like orthodoxical in science. There's more than one way to skin a cat, right? So I introduced like the basic fundamentals, right? Buoyancy, density, right? Specific gravity. This is like what we would teach in like kindergarten, right? So if I control the schooling system, what you're talking about is like collegiate level stuff, right? You're going more into the 404 and 505 classrooms, right? So I don't fully understand the experiment. All I know is that instead of using a buoyant force, somehow they're using a magnetic force, and this is what's causing the frog to go up.
Okay, so, and I can totally respect your view. So that's a great point. What I was trying to express with that frog experiment is that what's important is not what is bringing us the frog down towards Earth. You know, like The frog can be brought down to Earth by whether it be density, it could be brought down by a lot of different things, but we're able to introduce, right, a repulsion force, the magnetism, the 16 Tesla magnetism that makes the frog float. Now, we can disagree on why the frog is floating. You know, I say it's because there's a repulsion between parts of the atom in the frog. You can say because of something else. That's fine. My issue is I can predict how much the frog will float using my model, right? How do I predict how much the frog is going to float using your model?
Well, it's easy if you're talking about the normal way in which we make the frog float, which would be buoyancy. Yeah, it's pretty easy. It's mass per volume, right? You compare the mass per volume to the medium, you know, by dropping it in there, and you're going to see, you know, what's going to happen. So let's say it's a freshly dead frog. Okay, what is the cause of me? What is the cause of a light coming on?
Well, can we talk about the frog?
I'm trying to get there. You said you didn't understand my response, so I'm trying to break it down.
Okay,
The cause is someone completing the circuit, right? Someone flipped a switch, and when that happened, the circuit was complete, and now we have a flow of energy, right?
Yeah.
So the atomists would say that maybe, I don't know for sure, they would say that, you know, all this electromagnetic field is creating all these light particles like BB gun blasts, right? These particles are maybe virtual particles, but they're particles nonetheless, right? And these particles are hitting the frog and lifting him up, right? Making him levitate. Maybe that's what they would say. I don't know. But I'm saying
say that last part again.
The virtual particles from the magnetic field is hitting the frog and lifting him up. Or maybe what's going on is this magnetic field has eliminated or counteracted against the Earth's magnetic field in totality enough to create temporary levitation.
Okay, so the only thing I want to highlight here, and I'll let other people talk, is that in order for the experiment to work on both models, right, there requires some acceptance of, you know, we don't know everything. I just want to highlight that it is easier on my model to explain what's happening and predict what's happening, because I can say, we can go into every little gritty detail that my Bible says. I still don't understand how you can experience that experiment with your current view set.
Okay, you don't understand me. Maybe it's because I don't understand you. You said you can explain or demonstrate. Let's see you do that. You explain and demonstrate what you think is going on, and then maybe I might change my mind, because maybe my Bible's wrong.
I mean, sure, if you want to have a very easy discussion, sure, why not? So what we're saying is that there's a lot of interesting things here with this experiment. We're saying that there's a constant downward acceleration, right? Can you agree with me there?
A constant downward acceleration in a vacuum, yeah. But in reality, not everything is at a constant downward acceleration. For example, helium and hydrogen are usually at equilibrium, just like every other element in creation, until someone pulls them out of equilibrium, maybe out of the ground or out of the sky. And once it's out of equilibrium, then it's trying to regain equilibrium. There is no specific direction of down or up. Everything is trying to reach equilibrium.
Yeah, I would just want to say, sitting still is not being compelled downward, right? You don't have a downward acceleration when you're sitting on the floor. So you can't be like, oh, well, there's always a downward acceleration. Even when things are not moving, there's still a down, you know, you're just pushing it in there.
Net force is 0. That doesn't mean there's no downward acceleration.
Yes,
Yeah, even when
that's
something's
exactly
going
what
up
it
in
means.
their model, it's being pulled down. And that's
There's
not easy to explain.
There's a
Doesn't
distinct
zero mean there
difference
isn't any?
between net force
Isn't that the whole
being
point
0
of zero?
and there not being a downward acceleration.
Yeah, but you're applying the forces. You're just giving them. You're assigning them numbers. There's no proof of that. You're just making the net 0 when something's still.
Dude. When you say I'm
Dude.
making it up and I say we're measuring it, guess which one is pulling numbers out of their ass? You. We're measuring it.
Calm
You
down.
measured nothing. You measured
Yeah,
nothing.
calm down.
You got a no result. You got a
Nothing. You
zero
sound
and
like
said,
a toddler that doesn't understand basic geometry or math. So
Yeah,
stop
there
it.
you go. He called me dude. He got upset, and now he's saying I don't understand. I think
Dave,
he,
I'm
can I get a mod? Now he uses my name, mod.
if you measure zero,
I
you
need a
didn't measure a
mod.
force.
No, stop. I need a mod for this guy right now.
Stop being a Karen. Just grow up. All right?
Left Lane, are
Swear to
you
God.
here? I'm tired of doing this every day, Left Lane. You use
Just
my
stop,
name,
dude.
too.
Stop being a Karen. Just continue on.
I'm not being a Karen. We're going to abide by the server rules.
You're being a bit of a Karen.
We are going to abide by Geo's rules.
The measured force right the hand. And the
Why is he
measured
still
force
able to talk?
downward. And
I'm
the
going to be a
equal
shit
force
show. It's going to be a
upward.
shit show now. Is there
Zero.
no mods here? We're going to find out if a mod's here right now.
Yo,
By
yo,
I
I just got
talking
back.
over everyone.
Dude,
Back here,
you're,
chill.
you're being
Back here,
childish.
chill.
Just
So there is a mod
Everyone,
here. Can we get that guy
hello.
modded, please?
Can everyone shut up for a sec? What's going on? What's going on?
First of all,
I
he
just got back.
cut in, got all irate, got upset, called me a dude and then my name, my real name, right? While he was interrupting. I asked for a mod. I want that guy modded.
Who? I just got back. I don't know any.
He's talking about me.
That guy right
Too early,
there.
right?
I wasn't
Well,
talking.
I can't. Look, I can't.
Yeah.
Look, Nidhogg, shut up for a sec. I can't mod. Oh, for fuck's sake. Shush. Everyone just shut up for a sec. I can't mod based on something I didn't hear, but I am back now, so please carry on. And if I notice anything, then.
Can I ask if
act
Left
accordingly.
Lane was here? Left Lane, were you here?
No, I wasn't. I was evidently
Okay, no
yeah,
problem.
yeah,
No
yeah, I
problem.
wasn't
Thank
here.
you. Thank you.
Carry on. If I notice anything, you know I'm not afraid to mute people. I'm actually much quicker on the trigger than Jeremy and Bansaw, so please go ahead, guys.
All right, so I think the guy who was calling Rakia names, including his own, was saying something about they have actual measurements. So what were you talking about?
Well, he's saying that when they measured zero, right, it's still a measurement of the force. But that whatever force is anyway. But shouldn't zero be the non-measurement? So you have nothing. That there, it's not like, you know, you can be like, well, we measured God because we got zero. He's not doing anything yet, but we still measured it.
I don't know what you're talking about measuring God. Can you reformulate your argument, please?
So he was saying you can a measurement. He measured the downward acceleration. We're like, okay, what was the measurement? Zero. Like, well, that's not a measurement of a downward acceleration. That's no measurement. You got no result. He's like, yeah, because it's canceled out. Well, you can't just say that there's this force, even though and then you measured it when your measurement was a zero. You didn't measure it. That's the whole point. That's how he spun it.
Okay, so after 2 days after the birthday party, and the balloon is like floating halfway from the floor and the ceiling, would you say there's forces acting upon this balloon?
No, because a force is not a physical object, so it can't act on the balloon. It can't influence the balloon to move, right? The influencing of the balloon has to be some kind of mechanism between the balloon and whatever's touching it.
All right, so you do know that there's helium in the balloon, right?
When you say helium, are you talking about like the atom, the one electron proton, or are you talking about an effect? Oh, I don't think helium is an
on the
effect.
periodic table. I didn't
I
say
don't
that helium
think
was an effect. I said it's an element.
I said it's an effect. You can only describe helium through an effect. You'll never show me helium. You'll show me a balloon. Hold on, don't clip. You'll show me a balloon floating and see why it goes up. That's helium. Then you'll suck something into your mouth. You'll sound all high pitched, and you go, see, that's helium. You've never shown me, like, I could show you gold. That's gold. Now you're never going to show me helium. You're going to show me effects and say those effects are caused helium. Now that's a big difference.
Okay. So just to be clear, you don't believe in the periodic table.
Do you believe in God? Are we here discussing our beliefs, or are we here discussing fact and real?
Yeah, we're accepting.
Well, no, it is.
We're
It's not
discussing beliefs.
Okay, so the periodic table is your beliefs, and it's not my belief. Okay, I'm with you.
So you don't believe in the periodic table. So what are you doing here? Why are you
Yeah,
guys?
and you don't believe in
You
God. So
guys,
what is? How does that? How does?
bro, listen. I can't experience God. I can experience helium, right?
The effect you experience having a high pitched voice. That's not experiencing helium.
Well, that's
Again, you're
not
just
air, is
repeating
it?
past my
It's
point.
not the same
Well, it's
element
not.
as air.
Maybe. How do you know? How do you know it's not air in
Because
a
I
different form?
manipulated the variable and I
No, you
inhaled
didn't.
No, you,
helium from a tank.
No, you made a lot
no,
of
you
stuff
got.
up that you thought you were doing that you didn't really do. You weren't in a lab doing anything, manipulating anything. You sucked in some air and someone told you what it was and you went with it. That's literally all you're doing. It's repeating what other people told you from your belief of their competence, when it's incompetence and it's ignorance. And the periodic chart is just electrical continuity differential of every fucking thing on there. What are you talking
Okay.
about? Everything's made.
If
Everything is made from Earth that is on the chart, like a cake, and it's all made from the same shit. Like air is the helium, is the water, is the whatever. It's all electrical continuity, making that shit change into different amounts of whatever it is. So you can't say helium's not fucking air
okay,
unless you can go
I
make it in the lab.
okay, I would definitely like to entertain this idea. I think it's far more bizarre than someone saying that the Earth is flat. So can you, gentlemen, provide me any evidence that the periodic table is wrong, incorrect, missing
Produce
information?
us some of the gases of 100% of anything you call on the periodic chart. Go get us everything you say's on there by itself, lined up next to the other thing in a lab, proving what they are with each other. That's what you need to do, periodic guy.
All right,
Yeah,
Saying
so
the
the
so
metals.
periodic chart's doing anything for you other than looking at a cartoon chart on the fucking wall talking about that's this, guys.
I
Yeah,
could
You can
get
show me all the
oxygen.
thanks for
metals
playing,
easy, right?
I
Larry.
could, I
Like
can
you
get
could show
oxygen.
silver, gold. How would you
Hold on, bro.
show the difference?
Hold on, bro.
How would
Let
you
me
show the difference?
respond. You guys are on the same team. Let's get equal speaking time, please. So, going off what he said, right, DeMar? So I'm being open-minded here. I'm willing to say, okay, maybe you got a point, but let's do this experiment. I got oxygen, right, and we know that fire can't burn without enough oxygen in the room. So I got oxygen. Let's say that the fire is starting to dwindle down a little bit, and I blow pure oxygen on the barely lit coals that have like less than an inch of flame on them. Now, if I keep doing this and I keep adding the other fuel, which is wood or coal or whatever, eventually I can increase the temperature to enough to melt steel, correct?
Oh, you already assumed your outcome. So why are we even having the conversation? You
What do
just
you
use
mean I
circular
assumed it?
logic. Let me finish. We're trying to prove oxygen, and you just started the entire thing with "I take oxygen." So you've just started with your premises already being correct, and you've just marched down the path. And then you're going to ask us based on we're trying to prove oxygen, but you're already 10 steps ahead with oxygen already being real, and you're breathing it in and all this. So what's the point of the conversation?
Okay, so if I can't use oxygen or any elements of the periodic table to prove that there's differences, then I think the conversation's done. Thanks.
Well, you have to, first, what you're doing is you're like, I'm going to prove oxygen is real. I first assume oxygen is real. Okay, that's not how you prove things are real. Okay, I wouldn't go, I think there's this yellow metal somewhere in the world, then go out and look for it. When I found it, I would be like, oh, look, gold.
It might be full of gold, but think about what I'm saying to you. If we can't use the different elements to differentiate the properties between the different elements, and that because I'm assuming that these elements exist, then what else can our conversation hold? What other value
Well,
can our conversation hold?
It's the effects, right? Like when you talk about hydrogen and oxygen, you're not talking about, somebody's got an open mic. You're talking about an effect, right? So hydrogen will explode one way, quote, hydrogen, quote, quote, oxygen another way. So you're not seeing an object. You're just describing an effect. Just like with helium, you're not seeing an object. You're describing an effect.
All right, well, here's the thing. I've cracked water before, and I know for a fact when you crack water, which means electrolysis, right, there's going to be two results. One of them is really poppy, like firecrackers, like pop, like really loud, right?
Yep.
And then the other one is oxygen, right? And I say that it's oxygen. Hold on, bro. Relax. I say that it's oxygen because when I breathed that one in, I didn't get all lightheaded like I did when I tried to breathe in the hydrogen. So when I breathed
Those
the
are effects.
oxygen in, it was kind of lightheadedness, but not like I'm finna pass the fuck out like I tried to breathe in the hydrogen. So I know for a
Yeah,
fact.
you just made my point. You just made my point. You're describing an effect, not an element. You're describing an effect, not an element. Think about that.
You're going to get lightheaded no matter what you do holding your breath, whether you pull some weird air in or not. And if you hold your breath for long enough, you won't be here that long.
I wasn't holding my breath. I was
Being
breathing
lightheaded is an
hydrogen.
effect. It's not a proof of an element. So he has not proven an element. He's proven why he believes he gets lightheaded. He's talking beliefs, religion. He's not talking empirical.
I know that. I know, because just holding your breath gets you lightheaded, so you can't say it's a cause of some magical gas you just named.
But he's inferring due to the fact that we've made an observation that when we breathe certain gases.
What's an observation mean? Cartoons?
So we've observed the effects of different things we've described. How
you
we've
observe the effect.
Yeah, but we've described
not different things. Not different things.
Science.
We described the effect using a convention.
So what?
So how we
what?
can
What's that mean?
how we can communicate and
where's the lab? Because you go to a lab and you show us how you demonstrate the shit.
How we
you fucking go in the lab, idiot. You quit talking to yourself about what you describe about cartoons.
Democ, bro, let him make his argument. We took your argument serious. Democ, we took your argument serious. That by itself should be enough to, let the guy talk. Hear him out. Jeez.
Well, I mean, what are you guys showing us? You
so
keep
there's
talking about
nothing
your
wrong.
fucking
There's
opinion.
nothing wrong with the convention.
Thanks for
there's
your
nothing
opinion
wrong
of
with
cartoons
the convention.
and your opinion. Thank
Yeah,
you.
there's
Keep
nothing wrong with the
talking about your
convention.
opinion.
It's a language we can describe, and in this scenario,
Where did our mod go? Where did our mod go? Come on, guys.
We should be moderating ourselves. Okay, so I want to say this.
Listen, I'm moderating myself. I haven't been speaking, even though I want to jump in and interrupt. I'm modding myself fine. So I just have a real quick question for Right the Hand and Democ, just to kind of be a third voice coming in here. Okay, so I'm breathing air right now. But based on what Larry was saying, when he shocked the water, he breathed one thing, got lightheaded, breathed another thing, got less lightheaded. Okay, so when he breathes air, he doesn't get lightheaded, but when he breathes these other two things, his stability changes. So my question would just be for you, how would you go about describing what you're would you ever label anything?
No, because it wasn't air in the first place. What is air to begin with, if not everything? I mean, you guys keep saying air and this other shit when you haven't just shown that.
So Democ, let me ask you, Democ, then, if you were to convey a
data, I wasn't done.
Sorry.
I'll try to be brief. Okay, Democ, that's fine. But okay, but even breathing is just simply a descriptor, right? What am I doing? So what would you say you breathe? What do you breathe, Democ?
Electrical continuity.
I would have a totally different take on it too. So I would take that.
Electricity is what divides the air and the water and everything, like you just said. You're going to shock it and change it to something, but I don't believe you. I think you're just adding electricity to the same medium we're breathing, and you're going to call it something else now. It's not my fault.
Okay. No, look. I'm just trying to understand. I'm trying to understand your contrariness. Okay, go ahead, Right the Hand. What would you say?
I was gonna say, I don't even think you need a separate component, right? Like, to me, you breathe in and it's like you keep spinning the watermill, or you keep spinning the whatever. Just picture, like, you breathe in, the fan keeps spinning, so you keep going. Now, people when you breathe in, quote, carbon dioxide, it's slow air, right? Or whatever, it can't move the fan. You're breathing it in, but it's not moving the fan fast enough. That's how I look at it. So it's not like there's two different components. It's just one component that maybe more or less.
Well, here's something to think about. When we have patients with what we call low blood oxygen, low saturation, we tell that with a monitor we stick on their finger. It says they've got 84% pulse ox. We put oxygen on them on a non-rebreather mask where they breathe pure oxygen, and that oxygen level comes up to like 95%.
It's not
Yeah,
oxygen.
those are
You don't
effects.
even know what
Those are
oxygen
effects.
is. Listen, hold on. That don't even make no sense. 95%. What are you talking about, dude? If you have something called oxygen, it should be 100% of itself. What are you talking about? 2% of hydrogen.
You're
Come
talking
on,
about
man.
a
You got
mixture,
95% of something.
and
You got
the way that they
30%. You
use
got a half
the way
of
they
something.
use
Hold on. I'm not
spectrum of
even done
light.
talking. I'm not even done talking. He's got half of something of what it's supposed to be in a bottle in his mind. Like, I got 3% of nitrogen in there. I got 70% in here. What are you even talking about, dude? It's
So
electrical
Democ,
continuity that
did
you're.
you know
Oh, I'm
that?
not
Did you
done.
know
I'm
that
not
all
done.
these
I'm not
elements
done.
reflect light, right?
I'm not done. It's electrical continuity in your finger that you're judging. It's a pulse. It has nothing to do with fucking air.
That's something else.
Do you know all these
Okay,
applied
so
sciences that
No, how did you prove
use
it's
this?
something else? We're talking about the finger. Electrical continuity going through the body, your heart rate, your pulse. You keep saying it's air. Is there air in there pushing it, or your blood? Your blood pressure is from the pump of itself, of its lung, of your heart. Those are
He's
pumps
just
moving electrical liquids in a flow. Electrical continuity of current and potential of voltage, right? And the
I got
Okay.
next.
and the dispensation of such, because you can lose current or voltage too, buddy.
I
Okay.
got next after
What was
Buddy.
you saying,
Go ahead,
Data?
Buddy.
Like
Pulse
serious.
ox is optical.
he's talking about the oxygen content in the blood. So it's a O2 sensor for sensing how
It's
much
an
O2.
electrical sensor.
It's not
Yeah, I got.
electrical, no.
It's
Optical.
yeah.
Yeah, it is. It sure is.
No, it isn't.
All right, let me go ahead and
Let's
put
show
this.
us in a lab.
It
That's
uses
exactly what I
infrared.
was about to say. Show us.
I
Okay,
used to
so
work.
I've
I've used
hold
pulse
on.
ox. I got to be plugged in.
How else
They
do you
need to.
find shit out
Yep.
but showing in the lab what you guys just want to make
Come
believe
on,
everything
bro.
now? You
Let
don't want to be
us
shown. You just want to
respond.
preach your Bible. Show me your Bible of science, guys. That's good enough for
Come
me.
on.
Don't show us anything.
It ain't worth it being
Okay.
here. Have a good day.
Just look at the
Just
technical manual for the O2 sensor.
yeah, I
That
was
goes.
trying to let you go, buddy. I didn't hear you respond. Okay, so Buddy, if you wanted to go, I don't know your name. Okay, I guess I'll go. Okay, so here's the thing. I've never really heard people like questioning like chemistry, and when we're talking about like applied science, like stuff that you can like actually make shit work with, I've never actually
Yeah.
heard someone question that. I've heard people like question like, does the atom really exist? We can't see it. Is molecules really at like separate places at the same time, or stuff like that. I've heard people question that. But I've never really heard people question the periodic table. So if there's anyone in here that has any like research that they could cite their source, just like Democ said, show me. Well, we can show you applied science. Will you show us like unapplied science, or I don't know what you call
Yeah,
it?
that's what
I
we're
did.
telling
I
you.
did. But
Proof
hold
that
on.
the
Let me
periodic
feel this.
It's
table.
applied science. Sorry,
You
whoever that
totally
was.
ignored it. I was just saying we show it and you ignore it. I was like, hey, you don't have oxygen and hydrogen. You have effects. And then you go, yeah, but when I do electrolysis, I get these two different effects. And
You
I'm
keep
going, yeah, I know.
referring like it's a globe.
Yeah, but the thing is, right the hand, you talk about it and talk about it and talk about it. You're not showing anything by talking about it.
No, you're the one that's supposed to show it. We're telling you, nuh-uh. Your charge
It's already
junk
been
and
shown.
garbage doesn't exist. By who? When? By you saying it's been shown? Thanks for your opinion. Again, yet thanks for playing.
It's
Do you have
well-known
a
science
lab
being
video?
utilized.
Do you know what a
It's
video looks like, guys?
it's
If
well-known
we talk
science.
right
Come
now,
on, Democ.
do we have a video? I'm asking you. Why do you keep talking over me? You're a mod. You should definitely let me get 3 seconds in.
You just keep rambling though.
When I'm not done talking, that's how my sentence goes, buddy. When you're not done either, are you?
Never done talking.
How the fuck do you guys declare when I'm done with my sentence? That's kind of
But
weird.
you gotta let other people get in there, Democ. Come on, dude.
Hey, motherfucker, when my sentence ain't done, dude, it ain't done. Just like yours.
My name is not
You
motherfucker.
got the dude,
Yeah,
right? Did they let
yeah.
you?
You,
Did they
hey,
let you?
Democ, you're on the edge, buddy.
Yeah, calling me a
You're on the edge.
motherfucker. Nah, no, left eye. He's called a modern motherfucker. He's getting it.
There you go.
Yeah, I don't get that, man.
I think I handled that pretty well. Like if you guys are saying that the periodic table is wrong and chemistry needs to be re-examined, please show me. I mean, I've read the document, 100 proofs that water is not H2O, right? So some of the stuff made a little bit of sense, and some of it was kind of wackadoo, right? So if anybody has any proof about chemistry being wrong, I'd like to see it.
Bro, proof is for yourself, right? You've proven to yourself that oxygen is some kind of unique ball that you breathe in. So no matter what we'll do, we're never going to prove anything to you. Now, the fact of the matter is you've never seen oxygen. You can only describe two separate effects after doing electrolysis. So you've never demonstrated oxygen, you've never demonstrated hydrogen, you never even demonstrated what that there were two different things that came from the water, since there was metal and salt and all those other things in there. So I feel like it's you that hasn't demonstrated your claim that there is this oxygen, whatever. So I really don't feel like we need to do anything.
Okay, moving on. Shall we go back to the frog or to specific gravity or what?
All I know is we have pressure here. I'm sticking to that.
Yeah, so I've never really entertained this idea. So I spent a great majority of my teenage years swimming underwater and seeing how far I could go. So Olympic-sized pool, not diving in, starting out in the water, pushing off the side of the pool. I could do the width there and back, one breath, right? That's not very good, right? For someone with a smaller, more efficient body, they could probably go a lot further. But I was like 180 pounds and about 6 foot tall, so that's pretty good for a guy my size. Right, so I definitely know the difference between starving for oxygen and, being a little low on oxygen. And I got to tell you, maybe let's not use the word oxygen, let's use the word air, okay? When you're underwater and you're halfway there, you already want to quit, right? Because your heart's pumping because you had to use so much energy to get to the side, right? And it's almost like when you run out of air, it's like you're running out of fuel. Like your muscles start to really get sore. And this is what I would do at the end of my swimming workout. I was starting out swimming laps, lots of oxygen, and at the end I kind of burnt out. And this is what I thought was the best way to work out. So hit them plateaus, the new plateaus. Anyway, so without air on the first wall, right? You get to the other side. You're already hurting a little bit. Like you want to breathe, but it's mind over matter. And this is how I train myself. And on the halfway mark back, you're about ready to give up. Like you want to give up. I need air now, right? But you're like, I'm almost there. So you continue to the rest, and then finally your hand hits the wall, and you come straight up, and you've already breathed out completely. So there's nothing in your lungs but a minuscule amount that's just holding up the open space. You immediately breathe in, and you breathe in a little bit of water. So I can tell you that without the air, there's definitely a dying process. Because I think I've been, closer to some who haven't done this.
Yeah, I've scuba dived. I know exactly what you're talking about, man.
Yeah,
but that doesn't mean that oxygen is oxygen is the cause, or lack of oxygen, whatever that is the cause.
So is it something in the air, or is it the air itself?
I said it. I would say it's just your internal fan is slowing down, and you're about to stop moving, which is death. Like when you stop moving, that's death, right? Because how do you tell if somebody's heart is still alive? Because it's still moving, right? So once you stop all motion, that's when you die. So yeah, you got to breathe some more motion back into your body and get it going again.
So are you breathing? So are we breathing in gases?
Is there a container in our lungs? Do we have a container in our lungs?
Yeah, the little tanks are tanks of motion. Yeah.
Well, whatever's in there is moving.
Your lungs
the air is moving.
The air is moving too. But like what Larry was saying, I'm just trying to kind of seek clarification myself. So so that we have this air, it goes through the porous walls of the cilia in those areas in our lungs, right?
Yep, that's allegedly how it works. The air sacs, they breathe in and breathe out, and the part of breathing out is when you get the oxygen. That's why I said I had already breathed out all the air in my lungs, because I knew that would provide a little last bit of oxygen.
So you only have as much oxygen. I mean, you have as much oxygen as you breathe in on the last breath, and then you need more oxygen. That's why this is an automatic system. So I'm not sure what any contention is with. Is there a bind here somewhere in the conversation?
I think
about
it's
what air is.
Yeah, I think it has to do. I think it has to do with the labels of oxygen itself as an element.
Oh, okay. I see where you're going with that.
Right hand doesn't
I
believe
think
in the
water is
fairy.
an element.
Right, the hand doesn't
I
do
don't
anything that he can't touch or feel or anything.
Yeah, there's no need to get snarky in this conversation, Snidhug.
It's not snarky.
It's not snarky.
He's blatantly that.
I don't feel like that's bashing me. That's exactly how I believe. If you
I think the Globers are
the
claiming
thing you
because
can't
there's
touch.
wind. That's why it's spinning because there's wind.
Yeah, I don't understand the fan analogy. Our lungs are not fans.
I'm saying like, well, your heart is kind of, your heart moves. You get what I'm saying? So like if you, I don't think the heart pumps blood. I think there's a flow to the blood and the heart interrupts it, right? So it squeezes, which decreases the pressure on the back end, right? Which opens shit up. And then
You keep cutting out. This is painful.
Now the heart doesn't pump blood.
No, the heart contracts by electrical impulse.
It does pump
We're
blood.
entirely in a room of like.
It's literally a pumping muscle.
It's
literally designed to pump.
In its design.
That's why it has valves.
Yeah, it's actually a pump in design. Yeah.
Okay, well, hold on.
Valves, the things that are in pumps.
You have an input, you have an output. Then you have the muscle
So-
contract that regulates that flow. Your heart is literally the regulator.
Yeah,
And then you have an 8-foot detectable magnetic field in all
No,
directions.
this is demonstratable. They've
No,
done
you
many
can't
experiments.
demonstrate-
They've done many experiments with the heart and lung through
That's
electrical
not
stim. You can go
belief.
watch all the videos. You can go look at them all. They have living tissue in open view, and you can see how it works, demonstrated through electrical
They
pulse.
can measure the electrical pulse as it's pumping. That's called the pulse, the electrical pulse that makes it pump and contract.
Do you know how much blood?
We're not talking about
How much
pulsars
blood
here.
does the heart move a day? How much blood does the heart move a day? Does anybody know?
A bunch.
No, let's get a number so then we can figure out if it's
1,500 liters a day. That's my guess.
Yeah, it's like 1,200 gallons. Okay, now you're gonna tell me. Hold on, let me. You got a picture. You have a pump the size of your hand, right? It's like a turkey baster. Okay, because that's what the heart is.
Cut that again.
The heart doesn't have a turbine that can just spin super fast and move all this blood. It's a mechanical pump like a turkey baster. Now, are you gonna tell me?
Cut that again.
There's a push-pull effect with the heart.
Your
There's
let me just say, can your fist?
There's a pushing pressure that
Let me
pushes.
finish, dude. Let me finish.
So with the reason why that works is because there's two valves that show us that. The valve of vacuum where it sucks the blood in, and the valve that pushes the blood out. It literally is demonstratable, repeatable, and observably true just on those effects alone.
Let me try and
You
finish
can
my.
reduplicate it yourself.
I know you can talk over me too. So the point
No,
is,
you're
though, that
cutting out right in the
1,200
hand. You're cutting out.
I know. So 1,200 gallons, 1,200 gallons of blood cannot be moved in 24 hours with a turkey baster that size. You can try it. You see how much you get.
That's a retarded.
That's your argument. That's your argument. I know it is. Is that the turkey baster is moving 1,200?
You're failing to simplify it. Like, I'm so sick of hearing you call the heart a goddamn turkey baster.
Hold on,
Right?
guys. Calm
That's what it
down.
is.
I have a citation if you want. 72.
See,
The heart is not. The heart doesn't have a turbine fan in it.
The heart regulates itself. It's not a constant beating. 80. It goes from 80 to 120 to 140 to depending on the individual, right? So you have this heart working and moving blood.
Did you know heart is an anagram for Earth?
Sure, but you know that it's not at a constant rate. It changes, right, based on how we use it. And the reason why it changes based on how we use it because it functions to operate our body for oxygen content, right? Of what we determine when we need oxygen. So when we deprive our body of oxygen, our heart beats faster, right?
Well, it's.
I don't agree. No,
it's 7,000 liters.
If you started to deprive yourself of oxygen, your heart would beat faster.
I don't
And
believe
if
in
you
oxygen.
keep doing it, it's going to lead to cardiac arrest.
Do
Right?
the exact same thing. You're reasserting that oxygen must be.
So,
We've been having a debate on oxygen
can we
being
move
real.
off
Why
the
does
topic?
everybody?
Right, the hand
Let me
obviously isn't going to accept what you guys say. He is
Well,
The heart,
So let's move on.
the heart is more efficient than a turkey baster. Heads up.
I'm saying
Yeah, the heart
mechanically,
is.
it's the same process. It's
You don't
No,
know that.
mechanically, it's not the same process. That's what we're trying to tell you. Like, we realize that you may not believe this, and I welcome you to come back again and talk about it. But right now, mechanically speaking, you're incorrect. Physiologically speaking, you're incorrect. And your assertion that that's just not possible, you don't have any evidence to state it. So I just ask you, for the sake of concise arguments, to go back and reformulate this, because
okay. So don't just tell me I'm stupid. All right. So the heart.
I'm telling you where you're wrong. I'm not telling you where you're
Let
stupid.
me ask
I'm
you a
saying
question.
that
Let
the
me ask you a
heart's not
question.
a turkey baster because it creates a
Okay.
negative
Well, let me.
pressure.
Oh, all right. So you're
Right the
good.
hand. Right the hand. Are you saying that there's a constant
Okay, let me.
flow of
Can I?
blood?
Can I make?
Hold on. You're
I'm
saying
going
there's
to
a
ask the
constant.
question. I'm going to ask the question. I'm going to ask.
I know, but I
Please
just
don't
want to
overtalk me,
confirm.
Data. Data. I know. I know
want
what
to
you like to
confirm
do,
your
Data.
position.
But
I
I'm
want
not.
to
I don't
confirm
want
your
to.
position.
I want to ask my
I want to
question.
confirm
Don't
your
tell me what I'm going
position.
to do.
So your position
Yeah.
is the blood is flowing constantly, right? That's essentially your position, correct? There's
Okay.
a
I'm going to
circular
speak.
flow
I'm going
that
to
is in
speak.
constant
Don't.
rate,
You're just
right?
interrupting me now. Now you're just
No, I
interrupting
just
me.
want to clarify your
Yeah. No, you
position.
are
That's it.
interrupting me, Data. Data. You are interrupting me.
Can
Please
you
be quiet.
please clarify your position of what
Can
you
you
You're a
mean
please
bitch,
be
bro.
constant
quiet?
blood flow?
You got to be
You're a
quiet.
beta bitch.
Okay.
Dude,
So.
just
Lane, you're just
reiterate
gonna
your
sit here and
position.
just. Lane's a worthless fucking mod. I don't even know why he's a fucking mod.
Just let him
Anyway, so
finish, man.
I'm trying.
I know you are. I know you are.
So there are a water pump, right? There are many types of blood.
Okay, he keeps cutting.
Got out again.
If you were going
That's
to
why
pump,
artificial hearts don't work.
if you're going to pump water,
This
Cut
is
out
use like
again.
a turbine, like a pool pump, right? Like a pool pump uses a turbine, and it spins the turbine to move water. Are we all familiar?
It uses
Just one method
impeller.
It's called a centrifugal. It's called a centrifugal
Okay.
pump.
flowing.
But what about
Yeah.
a reciprocal pump? What about a reciprocal
Wait,
pump?
he's trying to clarify still. Now you're
You
interrupting.
would be you should be comparing it to a peristaltic
You're
pump design.
interrupting his. You're all interrupting his clarification still. Thank
Yeah, it's crazy. Thank you. All right. So now the impeller or propeller can spin very fast.
All right.
Just
I think
Yeah,
it's
you
time to
just
move
keep
on.
cutting
This
out,
mic's
man.
not working. God does
I
not
know.
As soon as you
want this
begin,
man
right the hand.
to
As soon as
talk.
you begin,
Bro,
every time you begin, you cut out.
For
God
like
does not
half
Every
a
time
want
you
you to
second.
begin,
talk
you
It's
right
for
cut
like
out.
half a second,
Hey,
dude, and you guys can't even wait half a second.
No, it's
Right the hand,
because
you're not
you
listening.
keep cutting out. Right the hand. You keep cutting out.
Bro, I'm
So
looking.
yeah,
Right,
like
so
every
you got to
couple
push the talk,
seconds,
and I'm
it's not
looking
what
at it,
it's
and when it
hey,
stops,
listen, just
disconnect
put
and
him
come
on
back.
mute. Just put him on mute for.
Yeah,
Just
man, I'm fixing to. It's like, God dang, we can't make progress like this.
I know. So I would suggest just disconnect and come back. There's a connection problem. That's it.
bro, it's not a connection problem. It's the push to talk problem, right? Like I'm
Can
pushing
you,
to talk
dude?
on a.
Can you
You're,
just accept anything as
everybody just
evidence? Like
interrupted. Oh, you.
we're saying we can't hear you, and you're fighting us that we can't hear you. It's our observation. We're telling you we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
I hear you.
Yes.
Yes, I know you can hear me because I'm looking at the push to talk. So I know
Oh
you
my
got all
God,
of this,
you are
right?
such a cunt. You really
It's
are
not
a
a push to
fucking
talk
cunt.
button, bro, unless you're blind.
Push to
Did you
talk
just
doesn't
not hear
have anything
everything I
to
said?
do with bandwidth or signal strength or anything like that. Just because you see yourself on push to talk doesn't mean anything. I have a microphone that tells me that I'm coming through clear because I have automatic feedback, right? Like people when they sing on stage, right? But all the time, people tell me I'm not coming in clear. Oh shit, my phone's in my pocket, sitting next to the door, right, where my leg is squishing it, pumping out all the bandwidth that I may have had, right? So come on, bro. Think about how open-minded we've been with your, disassemble of the periodic table, and we're telling you we can't hear you.
And you're fighting us that we can't hear you. Like there's a
Well,
whole
I'm
room of
trying to
people
talk, and
saying that we can't
Yeah,
hear
I
you.
think that's enough color commentary. We could just go back. Is he done clarifying? I would still like.
can I try and make my point again? Okay, so
Yeah,
you have
tell
an
us how the
impeller that can.
heart's pull from.
Oh God, smooth.
Oh wow, bro.
Well,
This is what
I'm
happens
gonna
when
leave.
you. This is what happens when you question somebody's belief that they can't prove. This is what happens. This is what happens.
Yes.
So
Failed to
here's
prove
my
it.
issue,
You're
right?
hearing it live. We're
Here,
hearing it live. You're failing to prove anything. Yes, we get
I
it.
haven't been allowed to speak once without being interrupted. So
dude,
if
no,
you
but
consider that a win,
here's the issue. You have
as
a
you interrupt
heart.
me.
We can show you the heart. We can show you it pumping. We can measure the flow of the blood. I don't understand where you can come up with the idea that you have to compare a heart, which is not the same type of pump as an impeller. Like, I don't understand where you're even coming from. Are you claiming that the heart doesn't exist or we don't pump blood?
You should just let him
Did I ever say the
clarify.
heart didn't exist? Did I ever say that? How did you get the heart doesn't exist from the heart isn't
I
a
don't
mechanical
understand
pump?
how you're comparing the heart to a pull pump. That's what I'm saying. I don't
Currently,
understand
Where
how.
did currently get it?
currently, you can remove the heart from our body, and according to you, the system should still work.
Did I say that? Did I say that?
That's what it sounds like.
Did I say that? Is that what
He
I said?
didn't say it,
Did I
so
say
let
you
him
can remove the
clarify.
heart from your body? Did I say that?
All right, we're in chaos now. We need to figure out what we need to do to make some progress here.
Well, as long as we can hear him, he should
Well,
be.
maybe
I
there
think
needs to
he
be.
should be allowed to at least state his case of why those analogies work for him, and let him explain, because he hasn't been able
All right.
to.
All right. I would like to propose this. What if I went into interview mode, right, and just asked him questions and didn't cut him off and let him talk and let him get this out of the system? What do you guys think?
I think that's a good idea.
Anybody
Can you
disagree?
ask him? Ask him if you can replace the heart with the turkey baster.
Wait a minute,
No,
Ryan.
I'm not. That's going to trigger him, right? We're just going to let him make his case because
you're not
he
triggering
deserves
him.
to be
You
heard
guys
like
are.
everybody else. All right. So who am I talking to? What's your name?
I was trying to make a point about how if you had a pool pump that's moving blood, you could just spin an impeller and it will move a lot of blood. The heart doesn't work like that. The heart has to move a little bit of blood with each quote pump, right?
Right.
Okay, so now we can take the volume of the heart and figure out how much liquid it is capable of pumping, right?
Yeah, we have that information.
Oh, yeah. Okay, great. And when you do this and you find out that at moving, the fist size, blah, 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 it's a liter, like a tenth or a hundredth of a liter per pump, you're not going to get to the final product. So this is where it comes from.
No, but see, that's what your issue is. So you don't understand that the heart is a variable unit. So if you were to take time, you could have the heart beat once in a minute. I'm just saying hypothetically, or 100 times in a minute, right? So the amount of movement that the heart can produce is going to vary throughout the day. When you perform your calculation, right? What is the rate of pumping? How much? Because a rate is always dependent on time. So when you made your calculation, what was the rate that you calculated with?
Well, you use the standing heart rate of a human that's at, your average 60 over 120.
Okay, and how much does each beat move? How much blood does each beat move?
But I don't remember the exact what's it called, but it doesn't even get close. You don't even get close to like 100 gallons, right? You don't even get close to it.
I know how much it is per beat. It's 2.4 ounces at 72 beats per minute. You'll pump 5 liters for every 72 beats, which amounts to 7,200 liters of blood every day.
You pump your volume about once every minute.
Yeah, sure you do. So with the little handheld turkey baster pump, you can move your entire
but see, that's
blood
where you're
Not.
in a minute.
I think it's 15 minutes. I think it's your entire blood volume cycles.
He just said a minute. He just said a minute, bro.
Okay,
So
I
your
don't know
numbers
if
are now.
It's 5
I don't know if
liters
this-
every 72 beats per minute. So 5 liters, if you're beating 72 beats per minute, you're pumping 5 liters in a minute.
Okay.
That's a lot of volume.
So
this is all causing tachycardia.
Just because something is like, we can easily get down to the end. So the heart, it's going to vary, but we can make an average amount. So this guy's saying that it pumps about 5 liters a minute. 7,000 liters, does that equate to 2,000 gallons a day?
7,000 liters per day.
Is that about 2,000 gallons? That's what I know it as.
Would be, let's say, about a quarter of that would be. Wait a minute. Yeah, about a quarter. That would be the amount of gallons, right? So, what's a quarter? I'll do it. Let me see. I'll get a calculator.
Well, so I've got an estimate. While he's doing that,
18. It should be like around 18.
Guy with the turkey baster idea, right? How do you reach the conclusion that the heart cannot do this?
because if you took a turkey baster, right, and
But
sucked
hold on,
heart
the
into
heart
one,
is the heart.
you just interrupted me. Just interrupted me. There you go.
Is the
You're
heart
triggered.
a turkey
Don't interrupt
baster?
me. You need to maybe try not to interrupt me. Do you think you can do that?
I just want everybody to know that I rounded up to 18, so it was like 1750. Come on now. Let's hear it for the trucker. Sorry, man.
Yeah.
Okay, so the
1,800 gallons
so
per day.
I use a turkey baster because it has the same mechanical process as the heart.
And that's where you're wrong. It does not.
Okay,
That's
so
what
we're gonna go through
we're
it.
trying to tell you. Your
Okay, so let's.
fundamental understanding of the heart is wrong.
Okay,
Morning,
so
Scott.
is the heart? So the heart has cavities in it, right?
Yes.
It also has muscle bands.
Okay, and
It has a lot of things.
let me hang on. You're interrupting. Does a turkey baster have a cavity in it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that cavity surrounded by a outer wall?
Yep.
Okay. Is there also a hole in that outer wall for when the container compresses for blood to flow through?
I believe it's a valve.
And a one-way valve.
A hole, a valve, whatever. It's a hole.
Well, it's important that it's a
Okay.
one-way.
So it's
Can
so we
I-
got
can I
yes,
get a
yes. We got. Hold on. You're interrupting. So we got yes, 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 yes. Then no, it's not a turkey baster.
Yeah.
Okay.
And let me show you how you're wrong. So
It's
the
like a
turkey
fruit
baster,
roll-up.
the turkey baster only has one inlet and outlet. Does the heart have only one inlet and outlet?
Oh, so it's four
Actually,
turkey basters.
Come on.
that
This is just
the fruit roll-up description is pretty close.
Let me get in, please. I have to explain
Right.
this. Okay.
How
so
many
bro, I've
feet?
been
How many
open-minded-
feet is the heart muscle if you roll it out? It's like 15 feet or something.
It was
No.
it was more like
How big
it
is
was
a
more
turkey
like a
baster if you roll it out?
conical, like a. Listen,
Let me get in here.
hold
Okay,
on.
go ahead, bro.
Just imagine a con.
Now he's
Just
cutting out.
Yeah, sorry. Just imagine a
Promo.
Can I try since
shell,
he's
right?
breaking up?
Well, body.
I've
If you were to
already
just
said
roll
next. I'm sorry.
a conch shell
let me
out,
say
it
this one
just kind
thing.
of opens up like that.
We didn't
Yeah,
hear
that's
what
right.
he
Like a
said,
conch
so let
shell.
Larry,
Like a conch
Larry
shell.
go ahead.
That's right. Okay, so I think that the major error here is talking about the heart as if it were some basic bitch turkey baster, right? So let me describe the heart, right? The heart is like, it's not like anything in the world we've ever seen except for the mammalian heart, right? Which is the same thing. So this heart, the way that it's designed to last for 120 years. Holy fucking shit. You ever seen a water pump last 120 years? Like, even the best ones in
I have
the
a
best
turkey baster
Japanese
that's
cars.
100 years old.
Excuse me, sir. Sorry. Talking about a water pump here, right? We're talking about a liquid pump. So we're talking about the best Japanese cars. They last about 300,000 miles, right? Maybe 500,000, maybe a million. But eventually, you're going to change the water pump in that engine, right? So I want you to think about it like this. We all know that it's electromagnetical. There's an electromagnetic field, right? But it's more efficient than any other electrical, let's say, water pump that maybe you have in your washing machine, right? So it's way more efficient, right? Because we're using electromagnetic pulses and muscle. So think about it like a Japanese bike, right? It has the power, instead of being electrical, it has the power of, let's say, combustion, because there's such strength in this muscle, right? But it's not like that in efficiency. It's like that in the power output only. So this thing, all this stuff that we've done has all been false equivalencies. But I hope that you have a better understanding of how special the heart is, because it's fucking special.
Okay, well, I agree that God's creation is special, right? But at the end of the day, the heart is a physical object, and it has physical properties, right? And it works physically. It doesn't work spiritually. It doesn't work, on God. It works physically, and physically, it's
You
a
don't
bunch
know
of
that.
chambers. Hank, you're interrupting. I believe in God, bro.
No, I didn't
So
say
I
a
just put
word.
it on. I know the guy was interrupting. I believe in God. I'm just saying what we can prove, what we can demonstrate is the physical, right? And the heart has 4 physical cavities, like 4 turkey basters with holes in them. Like, now, if you're going to try and deny that, I'm just like, bro, you're denying reality, because a turkey baster is exactly like a heart, right? Just poke another hole and you now have a mechanical operating heart. Sorry, that's how it is.
So a pig's heart is a pretty good model for a
Yo,
heart.
can I respond
But
to that?
yeah,
A turkey baster is not like a heart, because then if someone had a heart attack, we'd just put turkey basters in their chest and it'd be fine. Thank you.
I didn't say a heart is a turkey baster, right? The turkey, it's the same principle. It's an empty cavity that you squeeze that creates. It's an it's a cavity that you change volume in so that you can change the flow, or you can restrict the flow of liquids or pull them in and push them out. That's what it is.
It's a chamber. It's a chamber, right? It
Like a
pumps,
turkey baster.
right? Just like. No, listen, it's not like a turkey baster. Think about it like a weed eater engine. It's a 2-stroke engine. I think the older guy with children always in the background wanted to speak.
A 2-stroke has a piston moving up and down. This does not have a piston. It only has a cavity that you can squeeze, like a turkey baster. You're not going to find it is a turkey baster, dude. You're going to try and make it a 2-stroke when a 2-stroke has valves and a piston.
I get it.
It doesn't have that. You don't have that.
Talking
So
about,
stop making false analogies.
talking about power and efficiency. Your turkey baster is not very efficient, sir.
I'm talking, well, either is the heart, yet it still manages to push all that, maybe because it's not pumping the blood and the blood has a flow, possibly through the magnetism.
So I think we got that settled. So it has an atrium, that's a central area, that's where it gathers the blood, and then it has 4 chambers. So I think we're on the same track here with that. I don't think there's any contention on those points. The muscles do contract, squeeze it, and it works through these one-way valves. So
like a turkey baster, right?
Well, I don't know why. Yeah, I mean, you can use that if you want. Like, it's a chamber. It is a pump that contracts in that way. Yes,
a turkey baster.
It's not a turkey baster. Listen, it's like a turkey
like
baster with 2 one-way valves on each.
baster.
It has valves on each opening. So, yeah, if it's just a little more complex, but it does contract like your hand is on a bulb of a turkey baster. So I don't know what the problem is with that.
Because they don't want to believe that.
Just check out. Hey, just check out the video I posted. The doctor unwinds the heart and then winds it back up. Just check it out. It's pretty cool.
I want to propose
That's
that
a
the
cool
heart
video.
is actually just a cardboard box. You can fill it with volume. It has a hole at the top for stuff to go in and out of. You can squeeze it to reduce the volume inside. I'm pretty sure the heart is just a cardboard box.
It's the exact
cardboard box doesn't return. The cardboard box does not return to its original volume like the turkey baster and the heart does. But good try. This is what happens when you totally don't want to believe. You just want to deny.
It's a rubber box. You got it. It's a rubber box.
It's a rubber ducky.
That's what a turkey baster is, dude. A turkey baster is a rubber ball with a hole.
It's
right. You take a cardboard box. Take your cardboard box, make it round, turn it into rubber. Boom! You got your turkey baster, aka one chamber of the heart.
I think 4 rubber duckies, because rubber duckies have valves on them. So
yeah, I think.
Can I say something?
It works the same way, right?
I'm persuaded. The heart is now a rubber ducky.
4 of them.
Well, you're avoiding the point.
Can I say something?
You're just mocking the point because you know that.
Yes.
Let me just finish. You're mocking the point because you can.
We're not mocking anything. We all agree.
Hold on.
We're still arguing.
You're mocking. You're saying, oh, it's a rubber ducky, like, because you're mocking. You're trying to get as far away from the idea or the truth that in reality the heart is 4 chambers with 2 holes in each, just like a turkey baster.
Wait a minute. I want to say something. All
the names you want. You're never going to get away from the fact.
Hold on a second. The heart actually has 4 holes in it. Doesn't have 1. It has 4. And I just got a gift on here that shows that. There's an inlet in the veins, and it pumps out on one side, and then the arteries pump in and out on the other side. So it has
like
4
a turkey baster.
No, a turkey baster has a 1.
I'm not talking about, Paul. I'm not talking about the amount of holes. I'm talking about the physical process in which it uses to draw blood in and out. You guys are.
What's the point?
Hang on. I'm not done.
So what's your point? So what's your point?
You're talking over. Mods, I hate whining for mods, but you're just talking over me. You're just talking over me. You're just talking over me, dude. Let me get it out. Let me get it out. Let me get it out without. Bro, just let me get it out. Let me get it out without interrupting. So I'm not talking about the number of holes in the turkey baster, okay, which is what apparently everybody is fucking hearing. I'm talking about how the turkey baster works. It works the same. Hang on, hold on. The turkey baster works the same. The turkey baster works the same way the heart does by squeezing. Wow, you guys cannot fucking just shut up. This is the problem. This is crazy.
You guys hold your tongue. I want to hear him.
Good job, Left Wing. Good job, Left Wing.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
1 second.
Good job, Mods. We got this. The mods are on it.
So, how are you going to pump, right? I want you to tell me, how are you going to pump with a turkey baster?
Jeremy, I think you're roboting if that's Jeremy trying to get in.
So if you have two buckets next to each other, right? How are you pumping one bucket to the other bucket with a turkey baster? I want you to show me how you're pumping from one side to the other.
That's how he's saying it's like the heart. But that's the only way. It's like
I took anatomy in college, so I'm a little bit of not an expert, but I do have some knowledge on this. The basic idea of it squeezing like a turkey baster is accurate, but it is not as efficient as a turkey baster. It's a lot more efficient because it's not just one little small area. Hold on a second. It's not one small area like you're hand pressing on the turkey baster. It's all the muscles contracting. So it's a lot more efficient than a turkey baster.
Hear me. Why are people still talking? Hello.
You were roboting, Jeremy. Nobody could hear you.
Yeah, we just heard you right.
He's roboting too.
So everybody's roboting. So I don't understand what the point is. I've been listening for the last few minutes, and so what is he saying different than the heart? Why is the turkey baster important?
I don't know. After all that, I've lost the plot completely. So
All I was doing was I was just trying to explain how the heart works, and everybody was like attacking me because I used the turkey baster as an example. When that is how it works. Like I don't understand why this is triggering.
It's not how it works.
Hold on a second. I've got a gift. Hold on a second. I've got a gift that I posted at 24 minutes after the hour. In one sense of the word, is very similar to how it contracts, it squeezes to force the blood in and out of the chambers of the heart. So there is an element of truth to what he's saying, but what's the point of that?
I was just trying to make that this is how the heart works, and for some reason everybody got all fucking shit. You got their panties in a bunch.
So now everybody's calmed down. So what was the point?
Now it comes down to moving the amount of liquid that moves through the means by which we have.
Okay, well then I'll address that. The heart is well. Okay, go ahead.
Hold up. So the average, I guess, heartbeat moves 50 milliliters to 80 milliliters. So I'll take the low end, 50 milliliters. The average person has about 60 beats a minute. So this is about half a gallon of blood that your heart is moving. Just if you had the same amount with a turkey baster, you're moving half a gallon every minute. So I don't understand.
You think you can move half a gallon of blood with a turkey baster in a minute? You think you can do that?
Look, you want?
Well, hang on a second. I want to address that.
Which you just fucking did. So, anyways, by the math of just timesing physical volumes and rates of time, and just converting them to gallons instead of milliliters, you got pretty much half a gallon per minute. It's actually 0.6 something, but you got half a gallon per minute of blood being pumped just physically without any fucking whatever. So I don't understand, like, what's the big problem here? How many gallons of blood you got in your body? Not many. So if you're pumping half a gallon per minute,
you never pump
just per minute, half a gallon just per minute with your turkey baster theory. There's nothing wrong with it. Okay. It's just a heart. There you go.
And it's a very efficient dog.
Hold on. Let me reply. You never pumped that blood. You calculated it. So when you can demonstrate, hold on, bro.
Okay.
Come on. When you can demonstrate All right, whatever.
How would you well, hang on a second. How would you demonstrate? Let's
No, go
think
ahead.
about this for 10 seconds.
It's pointless to try and
Hold
talk
on
because
a
the only
second.
person that
No, you're,
disagrees with everybody just keeps getting over talked. So it's a point. It's a fruitless endeavor when
well,
you
you
guys
said,
have no
well,
desire to have a conversation. You just want to overtalk the one person that disagrees with you. So go ahead and now you can all agree that the heart is a pump, and I'm going to go do something better with my fucking life than trying to convince
okay, wait,
some mom
here's,
that they've already
Okay,
right
wait.
proven.
Let me
here and
just
take a
ask
deep
one.
breath.
Hold up.
Hold on a
Hold
second.
up. Hold
I want to
up.
address this
Hold up.
because I
Hold
actually
up.
had an ultrasound of my child's heart.
Hold up. Let's just say for the sake of the argument, the heart is a turkey baster. Now it says every heartbeat 50 milliliters, right? 50 milliliters, and it says the average heartbeat 60 a minute. So 60 times 50 milliliters, you got 3,000 milliliters. I don't understand how that's yeah, it is a calculation. It's just called basic multiplication. You ever used a multiple table before? You ever added up a
Well,
bunch of the same number and realized, wait, no, I can just multiply this? Kind of
you're only
retarded
counting the
arguments are
heartbeats. You're not having them.
well, here's the thing. Let me address this. I want to address this because you can actually take the heart out of a human being and put fluid in it and measure how much volume the heart will hold. Okay, now you can get an average of what it is in a human being. Ultrasound, you can see and watch the heart contract with ultrasound because I had to do that with my child. I was actually watching my child's heartbeat. Okay, watch, and then they have a machine that can actually show you blood flow in and out. It can tell the difference between a vein and artery, and you can see what's happening and watch it. So when you mean by demonstrate it, what do you mean? Because I saw it in an ultrasound, saw my child's heart beating with blood flowing through it.
It's astounding to me when somebody can go and say they don't think the heart is a pump.
I know. I mean, as soon as the
What is it, a pickle?
the heart stops beating, the pulse stops, and blood flow stops flowing out of a vein. It stops squirting. It doesn't squirt anymore. So I don't get it either. I mean, this is logic.
Why do you
Is that what the
do
That is
original?
just argument for argument's sake.
we do CPR for the fact that it continues to push the blood through the body.
Yeah.
I think you're breaking up.
You're roboting really, really hard. Who's that? That was
The idea that the is a turkey baster is kind of ignorant because let's say we have two of our turkey baster. How are you pumping into the second?
Look,
No, you're
yeah.
taking it out and putting it in the second.
I'm sorry.
You're not pumping. The heart is a closed system. Turkey baster is not a closed system. The heart has multiple inlets and outlets. Turkey baster only has one inlet and outlet.
Yeah.
So the
and
idea
also,
Well, and
that
there's
this
another
is
factor
the same
too.
is ignorant. Like
When there's another fact, I'm sorry, Smooth. There's another factor
right.
too. There's another factor too. Even your muscles, as you move, are a factor in blood flow. Contractions, moving the blood back to the heart. So there is a factor that your own body, through movement,
right there.
also factors in that.
So I guess, wow.
We're all
Okay.
worked up because this is a dumb argument.
So listen, it has chambers. It's nothing. It's a complex pumping system. Like it has chambers with valves in between sections of the chambers, and then valves that let the pressure out, right? Place where it comes in, and then it goes in a chamber, and there's a valve in the chamber that separates the upper and lower, right? And so it's complex. Like I used to build pumps and parts for pumps in the Navy, so I know what pumps are. You know, it's a complex arrangement. It's a biological pump. So I don't know how somebody could say it's not a pump. It is doing the same thing in the definition as a pump. So,
well, I can show you how
just like an engine,
really,
right?
just let me say this one point. If you don't think that it's a pump, then I need someone to explain to me why we do CPR. Why are we compressing the heart to move the blood if the blood can move without the heart? If the blood moves via magnetism or via electricity, why do we do CPR? And if you're saying we don't do CPR, you would do the same thing.
We do know why, for the contractions, and I'd like to respond to Larry because he made a comment about my statement. So, Larry, yes, I think it's like, you could consider it like a motor. Yes, I think so. It's got chambers that have intake and outtake. There's pressure coming in and pressure going out. So I don't know why
But,
that's not a
but
bad
instead of
analogy
the
either. But I don't know why we're getting stuck on these analogies. We just like, what's the point of this? Is the heart's an incredible device, like thing, whatever it is absolutely incredible. So I don't even know what the contention is with this.
Well, some guy wanted to say that the heart is a turkey baster and not a pump, and I think that they don't
Yeah, I
have a
know, I heard all
rudimentary
that,
idea of
but
what
I
a
didn't
pump
hear
is.
his original premise though of what he was trying to say in the first place because it got
That
lost.
that the heart is not a pump because blood can flow via magnetism or some type of
Yeah.
electrical gradient.
Yeah, so that's what it was. I heard that, but it got lost in the in the vapor. So, but yeah, whatever. I mean, it does what it does. Like what I think what's more interesting conversation is how the heart like has this like it's smarter, like there's like it has its own brain or something. It has its own processing.
Doesn't have its own brain.
It does. It does. It actually does have a neural network.
They measure
too.
the
It has a
electromagnetism
neural
on the outside
network.
of the heart, and it
The
has
network.
more. It has more electromagnetism than the brain puts out.
Hey,
Further distance
just
away.
if I'm coming through, just real quick, I just posted a video from Thomas Cowan, who's an MD. He's written a book on this as well. He challenges this very concept of the heart being a pump. Just putting it out there.
Oh yeah, I saw a couple. So, could you tell us real quickly what he's saying? Do you know? Did you watch?
No,
this?
it's been over a year since I watched it. It was because I heard this come up before, and so I looked into it. But he's got a book out on it in particular, the very topic. So
it'd be something interesting to look at, no doubt. I mean, also look at heart math. I think that's very interesting. I haven't seen that in a while either, but there's heart math is very interesting.
I gotta say he was right about one thing, right? The vacuum created by depressing on one side creates, pressure on the other, and in the same way, a turkey baster uses vacuum to draw in the turkey juice or whatever, whatever you're putting in your turkey, right?
So
It's
you're
using
saying that
a vacuum. No, I'm saying in this one way it's similar, but it would be a better description to describe a four-stroke engine with 16 head of valves, right? Or two valves on each side, right?
here's
That
the
would be a
issue.
better analogy, except for it's electrical, right? So it's like, but it's not just like.
Not. I mean, the issue here is that we're trying to compare things to the heart, but it's not fully comparable. The heart works by creating a pressure gradient. So as blood returns from the veins, right, it's a low pressure. The valves of the heart, the chambers of the heart, are to increase the pressure and push it.
Yep.
I forgot all the exact, but it pushes it to the lungs, and that pressure is able to continue and force it back. So it's an enclosed system. It's almost, if you guys are into engine, it's just like the fuel or like it's a really closed system, and you can move a large volume by creating negative pressure.
It's a closed hydrodynamic system.
Oh,
That's exactly
careful,
what it is.
careful. That helps disprove the
Like
space.
it's not an engine, because engine is not, the engine doesn't work by creating negative pressures. Like an engine works in the other way.
So is the heart
It's
kind of like
pushing,
Earth?
It's pushing.
The heart kind of like Earth.
You know, I
Yeah,
think the
takes a
heart is a
licking and keeps
water
on
slide.
ticking. Let's just agree to stop comparing the heart to something that it's not.
I think that would be useful.
Yeah. It's like a turkey baster with check valves and other orifices. So it's the
Holy
exact same
crap.
thing as a turkey baster.
Now
It's like a four-dimensional turkey baster made up by Rick and Morty.
Hell yeah. Now we're talking.
I just
Wrapped
knew.
in a
So
fruit
now we're
roll
gonna
up.
now for the most complicated analogy of the heart ever heard by any human. Who's next?
Hey guys, I'm pretty sure my brain is an apple core.
Yeah, I think we can all
Just
agree
saying.
that the lowest common denominator is that right the hand is just wrong. How's that?
Does anyone want to talk about the frog again?
It sounded
Faded
like
out.
it sounded
And
like
things
there's
that I would say
anybody
that make me think that, like I hear people say that, your memories or your soul or whatever is in your heart, some kind of a higher function. I've never seen any evidence of that. And heart transplant patients don't seem to have miraculous changes in their behavior. So it doesn't seem to
Yes.
be an intrinsic
Actually,
Yes, they
that's
do.
not true.
portion
That's not true.
Yes,
of
they do.
There's
your
dozens and
of your
dozens of
soul.
people. There's dozens
Oh,
and
I
dozens of witnesses that
That's
have
okay. You
experienced
can
heart
talk over me. I get it.
transplantation
Sonny,
and their
hold on,
families, and
guys.
you're not letting me finish.
Sonny, you're
So,
talking over him, man. You just kind of
okay,
interrupted what he was saying. Go
okay,
ahead,
I'm sorry.
Moyak.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. So I just, in closing, I just don't see any kind of a tie to a higher function of the heart than pumping blood. Now you can talk because I'm not
Could I
talking.
respond? I apologize. I do that sometimes when I can't hear as well. So it's
No
fine.
problem.
Where was we? Where was we? Where were we?
I feel like it's time to get to the heart of the matter. Heart and
Okay.
soul, right?
Okay, wait.
You mean
So
the
what?
turkey-based heart
Listen,
matter?
listen. I wanted to respond to Moyo Man real briefly. So, I would suggest check out Heart Math just for information for yourself, and then there's lots of people that have experienced heart transplants and their families that have noticed traits, different changes, and then the families of the recipients would talk to the receivers. I mean, the recipients and the ones that were donating the heart. Those families would talk to the ones that received, and they said there were traits of the person who passed, and now they know this person kind of like as both people. Like they
Can I
Dating
respond to this?
alcohol
know the
and other sort of
recipient, and
things,
he has traits of the
tobacco
person.
products.
Can I respond to this real quick when you finish up? Or I guess I didn't mean to pull you out of it, but what about when we put pig valves in hearts? Do people, do they act like pigs?
Police officers.
I don't know.
That just
I don't
because
know.
you have an exception to the rule doesn't mean the rule isn't true.
Yeah, I would
Yeah,
say, like, where you say some people have these things, I would have to say also question the people who don't have these things. And then the question is it some kind of a psychosomatic thing, or is it actually happening? Because there is a lot of woo
it
in
is
people
hard.
that might make them think it.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. It is kind of hard to determine things like this. That's true. It's not exactly something that you can quantify, right?
Well, can I try to say something?
Yeah.
So there's like nerve endings in the heart that like remember certain situations, and they're referencing to your central nervous system a situation, but it's what directly responds to stresses and threats, fight or flight response. All that shit's wired to the heart. So programmatically, it does like store like memory
Yeah.
that like because with a child, like you might be able to scare them with a jack in the box thing. You know what I mean? Playing Pop Goes a Weasel, and that might frighten them. You might even make a baby cry with that shit because they're not expecting it. You know.
So,
But nobody here is everybody here is like acclimated to that. So the Jack in the Box will not make anybody in this room cry. You know. That's because
Yeah, well, I think
that's part of development of
I
the
don't.
human
I feel like
brain.
I feel like there's some Globers that would really start freaking out if you showed them a Jack in the Box.
So the issue with your explanation here is that the heart doesn't have a way to gather stimulus, right? Like the heart doesn't have the ability to see or understand what kind of situation you're in. That's for the brain.
How
So
would you
if
know
you were
that?
to what?
How would you know that?
Yeah,
I mean, you could
instinct.
pretty simple. You could take sleeping people, and then you can show, a knife right above the heart, and people are not going to wake up just because there's a knife right above you.
Well, you should look into that further. So I'm
I
not saying
will.
anything
No,
other than that. Yeah,
no
it's a
worries.
good
experiments. How about experiments? We can all try this at home. You can do this at home. You can prove this. Try this with a loved one. Go over their bed with a knife it and see if they respond. And if not,
Well, wait a minute. I think the point is actually
that wasn't funny.
electrical.
Let
I
me
thought that was
get
hilarious.
back to my. Let me get back to my.
Was I out of line?
Let me get back to my.
Oh my gosh. So I think the primary point was like about the electrical connections that makes it make the heart a complex system of connections electrically based on certain stimuli, that come from the optic centers, the audio centers, the vestibular system is all wired up together. It's a very, very electrically complex system. Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to respond to. So I'm trying to say that the heart doesn't have the ability, as its own organ, to sense stimuli. It receives stimuli from the brain.
I too am not a cardiologist.
So what's happening is, if you were to give two people a heart transplant, right? So like, let's say you had a boxer, and you took the boxer's heart and gave it to some wimpy guy. And the wimpy guy's about to get into a fight. The heart's not just going to chill.
This is like a really good script, by the way, for a movie.
If the wimpy guy is scared and anxious, the heart's going to beat faster because the brain is telling the heart to beat faster. The brain is the command center that tells the heart what to do. So no matter where the heart came from, it's not going to suddenly be more courageous or be able to go into more stressful situations with greater ease. It's the brain's ability to tell the heart.
It does, because like it constricts blood volume based on so your heart doesn't explode when you see a grasshopper, but it can give you enough power to fight the fight if you need to fight the boxer.
Why is that not in the brain? Why do you say it's not in the brain?
Because it's direct hardware wiring in the heart. It's like directly wired. There's a type of, I can't remember it right now, but there's a type of nerve that's specific just to the heart muscle that like controls specifically fight or flight response type things in that spectrum for survival.
Right, where does that connect to?
It's connected to your autonomic nerve system.
The vagal nerve.
So the ANS system is controlled by the brain. That's what I'm trying to express here, right? Like, I want you to understand that your heart does what the brain tells it to, just like your arm. You're saying that your arm, if I were to cut arms off of a boxer and sew them onto me, that I would be able to win a title fight.
If we were robots, I would agree. This is all designed to work together. All this stuff, all the wetware inside of us is designed to work together.
Wetware.
I know it's gross. Yeah, I'll never say it again. Promise.
But
it's high tech shit going on here. That's all.
The big thing to understand here is that, think about it like this: if you were to chop Mike Tyson's and put it on me, I'm not going to be a title fighter. It takes the mind to be able to make that thing work. So just because the heart's being transplanted doesn't mean that the heart is now going to be able to be more successful or whatever in another body. And it's a turkey baster.
Did anybody make the claim that like you transplant a heart from a fighter into somebody and then they'll ultimately be some sort of champion boxer?
Someone made the claim that the heart is able to bring with it memories, and I'm saying that's not true.
So you're saying there's no possibility that there might be some inherent memory built into the heart from another human being if it gets transplanted into you. There's no possibility of that at all whatsoever.
Doesn't seem to be. Doesn't seem to be, and there doesn't seem to be a physical mechanism by which it would work.
What about the people who crave cigarettes and then find out that, the guy I got the heart from, he was a smoker, right? And there's other people that'll crave like beer or certain types of food, and then they find out that, he did this every, Wednesday, right? And it's one of those things to where it's not exactly explained, right? But we know that there are neurons all over the place, right? You don't just have brain cells in your brain. So the neurological system, it's kind of like a brain from your head to your feet, different parts for different reasons, right? I'm not saying that the neurons in your brain are exactly being used the same way that they're used in your hippocampus, right? That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's all the same thing in a lot of ways, except for
Thank you. That's a lot. Thank you, Hank.
The brain itself. See, when I got a brain transplant, I wasn't a psychopath, but then after the transplant, I all of a sudden started to like pineapple on pizza. What the fuck?
That would be expected. Your brain would be
Pineapple's
everything that
awesome,
you are.
by the way. Pineapple's great on pizza, by the way, Sean.
Yeah, exactly.
So
No,
if
it's a
anybody
crime,
would,
and you should be shot for that.
if anybody wanted to learn more about the brain, there's a book called The Brain Atlas, or Brain Atlas, something like that.
And the only thing that I know of that that could simulate a brain, and it was in large animals. I don't know if it's available in humans, but there seems to be nodes that actually can help shortcut some processes. So I mean that could be there, a node, but I don't know if that's apparent in humans. Something that can react to, let's say, adrenaline being squirted into your bloodstream and circumvent a response from your brain.
And vice versa, if you're able to go into slower breathing, you could slow that adrenaline down. You can change how your heart beats.
Right, but that is not necessarily something I would call like a cognition thing. It's not a intelligence thing. It's sort of like just having a sensor amidships, somewhere near your heart that responds to chemical stimuli.
Yeah, this has actually fascinated people for many, many generations. It's a really, it's a really super interesting topic, and it's really very complex, the heart. So there's a lot of different directions you can go with the heart because of all of its connections that go to other systems and all of that, So it's something to dive into. It's a large pool of information.
To back up what they were saying, hold on a second. Hold on. I just dropped an article from PubMed about memory transplant from heart. Following personality changes following heart transplant. Just to back that up, and it's on PubMed. Sorry, just to back up.
Yeah, I don't say that there isn't claims of that. I just think that there's a lot of people who also claim that it didn't happen. Recipients who don't have this happen. People who've had the mechanical hearts added to them don't. Well, I guess you wouldn't expect a transfer of information. But there are lots of heart transplants, and I don't think it's a 1-for-1 correlation with. Oh yeah, I suddenly like Gaga Ball.
Well, you have to go. You would have to go to this kind of thing, though, which is theoretical, and that would be that memory is stored at the cellular level. So I don't know how you prove that, but there seems to be some strong indications that this is true from like holistic health practitioners and massage therapists, acupressurists, and acupuncturists, things like that.
I want to.
Plants don't have neurons.
Sorry, real quick. Here's a good experiment to try. Then let's get a Glober heart that's about to donate the heart, and put it inside of a flat earther heart that needs a heart, and then see if they go back to the globe.
Disgusting. Better make it all the way around.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
I guess there's a death match being arranged without me, without my knowledge. So okay.
Hilarious. We're just joking.
You're hilarious, Reek. Okay, what's this challenge about, man?
Okay, so plants don't have neurons, but they have memory. They did an experiment, proved that when they put the plant to sleep at 40 degrees Fahrenheit, when it woke up the next morning, they flipped it back over and it continued to grow as if it were still laying down. So it had remembered the night before that it was laying down when it went to sleep.
Is that memory?
Well, I mean, if you went to sleep and you were at your house and woke up floating on a river, right, you would still think for just a second that you're floating, that you're at your house, right? And then once you realize you're on the river, you might react differently. That's what the plant did. Once it realized that, oh, the sun is actually over here now because I'm no longer tipped over. And it started out growing as if it was still laid over, but eventually it realized that, oh shit, I'm upright now. Then it started growing upright. That's exactly what it did.
I don't know if I would call that memory, though. I mean, I guess you could in some fashion, but what I'm thinking is that you had chemical processes that were going on from the day before that needed a chemical reset by the photosynthesis that takes place. So I don't know if I'd call it memory per se or just delayed reaction.
Well, that's just what the scientists interpret it as. I guess,
Yeah.
that, you're a different scientist, you have different interpretation, which is fine, which is what I think this room needs to realize that, we're all looking at the same evidence here. We might have a different understanding as to why. And I always say that it's better to have two mechanics than one, because 4 sets of eyes is definitely a lot better than one when you're dealing with perspective.
Oh, I've seen that lots of times fail. Sometimes too many cooks do spoil the soup.
It's only 2 sets of eyes, 4 eyes altogether. Yeah, I'm
Like
just
we could
saying,
have we could have a flat earther trying to help us with navigation. That would end up with us lost at sea.
Have you proved that yet? Or is that just something you made up?
What proved what? That navigation works and it works by the methods that they claim it works? Yes.
So who came up with star
Methods and
navigation?
assumptions.
Like Copernicus, revolutionists, heliocentrists, did they come up with star navigation?
I don't remember who came up with the navigation system, or at least a coordinate system. I think that would be the beginning of the navigation system. I don't know which one happened first.
I like how you use the term "came up with" instead of "found out about." You're right.
Oh, what's wrong with that? Humans developed navigation.
Wow.
So what?
Okay, so how
They
do you
use
use
the
same way that
observations
they
of
do?
the world.
How do you use navigation the same way that they do? The way that you claim they do.
Yeah, you're
How do
associating
I
like the cause and effect that you don't need. Like you're just associating why these stars seem to, precess 1 degree per 60 miles. They just do, and you're assigning a causation to that, and assume that a globe is needed for a celestial sphere, which is only half a hemisphere at a time.
Well, that
Yo,
is
isn't
the
it
explanation right now. I mean,
isn't
if
it
you came
kind
up
of
with another
ridiculous?
explanation, that would be good.
Isn't it kind of ridiculous how you see the movement 1 degree every 60 miles, and instead of thinking like, oh, the path the light from the star is taking might be bending. No, the physical ground underneath our feet is what's bending, obviously.
Well, it'd be nice, like I said, it'd be nice if you guys came up with a method. Right now, the method that's been described is that the Earth is a sphere and it spins, and you have
You
the
don't need a
option of
method.
coming up, and we use spherical math to come up with those answers. Now you can
But
come
there
up
has to
with
be an
the
answer for everything.
oh,
Does there
I
have to be an answer
see.
for everything?
Okay, you can shut the hell up.
I can, but I won't. Do we have to have an answer for everything?
They will moderate you then, hopefully.
Yeah, there's no
You should
need to
get
change.
moderated.
There's no need to change how we do it.
Everybody's
It's just that you're,
calm.
it's just that you're assigning why it's happening as the
Yep.
cause. Right? There's no need. There's no need to change how we do it because our eyes work. We move in a 360-degree circle, right? So there's no need to change anything.
Okay.
You are a tough guy,
there's
though.
globe
Go ahead.
assumptions, globe math. There's globe assumptions, globe math that are used in order to come up with these answers. In the absence of that, you would have to come up with your own answers in order to find new and novel things out, which you can't do. So have a nice day.
I can say words. I can say
Considering
words
that you
too. I
guys
can
are
say
being
the
rude,
globe
I'm
is
gonna
not the only way.
Come
Sorry, the
on,
globe
guys.
is not the only.
Come on, guys.
I felt like he was responding to me, but so you're saying I can say words. You're saying it's globe math. I can say it's flat Earth math. I mean, are we back to now flat Earth?
So
Well, you
one thing.
What's the globe math?
One thing here. Would navigation work different if the Earth was a globe or if it was flat? Or would it work the same regardless of the shape of the Earth?
Well,
The fact that it works.
hold up.
Whether it works on model. Go ahead.
It would work on either depending on what function you have for where the star. Jesus fuck. It would work the same if you had a function for why the stars are in the position they're in on a flat map. It just depends how you make the model yourself.
That was sort of my question: is would it work? Would it work the same, or would it work different depending on the shape of the Earth? If it works different, then you can use navigation to prove which way the shape is.
Right,
If
but
it-
you're
hold
not.
on, hold on, one second.
Hold up. You're
Almost
not.
done.
You're not
Let me
measuring
finish my
the shape of
statement
the
before
Earth.
you interrupt me, okay? So
But you're
if
not
it
measuring the
works,
shape of the Earth.
hold
You're
on,
measuring the angle to stars. That's
hold
what you're
on.
doing.
You didn't let me finish, and then you can tell me I'm wrong. So back to what I said. If navigation works different depending on the shape of the Earth, you can use navigation to determine the shape of the Earth. If navigation works the same, regardless of whether the Earth is a sphere or a flat plane, then navigation will not lead you to any conclusions about the shape of the Earth. Now
Yeah, but
you can tell me I'm wrong.
here's the problem: is you're not actually measuring the shape of the Earth when you're navigating. You're measuring the angle to celestial bodies, right? The navigation is going to be the same. You're going to have the same angle to stars, no matter what mathematical model you place on the ground and how it relates to the celestial objects and their positions. So what you have here is you could completely reverse engineer it, make the ground flat and make the sky round, and you would have the exact same thing. You'd be pointing it in the exact same angles. You just have a little bit different of math.
But if you're using a curved adjacent, like for instance, surfaces on a globe, it couldn't work because you're actually traveling on a straight line point. Your horizontal is your surface of travel. So that's the whole purpose. If you're trying to line up your three elevation equal circles of equal altitude, they have to be even. You couldn't flop them around a curved surface and hope to find your position based on that floppy like floppy pancake method. Nobody does it that way.
Yeah, there's no spherical. Yeah. Hey,
They'll add the
sorry, I just
spherical
want to add on
aspect
to that. Let me add on to the end of that. The part that he was kind of wonky on at the end is you guys claim that the refracted horizon is actually light down around the curve, so that would make the angle acute, right? And then if the light was bending up, right, into the air, which you guys would call a mirage or whatever, then that would be an obtuse angle. Either way, it's not a 90-degree angle, which you need to get the elevation. So I would say that this argument is correct. I used to not back this argument, but now that I think I understand it a little bit better, it is correct. So I don't think it would really work on the globe Earth model because of your refractive horizon.
And there's other deeper problems than that actually, because the geometric, actually same in lines with that, but a little more focused on that horizon, because your geometric horizon for the globe at 5 feet above is only 3.4 miles, I think. So you got a problem there, because then that means your horizon is only that small. How are you gonna work that?
When we're at sea, we can get it how close? Within a couple hundred yards?
Yes, within 100 yards.
It's pretty.
It just depends.
Darn accurate. So we don't see the fluctuation that your refractive horizon necessitates between acute and obtuse angles that you would have to have. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, that was good.
Yo, can I say something real quick?
Please.
So basically, we're navigating using the angle to stars and shit like that, right? Now, someone came up with a mathematical model that made it so you have to have the ground curving so you can find these positions and angles to where these stars are.
That's
but
not
this
true.
is essentially the same thing as like feeling a pole and then being, wow, the dimensions of this pole are the same as a concrete hose. This is a concrete hose. No, bro, you just fucking took the mathematical model and it essentially needed you to have a curving Earth to give you the right calculations to where the stars are, and then you said, well, the Earth must be curved then, and you didn't
No,
actually
that's
do any
actually
measurement. Thank you.
that is incorrect. You haven't navigated before, have you?
You mean like going from island to island? Yeah, I have.
No, have you actually navigated on a ship before? Is what I'm asking.
Have I looked at a map and used
No,
the
no.
compass
Have you
to,
actually
to measure the
navigated on a
distance between
ship
islands and
out
sail
at
between
sea
them
yourself? No.
by
Right.
myself? Nobody sails by themselves. Are you
Okay,
fucking
bro.
dumb?
Okay, you're on a boat. Have you ever been on a crew on a boat where you helped to navigate the boat?
Yeah, you grab that little fucking. You have a flat map
So you've
of the
done this.
islands you're
So you've
in.
done this.
You have a flat map of the islands you're
So
in.
have you
You
done
fucking
this?
mark it around and you figure out how
So
far
have
you
you
are from
done
the
this
next island
yourself?
over.
Is what I'm asking. I'd like an answer. Have you done this
Well, I don't know.
yourself?
Your question keeps getting more complicated.
No, it isn't. Have you navigated on a boat before
Pretty much,
yourself?
yeah.
With a
Not
crew.
by myself.
Pretty
With a
much.
crew.
Yeah, I sat in the room and watched them navigate. Is that
Did
much
you
of
use
a?
a sextant yourself and go to the nautical almanacs
Do
and look up
you
those
use a
items?
sextant? Do you use a sextant?
I have before. Yes. Why?
Okay, I'm just wondering.
Yeah, I sailed 6,000 miles from LA to Martinique on a 51-foot catch. Yes, one of 3 people. I was the first mate. I helped
And you
navigate the
guys
boat.
use the sextant, not GPS.
There was no GPS yet.
How old
It
are
wasn't
you?
invented yet.
How long ago was this?
Yeah, how long ago was this?
1979, 1980.
Okay, that's pre-GPS.
Yeah, 6,000 miles I sailed.
Yeah,
That's
that was
just one
before I
time.
was born.
After that, I joined the Navy and went on 11,500 mile cruises.
Okay, so
All right,
it
then
sounds like
explain
you know
to
what
me
you're talking.
why the Earth has to curve because you look at some stars.
The model you're quoting doesn't exist. They look at an almanac, it's based on a horizontal adjacent, flat,
Nope.
stationary.
It's on a sphere.
That's
It's
what-
got cosines and sines and
Yeah, you
all
can only
sorts
do
of
that
wonderful
with
things.
a right triangle. It can't be used without a right triangle. It has to have
I've
straight
done it with
lines.
my
That's
globe.
right. That was the point.
I've
It
done
has
it
to
with
be
my
straight
globe in my
lines.
office using no
I
right
don't care if you're
angles.
in your office. Have you navigated a ship and not hit the rocks by using your method?
I am able to use a
No.
globe to
So the
determine a
answer is
position.
no.
I am,
So the
Wait, I
answer is
want
excuse
to
me.
no.
hear. I want to hear from the guy who actually did it in the
I am able.
70s.
I am
So you
able
have
to use
not
my
done this
globe.
in reality yourself.
I am able to use my globe in my office, determine positions on the surface of that
I don't
globe
care what you do in
using
your office.
nothing but a protractor and the curved surface of that globe.
Okay, so show me when this is actually physically done in reality out at sea.
It proves that it can be done on a sphere. So your
So
whole
what?
argument that it cannot be done on a
A lot of
sphere
things
is
can
a
be done in the
fallacious
imagination.
argument.
It's not done in reality.
It
So
is a fallacious argument that cannot be demonstrated, and you are claiming something that is demonstrably false.
Wait, I want to hear from the guy who actually did it in the 70s. So when you were using this almanac and sextant to travel down the fucking west coast and shit, so your conclusion is that it was flat or a ball that you were sailing on?
That guy's muted because he doesn't. He can't control himself. So maybe just talk to
So
someone
he's
else.
muted.
Now
So
he's
the
muted.
answer
All
would be
right. Well, I wanted to hear him.
he thought. Well, I'm sorry he's muted, but at the time he thought it was a globe, and now it's a flat Earth.
I find it very hard to believe that someone who used nautical almanacs and stellar navigation suddenly doesn't think that they're on a sphere. That is a
No, they're
very,
not on a sphere yet.
it's a very hard pill to swallow. Don't believe you.
I want to hear it
Well,
from the guy's mouth himself.
Yeah, luckily your incredulity doesn't matter. Jeremy, did you say that Sonny's been muted?
Yeah, he was talking wild all over Moyak just now,
Yeah,
right? Did you hear it?
Does Moyak want to maybe restate what he said, and then maybe Sonny can get unmuted and we can carry on with that conversation? Because
Yeah, you could do that.
I was learning things. I found the conversation interesting, but I understand why you muted Sonny as well. So I'm not questioning that at all.
Yeah, no, go ahead, unmute him. I'm driving right now.
I'm also driving.
Essentially, if I had to restate it, essentially there's the claim out there that you cannot use a curved adjacent to determine position. However, on a globe with no other right angles or anything like that, all I have to do is make my protractor normal to the surface of my globe, and then find the angle to objects, and I can determine reliably and accurately my position with objects that are surrounding my my globe. I can find locations on that globe, on that sphere.
Okay. Can I speak now?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not questioning what you're saying about what you can show on a globe. Okay, that's not my contention. My contention is that it's not done with a globe while you're while you're out at sea. Here's my claim, is that it is done using right triangles. The surface you're sailing on is horizontal because it is physically horizontal. Hold up. The almanacs are printed in ink on paper. The reason why they're printed on these almanacs that you carry while you're at sea, because those locations underneath said luminaries are in the same geographic location over a plane surface for centuries. As long as we know those stars have stopped at the same place, they reset every year. When they reset, they're in the same exact place they were last year at that second. Do you understand that? Okay. So I don't know if you understand, but that's the way it's actually used. That's my contention with what you're saying. In your office, you're using a globe. You haven't shown that anybody uses your method in reality while out at sea in actuality. Only in presupposition is where you are using the globe and finding positions on the globe. I'm not fighting with you on that. I'm sure you can, but the Earth is not a globe, and we're sailing on oceans that are horizontal.
So you did not say that I can't make a measurement without an angled adjacent? Or the curved adjacent, sorry.
You can't get to the correct location on Earth by using that method. You can't.
Why wouldn't that work?
Because you have to have 3 circles of equal elevation. You don't have equal elevation anywhere on a surface that's curved. Sorry.
Hey, what do you mean? Yeah, you do.
No, you don't. Unless
you
they're
do.
standing off the surface.
No.
All 3 circles have to be equal elevation. Do you get that?
If you're at
From
sea
the far
level,
end of one,
you're at sea
from the
level.
far
You're at
end
sea
of
level
one to the
everywhere,
farthest
dude.
end of another circle, they have to be the same height, equal elevation. Then you have 3 of them. And where they intersect in the middle is your location. Then you adjust your dead reckoning location to the more accurate, which is what these stars are in these almanacs. It's more accurate. That's why we use them. But you can't put it on a
You're
curved
just
surface.
incorrect
It's
when
not
you're using
done.
that terminology.
Pardon me?
Your elevation and your altitude are 2 different things. You're conflating.
Man, you're missing the point. I'm saying that the circles that you draw based on those elevation angles have to be equal elevation. They can't be tilted over one from another in different angles.
They aren't on a curved surface and they're not on a flat surface. That's a moot
They're
point.
on a flat surface, otherwise you couldn't find your location because you would have 3 floppy pancakes as circles of equal elevation. That's not equal. The key is they have to be equal elevation or else you're not finding your location.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that it's doable on both. Like you haven't
why?
made a contention against it working on a sphere. If you
Yes,
have
I
equal
have.
elevation,
Yeah,
excuse me, if you have equal
Where?
elevation on a sphere, it works the exact same way as equal
Okay,
elevation on a
where's
flat.
the equal elevations on a sphere? You put 3 circles on a sphere and tell me how they're equal elevation.
Yeah, sure. I make a sphere and then I encase that in a shell of equal distance from the surface of the first sphere, and then another shell equidistant from the surface of the inner sphere again. I have 3 spheres of equal elevation that are different altitudes from each other.
So they're off the surface of your globe then.
Surface. No one says that's not possible.
Because if they were on the surface, they would be at different angles. Do you get that? X, Y coordinates?
They're on the
It would be
surface.
tilted down in different elevation because it's on a globe. It has to curve away in all directions, right?
Oh, dude, it's not true. You're thinking 2-dimensionally, not 3-dimensionally. You're saying it doesn't work because of 2 dimensions.
You're just wrong because it's not done the way you're saying in reality. The reality part is key here.
Yeah, in reality, you can have equal elevation on a sphere. It's called sea level, 14.7 psi measured at sea level. And with
I'm
it,
not,
with altitude increases, that decreases. It's a known fact.
yeah, I'm not arguing what can be done or could be done. That's not the point. You're missing it there. You're in the weeds. It's not how it is actually done. You keep saying it can be done on a globe. Like, I'm not in contention of that. I'm saying it's not done in reality on Earth. You
It
can't
is done
deny
in
that.
reality on Earth, and you have no way of differentiating.
Okay,
between
put
the
a
two. Just saying.
citation. Let me see that where it's done on a globe, where it's navigating and you're using a globe.
Yes, people use the
Show me the
globe all
citation.
the time, like every day. GPS functions
Show
off
me
of the
that
globe.
citation. No, I didn't say
If you need a
GPS.
citation for GPS, then go look one up. That's no problem.
No, oh my God, you're fully in the weeds now.
No,
So
that's
this
just
is it.
being
If
dude.
you can't be
Like,
reasoned
you're
with
claiming
because
you
you can't
can't
provide,
have an equal elevation on a curved surface.
I
Just
was talking
fundamentally
that,
wrong.
I was talking that time, and you can't provide me a citation where it's actually done in reality your way, like logbooks showing where they do the calculations after their angle measurements. That is done with a sphere in the bottom. You can't show me that because it doesn't exist.
That's because we use a Cartesian coordinate system, dude, which is X and Y. You don't need elevation up and down.
Have you ever done trigonometry before in any
Yes, I
useful
have done
practical way?
trigonometry
Okay,
many
great.
times. In fact, if you knew
Good.
trigonometry,
So
you'd
you
know
know
we're on the
what
globe.
sine, cosine, tangent is? Are those based on curved surfaces?
You can have tangents and
Oh, you
cotangents
didn't answer.
in non-Euclidean geometry, most definitely.
You didn't answer.
I
Are
did.
the
If you
are
don't
the
know what
sine, cosine?
non-Euclidean means, then that's not my problem.
I'll ask it again. So, are the sine, cosine, and tangent that are in the nautical almanacs for those angles, where are they based on curved surface on any one of those angles? Can you show me a sine, cosine, tangent where it's a curved adjacent?
Dude, I'm not talking about whether sines, cosines, tangents, and cotangents are doable on a flat surface. I know they work on a flat surface, and I know you can use them on a curved surface. What I'm saying is you cannot functionally tell the difference between a flat surface and a curved surface using just angle measurements because they both just use a Cartesian coordinate system, which is X and Y, which is by default a two-dimensional array.
So would you please calculate for me a sine, cosine, tangent using a curved adjacent and get back with me because this is over.
Can you do that, Nidhug?
Yeah, I'm gonna get right on doing homework for some guy that doesn't believe the Earth isn't round.
Oh,
Oh
so
my
you
God, why would
can't.
I
So
believe
you
if I've done
can't.
this myself and it works for centuries? You're out of your mind, man.
That we use GPS to find our coordinates on the Earth, and that the Earth is
Yeah.
a sphere.
Everybody
my
knows.
problem.
Everybody knows what just happened.
Red
Yeah,
herring.
everyone knows that. Everyone knows that.
Everybody
He could
heard
not-
and saw it.
Everyone
Red
knows he could
herring.
not
I wasn't talking
show.
about GPS. Now you're
Everyone
skipping
knows
into the
he
weeds
could
to
not show
GPS.
the
Not
difference between a coordinate
Come on, guys.
system using X and Y, which is what we use for any mapping on the surface of the Earth. He could not tell the difference between it being flat or curved using just X and Y because it's a
Okay, go
two-dimensional.
do it on a
He
boat.
just really
and
wants to believe it, guys.
We'll get back to it.
Again, what is the functional difference in an X and Y Cartesian coordinate system between flat and non-Euclidean? Go for it.
Because you're in imagination with the curve, and reality is Earth is
There you
flat, so,
go.
and it's used that way. So you don't have anything to counter that. That's why you're just diffusing red herring.
Got it out of you. It only took a little bit of extra prodding. You know there's no functional difference between the two. You're just a coward.
Nidhug, I know you got overtalked. Nidhug, I know you got
Yeah,
overtalked
yeah,
a couple
go ahead.
times, and you just overtalked someone. Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
I know everyone's overtalking everyone. Start giving out official warnings. I'm just letting you guys know. All right.
I did post a picture just a moment ago, which shows that on a sphere you can find equal elevations angles.
That's
It's
not
an
the
elevation
point.
angle.
That's
It's an
not the point.
elevation angle. So what would be different about that than the real world?
That's
You can
not
do this
even
on a
the
globe.
point. That's not even the
I don't know
point.
what the point is then.
Before
The
we get
point
into
is
that,
that what you're showing on that paper isn't done in
Sonny,
reality. That's the fucking point.
Sonny, 1 second, please. I heard Noah and Travis trying to get in as well. Maybe we can open the floor to them, and then Sonny, you can answer that.
No, I was just no, I'm good.
Okay, fair enough. Noah, did you want to go ahead?
No, I'm good for now. Thank you.
Okay,
I'm
sorry. Please go ahead then, Sonny. Apologies for interrupting.
Okay, no problem.
Do you think?
Okay.
Can I just ask you a question?
Sure.
It is odd that at the time you thought you were living on a globe. That's funny, don't you think?
Yeah.
So you were making these measurements thinking you were on a globe.
Even though I was using a right triangle and using trigonometry with only triangles with 180 degrees. That's the only way it can be done. If someone's telling me they can use a triangle with different than 180 degrees, they're out of their minds, and it won't work in a practical way.
With my method that I demonstrate in that little picture there, just to, like I said, objects in the room. Where's the right triangle? I'm not sure where we have the right triangle.
Okay, can I respond? So,
yes.
For one thing, you didn't demonstrate. Wait, why are you interrupting? You didn't demonstrate it, but to demonstrate it, you would have to go out at sea with your globe, using your method in your office, and to actually find your location on Earth. You have not done this.
Oh no, you wouldn't have to. I mean, you could do this.
Oh, you wouldn't have to. It's not my contention.
I think I was talking. You can actually be. You could be quiet when I speak. Now you left the open. Now I can speak. Now, what you could do is you could take your globe and take known measurements, like from the almanac, and you could simulate whether the method works on the globe, where you could say, okay, 1 inch equals 100 miles, and I could now find my distance. I can use degrees on the globe. I can use distances on the globe. I can do any measurement that I want on that globe and simulate it. Why would that not be sufficient to validate that if I got in this case, a 30, a 25, and a 60-degree angle from these 3 stars, that my location would be exactly at the intercept between all those points?
Because you're using the word if.
He's also using the word angle. That's the problem. He's using the word angle.
Could be done. Yeah, could be done. It's not. It could be done. Something that could be done, and your calculations on your drawing on a flat piece of paper is not matching with reality how it's actually done. So what you would need to show is how whatever method you're claiming here, that it's actually done in reality, and you keep skipping through past that, past the graveyard, about the reality part, and you go immediately into you could do it this way. You see the
Hold
point?
on, if somebody's talking about how it's done in reality, where is that right triangle?
Exactly.
It's where is the right triangle? You're traveling on a flat surface, sine, cosine, tangent. There you go.
Assuming a flat. So in order to have the right triangle,
you're working with what you have in reality, the horizon, and it's horizontal, and then you just go on, and then you go, wow, it was horizontal because I found my way with these 3 circles of equal elevation. You don't understand any of this. I'm sorry.
where is the right triangle? Since what you said was the right triangle is on the flat surface. Basically, you're saying the Earth is flat because the Earth is flat. So I need to know where that right triangle is.
For the third time.
Show me you just need to show a contrary statement from any source that's saying
let me jump in.
Done the way I'm saying, and go.
Okay. Let me jump in just real quick because I am not a sailor. I've never used any of these concepts. Sonny, when you are doing this, do you create a right triangle when you're out on the ocean?
You have the flat portion of it already as your horizontal. That's where you're traveling. That's why.
Okay, where's the zenith or where's the apex? Where is it in front of you or is it from your position?
Your zenith would be directly below, at 90 degrees below the illuminary.
Okay, so you're doing it out. You're doing it out in front of you. Okay, so you're okay. All right, so the right triangle is in front of you. Nidhug, is that good enough?
The bottom portion is out, like the line goes from your position to the horizon. Yes, it goes out in front of your horizon.
Yeah, and then you go up from there. So there's your 90 degree Nidhug.
Yeah, that's the wrong 90.
Not Nidhug. Yeah, that's not zenith. Is okay. I'll try it. I'll try it again. Zenith is at your position straight up. That's where zenith is.
That's what I said.
No, it isn't.
No,
you said the 90 degrees
yes, I did.
Underneath the star on the horizon.
You said it was out in front of you, but that's not correct. Zenith is directly overhead.
No, I did not. Stop it.
Yes, you did. Just a moment ago. We can rewind the stream if you would like. We can rewind the stream, but you definitely said it was out in front of you, up to
I
the
did
celestial
not. I
body.
said the horizon is out in front of you. Shut up.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
Doofus
Sonny.
is poisoning the well,
Sonny.
bro.
Oh, hold on, guys. Hold on. Sonny and Doofus. Sonny, you're on thin ice. Stop talking over people. You too, Doofus. You just did it. There's no argument. Just, I'm giving out official warnings.
Okay, man.
So this was directed at me because he said, "Isn't that right, Nidhug?" And he specifically said that the angle measurement you're taking is to the horizon and the star out in front of you. And
That's
the
an
90-degree measurement, was from the star to the horizon. And you agreed with him. You said zenith was beneath your feet. So we do not agree with that. And if you don't agree with that, you need to amend your statement.
Guys, you need to actually clean your ears out because there might be too much wax in. That's definitely not what he heard. I heard what he's saying he said, and I don't understand how you guys heard anything else.
Okay, so Zenith is directly above your location. Great, everybody agrees.
That's what I said in the first place. Yeah.
That's what he said. I don't understand.
Right. So where is the right triangle?
And then Travis said to him, "Where's the 90 degrees?" And he said, "Out in front of you." As in, he's looking for what Sonny is looking for, right? So he didn't say that the star was in front of you. It's like you're not following intentionally.
Yeah. So
Yeah, that's what he's doing. He's poisoning the well.
I didn't get to the rest
Hold
of it.
on, where is the right triangle at?
Okay, I'm trying to explain. I just didn't get that far yet. So, are you ready?
Go for it.
Okay, how it's actually used in practicality is this way. You set 0 at the horizon. There's an adjustment that you use for your height above water. Okay, so all you do is from your position, you measure elevation angle to whatever star or wandering star that you choose, or even the sun or the moon. We quite often do noon shots of the sun. So you're just doing the elevation angle to the illuminary. After you set 0 at the horizon, then you raise up the protractor with your eyepiece and you line up both the illuminary and the horizon together in their mirrors. They line up right together. And then you look at the protractor and it gives you a number of your angle there in degrees, minutes, and seconds. So then you write that down. Then you go in the almanac, you find out what the zenith of that star is, and you calculate sine, cosine, tangent type thing for your horizontal bottom of the right triangle. That's how it connects.
Can we see a demonstration where sine, cosine, / tangent, any of that is actually used for celestial navigation for stars, the sun, or the moon?
Yeah, it's directly printed in these books in the nautical almanacs. That's why you need to carry them with you on board while you're navigating, because they're written in ink, they're printed in ink. That means those luminaries have never changed. Their zenith over that position at that time by the second is the same exact geographic location on the flat plane that it was last year at that second. That's the end of my statement.
It's done by sidereal time, so you have to be very specific on that.
You do that 3 times, and then where those circles intersect, that's why it's crucial that they're at the same elevation, because you have in the middle where they all line up is your location. I've done this many times.
The elevation in this.
We found a location, and then we've double checked it with landmarks. Once we can see land again, then you check, and then you double reference it, and it's an accurate way because it's been cross-referenced with another triangle using coastal navigation to points on landmarks on land or buoys, beacon buoys, using a radio direction finder, which is based on a horizontal plane, to find radio transmissions that are linearly propagated from buoys, jetty ends, things like that, lighthouses, so forth. Can't be done on a curve.
Are you guys okay?
We didn't get to the part.
Are you guys
we didn't get to
okay
the part
on the 90-degree angle now?
Not yet, because we didn't get to the part where sine, cosine, and tangent are actually employed. Because from what I remember of celestial navigation, you don't use sine, cosine, or tangent when you're doing a 3-star fix.
Okay, wait a second.
You just poisoned the well because he explained it in the beginning.
It's not poisoning the well, it's pointing out something from the actual process.
I want to clarify. So they're printed in the nautical almanacs, all of that information. It says right on there at each elevation angle for those luminaries, sine, cosine, tangent. right in the
Where at, please?
almanac. Okay, I'm going to just
Where
post
at,
it.
please?
I'm going to post it for you.
Right.
You
For a
apparently have
3-star fix.
nautical
For a
almanac.
3-star fix, from what I remember, any of those elevation angles, you're going to take that and multiply it by 60 nautical miles times the degrees.
Okay, that you
There's no
remember.
sine, cosine, or tangent involved.
Okay, that you said that you remember from what experience?
From what experience? From the military.
Hey, there's no trigonometry in celestial navigation.
Did you
Right.
navigate
The
in the
final point after the 3-star fix, yes.
Did you navigate in the military?
I took celestial navigation in college, which was almost 20 years ago now, and one of the fundamental principles was that it uses spherical trigonometry in order to work properly.
So you haven't seen Pub 229. You're not familiar with it. Have you ever held a nautical almanac in your hands?
I have. In fact, they handed them out in class when I took celestial
Really?
navigation.
Because it's a big, huge book. Really? It's like a 12-inch tall,
Yeah,
book.
you had to buy your own almanac in order to take the course. It was part of the required
You
reading.
can't tell me what experience.
So
Yeah,
the fundamental principle, however, that underpins celestial navigation is the understanding of spherical trigonometry, and that precludes being on a spherical surface.
It's only afterwards, just like they do with geodesy. It's after you do the planar, and we were always off after that last calculation. So there's that. Sorry.
Wait, hold on. Can I jump in real quick? Hold on real quick. Was that Nidhug that was just talking, or Doofus?
It was Nidhug.
I'm sorry.
No, it was
Which
Nidhug.
it was Nid. Okay, who just talked about the course where spherical trigonometry? Because what you just said, I think, isn't what you meant to say, because you said it precludes a spherical surface. Can you say that again, please?
You use spherical trigonometry because you were on a spherical surface. You wouldn't use spherical trigonometry if you weren't on a spherical surface.
Preclude was the wrong word.
No. You used no. You used the word precludes a spherical surface. Can you?
You're breaking up.
Dude, he used the wrong word. Like, who cares?
That
man?
again.
Get
Who
past
cares if
it.
he used the wrong word?
He used an incorrect word. It's not a big deal.
I used the wrong word. It should have been it requires a spherical surface.
Okay, so I've been barred from posting in the text chat, so I can't post the link anymore. So you have to look up the nauticalalmanac.com -TNAC compact 2021 nautical almanac compact version, and you'll get a PDF from the nauticalalmanac.com. You can look that up. You can look at about it, publication 229. Obviously, you haven't used one of these before. That's commonly known, Bowditch Pub number 229. That is the item. And so
Bowditch. I know exactly which one you're talking about.
Yeah, do you know when
in doing a 3-star fix, the distances that you get there's no sine, cosine, or tangent involved in order to get those distances. Not in the process.
Oh my God. It's actually in the almanacs, bro.
Okay, can you please post or have someone
post.
do it for? Can you have someone do it for you where it says in the almanac that you use sine, cosine, or tangent to get the distances for a 3-star fix? I'm desperately in need of some sort of citation where that's actually used in practice.
Mm-hmm. There it is right here. Cosine, sine, cosine, latitude, cosine. It's it's right here. It's everywhere.
Let's see it.
So they contain altitude correctional charts, calendar years, GHA and declination, sunrise, sunset, and meridian passages of the moon.
There you go. I posted the link. I sent it to you. I sent you a DM, Nidhug. with some text and then the link that I got the text from. So there it is, right in the formula, sine, cosine. That's from the almanac. You can
This
check
involves
that.
a three. This
Check your
involves a
link.
3-star. Right. To be clear, this involves a 3-star fix, and the distances on those 3-star fix, the 3 stars.
Using a right triangle. Yes, you're right.
Okay. Nidhug, can you pull that out and post it here, please?
Well, I don't know. I don't think I can post pictures either.
Okay,
Hold
hold
on.
on. I sent it to the wrong person. Who else am I talking to? 1 second. I got it into the wrong server. 1 moment. It's a good conversation, you know.
Oh yeah, you can't. That's right. Okay.
Hold on a second here. Doofus, I'll send it to you. I'll friend you guys. You know, I enjoy having a conversation with you. I know it does get a little heated. I get a little heated too, and I appreciate the moderation because, quite honestly, I know I need it. So then I can draw back because I get in the heat of the moment. But anyway, here's the link there, Doofus. I mean, it's intellectually stimulating for me. You know, like I haven't used these skills in quite a long time. Actually, I'll tell you what, last weekend I went sailing for the first time since 1988. So, you know, I'm an old man. I've been around quite a long time. I'm in my mid 60s. I did the navigation when I was a 21-year-old kid. Yeah. So, like, I'm relearning these skills, but what I'm here to tell you is I didn't know at the time Earth was flat. That's the astonishing part because we're actually using sine, cosine, tangent, which I later used in the Navy as a machinist to lay out parts on metal and cut it out with milling machines and boring mills and all sorts of things like that. So I used, like, I know what a straight line is. I used to have very good vision, you know. I could see
I hate to interrupt real quick.
15,000s with my eye.
This is 165 pages. What page specifically are you wanting me to look at?
Let's see the one. Okay, it's on right after useful information. There's a bunch of tables. And okay, let me find the page. It's on page on page 6, and then on page 7, and here I'll send some text, which is on page 7. Let's see, get this here. Go. Here's some text from page 7, and there's the sine, cosine in the formulas. It says it right there. Page 7.
Determine HC from using a calculator.
Cosine. Yeah. See the arc sine key? So cosine. See those?
No.
Or sine,
HC.
cosine.
Right. This has nothing to do with a 3-star. This has nothing to do with a 3-star fix and the distances within them.
Okay, great. This is from the Nautical Almanac. You were denying that they use sine, cosine, tangent, and there it is right there.
Right. I understand. What I specifically said was during a 3-star fix, the distances involved have no sine, cosine, or tangent functions used within them ever.
Yeah.
There is no involvement of sine, cosine, and tangent in order to get the distances during a 3-star fix.
Well, you haven't done this yourself, so you don't know anything about dead reckoning and corrections with your celestial tests.
You can tell me that I don't know, but here we have the almanac itself not using the formulas that you said it used for that process.
Oh my God. You've never done it, and you're correcting me. You're going contrary to what the Nautical Almanac actually says when it says sine, cosine, tangent in the formulas. What are you doing?
I'm not, to be very clear, I'm not going against the almanac because the almanac does not use sine, cosine, or tangent in the derivation for the distances during a 3-star fix. That's not in the almanac.
You admitted you've never done this at sea before. You clearly didn't ever have a Nautical Almanac in your hand, and now you're disputing it.
I'm
So
looking
good.
right at the thing that you
Good job.
posted, dude.
But you've never done it yourself. Good job.
Okay. Can you show me somewhere in this almanac where, during a 3-star fix, the distances are calculated using sine, cosine, or tangent?
No, you're not reversing the burden of proof. Look, you're claiming that the Earth's surface is curved, but you can't show me a citation where they ever use a curved surface when navigating it. Go.
I mean, I can give it to you right here. I have figure
Hold on
2,
a
great
second.
circle distance bearing an HC.
Yeah,
I have a
Hold on.
chart showing Toronto with a lat long and an HC. HC being the thing that you showed me that shows cosine, tangent, and a sine, which is just calculating an
Tell me where
altitude.
it's actually done, not in theoretic.
There,
Okay, real quick, it's not reversing the burden of proof when I ask you to back up your claim that they use sine, cosine, and tangent in order to get the distances during a 3-star fix. That part is not reversing.
I pasted it back in the little private message you just sent me. That's one guy doing an HC calculation, which is the exact thing you sent me. Determining HC using a calculator. The formula is a sine, cosine, and whatnot. And the HC calculation that this other guy does is the exact same thing that you were talking about, but done using spherical trigonometry, using great circles. And it has in no way, shape, or form any bearing whatsoever on a 3-star fix. It's just calculating the altitude of 1 point.
You just can't show it done in actuality out at
Just
sea.
linked it to you, dude. What do you want? What more do you want? You want us to go out on a sailboat right now and do a sextant measurement for you?
Yeah, let's see you do it because it's never been done before, like you're saying.
Just gave you a link that of some other guy doing it just the way everyone else says it's done. Like, I don't understand why you're arguing. I don't understand why you're arguing celestial navigation as a concept to us. Celestial navigation as a concept is understood using spherical trigonometry. You don't agree with that. That's cool. It's cool that you don't agree with that. But just because you don't agree with it doesn't mean it's true.
Yeah, it means it's not done in reality the way you're saying it. That's what it means.
It works. It's explained that way and done that way.
Paper, on a globe on paper. Yeah, it doesn't work in reality. Sorry, you're wrong.
If it were okay, so what's the difference between it working on paper in quotation marks, which all you've done, by the way, is show us things working on paper. That's all the proof you've given. So I don't understand how it can only work on paper and not in reality. How else are we supposed to show it to you, dude?
That
These
is
guys
done
are good
in
at talking,
reality.
but they're not
Some
good
of the
at thinking.
logbooks, the citations, people stating that they've calculated using this method and actually got to their location correctly, accurately.
I
You
gave you
can't show
one.
this.
I just gave you one, dude. I just linked it to you.
A link isn't empirical evidence.
It even has him hand drawing and filling out the chart for corrections. It's everything you're asking for right there, and it's done using spherical trigonometry, and it is in no way
all that.
form about what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm sure you believe all
Right,
that.
the methods that have been published, and in fact, the methods that you posted to us, does not say that you use sine, cosine, and tangent to do any of the distances in a 3-star fix.
Here,
So
I posted it.
whatever you have for evidence for your claim would be nice if you could bring forward.
Yeah, I think the flat Earth side of I mean, I'm not very good at this navigation stuff, but I think the whole point is when you make that measurement, in the first instance, the angle of elevation, I think that's the argument, isn't it?
Yeah,
so it's not a calculation.
It's not a good one.
It's not a calculation. It's a measurement. That's the point.
Yeah, you can have angles to a curved surface. This is a ridiculous argument. It's not a good idea.
Spherical triangle, Sonny. That's what spherical trigonometry works with.
You're not creating an angle. So
These guys are in here arguing about it. The ocean's out there, guys. I don't know what
I got a mic check.
We're throwing Bowditch under the plank. Like they're throwing Bowditch. They don't even know who Bowditch is. Like,
is my mic not working?
Yes, Bowditch, as most people pronounce it. We know what it is. We know what's in it. When I came in here and said, "Where's the sine, cosine, and tangent?" and then you gave me something else instead of what I asked for, I knew that would happen because I know the damn manual.
Is my mic working?
You conveniently didn't post. Now
Yeah,
I'll
it
post it myself.
is,
That was nice
Rakia.
of you to leave that out.
Is there a
You
reason
posted
why
it.
when I open my mic, four people
Dishonest.
talk after me when I ask?
Because that's the way it's goes. I mean, you got to kind of work your way in, man.
Welcome back to No
Not
One
if we
Here
had
Understands
mods.
Triangles.
Is that the mod left lane saying you just got to?
Well, I mean, you can't just speak and expect everyone to hush. I mean, that's not the way it goes, you know.
I didn't just speak. I didn't just speak, left lane. Good job, buddy. I said, "Can I get in here?" Right? And it's like they didn't even hear me. And a mod being here when that happened should have stepped up. But we'll move past you.
Okay,
Instead of making it personal, yeah, if you don't mind, to my knowledge, they're not making angle measurements to a curved surface there. The first thing you do is create a horizontal at your elevation above the surface, correct?
Yeah, and then you have a dip correction, and then yada yada. Yep.
Right,
It's
but
all
the
in
dip
between.
correct, yeah, but yada yada yada. The dip correction has nothing to do with the curved Earth. It's just an optic correction or refraction correction. But the horizontal line that's created at the elevation that the person taking the measurements, that's the first thing that would be done, right? Horizontal line.
The horizontal line, and your dip correction is only elevation correction of your height.
Right. It has
It's
nothing
an
to do with
angular
the Earth
correction,
curve.
though.
Yeah, but it has
The
nothing to
correction
do
is an
with Earth.
angular measure.
It has nothing to do with Earth curve, does it?
Well, you can have
The amount of the correction is calculated from a spherical Earth. So, I mean, that's a bad way for you to go.
No, I don't think so.
It's a straight line angular measurement from the height of the observer to the horizontal.
Correct.
Straight line angular?
A straight line of sight.
Right, so the dip correction, I guess if I have to be the actual representative for the manual here, the dip correction is an angular measure. That angular measure is calculated from a spherical Earth. That's how they come up with
I
the
don't
amount of
understand.
correction.
I
Doofus,
do
you just
not
ran.
understand
Hold
how we
on.
don't have. Yeah.
Hold on.
Yeah, left
Doofus,
lane
you
is
just
here.
ran right. Doofus, you just ran right over that guy. He was definitely mid sentence.
Yeah.
I don't know why
Okay,
you did that.
Jeremy. It's okay.
It's not
Left
okay.
lane
No,
is here. No, left
not
lane is
okay.
here. No, left lane is
Rakia,
here.
relax.
He's going to take care of it.
Rakia, relax.
Doofus.
He needs muted. He needs muted. Otherwise, this whole system is shit.
Yeah, you're right.
Well, I don't think he needs muting, but we already have a mod here who said just barge in whenever and then lets people over talk without saying anything for like an hour. But thanks for coming, Jeremy. I will appreciate the mod shit. We'll try and do better here. Let's mod ourselves a little better. So, to my knowledge, I'll say it again. I don't think that's what's happening. A dip correction, right, is maybe written, but I don't think it's what they're saying it is if it is in that way. Because the first thing you do is take line of sight, a horizontal line, and then take angle measurements from that, to my knowledge.
All right, so the actual dip correction in the manual is calculated from a spherical Earth. That is, the number that you're given is an angular measure, and the reason that they calculate it that way, and the reason why the table has those values, is because they used a spherical Earth in order to come up with those values.
Well, I'm missing the dip correction then. Is that part of the horizontal line created from the viewer's line of sight?
It is part of the measured angle that needs to be subtracted from the measured angle in order to get an elevation angle.
You're talking about perspective then, like the 69 mile 1 degree?
I'm not talking about perspective.
Explain dip correction. Don't just say they calculated from start from the beginning. The line of sight, you're 10
Can I
foot
ask
above
a
the water.
question about
Wow.
dip correction specifically?
You mean as I'm asking one? You mean right in the middle of me asking one?
Yeah, no, just right after.
Yeah,
Or
so if
I
he
can
could
just
go through,
answer it first.
or you could go through we create a horizontal line of sight. We're 10 foot above the water, so our horizontal line of sight that we've already done is 10 foot above the water into the distance. Now after that, where does dip correction come in?
Okay.
Wait, can
the
I follow
dip correction
up
is necessary because what your
Hold
lower
up.
reference.
This question is really
Wait,
relevant.
he's just answering the bloody question. Let him answer the question.
Yeah, I don't know why the fuck I can't answer
Mine's
a
like a
question.
side question, and it'll take 5 seconds. So,
It's
if
a
you're
side
at
question that I can answer after I'm done answering his question, right?
at sea level, do you need dip correction? Like, say you're perfectly at sea level, like your sextant's half in the water, it's perfectly on the level of the sea. Do you need dip correction? Thank you. That was my side question.
Let's just keep
Okay,
asking
if
questions,
your
and that
eyes
way
are
no one can
submerged
ever
in
answer.
water, then you don't need it. Yeah, that's great. Now, moving on with actually addressing Rakia's question. The dip correction is applied after you've measured an angle. You have to know your altitude above that surface. Then your lower reference is moved up because you're subtracting that angle in order to make your lower reference be horizontal, because your lower reference isn't horizontal.
I don't know what the lower reference has anything to do with it. If you're creating a line of sight horizontal from a point, from the viewer's point of view, right? You're looking through a sextant. That is creating a horizontal. What does below that
No,
have to do with? Okay.
no, Rakia, we're talking about a marine sextant. The marine sextant has two reference points. One is supposed to be aimed at the horizon. The other one's supposed to be aimed at the celestial object that you're trying to use. That lower reference is not necessarily horizontal. You're using the horizon, which, as you've probably heard by now, drops below horizontal the more you gain altitude. So the dip correction is specifically for that.
Yeah, but
Okay, I have a question.
not because of Earth curve. I'll quit after this. Not because of Earth curve, just because of you're rising above an optical position in the distance. They may call it Earth
I don't
curve
think I can
or
hear it
dip.
anymore.
That's what I thought. I
Right.
thought
So doesn't that mean my
called.
question?
Wait, I had a question.
So
Okay, can I
go
ask
ahead.
my question? Just
I don't know.
thank you. I don't know if I'm going to break up or not. Okay, so I can't tell Doofus or Nidhugg apart. I apologize. So I don't know who is. So the horizon basically is due to curvature. So to eliminate curvature, you factor in a dip.
No, that's
Is that
not it.
correct? I'm
No,
asking
we're
for
all the only effort in using a dip correction, the only reason why we do that is we just want a horizontal reference. It's not about eliminating curvature. It's just trying to get a good horizontal reference.
Okay, I don't get why you just don't use the horizon. What the fuck do you need a dip
Because
angle
it's
for?
not at horizontal. That's why you need to correct for it.
What do you mean it's not at horizontal?
So
I don't get that.
Horizon drops below horizontal references more as you gain more altitude.
You're not getting more altitude.
So my question's pretty relevant, actually. The side
Okay,
one
hold
that
on.
everyone shit
Okay,
on me
great.
for.
I really
So
want to hear.
so when you are at zero altitude, you don't need to do any dip correction, right? You don't need any dip correction if you're right next to the water. Am I
He
correct?
already answered that. No,
Yeah.
you don't.
Yeah, I answered that a long
I'm
time
just
ago.
curious, real quick, guys, real quick, Travis, hold on, real quick. What dip correction do you use when the horizon's above level?
That's so helpful.
Well, that's our point. It's an optical.
What do you mean that's
position.
helpful? That's a question. If you see the horizon above level, what dip correction do you use?
Right. Typically we don't do celestial navigation over an ice-covered lake, because I know exactly which one you're trying to refer to.
Okay, well, that's not true. Over a salt flat, it happens too. But that's our whole point. That it's not caused by Earth curve. It's caused by an optical position of the apparent horizon. That you're calling a dip correction due to Earth curve. I think that's the issue.
Real quick, this is worth mentioning. When somebody says, since refraction exists, that means curvature must not exist, you have to take
No,
that argument as complete bullshit.
That's not what we're saying at all.
I was just asking. And the picture I have is not of an ice covered lake. It's of a lake with water on it, so not ice covered. I'm just curious, what dip correction do you use when the horizon, the water, is above level? Thanks.
Right. The dip correction you would probably start with is the one that's for your altitude. Whether or not that gives you a messed up result is not its problem, because the almanac is written for standard conditions. When you're out at sea, specifically when you're out at sea, the standard conditions for that kind of environment are what's written into the manual.
Okay, I still don't get. Please forgive me. So, if I'm looking out at the horizon on my ship, I have a visible line that I can refer to. Whether or not there are waves or if it's a dead calm, I don't give a shit. It's right there. It's a reference point. Why would I move away from that reference point to a place that's indistinct and just create something else that's not intangible?
Because it's
invisible.
Because the horizon reference point that you have has been measured to be not at horizontal. So if it has a tendency to not be at horizontal, you probably want to correct for that.
Okay, when you say not at horizontal, I'm not understanding. Does that mean, in my mind, does that mean not at eye level? Is that what you're saying? Not at eye level?
You hold a
I mean,
sextant up.
effectively, most people determine eye level to be at 0 vertical angle, which is horizontal reference.
I'm just trying to understand because I don't use this language, so I think I'm following. Okay, I'm good. Thank you so far.
Right. Horizontal is just perpendicular to a 90-degree reference. And gravity is the 90-degree reference. You can have a horizontal, an infinite amount of horizontals along any vertical. And the one at 6 feet high is, generally speaking, the horizontal with respect to your eyes. So that horizon that you would expect to see at that height is always below that expected value because the horizon dips with altitude.
Yeah, it's calculated because when you get to lower levels, you can't even see that dip. It's only calculated. It's assumed due to the radius. The only reason you're always above the horizon, it's just the optical view makes it appear to rise to eye level, but it's actually not. Like if you're 6 foot above the water, over distance, you're still 6 foot above the water out. It just appears to rise up towards your eye level. So you have to take that dip into account. And for some reason, call it Earth curve, but it's not. It's strange.
You can claim that it's not. That's your opinion.
Well, we know it fluctuates, and it wouldn't if it was due to Earth curve. It wouldn't fluctuate. So you have to agree that it is fluctuating due to optical, the optical corridor you're looking through and the conditions. So wouldn't we go with that?
Well, now, Rakia, that's not true. You wouldn't say on a spherical Earth refraction doesn't exist.
I didn't say that at all. I said
Right, you
over
said
a
that on
flat
a
plane.
spherical Earth it wouldn't fluctuate.
No, I did not say it would never fluctuate. I said it does fluctuate. Whether surface we're on, that's what we're calculating for, not the actual Earth curve. Yeah, you cut me off 3 times so far in this particular rebuttal, but go ahead.
Right, because I'll respond to the beginning of it, which is, no, you actually said if it was due to curvature, there would be no fluctuation. Those are the words that you said, Rakia. If the Earth is spherical, then you don't expect the horizon to fluctuate.
Okay, if you think you got me in a gotcha, I'll go back and re-step it. If I said that, and you are very correct in this point, I misspoke because that's not what I mean. I know refraction exists over any surface, right? So now you can get off your high horse and know that I'm saying that is what, no matter what surface you're on, that's what they're correcting for. Not Earth curve, not it being a flat plane. Whether you're on a flat plane or a curved Earth, the horizontal is the horizontal. You're taking your measurements from that horizontal line, your angle.
That's not true, though, Rakia. With a marine sextant, you are not taking a measurement from a horizontal reference. You need to correct for your horizon being below horizontal.
Exactly, which is not Earth curve. It's just an optical view of why when you gain elevation, your horizon drops.
Now that you've been corrected, you can stop saying that you were taking a horizontal reference.
Well, we are taking a horizontal reference,
but we're not.
Everything you said is true, except if the horizon's above your level or if you can't even see the horizon.
Okay, so that would still not be a horizontal reference. Thank you.
Well, it is a horizontal reference. That's what you're taking the angle measurement from after you correct for refraction. The horizon,
no, you take the measurement first and then you subtract.
Yeah, I know you do. Because you know, looking out at the horizon, it's not in its actual position.
What do they use when you can't see the? What do they do when you can't see the horizon?
They don't do readings. We don't take sextant readings when you can't see the horizon, unless you can, unless you reference like you do it a different way. There's different methods anyway. He's talking about one method.
Right, you use a bubble if you can't see the horizon.
And a bubble represents what? And a bubble represents what? A horizontal line, right?
Well, why wouldn't you be able to take a reading even if it's even if you can't see the horizon if you're just using eye level?
Well, that's why he said he uses a bubble, because that
I mean, honestly, why even refer to the horizon if you're just going to use eye level? That's just stupid. Right?
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't dip correction also referred to as height of eye?
I was just going to say that. They do a dip correction, yes.
You have to have a starting point, otherwise your dip correction is going to be
Yeah.
meaningless. Because
Yeah, but
again,
did you?
you can have infinite horizontals along any vertical. So if you're 1,000 feet in the air or you're 2 feet in the air, that's going to be a huge difference in angle to whatever you're observing. But you'd still technically have a horizontal there. So you reference it to the horizon because that's something that is tangible, easily to see, always there, etc.
That makes no sense if you're using your eye level to do it. Why do that at all?
I just gave you the reason why.
No, you don't need the horizon. Just look straight ahead of you. That's eye level. That's what you said.
Right. So how high up are you at eye level?
How high am I?
Yeah. How high up are you?
6 feet.
It depends on how big.
Real quick.
It
Did
depends
somebody
on
just say they can eyeball eye level?
You need a reference point so you know how high up you are, so you know how much to correct for the dip. Otherwise, your angle will be wrong.
So you are using the horizon, but then you're ignoring the horizon. Okay.
You correct for it, dude. You're not ignoring it, man. At what point did we just say, nah, don't worry about the horizon? You correct.
Yeah, we're using the horizon because we're correcting for the measurable difference between it and eye level.
which has nothing to do with the curve of the Earth, right?
I mean, it's calculated to have something to do with the curve of the Earth.
No,
It
it's just
doesn't have
data.
zero to do with the curve of the Earth. That
Yeah, it's just
your height above the horizon.
Okay, you can say that it's that, but it's not. That's not how it's derived.
I don't
Well,
say
no,
that. That's what
that's
they
exactly
say.
what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
And it's an apparent position. It's your height above an apparent position. You know, they've taken these calculations and they've done it over years and years. So they've gotten, you know, the very good average on a standard day, but it can be different.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, you were roboting a second ago, though.
All right. So you said they didn't use a horizontal to get through this measurement with. What do you do when you can't see the horizon?
I think you roboted last time. I mentioned you can use a bubble attachment to create an artificial horizon if you need to.
And when you say you use a bubble to make an artificial horizon, would that be, I don't know, horizontal?
That's you making a horizontal reference. Yeah, sure. What's up?
Oh, Jesus Christ. So, yeah, yes, they.
I don't know if it's
You're
my
breaking
connection
up,
or
Jeremy.
yours.
You're no good, man.
It's Jeremy's, but it was my point exactly. It's a horizontal, right? And that's what your baseline is, a horizontal. However, you're trying to derive, make it as accurate as possible. You know why they use the horizon, right? It's because they're usually on a moving ship, so a bubble doesn't work as well, but it's still creating the horizontal as your baseline. Your turn. Uh-oh.
It's not an uh-oh. Of course you use a horizontal reference. When you use the horizon, however, because it measurably drops below a horizontal reference, they use the calculation for a spherical Earth to provide that correction for you, so you don't have to do that.
Well, sometimes it drops below.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Sometimes it drops below horizontal. Sometimes it's above horizontal. We just went through this.
Yeah, we did just go through this. On rare occasions, it's above horizontal in certain conditions. On almost all possible scenarios where you could be on a ship at sea It's always below eye level. The more you gain altitude, the more it's below eye level.
Because of the conditions,
It's not
though, right?
always. It's not. It's not
Yes,
always
always at
below
sea.
level. Sometimes it's above level. No,
No,
sometimes
not
it's
at
above
sea.
level.
It doesn't happen at
Yeah.
sea.
No, that's a lie. He don't know that. That's you're making
Okay,
that up.
I
Yeah.
would
I
like to
mean,
have an
where'd you?
example where it happens at sea.
You would like to
I
have an
have an
example of
example
where the
of over
horizon is in
water.
a different position at sea? No problem. I mean, are you
He
really
that's
going to
not
Above
go
what he
there?
level.
That's
Yes,
not what he
above
asked.
level.
He wants it above level.
No, different positions.
That's
No, that's
not
Which
not what
would
I'm
be
We
asking
have an
dependent.
for, because
example of
it was
being on
mentioned that it
water.
would be above eye level sometimes at sea. So what I need is an example of where it's above eye level at sea.
We have an example of being on water and the horizon's above eye level. What does it matter if it's at sea or over a lake?
because we're doing
Celestial
celestial.
navigation
We're
would
talking
be
about
different.
celestial
Celestial
navigation,
navigation would be
not
different over a lake.
terrestrial
Can't celestial
navigation.
navigate over a lake?
We're
Because
talking
of
about
these
celestial navigation,
because of
Jeremy,
the
not
size of the
terrestrial.
body of the because the size of the body of the
Okay.
water and the temperatures make a difference.
And celestial
Yeah,
navigation doesn't work
exactly.
over a lake.
No, he said it.
That's what you're
Temperatures
telling me.
make a difference. Of course they do. Conditions of the day, including temperature, makes a difference on where the apparent horizon is going to be. Congratulations. Welcome to reality. That's why you have to make an adjustment to make sure that your horizontal baseline is accurate.
My
Thanks
God,
for playing.
how do you not get
Okay.
this, Dave?
Not a gotcha in any
It's
case, Rocky.
Did you just use my name again?
very,
Jeremy,
it's
you need to
very
take care of
simple.
that comment.
It's very
He was
simple.
told earlier. He
In
was told earlier
99%,
not to talk and not to
in
use my name.
99%,
Jeremy, mod,
in 99% of all
mod.
cases,
I
Why are
would
you
like
using
that
a
taken care
person's
of.
name on the
Mod,
Discord?
Jeremy,
Why?
you're here. Please take care of
animal,
that.
not at
I'm
sea.
gonna as soon as guys,
Yeah.
Nidhogg,
I
what are
didn't
you
even
doing,
hear it.
dude? You've been told
No,
several times don't use Rocky as the real name, bro. What are you
why is
doing?
that a warning? Why is that a freaking warning?
Yeah,
You did it
he
earlier.
needs kicked out.
First
He
of all,
needs
I'm driving
absolutely
right
kicked
now.
out. He said it like
I'm
4
Time him out,
driving
times.
right
Jeremy.
now.
Time him out. Show him.
Guys, stop. I'm driving right now. I can't fucking hit my buttons, okay?
All right, all right.
Okay.
Nidhogg,
All right.
when I get back, I'm gonna give him official warning, okay, guys?
Thank
Everyone
you,
calm
Jeremy.
the fuck
Thank you.
down.
Thank
All
you.
right.
We will calm down. That's
Okay,
all
there we
you had to
go.
say. Yeah. Please don't use my name again. We don't call names here. Thank you.
People call me by my name all the time.
Who
Sorry,
gives a shit?
I timed him out for 10.
Thank you.
Thank you, man. That's it. Respect your fellow man. That's it, man.
Good thing Left Lane piped in and said people call me by my real name all the time. Yeah, but you haven't requested them not to, Left Lane. Nice mod ship, bro. You're doing a great job.
Yeah. No, I
Yeah.
just saying that it's just not a big deal to me. If Rocky doesn't want to be called by his real name, then we shouldn't do it, and that's a fact for sure.
Wow, amazing. Thank you. Were you here when it happened twice?
No, I just popped in. I'm actually
Again?
working.
Boy, that's
Yeah.
amazing. Well, that's coincidental, right? Uh-oh.
Okay.
We were having such a great conversation. Like, this is unnecessary.
Yeah, overall it's going good, right? I mean, he
Yeah.
just can't help. They can't help themselves. That's all right. We can move on. Like I said, in my knowledge of this, the whole first step is everything that you do, whether you use a bubble or the horizon or whatever you want to say you use, is to establish a horizontal line that you can take angle measurements to a celestial point in the sky and then calculate basically where you are within a degree. And the guy the other day that does it all the time, and he does it virtually, said he got within 24 miles. So that'll let you know how accurate it is. He did a 3-point on the computer virtual reality of his race that he's doing and got within 24 miles. So when people say it's very, very accurate, that's one of your own saying it's not that accurate. And I personally have never used it, but the people I know have said, they're not good enough and they wouldn't trust it. So that's the honest answer. They did say they're not good enough at it. They think they could get better and be more accurate, but we have such easier ways to do it now.
Yeah, GPS is a wonderful thing. But keep in
Yes.
mind, 24 miles is about a third of a degree. So if somebody's got enough cumulative error of 1/3 of 1 degree, that can be that far off. And that's difficult to do with plain old mechanical sextants to get more accurate than that. It's possible, but it is difficult.
So you're saying he's
All right,
1/3?
let's say.
Go ahead, sir.
Well, if you wanted to continue that, go ahead.
No, I yield to you. Absolutely.
Let's say you
Definitely
could
respect.
see the Let's say you could see the target, right? You can see where you're going to. Would you still use this dip angle and all this stuff?
No, you're going to point your bow right at the thing. Why? Why would you do the celestial navigation?
We're still gonna do celestial navigation, right? We can still do it if we can see the target. No.
If you want to, I don't know why you would, because you just point your bow at it.
Because I want to make sure this celestial navigation thing checks out all around. So if we could still see the target, are we gonna do all this dip angle shit and all that?
If you want to do celestial navigation, then yeah, you can do all of the celestial navigation steps.
And even if we can see the target, it's still all the math's gonna work out.
Oh my God, Jeremy. The answer doesn't change if you ask it again.
He's asking if it would
making
work
sure.
out. You've never answered
Yeah,
that.
I don't know.
The same fucking question. Do you do it or
Wow.
not? Yes, you do. Do you do all the things in the thing that you said you do? Yes, you do all the things that you said you do. Now, do
That
you do
wasn't
the
his
thing
question.
that you do? Yes, you still do the thing that you asked me. Yes. Yes is the answer every fucking time.
That wasn't
No,
his question.
you keep answering a different question. Yeah,
Yeah,
you
he
keep
doesn't
answering
even
a
realize
different
it.
question. The question is, you do all these celestial navigation steps. Yes, you still do it. We know that. You're going to do this. That was part of the question. You do all the celestial navigation steps. Is the math going to all check out?
It's the same process with the same math. Yes, of course.
Okay, I was just checking. Just making sure.
Wow,
But if the
dude, you might
horizon
have
is above
anger
eye
issues.
level. Yeah, but if the horizon's above eye level, which I mean, you claim it never is at sea, I don't know why you would claim that. We have it over high level on a lake, a watery lake. I don't know what would
A
be different
watery
about
lake.
sea, but yeah, watery lake,
It doesn't make a
water,
difference
lake
the
water.
volume of that lake, of course.
The volume of the lake matters for what?
Right? How quickly that body of water can change temperature.
No,
So
temperature
lake
change
water,
would be.
lake water can change temperature faster than seawater
Oh yeah.
because it's got salt in it.
Nope. Because the sea is a
Because
really
it's
big
shallow.
thing.
Yeah. Get us the citation for this.
Yeah, this
Talk.
guy is just
That's
spouting off stuff
bullshit,
now.
man.
I need to provide a citation for the sea is a lot fucking bigger than a lake.
No,
Like,
that's
I need a new
that's
No,
just
that's not it.
Please
That's not
cite
it,
your
Doofus.
source.
This is a troll, man.
Doofus. That's not it, Doofus. Come on, man.
Poor troll.
No,
I would hate
no.
to be a troll like
Here,
that.
let me be more specific. The claim that you were just making was that there was going to be a drastic temperature differential because the lake is shallower or less voluminous than the ocean. So please give a citation for that ad hoc, out of your back pocket bullshittery.
Okay, guys,
Okay,
don't
I
call
need a
people names.
citation, but we can just think
Oh,
about it.
Jeremy,
For
I'll
just a second.
apologize.
If we
I
have a
didn't-
body of
Yeah,
water
guys,
that
no,
has
this goes to
millions
everyone.
of
Hold on 1
cubic
second.
meters of
Hey,
water,
1
and
second.
we
I'm
have
not
a
in
lake that
argument
has
anymore.
only a few
Doofus,
thousand cubic meters of
can you hear
water,
me, Doofus?
then what do
Yeah,
you
he
suppose
hears
will
you.
happen when the temperature changes?
He hears you. He's
Doofus,
just a
can you
troll.
hear me?
Oh,
Doofus, can you
I
hear me?
can, but I'm going to answer his question,
I'm
right?
not in the
You're
argument.
over
I'm
a mod.
modding. This is a mod. This is a mod issue now. I'm no longer in argument. Shh. Guys, don't call names. All right, no, don't call people trolls and shit. All right, that wasn't just you, Rocky. Travis does it all the time. Stop that shit.
I realized right when I did it. I apologize. I'm
All
exiting
right.
it out of my deal. Apologize.
Okay.
I'll
Now,
put
Doofus.
myself on mute.
All right, now Doofus, go ahead, please. When you hear a mod interrupt, let me just interrupt. I'm sorry. You can continue. Go ahead, Doofus. Holy shit.
All right. So I don't really need a citation because we could just think about this for a second. What does a body of water with trillions of cubic meters of water have that's different than a body of water that's 1,000 cubic meters of water?
This is a red
Perhaps when the
herring. This is
temperature
a red
changes
herring.
for the air above,
Wait,
perhaps
hold up.
when the air temperature changes, perhaps when the air temperature changes above that body of water, that body of water will change temperature much more responsively when it's very, very small.
Right.
Again,
I don't need a citation for the flat earth because I really just thought about it, and we don't really need citations if we think about it, because when you're standing on the ground, it seems pretty flat and not moving. We don't need citations.
yeah, it doesn't matter whether or not we can hold on, Doofus, to
When do I need a citation to say that a body of water that is many orders of magnitude less water can change temperature faster
All right,
when the air
Doofus.
above it is a different temperature than the body of water? Exactly.
All right,
In what reality? In what reality is a smaller body of
Jesus
water
Christ.
not subject to change in temperature faster?
Okay, he needs muted.
Okay, you're muted. Everyone stop. I know you can hear me. I'm not live roboting anymore. Jesus Christ. Doofus, when I try to interrupt, you need to stop, okay? The yelling is not going to fly. We can't be screaming and yelling at each other. That's not going to work. All right? Thank you.
I agree with Doofus, just not his demeanor. I agree with his words.
Like, I need a citation for something that's millions of times larger, not changing temperature
Oh
as
my
quickly.
God. Listen.
Why do I need that citation? Can you tell me why I need that
Why
citation?
do I need a citation for the flat earth?
Can you tell me specifically
Why do I need a citation for a flat
for a
earth?
body of water? Can you tell me why specifically? I need a citation for a
Can you
body
tell
of
me why
water
I
that
need a
is a million
citation for the
times
flat earth?
larger.
We're
Can
not
I
going to get
can I
anywhere.
ask
He's
a
just going to
question,
repeat himself.
motherfucker?
God
Can I
damn it,
ask a
man.
fucking question or not?
Okay, now he seriously needs muted.
Left lane, who do you think is the problem here, left lane? Be honest.
I mean, I think Noah was talking all over him just now. They were interrupting each other. I don't know, guys, one at a time. I don't know who was interrupting who right there, because it was...
That's not what I asked, but anyway, go ahead. Have a good day for a little while. Enjoyed it.
Yeah,
Thanks.
I'm trying to time out people just because. I mean,
Thank
left lane
you,
only got
Elbow.
left lane just got a small timeout out of nowhere. I mean, not left lane. Doofus got Doofus got a timeout. I was trying to look for left lane because I'm gonna time me out too, but you were interrupting.
You're gonna time me out?
No,
I'm
he
just
misspoke.
kidding, man.
Oh, okay.
I got next
Yeah,
to
I
me,
vote
Matthew,
for
bro.
that time left lane out. I'm in for
let's
that
time
one.
him out, man.
So look,
let's vote on that.
So just real quick, it's all well and good that I can understand someone's explanation, right? Somebody says XYZ. I'm like, oh, that makes sense. Can you give me a citation? And then he just says, oh, did what I say not make sense? Yeah, it makes sense. Doesn't mean you're right. Absolutely. Not only that, but if you're going to make that claim, you would have to have evidence on that day that that kind of event happened and that you can tie it back to the variables that you are claiming are the cause. Like, it's not that difficult to understand that we are simply trying to hold you guys to your word, that you can actually verify or validate what you're claiming, which for the most part, I've never seen these guys do. They just have verbal rhetoric. I'm done.
All right, so can we think about it for a second? Maybe just for a second. Is a body of water a million times larger, less subject to temperature change? Yes or no?
See.
I don't know if there's a hot current or a cold current. Do we have hot and cold currents in the ocean?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Come
Yes,
on,
we do have
yes.
hot and
Tell
cold.
him yes.
That's a reasonable
Yes, you do have
question.
hot and cold currents in the
This
ocean.
is what
Yes.
I got
Doofus is
found out
right.
because
That's
somebody
it.
interrupted
End of
me.
story. Next question.
Is this not a reasonable question? Do we have hot and cold currents in oceans?
Yes, there
All
are those.
bodies
There
of
are currents
water
like
have
that.
currents of different temperatures. Did that come through or not?
I didn't hear you. No.
All bodies of water have currents of different temperatures.
Okay,
We are the world.
so why could the ocean not change temperature or whatever, and not the lake? I don't understand.
Right? The entire body of water, this is what we were talking about. The temperature of the water, that body of water is millions of times larger will not change temperature in response to a difference in temperature above it, the same as a body of water that's millions of times smaller.
Well, we don't need the whole
I'm
body
just
of we don't need the whole body of water to change temperature. Just the area you're looking at, right?
I'm just wondering, like we got the Gulf
Right,
Stream that
right.
flows
Yeah,
north
Hold
up
that
on,
the
is
that was
East
right.
a
Coast.
That
question.
is correct.
Yeah,
Hold on,
yeah.
Left Lane, 1 second. That was a question. We don't need the whole body of water to change temperature. We just need the place we're looking at, the water we're looking over to change temperature, right?
Correct.
Sure.
So your whole shit's irrelevant.
Pretty much.
You
Yeah,
can
it
say it is
was.
if you want.
Well, I mean, why we just went through it. What was wrong about what just happened?
All right. So what exactly are you expecting?
I don't know. Your argument was the whole body of water is going to take longer to change temperatures. I rebutted with, we don't need the whole body of water to change temperature. We just need the area we're looking at to change temperature.
I'm good. I've got a way in here. I mean, I've thought of several occasions where I've been out deep sea fishing and seen some pretty crazy refractive effects out over the ocean. And you think about it, you got the warm Gulf Stream, that's usually where I was at. And what if you had like an Arctic blast blow in from the north across that warm water? And what would that look like, you know? And
Can I
and then
just
we
get
look at the
doofus?
well, the Black Swan's at
Sorry.
ocean too, is a body of, it's ocean too. And it's severely refracted. I don't know. I think that we could have severe refraction over the ocean.
I'd like to talk about that for a second. So,
Yeah, can I change
when you look,
temperature? Just the area.
go ahead.
I don't know. Maybe I'm roboting.
No,
I
you,
just
you
want to
did
get some
kind of
closure.
spoke over Larry, but you did want to put that closing statement.
I know. I just want to get closure on this doofus, right? We don't need the whole body of water to change temperature, just the part we're looking at. So your whole a giant body of water compared to a lake argument is irrelevant, right?
Not
Be a
exactly.
man.
Because the different temperatures that you're looking for, the amount of difference that you need is very large.
Just let me know when you guys are done. I was going to respond to something that Left Lane said.
I
Yeah,
think it's
go
clear.
ahead, Larry.
Well, I mean, I'm not trying to interrupt, but if you guys have come to a point. All right. So Left Lane, I agree. The cranes on the Black Swan images, they look like they're a little bit wonky, right? So those cranes, how high do you think they are? What, a couple hundred feet in the air? Maybe 300 feet?
I have no idea. Them oil platforms, it's hard to tell.
Well, they're not. They're certainly not 1 foot off of the surface of the water, right?
Yeah.
Right. So there would be different layers that you'd be looking through that would cause actual refraction, which is what I kind of call wonkiness. I guess the technical term, what I would call it, is atmospheric turbulence. So would you say that turbulence is kind of what you would describe those cranes as looking like? Or would you say it's refraction?
In looking at the original video, me and others have spent quite a bit of time looking at these things, put them in slow motion, zoom in on them. It's a pretty stable situation that they're in. It's not like that crane boom or smoke boom, whichever it is like waving in the air, flopping around. It's just kind of in a static, bent position, like like a stable condition of refraction.
Yeah, consistently distorted.
Yes.
Okay. So if it was consistently distorted, then the cranes wouldn't wave, right?
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
So the cranes, they are kind of wonky. We all agree, but I think there's a little boat or there's an object in between both of the oil rigs on the surface of the water. Now that thing looks pretty clear, don't it?
The boat. I don't recall a boat in between the platforms.
No, there's either a channel marker or a buoy that is always between the two boats.
Yeah, it's a little bump you see between the platforms.
Well, I couldn't tell what it was just by looking at it, but you could see that it's kind of clear. It's not like wonky. There's not like half of it on the left and half of it on the right, like the cranes, right? And it would be closer
It wouldn't
to
be
the
left to right
surface.
disturbance. It would be vertical.
Yeah.
Okay, so there wasn't any vertical disturbance either, right? Because you could see it, it's not wonky at all, right? But when you look up through the layers at the crane, so imagine being like on the surface of the water and you cut the platform in half, and you're looking up at the cranes. You're going to be looking like straight the fuck up, right? Through many different layers of density, right?
Well, yeah, looking straight up, sure.
Right. So how do we know that the kind of refraction that you guys are talking about is happening and not the kind of refraction that I'm talking about is happening? Because we're both looking at the same image, and I'm not going to yell at you and mute you and do a victory dance. Right? I just want you to demonstrate your argument, and let's hope that nobody interrupts you. How do you differentiate between the two?
What, vertical refraction and horizontal refraction?
No. The kind of refraction that I'm talking about that happens between different layers of density, like the crane, and where everything is just slightly wonky, right? Where it's not like bending at 8 inches per mile squared for like 10 miles, compared to what you guys are saying is happening is that light bends down towards the denser air and causes it to bend down to 8 inches per mile squared, causing those platforms to look flat, but they're really not flat because of refraction.
Well, I mean, my honest opinion of the Black Swan image, the first time I saw it, I'm like, hell, we can't do anything with that, because it's so distorted. And to me, the crane, the oil platforms, the water around the oil platforms, everything there is being lifted and displaced to a point that there's no analysis that can be done on it, and that you can't do anything accurate with it.
Well, there's one thing that you could analyze. That is the lower portion of the distant platform is actually hidden behind some of that water. So it's clear that when somebody says you have to have light bending at 8 inches per mile squared, it's actually not. In this case, it's not bending to match Earth's curvature. It's bending less than Earth's curvature.
Yeah, it's also compressing there. It doesn't have to be Earth curve.
Yes,
Hello? Did I come in clear?
and even though we can see the horizon is obviously behind the cranes, there do appear to be points of obstruction between, the boat, what we thought was a boat or a channel marker. We can't see all of that. There also appears to be some obstruction on one of the cranes, but yet the horizon is still behind it. It's just a jacked up picture. I just don't think it's worthy of analysis.
I don't think that's a fair assessment at all. I think all of these photos are a vital part of this analysis. We have to take every single one and consider them, because I've been in situations on the Channel Islands, 35 miles south to Santa Barbara, where these photos are, and I've had bendy cranes, but I haven't had, the same refraction that photo of the Black Swan shows, but the crane's bending.
Yeah.
So there's so many variables that happen that I think that we are not aware of. So I'm going to tell you that I really honestly think that you guys are great at reading the literature. You guys know it backwards and forwards, but you're
Agreed.
not out making these observations.
As someone said earlier, we're looking at the same observations.
No, you are not making these observations. You're not seeing stuff in real time over many, many, many months and years of observing. You're just looking at one picture or another and being an armchair warrior.
So
Well,
I
that's
want to
not
say
true.
something
I've
that's
presented
really
photos I've taken of my own here before.
okay. If it doesn't apply, let it apply, bro. So the point is that every time you guys show us something that's supposed to be like curvature, right? You show us like a bendy bridge, right? Or a bendy crane, and this is supposed to somehow represent like the curvature of the Earth, or maybe it's proof that refraction and therefore the Earth is really curving. Or you show us a theodolite at like half a mile away, and it's like, wait a minute, how big is the apparent size? And all of a sudden you guys, don't realize what apparent size is and how things shrink in the distance and they go away in angular resolution.
That's a mischaracterization.
Okay, so how much curvature would you expect to see over a half a mile, sir?
Over half a mile?
Yeah.
Depends on what you're using as a reference, but I mean, that's 2 inches. I mean, it would be less than that, of course, because refraction does exist. It'd be about 1.8 inches.
So it's kind of like I dated these bones, and they're between 85 million years old and 165 million years old. You know,
I gave you a number,
like
1.8.
I know, but there's a little wiggling room in what you're saying. You see what I'm saying?
No, I gave you a
Kind of
number.
like your Dr.
1.8.
Fauci, like we think that if you take 3, it'll be better than 2, and 4 is better than 3, and I got nothing to back this shit up, but I said it, so saith the king, right? That's kind of what you sound like. So saith the king.
No. When you'll find out in most stable conditions, when you take these kinds of observations, that over half a mile, it's about 1.8 inches. If
What's
you're
a
in an
stable
unstable
condition?
setup, then you get, whatever you want.
What's a stable condition?
Well, you typically want to be away from the surface. I would say 20 feet or higher above the surface, and that's the kind of place you want to be in. And stable atmospheric conditions are something you can easily measure, like I can with my $280 cell phone.
So a stable condition is just dependent upon my elevation, nothing to do with the temperature, pressure, wind, humidity, nothing.
Well, being close to a surface of a different temperature is what we're trying to eliminate.
I'm just trying to understand how you are able to quantify stable condition.
I just told you. If you get away from surfaces, you eliminate the possibility that the surface is causing all the trouble.
So I'm just curious, is it your understanding that looming removes convexity and raises the background higher than it normally was?
Looming raises everything. There's more looming further in the distance on overall, because as it goes further through more atmosphere, the effect accumulates.
Okay, and are you comfortable with what Andrew Thomas Young says when he says that it eliminates, or rather virtually eliminates, convexity so that you're looking over a flat Earth?
I would like to see if he said that specifically.
Okay, I can provide that for you, but here's my follow-up question. If you feel that refraction can raise up normally obstructed objects in the horizon so that it gives you a farther extended surface over which you are looking, so that it possibly, as soon as I get the citation, makes it appear as though the Earth is flat. If you are comfortable with attributing that phenomenon to refraction, my question to you is it not possible that the refraction could also raise up the surface of that same water in such a way that it could actually cut targets in half that are in the distance?
To answer the later question first, no. But to answer the first part of that, let's use my actual position, which is not that it eliminates curvature or that it makes the Earth look exactly as flat, but that it counteracts the curvature, that it's just a subtraction. It is not an elimination. It's not turning curvature of visible to zero. It's just reducing it slightly.
Right.
Okay, so how did you eliminate refraction from being a possibility of raising up or looming up the proximate surface of the water so that it actually presents targets in the back as if they were lower?
Because that doesn't make any sense. If the atmosphere is causing looming, it's causing looming in the foreground and in the background, and it would cause more in the background. So there's no way for the foreground to cut off the background because the background is higher than that.
Great. Do you have a citation for that? I will get you my citation for Andrew Thomas Young in just a moment, but I would love for you to give me a citation for what just came out of your mouth.
I need to provide a citation for the atmosphere causes. Listen very carefully.
No,
You're
I already
asking
heard
me
you
to
say
provide
it.
a
No,
citation
I already
for.
heard you say there's no
Listen
reason
very
to
carefully,
repeat
because
yourself.
this is where you get off in the weeds. Let's fix this right now. You're asking for a citation. When I said the atmosphere causes looming, and it causes looming more and more as you look further into the distance. You need a citation for that.
No. Now you've said nothing resembling what you just said a minute ago. So nice getting
That's
yourself
exactly
into
what
the
I said a
weeds.
minute ago.
And it is not exactly what you said. No, sir. No.
Yeah. The atmosphere
What?
causes looming. The additional
Do you want to
looming
put
that
money
you
on it?
see in the distant
Clip it.
objects is because that effect is cumulative. There is
Do you
no
want?
way that something being loomed up in the foreground will cut off something in the background, because the thing in the background is being loomed up more than the thing in the foreground.
You want to put money on that? That what you
Yes,
said
I'll
the
put
second
money
time.
on that. What kind of money do you want to put on that, Travis?
Clip it.
Okay, just to reiterate, my bet
I'm
is
sorry.
that the
Hold on. Moderation. Doofus, did you just call him by his first name too?
oh,
He
I don't
does
mind.
that. Everybody does that.
I don't.
Alright.
I don't mind. Yeah,
Alright.
it's only Rakia who's made that stipulation, so I don't have a problem. Okay, so
Possibly Bev.
again, Dupus, the bet is that the second time, or the time that you repeated what you thought you said the first time, isn't the same. That's the bet. You did not say the same thing. That's my bet.
Okay, I used fewer words to say exactly the same concept, but the atmosphere causes looming and the thing in the background looms more.
Okay, again, so you did not say the same thing.
Using fewer words to convey the same concept is not a gotcha, dude.
No, it's not that it's not a gotcha. It's that you. Okay, look, I'm not going to push this any farther. I might make a small video out of it because I think it's significant. That what you said the first time was much, much more specific in your denial. So that when I asked you for a citation, you backpedaled and pussyfooted so softly as to soften it so that it was an easier sell that you could actually get a citation for. You couldn't cite the first one, but you could cite the second one because you came back and didn't say the same thing again.
Okay, while you're making a
Talk about
video
another
out
one,
of
Tim?
instance 1 and instance 2, make sure you include instance 3 where I said the same thing as instance 1.
But you didn't.
Well, yeah, I did. Number 3, what I said was the atmosphere causes looming. The more so as you get further away. The distance increases, the looming increases. There's no
Yeah, I
way for
didn't.
something in the foreground to cut off something in the background due to that looming, because the object in the background is being loomed more than the thing in the foreground. I would love for you to find your citation you said you would post to me, though.
Yeah.
Sounds like you guys both need to take a time out. Get your
Just to
facts
put
together.
a fine point on it, the description of an object being cut off by the horizon is a refraction phenomenon. I'm just challenging the science of it. Instead of it being sinking, it is proximate looming. So it's out there. It's just misclassified. I'll get your citation in just a moment, please. Please hold.
Looks like we have a case.
A case of what exactly?
Oh, it's basically like when you have a dispute, right? So you make your case. You put all the stuff in your case that you want. So you gather all your, facts and proofs and evidence and testimony, and you put it in that case. You're building a case. That's what both these guys are doing. They're both about to have like a little flat earth court going on.
Well, for the audience, what Travis is talking about, when we have the images, the stable, clear images where there's obvious obstruction, his idea is that the proximal looming, the water between you and the object that's apparently obstructed, that water is looming up, causing the obstruction.
Okay,
Is that
and
right,
just to be
Travis?
clear, oh, sorry.
No, that's all right. That's all right. I just make sure I didn't misquote.
I was going to be, I think Travis was saying that he switched it up when he got called out on citing a source. So he's going to go back and get the evidence of that when he was prompted, hey, can you cite your source? He slightly changed what he was saying to something that he could actually cite a source for. So this is the contention, I believe, that is the case I was talking about.
Right, I said the
Is that
same
correct, Travis?
thing in fewer words. It's not saying a different concept.
I know, that's your case.
That's the case. What I did was I said the same thing using fewer words.
And we're about to find out because
Understood.
Travis is going to go back and record it, present evidence, and maybe make a video. If he's correct. If he's not correct, I doubt he'll make a video.
I did understand what you were saying, Doofus.
Yeah, it's not that hard. There's no way for looming, if the atmosphere is a stable condition causes looming, there's no way for it to cause the surface to get in the way of something in the distance if there's no curvature. Because if it causes looming here, it causes looming there too. And if it's causing looming there in the distance, it's more than the amount of looming that was in the foreground because it's a cumulative effect. I don't even know why I have to say it again.
You know, it's cool. We got your argument, bud. So what about the guy that was in here like a week ago saying that he could measure a 6-foot man on top of a mountain and by angular size that he could tell you exactly how tall he is using triangulation, maths calculations that, you know, I don't fully pretend to understand because I don't think it's accurate at that distance. I mean, if we're talking about like an extreme distance, I don't think so.
Well, if you know the distance and you can measure his angular size, you can calculate his actual height.
Right.
Yeah, but this guy was saying within inches. And I'm like, well, I could see it being different between Kevin Hart and The Rock, but not between me and my 3 brothers. Sorry, 2 brothers. Because we know that a man is going to be usually between 5'8" and like 6'4", right? That's the bulk of the majority, right?
Yeah. You can leave out outliers like Bev, I guess.
Yeah, those are outliers, right? Those are the bell curve, right? And also, like Danny DeVito would be bell curve. Right?
Yeah.
So not Shaq, not Danny DeVito, but between Kevin Hart and The Rock, you should be able to. Okay, yeah, that's not a very tall man. But to be like, well, the youngest brother is 6 foot, and the oldest brother is 6'3", and the middle brother is 6'4", or something like that. I don't know how tall my brothers are, but anyway, slightly different, within a couple inches of each other. Is the point?
All right, so the link is in the chat, and the screenshot with the highlighted part that looming removes the apparent convexity and presents the target as flat and even at times concave.
Right. Diminished was the word, not eliminates. Just so that you're aware.
Whatever.
So we're not doing the bet?
Say that again?
So we're not doing the bet? I thought he said something slightly different or something.
The bet wasn't about what I was going to produce. The bet was about what he said and then didn't say.
Okay.
I was just answering
I'm sure
Larry's
we'll get
question.
to that at some point. Yeah.
Thank you. Please continue.
So again, my point is that I find it interesting that you guys are more than happy to attribute the refraction giving an appearance of flatness, but you're not willing to allow for refraction to create obstruction that you attribute to curvature. So my point in addressing this from here on out is always to say, the question is not about why do we see too far. The question is, when we don't see as far as we can, why is that? And that answer is always refraction. Refraction is always the reason why we see what we see. No matter how far it appears, no matter how far it appears, no matter how close it appears, no matter how high, no matter how low, no matter how near, no matter how far. It's always due to refraction.
Okay, but did you not say earlier that looming would cause obstruction?
Yeah, okay. I told you already that I believe the classification called sinking, which is the opposite of looming, okay, is a misclassified phenomenon. Now, I can and I have provided evidence on my channel that the refraction does in fact bring the horizon closer and higher in magnification to you, creating obstruction. Okay? It just has to be classified. It's not been classified.
We await you to publish another thing.
Since nobody's talking, I want to point out that I've probably made this argument before, and if you haven't heard it, I apologize. But yeah, to me, what it looks like is when actual atmospheric refraction happens, like Skunk Bay, it makes things disappear from the bottom up, which is the exact opposite of what they would be claiming, is that we could see things that were obstructed by earth curvature, like a wall of water so many feet high, or we're now seeing behind the water, the object that was supposed to be covered up by the geometric horizon is now revealed over the hump and in front of it. I would say that this sort of thing is not really verifiable. I think that it would be extremely falsifiable by going over what Crack Villain had said, that if we got people making these observations, maybe over different islands, like 6 people in a 6-pointed star or 5 people in a 5-pointed star, that it couldn't be bending down in all directions simultaneously, because if it's bending down from north to south, then what would the opposite be? If you're going south to north, it would be bending up. So it's kind of like in the 80s when people used to take pictures of each other, taking pictures of each other. If we were to do this sort of thing over a large body of water, I'm pretty sure that that'd be a wrap. I don't know what else they could say. Could they say that it's bending down in all directions? I don't think so.
Oh, hold on a second. If you induce a gradient such that the highest density of a particular medium is below, and you pass light through it one way, it bends down. And you pass light through it the other way, the light also bends down. It's not like it's a contradiction for it to bend down in both directions.
So are you talking about temperature or?
Any way that you want to induce a gradient. It can be anything. Any way that you induce such a gradient.
So it's going to bend down. So sometimes it would bend down and actually hit the water, and you wouldn't see the object. Sorry, can I go ahead and finish? So if it's bending down, then sometimes it would bend down, and you would actually see the water instead of the ship, right? Because the ship was actually on the other side of where it bent down into the water, right? Does that happen?
That's not how it would happen. If the light is bending down,
so it's going to bend down, but not into the water.
If it bends down, then you're going to see the distant object appear higher. You're not going to see it bend down so much that you can't see the distant object. That's impossible.
So there's a limit to the refraction, and it seems to be 8 inches per mile squared?
No, I didn't say that either.
Okay, does the light bend at 8 inches per mile squared? Like, to make it look flat, even though it's actually curved and shit?
It typically doesn't. Typical conditions are less than 2 inches per mile squared.
Okay, so
but
it's always partially refracted, but sometimes it's really refracted, but it's never really refracted.
Refracted is always
that wouldn't be stable.
So how do I know what you're saying is true? Like, there's different amounts of refraction, because I'm sure that, you know, atmospheric conditions are usually pretty close to being the same, and the temperature. So also, right, we're not looking through like we're not trying to pull, like, you know, the horizon from a mountain, right? because that would be dumb, right? You could never get anything out of that refractive horizon from the mountain. Look at all through those layers, but we're pretty close to being one layer, right? Like there shouldn't be a whole lot of density differential. I get it that there might be a little temperature differential, but those are heat waves that just make things wobble.
You really only need a temperature gradient in air of about 1 degree Celsius per meter in order to change the way you perceive something in the distance drastically. It doesn't take much.
Okay, so what if you're going in the opposite direction? Because it's bending down north to south. Now you're going the opposite way. Now it's getting hotter per meter, right? So this would be one of
No,
those
that's
weird
not what
cases.
that gradient means. The
Okay, could
gradient
you
is
explain?
organized vertically.
You're looking through like one layer of Atlas. If you're looking at, the bottom of a ship and you're at the beach with your feet in the water or your body in the water, you're like right there at the same, within a couple of feet of each other, right?
What are you saying,
Okay.
Larry?
There's no medium difference as far as density. Pretty
If you're looking
close.
at it perpendicularly?
1 foot. So earlier,
Right.
a guy, he said, hold on real fast. Earlier, a guy said that a heart is like a turkey baster, right? Everybody flipped out. I'm saying that the atmospheric density between 1 foot above the water is going to be similar to 1 foot above the water.
Yeah.
Okay. And
So what kind of hella supercalifragilisticexpialidocious refraction are you talking about, bro? It can go to 8 inches per mile squared, but it never hits the water. It
Okay.
makes things disappear from the bottom up. But it does go at 8 inches per mile square and make shit look flat.
Okay. You have a misconception of how this actually works. So when you induce a gradient that's organized vertically, and I think that's the direction problem that you're having, such that the highest density is the lowest level and the least portion of that medium is above. So it's organized in, say, if you want to put it this way, sheets of highest density with lower density stuff on top of it. That's the organization of the gradient typically. That kind of gradient, when you look through it across it, it will bend downward no matter which direction you it.
Okay, that's a cool story. How do you verify that? How would I verify that at the beach? Like if I'm going to the beach this summer and
How do
I
I
have a year to
verify
do it.
basic gradient index?
Well, see, this is what you're claiming. You're claiming the world looks flat, but
How
it's
do I
actually shaped like an orange, like an object. Somebody's cutting out or something. I thought I was talking, but if I wasn't first, somebody go.
Yeah, you'll notice that whenever he can't or won't answer the question, he asks you, "You want me to do this?" That means he can't provide any evidence.
Yeah, because we ain't doing that. So say at the king no more. The queen's dead, right? Down with the rest of the bloody big heads.
Ask me is the basic
You're roboting, bro. Reset. Come back in.
So he's asking me.
I can't understand you, bro. I'm not trying to be rude.
We can't hear anything you're saying, Doofus. We cannot hear anything you're saying.
No worries, no worries. Carry
He
on.
knows. He knows. It's a 10-4, 10-1 download speed. So,
yeah, Larry, the questions that you're asking are the questions that we have been asking forever. It's like, okay, you're great at giving us the information that the books tell you. Show us this. And all they do is repeat the information they just gave us or show us a graph. They can never produce these concepts in fulfillment in real life. They can't do it.
yeah, so the thing is, you got to say, show me. Like, if you hire somebody and they say, hey, I want to rake your yard, I lost my job. Like, okay, show me. Rake my yard, right? And I'll give you half of it when you're halfway done, and I'll give you the other half when you're other halfway done, right? And, if they say, okay, I raked it, what are you going to do? Oh, I don't need to go outside. I trust them. No, you say, show me. What'd you do? Right? Did you put it in a pile? Did you bag it up? Did you take it with you in a truck? Like, how good of a job did you do? Maybe I want to tip you if you took the leaves with you, right? So it's like a female going to the mechanic, right? I'm a little Girl Scout. I don't know anything about how this car works, but I know it's making a noise, and that's bad. So can you please show me what's wrong with it so I can pay you for only what it's worth? Because I don't want to pay you over, right?
All right. Can you guys hear me now?
That was like a 10-3. You can cut out.
What the hell?
You're good now.
Good now.
Oh, okay. It's intermittent, I guess. Okay. Well, now somebody else is talking. Uh, try it. We'll see what. So, the concept of gradient index optics. What?
Carry on. Carry on. Carry on.
Okay, so the basic concept of gradient index optics is that when you pass light through some medium in a direction that is perpendicular to the direction of the gradient, that's where the most refraction occurs. Right now, I'm describing such a thing, where the gradient is a vertically oriented gradient, and you're looking through it horizontally. That's perpendicular. So this basic concept of gradient index optics is what I'm being asked to provide a citation for. So when I provide the Wikipedia article on gradient index optics, I shouldn't hear a complaint, correct?
It's not that we don't think that light can wiggle and wobble and slightly change its path, right? What we're saying is, does it do it the way that you're talking about it does? That's the question. Over a long distance. That's the whole thing. That's what it all boils down to. Is it working exactly the same way that you're saying it does? You say, well, we can use nitrogen and show extreme temperatures, and you can see a tiny bit of refraction. And then if you take a Skunk Bay time lapse and you show extreme time lapses, then you can see everything kind of wiggle and wobble a little bit, and there's your refraction. And then you're saying also, if you take extreme miles, that'll also create like a whole bunch of refraction that bends in one direction only in a parabola that's half baked at 8 inches per mile square.
It's not baked at 8 inches per mile squared. As I mentioned several times in this conversation, it's often in the most stable condition less than inches per mile squared. But anyway, here's the it's not about extremes either, because lenses are made using this exact same principle. This is not exactly a difficult. This is I'm this.
Okay, well, I posted a GIF showing that you can see Chicago from Michigan, right there on the shore. I think that's what was in that GIF. And I want
Not
you
on
to
the
like
shore.
show. It wasn't on the shore. I still check.
It's not.
But yeah,
you can go to Warren and
okay.
figure out where that guy was.
Okay, so it wasn't on the shore. I apologize. Let me go look at that GIF just to make sure, because it was a bunch of different ones. But yeah, you can see it from the shore. I've heard from people that aren't flat earthers who live in Michigan who have nothing to do with the flat earth community, and yeah, they said that you can see it. I've also seen like people take like sunset images of Michigan.
Okay.
Some of those did look like they were from the shore.
Right, but
where
the
a bunch of
problem that
people
you were
took a picture.
having with that was but the problem you were having with that is the what you perceive as an inconsistency, which is that it can bend downward in one direction and also bend downward in the other direction.
How many downs you got, bro? This ain't like football.
All of them. Whenever
It's
you
one
look
down.
through a gradient in a perpendicular direction to the gradient itself, the direction is always going to be the same direction that the light is deflected in, no matter which way you look through it.
But not enough to make it hit the water.
It make what hit the water? Because eyes
light.
don't emit light.
Okay, so does the light travel to the eye, or is it instantaneous?
The light
It doesn't
does
have a
travel
speed.
to the eye.
Okay, so it has a speed,
It's
right?
not
So
instantaneous.
as the light is traveling towards your eye, you're saying that it's bending down around the curve, but never enough to hit the water. Is that your claim, sir?
No, because light is emitted from an object.
So does it hit the water?
Directions. All of the light that is being from that thing is taking multiple paths. One of those paths is angled upward ever so slightly. And when it reaches your eye, because that's what it will do from that angle, it took a slightly upward path leaving the object and then reaches your eye in a slightly downward path.
So it really is like a parabolic flight. The light is taking parabolic flight. It's going up and then down into my eye, right?
Yeah, but as I said, ever so slightly. The reason why I say it that way is because the amount that something is displaced up in the distance as an absolute distance at the object is less than 2 inches per mile squared, but the angular measure is, what is it, 4 arc seconds? No. It's like 1 arc second every... I'll have to do the math on that again. Larry knows off the top of his head, and I don't, which is kind of upsetting.
Okay, so
It's a very small difference.
Does the light ever like bend up and then bend down and then bend down far enough to where it hits the water?
You would be getting... Larry, come on.
I'm just trying to ask the
Oh,
question.
and of
Does
course
light
there's
ever
two
hit the
Larrys.
water? How many Larrys you got, bro?
Right, Larry GPS, or the geodetic surveyor was the other Larry I was referring to.
Okay. Does
Anyway,
the light hit the water? Does the
if
light hit the water?
if the
Does the
object
light
is
hit the water?
emitting light in all directions, I'll try that again. If the light is being emitted from that distant object in all directions, then one of those is going to reach your eye. Just because the refraction is higher or lower at any given instant doesn't mean that the light can't reach you. It just means the light took a different path.
Okay, when this refraction happens and the light bends up and it bends down and then it doesn't necessarily reach you, or it may reach you, but it took a different path, does it ever hit the water?
Of course it hits the water. That's why, okay.
So if it hits the
water,
your eye,
if
it's gonna
light
reflect
from
off-
the distant object hits the water, let's make this very clear. If light from the distant object hits the water, which it definitely will do, that doesn't mean you can't see the object from your position anymore. You can still see the thing.
Okay, so
Here,
let
I'll
me
go
get
get a
this
picture
straight.
I drew.
Hold on. So when the light is traveling toward your eye, it goes up and then bends down, but not low enough to where it hits the water. And then if it does hit the water,
It is hitting the
it's going to
water.
reflect off the water and somehow still hit your eye.
No.
Then you say you can still see it. How do you still see it if the light doesn't hit your eye?
Let me go get the illustration because you need a drawing for this,
and
apparently.
leaving the object from every direction.
Yeah. Let me go get a drawing.
Light is leaving an object in every direction. So if something is 100% like silver reflective and it reflects off of it, is it still going in 360 degrees in every direction?
A minuscule amount will be reflected in all directions, yeah, because specular reflections are never perfect.
Even through the silver itself?
Specular reflections are never perfect.
So does light reflect in every direction?
Yes.
Even on the other side of the silver building, like that's completely blocking out that light.
I
That's
can't
going
say it any clearer.
that way now.
Specular reflections are never perfect.
Okay.
Where did I draw this?
Sure.
I knew it was a long
But
time
yeah,
ago.
if you draw something, that's going to be cool. It's a great little story.
There it is.
That, most kindergartners would love. But how do I demonstrate this when I go to the water? Because I'm a man. I go to the water. I get my toes in the sand, and I can make observations and do science, right? Right?
Okay. Cool distraction, but I'm still going to post it.
Post it.
So on the left, on the left, we have a red object, and light that is red is coming off of this object in all directions. Now, in this, I've exaggerated. Read that I've exaggerated how much refraction is occurring over that distance. Now, as the light is leaving in all directions, the observer, who is yellow, can see that object. If the refraction is less or is more, that observer will still see that object.
That makes
The light is
no sense.
simultaneously
Sorry.
hitting the surface in front of him and the observer and the surface behind the observer.
That is an incoherent drawing.
I think you need to get like some inverse square law diagrams and just post those instead, because that would probably be a little closer to the truth.
Okay. And what way is this incoherent?
I understand what he means. Doofus, I mean.
So
yeah, if the light is leaving an object and the refraction is bending the light downward, the light is hitting the surface in front of the observer, and the surface behind the observer. It's hitting all of them simultaneously. The observer can see the object. Just because the light is hitting the surface in front of the observer does not mean that the observer cannot.
You're breaking up a little bit, Doofus.
I didn't hear the end.
Me neither.
Right. Just because the light is hitting the surface in front of the observer does not mean that the observer cannot see the object.
Yeah, but you're not showing those light rays bending down. You're showing them bending up and then down.
No, they're taking a path that is deflected downward. Don't be silly.
What do you mean? Don't be silly. Each of those lines that you have going out from the red target goes up first. What are you talking about?
Yep, and they're bent downward. Yeah.
Yeah, what do you mean? You can draw lines that go out to the side horizontally and then bend down into the ground, into the green line. That you can have that too.
Okay, that's in there.
I know.
Yeah. So
I mean,
every one of those rays that's coming out, except for the one that's going straight up, and I'll mention that in a minute. Every one of those rays is taking a path that is deflected downward from its original trajectory. All of them are bent downward. Now, the one that is an exception to that rule is the one that's going straight up, because any light that is traveling in the same direction as the gradient will not change direction.
We're talking about atmospheric refraction here?
Yeah.
Okay. Just making sure. I mean, this is a function over distance over density, right? Or distance over temperature, density, and distance, right?
The temperature modulates the distance or the density. So really, we're only looking at, for most optical media, I think basically all optical media that are transparent, the higher the density, the higher the refractive index.
Correct. Yeah, because light bends towards the denser medium.
Yep.
Okay.
So what produces an inferior mirage?
Inferior mirage, where the inverted portion is below the erect portion. I have to picture it in my head again.
I got it. I got the picture. Wait, you
could have a hotter surface cause that? Yes.
Wait, I got the picture. Just give me a second.
Well, I don't need a picture. I'm just asking for your understanding of what you think the light is doing.
Doofus, quick question, right? So that ray of light going straight up, that's moving along the normal line, right? So would the idea be, if there was something in line with that line, like right above me, like let's say I was standing at the North Pole and that line was pointed straight up towards Polaris right above me, would I say that Polaris is not being refracted in any way? If that makes sense, I don't know.
I would say anything that you observe at zenith, given the orientation of the atmosphere, the gradient in the atmosphere, then yeah, anything observed at zenith wouldn't be refracted in any direction.
Where's that accent from? Is that Dr. Fauci?
What? Can I link images, please?
You sounded just like Dr. Fauci there for a couple of minutes.
That's Nate.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I was just asking a question.
There are no superior mirages. The fuck?
Can I
Yeah.
link an image, please? How do I do that?
I can link
I
an
don't think an
image. What would you
SVG
like?
would work here anyway.
Yeah, I'll give you the roll. Yeah, just one sec.
Thank you.
Yeah, the way that superior mirages are described to us, they don't exist. There are only inferior mirages.
Wait, no, wait a minute.
No.
Why is that, Travis? Can you elaborate on that?
I've done numerous videos on this where I've walked through my own footage and have explained with the footage that I have captured my reasons for saying. So it's going to be a little bit abstract. Okay, but I'm going to try to say it again. The way superior mirages are described to us do not exist. That does not mean, and I am not saying, that if you have a target in the distance and there's some crazy refraction happening above it, that you'll get some wonky shit happening. That's not what I'm saying. An inferior mirage has a duplicated image below it. A superior mirage has to have a duplicated image above it. And I'm saying that description of a superior mirage is incorrect. There are only inferior mirages. Everything that you think you know, you have to let go of that and rethink refraction.
What about this
But
then that I
why?
just showed? What about the picture I just showed? That's a superior mirage. That's a reflection above it.
I'm sorry, you broke up for me. What did you say again?
The picture that I showed right now is a superior mirage. It's an apparent it's a reflection
Inverted.
up. Yeah, it's an inverted image above the object, not below it.
Yeah, I know. I've seen them. I've captured them. Yeah, I have these myself. I've walked through my own
Okay.
footage. Yeah.
So
Can you show me this?
What it's
Right.
described as.
So can you hold on? So the things that I can show you are in real time. I can show you these mirages changing so that I can show you the justification for my claim. I know what this looks like. Absolutely. I know what it looks like.
Okay.
Did you take this photograph?
No, I'm just looking up on Google like example of
I know.
superior mirage. Yeah, I mean that's
I
what usually
know.
what people do. You don't see this a lot.
Yeah,
I
but
know.
Travis, like, explain why that's not a superior mirage or why they don't exist.
Again, the abstraction, it's going to be a very long explanation. I have videos if
Go
you
for
want.
it. Go for it.
I'm driving right now. It's going to be abstract.
Yeah,
Right.
go for it.
No, just the short version is because they changed into something else.
Wait, that is what that's what is expected. A mirage
No, hold
changes
on.
on atmospheric conditions, so it's always
Okay.
in change over time.
It depends on how, yeah, right. So
It depends on temperatures of the. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
inferior mirages are very, very stable. They can last all day long.
Yeah, but in other words, they do exist, even briefly.
Yeah, because you say they don't
Right,
exist
but
at
they-
all.
But they cut things up from the bottom up. If you're referring to the Skunk Bay one, would you call that the Fata Morgana? If that one is the one that you guys are, claiming like makes things appear from obstruction on the other side of it, then that's not what's happening at all. It makes things disappear from the bottom up. That's why the white building completely disappears in that GIF that I showed.
And wait, you said that a Fata Morgana is what now? A superior mirage or an inferior mirage?
The Fata Morgana is classified underneath superior mirages. So
Okay. Yeah, that's great.
it's considered a superior mirage. Now,
Okay.
again, Fata Morganas in that classification don't exist because they are inferior to the target. They are always below the target. So what we have to again understand, and again, I can demonstrate this from the Chesapeake Bay footage that I have that's a lot like the Skunk Bay, is that you have almost a triple image. You've got an inversion, a reversion, and then an inversion back up, so that it's right side up, upside down, right side up. The right side up is also magnified with a horizon, so that what you think that you're looking at out in front of you is actually the horizon. It's not. It's being, everything is above that location, compressed at the top, but the image between the horizon that you think is there and the superior image that you think is
You're breaking up.
there.
Still funny.
Yeah, he's...
that picture. Why don't you go to some place where there's no refraction, there's no mirage?
Hey, we can't hear you, bro. I got really powerful headphones on, and I
Obscuring.
can't hear you.
Okay. Yeah, it's okay. It's Zanuck. We don't need to hear him.
Why not?
Because he was in the middle of talking and his signal broke up. Zanuck, do fix your microphone back.
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably going to keep passing through shitty reception. Discord hates my phone.
It's good now, bro. It's good now.
I can put up some videos.
You're gonna love it.
That,
yesterday, I was thinking about you. I went to that
Whoa,
spot.
bro.
What? He's not.
Even though he's breaking up.
That's all right. That's all right.
Let him try to get it out.
It's because he's in the car.
You there?
You're very low on volume there, Zanuck.
Zanuck, you're at like 20% volume. We need to get you like closer to 60, okay, buddy?
How about
Yeah, Zanuck, why not
More.
like disconnect for like 10 minutes? And see if that fixes it, maybe.
He's just joined. He's not doing anything wrong yet. He just needs to get his shit together.
Yeah, I'm just
Can you hear me now or not?
A little bit better.
No, you're at like 10%.
For like 20 minutes. You gotta disconnect for 20 minutes, Zanuck. It's the new Discord update.
Why don't you like?
Go to the Windows Mixer if you're using a PC. Go fix that.
What's the Windows Mixer? What's that?
I didn't even hear that. Good luck.
Windows Mixer. I don't know what that means.
So I don't know if you guys know, but my headphones have like a charging port, and they're gamer headphones, right? So it's got this button, like after you charge it, like you flip it on and it boosts your mic and your audio signal, so I can get like the real deep bass all the time when playing my PC games. But yeah, the point is that it's got like a little battery built into where it, like when I click it on and off, it like modulates my microphone. So A, B, C, D, E, F, G. So it's like different volumes. You see that like I'm switching it.
It didn't really change much this time.
But do I sound better than I normally do?
I think it sounds the same right now.
Okay, maybe it doesn't modulate the microphone. Maybe it's
Yeah, I
only
mean, you could probably check the YouTube stream. I don't think I heard anything different.
How's that sound now? Is that better?
Yeah, it's closer
Or,
to 50.
yeah,
Closer
you're
to
about
50. I can hear you now.
How's that sound? Is that better?
I don't know. Maybe that got worse.
Is it worse or better?
Slightly worse.
Okay, increase on the.
Can you like pick up your microphone? The Fuller recognizes magnitude.
We want the gas to be vacuumed, though. We don't want any gas for Zanuck.
All right, so I got all the way up. I'm a special trail. It's like emergency vehicles only, but it gets me right under the water at the Dumbarton Bridge, which is in the San Francisco Bay, looking toward the 92 Bridge, and then beyond that is the Bay Bridge, which goes across Angel Island. And I got down to the water, and it was really funny. All I could see with the car is like literally looking like they're on the water, just like driving on the water. Then I went up 6 feet. I could see this hash mark like a zebra stripe bridge, and I went up even higher on top of the road before it goes onto the freeway, and I could see water underneath it, and the bridge and the cars. And it was so. There was no miraging. There was no distortion. There was nothing you could see like you see in all your pictures, because it wasn't one of those kind of days where those kind of conditions exist. And you're going to say, oh, well, I got to see it. And then there's also pylons and things between. They put all sorts of stuff in the in the bay for navigation and pylons and things. You could see them that were not blocked as they're closer, things that were closer to us. So I just wanted I'll go out there. I was going to go out there today. But I'll go out there and I'll get the pictures and I'll show them to you, and then you'll see what we're all talking about when you don't have all these effects, which are really amazing. And you take great pictures, by the way, but they don't have anything to do with they don't have anything to do with refraction and the horizon and anything we actually talk about here. It just talks about something that blocks things that we're trying to see.
Can you just show us? You just show us how to see it ourselves. Just show us. Teach us, like we're children trying to learn to fish. Where does the worm go, Uncle Zanuck? I got this worm. Does it go on the hook or the bobber, Uncle Zanuck?
Right.
Teach us like
Zanuck,
that.
the overarching point being made here is they've seen those before, and they'll say conditions can change, therefore something else is happening. So that's not really going to change anything going forward.
Well, if you see a horizon that is distinct, and then things
Yeah,
beneath
they've
it
seen
that are
that.
hidden, like the ships. But then we see all those boat pictures that are half gone. Well, that's because there is this type of mirage or this kind of inferior mirage, and you just can't see it because it's hiding the horizon. That's what's blocking the image and the horizon. So if we have objects in between, what I had this discussion with Travis over the last year. Hold on. Then you'll be able to see, well, why do we see this object and not the other object? But they're all in line and they're on the same angle of angle
But
in your
Zanuck,
view.
they've seen it. That's the point. We have so many pictures of obstruction occurring where no visible mirages are present. That's been presented.
No, but they
It's
don't.
great though. I mean, I guess you can present it anyway.
Well, yeah, I will present it, and of course, I'm sure they'll come up with something because they're very creative in that way. I give them credit. But one thing that Travis and I have looked at is my picture that shows this ship that's missing the entire hull. But then the shape of this, I was trying to find the boat in the harbor. I couldn't find it because this particular sail on a very large, small yacht is shaped where it has a, like a triangle top, but also tapers down at the bottom before it goes to the cabin. And he mistakenly thought that was the line of this inversion, and it matched the. He thought it matched the superior mirage in the distance, or the inferior mirage in the distance, which it didn't, because I proved it to myself by raising my angle of view, and I saw that the ship became totally visible, and that mirage in the background was still there. So he wants to see a picture of that. Now, if I show him that picture, theoretically, his world should be completely shaken and turned upside down. But I haven't done that yet. So the point is, Doofus, is that we need a picture that shows this horizon, distinctive horizon, and maybe a mirage in the background, and then something in front of it that shows that the horizon's still there. But
yeah,
the
I
mirage
don't know if
doesn't
you
change.
guys can hear me.
Now, yes.
Yeah, I mean, look, after 4 years of shooting, I don't know what it is that you think you're going to show me that I haven't already seen. And I did a breakdown of the still image that you provided. I clearly showed
that was incorrect.
That's your word for it. We could put it up for
my observation. I saw that, but you can doubt my honesty. You can doubt my honesty, but I agree with you.
I didn't say that. Look, listen.
I'm listening.
There's no reason to go to the extreme right now, man.
It's not extreme. It's what I saw. It's exactly what I saw.
Listen. Hold on, Zanuck, please. I didn't say you're being.
You say my name and I'll stop talking. You just say my name and I'll stop it. Promise.
Zanuck.
That didn't work for me.
I didn't say you're being dishonest. I didn't say that.
Then you're saying I'm mistaken, because you critically analyzed my picture, made some dangerous assumptions, and came up with your own conclusions, which were incorrect because I disproved them by what I actually saw myself.
Okay, great. Would you be willing to take some time this weekend on this channel? You present the image and walk us through it, and then I'll present the image and walk us through it.
No, because we need more data to basically say, you think you see something in the image that has been turned upside down, and I say it's not. It's just the taper of the sail, because it doesn't really match perfectly to that line of delineation, or you call it the what do you call it?
Vanishing line.
Your vanishing line. That they're not the same. They're very close, and good credit to you to, hey, that could be it, but it's not, because I proved it to myself easily.
I know.
But hold on, let me finish now. Let me finish. All I did was go up 6 feet, and that line was not there. That sail did not change shape. It was now I can see the top of the hull, the ship, the second story of the ship, and behind it was still the mirage, the inferior mirage. So if I showed you that picture, you'd say, "Oh shit!" Now what do I say? Because but we can't argue about it because you think it's something that it isn't.
Danik. Okay. My purpose in asking if you would be willing to do that presentation and then I do mine is for the audience. Let's let them see what we're seeing and decide for themselves, because you think it's one way, I think it's another, and that is a zero-sum game.
That's not what that means, but no, that's not what it's happening. I'm not going to go on your show and talk about something that has anybody could look at that and say, you know, that does kind of look close to what would happen to that.
Now you're poisoning the well. Now you're poisoning
No, I'm
the well.
not.
You're
I'm not.
influencing.
We need more pictures. And it was a quick, when I saw that, I go, oh, so this is it. This is all I needed. Everyone should, and I didn't think someone would say, oh, well, it's because the sail is inverted right at that angle in the middle or the lower third of it. Oh my God. No, it's not, because I stood up. Oh, I don't know that. I wasn't there. So I need to have the picture that shows the same effect that we can then talk about, because it'll be video next time and pictures. So it can show me walking back and going up, and you'll see, oh, the sail appears attaching to the hull, yet the mirage back behind it doesn't change at all. Angles are changing based on my height, but nothing's changing as far as that boat being hidden by any kind of mirage, and the water line will stay where it is. The horizon. All right, well,
we wait with bated breath for your footage.
Well, at least thank you for at least conceding that we need the picture to show my point more, because you've assumed something that I saw to not be true. But that's okay. You have every right to doubt, like I would on pictures of yours. Until we see.
So just because my connection's not going to be great, I did put 2 links in the chat that address my claims about superior mirages and mirages in general as well, if you're interested.
I kind of like the vibe that's going on right now. Like, this is like the anti-orthodox vibe that, you know, like a sober judge would like strive for, right? And I really appreciate that right now, what's going on. Because, like, oh, you got something? Show me. Let me see it. I'd like to see what you got, right? And that's kind of where we need to be, because, I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I'm just a regular guy, right? I'm a man, right? I don't know, like, everything about light and stuff. So if different people have, like, different points of view, like some people are thinking about particles and other people are thinking about waves, it's like, you know, just let everybody think what they want to think, and everybody should share, like, I've done some research. This is what I found. Here's what I think. Like, oh, good job. I think you're wrong, but this is what I think. Like, that flow, it's so much better of a flow. And we're all talking about, you know, being experts on, you know, electricity and light, and we're not. we done research, which gives us confidence, but, you know, let's be humble a little bit. We're talking about the physics of light and shit.
Die slow. Sorry, my bad. Something in my throat there. My bad.
Go ahead.
I agree, Larry, what you just said there. Yeah, for sure. It's much more harmonious to be like sharing ideas and reflecting off each other rather than going at each other's necks and trying to get into some kind of big trying to overthrow someone else's worldview with force, I suppose.
Yeah, I don't mind when things get a little heated, right? Nobody cares. It's a bar room. Boys will be boys. We'll come back tomorrow and not hold a grudge, right?
Fuck you. I'll hold a grudge.
Let me know how it works out for you.
Well, I guess for myself, I was going to say sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it seems to me the person that holds the grudge is like the person that's like, you know, doing themselves harm, you know?
That, yeah, it does. Yeah. It's kind of like a self-inflicted holding of that. Well, I was just going to say, I feel like for me, I always learn a lot more when it's more of like everyone kind of sharing their wares, you know, hey, that's what I think, that's what you know. I feel like I learn more because it's sort of like a slower pace and I'm able to kind of ponder on it. And usually in those settings too, it's like there's not all the interruptions. So usually you're able to kind of hear more of the sides and kind of be able to consider it. Whereas sometimes when it does get real hectic, it's like gets so fast, and then sometimes the clipping and interruptions, it's like harder to follow.
Yeah, you're always going to get farther with people when you have if you're screaming at someone, you're not going to get anywhere with them, right? Because now everyone's hostile and defensive, and it's way better to interact with people on a nice level, nice horizontal level.
Sometimes it is kind of fun to get allow yourself to get a little triggered and raise your voice. Right, where we fail is where we use cuss words and name calling, I think.
What a day, Gio. What a day in here. Oh, my goodness. These guys.
What happened today?
Just the same thing that happens every day, Pinky.
No, it's been a pretty good day, I think.
We were talking about yesterday with like Ruhif, and that was funny.
Oh, yeah. Rua said it's an affirmative consequent. Welcome to the globe.
Did you?
I got that.
Yeah, you got it.
And then he said, Earth is a globe, is a hypothesis.
Yeah.
The way he linked those together was just... It's like the way it's affirming the consequent. Welcome to the globe. That's what you do.
Funny shit.
Well, it's kind of like sometimes in these discussions you get these little kind of phrases that people say. We've all got ones that we say. So it's like he has those, and that's the way he linked those together in that order.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
There's a lot of welcomes that people have given for welcoming to Flat Earths, welcoming to globes. I don't know if anyone's ever taken anyone up on that welcome, but it seems like it's offered quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's welcome over here.
I thought it was interesting. We were talking last night about when you introduce this topic to new people, like what actually is the percentage? Let's say you, Jeremy, you're hot miking. Let's say you had I'm not trying to change the topic if you guys wanted to keep on the refraction, but I was just reflecting on last night. It was where it's like just the idea, like if you lined up 100 people, random, let's just say Americans or pick any country, although I'm sure different countries, you get a different kind of spectrum of people. But if you lined up 100 people and basically, gave them a 10-hour presentation course on shape of the earth, on, all these different sides and thoughts and arguments and everything like that, and you tried to make it pretty fair, showing both sides, like not super biased, but had a really good information. I said 10 hours to make it really enough, like almost like a short course, like a weekend course, 2 hours every weekend for a couple of weeks or whatever, something like that, where someone, was going to really kind of dig into it a bit. Like what would the actual percentage be? What percentage of them would just be like, no, absolutely, it's a globe? What percentage would be like, I'm actually on the fence? And then, like what would the actual spectrum be? Because I think some people think that like 99% would just stay stuck to globe, but I don't think it's that. I don't think that's the case at all. Like I think it's.
I do think it would be a high percentage because anchor bias is a hell of a thing, and then like fear of ostracization and stigma is a hell of a thing.
Yeah, you know what you do, man? You get a college to allow you to speak. You do a lecture. Holy shit! You do a lecture as like Stefan Hawking. You know what I mean? Like you go into a college and like get them to give you a lecture time, and do it as like Stefan Hawking, and go in and fucking lace them up with some flat Earth theory.
It depends on who you have. My bad. I thought you were done.
Yeah, well, no. Then you can make a questionnaire at the end.
It depends on who you have pitch it, Gio, right? Like if let's say you had, I don't know, Pete Shea or somebody pitch it, and then you had like me or you or somebody pitch it. I'm sure you'd get different results too on what 10 hours worth of stuff you gave them.
Yo, Risa, the title of the questionnaire will be Questionnaire.
Yeah, man. There you go. But I like the idea.
No,
What is that?
sorry.
No, go on.
I was going to say Witsit should pitch it as soon as he figures out how to modulate the speed of his voice at the beginning, and then slower and slower and faster as he gets closer to the crescendo, he can pick up the speed, and then people follow along with him like that. I think that he's going to be like the person to pitch it. He's still working on that though.
Yo, I can
Flight
see
of the
Jeremy
Bees?
doing it. I can see Jeremy doing it, like a really like pissed off lecturer, like just like, all right, here we go. You know, just fucking. I could see that. That'd be great. You should do one, man. Like, you know, just a fucking like the angry kind of like you know, like a cool professor at a college doing like, you know, alternative cosmology. Like, oh, just fucking pissed off.
What
You
if
got to do it
someone
again.
took Witsit and like slowed everything down and like defined every word, and then like, you know, put him in like different definitions from different places. It's like so his audience can
Yo,
get it.
Larry.
Because
Are you saying
his
that you want
audience.
Witcher to pitch it slow so you can get
No,
it?
bro. No. You got me all wrong, bro. Completely hetero over here. Shit. What I was saying was that when Witsit talks, the Globers just accuse him of, you know, word salad, right? We're talking about if these people got like a 10-hour course, right? If they would get it, right? And it's like at first you would start off, you know, with a regular guy, you know, shit, what's his name? The guy that, damn it. Never mind. I'll show it.
I think, yo, what makes you think that they don't get it?
They don't wanna.
Well, no, but I mean, like, what makes you think that they don't already get it? They just reject it. You know what I mean? That's what I think. Like, you know, it's like there's some people where like, you know, you could watch the penny drop and this, that, the other thing, but like some people understand it and they still just don't, you know, entertain it. You know, or I think like they're trolling and like they get it, but they're just, you know, acting like angry ballers. Just can't.
Well, that's what I find interesting about like if you were to present this, like what if you presented it to everyone on Earth? You know, what would the percentages be?
Right, but the problem there is that look, you know, it's like, you know, those videos of like people out in Vegas like asking people like, you know, like simple history questions that they can't answer.
Right, or like who's the president and stuff. Like
Right, like, you know, just generic ass shit. Like it's like you're talking about like that's what my opinion is like. That's what real artificial intelligence is. It's not like a fucking computer program. Like that's all myth. Like artificial intelligence is the people suffering from
The
artificial
bots?
intelligence, and then fucking, you know, you've got real climate change that's heating up. Is like the social climate change. It's like, you know what I mean. It's all, you know. It's not what you think. It's like, you know, I thought something so cool when a brother in here said that snipers, like, you know, they calculate for Coriolis. And what he was saying is that what they're really taught is about the Coriolis of the bullet coming out of rifling. So like they do account for Coriolis, but it's got nothing to do with the movement of the earth. You know what I mean? And it's like this is the kind of gray area where everything gets lost. But you know, you wind up in a position where people are like, what's Coriolis? You know what I mean? Like,
But Mark Wahlberg
now
said
you
that he
got to
has to
explain both
calculate
arguments.
for the spin of the Earth, seen on TV.
Well, who's it?
Mark Wahlberg says he has to calculate for the spin of the Earth. I've seen it on TV. Why would they lie?
Well, right, but I mean that's what's interesting is that like they're accounting for Coriolis as the spin of the bullet, nothing to do with the Earth, but nobody ever mentions it. You know what I mean? And like I just think, you know, people don't even know that Coriolis is a thing. You know, like people like I don't know. It's just hilarious to me. Like there's no use. Like and then you know the people who come in here, I think a lot of them get it. They just reject it and they argue for the other side. That's all.
Yeah, most things aren't like overly complicated. They probably get most of the arguments. There's some that are more kind of nuanced and more technical and stuff like that. That you know a lot of them probably don't get.
Right, but I think like even to like dance around the topic so well, you have to understand it somewhat. You know what I mean?
Well, what did they do to get everyone to believe in the globe? I mean, that's the thing. Like just pictures and asserting of authority. I mean, we could get into all that, but it's like they got
Propaganda,
everyone
yeah.
right on that.
The news channels and the video, just
Yeah.
the radio and video.
Pretty much the pictures, quote unquote, of pretty much get most people, I guess.
Well, yeah, I think quote like
Seeing is believing.
They did it under the guise of like science and being able to like like I love what we were talking about the other day. Hallie's comment. So Rumpus won't be upset. Hallie's comment or whatever, Haley's comment, like the idea that the Babylonians had deciphered that was coming, when that was coming, and they were flat earthers. But what they've done is they've tricked everyone to think that no, the Globers like perfected it, and I think through literature and science, and this is what they've done.
I think they did it through word magic, ambiguity, and other trickology 101 basics. Right? And what I mean by that is like, I think there's a group of people in the world that are like dark magicians, right? And some of them may be like professors in colleges or really up to do like politicians or lawyers. I basically think they're using like word magic on us. Like, hey, I got this theory. It's like, well, do you know the difference between a scientific theory and a theory? It's like, well, it's the same thing, right? Because, it's like a law. No, like none of that. No. So people just get tricked, right? And I've actually heard people say that like a theory is more set in stone than a law. And, it's just you shake your head and you're like, what? Like, it's like when the whole mask mandate happened and everybody was like, it's the law. And I was like, what? The law? Like, what are you talking about? It's like a mandate. It's not a law. So people are confused on this stuff. And the word magic really allows people to think they know what's going on when they really have no idea.
But I think like
But what if there's a law that you have to observe mandates?
Okay. But I think like the word like in that sentiment, like the word magic or whatever you want to call it is like it's essential to language. Because things can be hyper defined and we've hyper defined them. It's one's job to be educated about the language.
But all right, me and you grew up in the 80s, right, bro? You're about my age. Right? You
Sure.
grew up in New York, I grew up in Texas, right? So you know what a machine gun is, right?
Fair enough, yeah, sure.
Right. So the ATF has just reclassified a certain trigger as a machine gun. Now, is a trigger a machine gun? Can the part be the whole?
No, I wouldn't imagine so.
But if they say so, are you willing to, fuck around, get arrested?
Fuck,
No.
my dogs are going nuts. I'm missing all this.
I'm not trying to fuck around with ATF. All my shit is completely legal.
What about when they call everything that's actual science pseudoscience, and then the pseudoscience they're calling evidence and whatever that means?
Yeah, like when people question chemistry, I thought that was like a hard-nosed science. It really trips me out.
No, that's not hard-nosed science. The globe wasn't either. That's where, it's all from the same system. It's all the same philosophy. Philosophy is what brought us science. And if you really think philosophy has been science, that's odd. That would be odd. I wouldn't think that. I would think that these guys had a belief and they saw action, interaction, and exchange of certain things. I still have yet to see a video of any of these periodic anything live from start to finish of anybody doing anything. Like recreating whatever Newton or Einstein or like whoever made these atomic numbers and all this scale in the periodic chart, like whoever like made it what it is. Like what two guys sit in a lab and like, what's the one guy that gets the final say and pushes the button and says nobody else gets to make any more on? That's what that is. And where'd he get the like what does that really mean? The atomic number. periodic chart of elements. You mean all Earth? Earth mixed in a ball of mud? Heated up or cooled down in such a way?
Well, I don't think there's anything wrong with questioning it. I just never heard of anyone question it before. I'm a foodie, right? So I like mixing like all kinds of different stuff together. I like try all these different recipes and books that my grandmother has, and books and stuff on the internet, and like all the different things that you can do with food. It's basically chemistry, right? You're mixing shit together to get certain outcomes. I know that like if you take sugar, you know, white sugar that's been processed, and you pour it in water, that it's gonna like dissolve, right? And salt does the same thing, right? So it's like there are certain truths in chemistry, right? Things that you can verify.
Right. Well, hold on. There's agreeances on what the elements are. Like we got salt. We'll say, okay, this is salt. But some people use salt for batteries. Some will use it for burning stuff. Some will use it for cooking. Some will use it for purifying stuff. So salt, just to say the word salt's pretty vague, and just to say, well, we have these elements, that's vague. Like all these elements and stuff, if we agree chemistry, right? So chemistry, I'll say, is trial and error of putting different stuffs together that we agree on what they are as such. Dirt is dirt, salts, sand, clay, different stuff. And we put them together and we put them together in a different way, and then we get a certain thing out of it. It's the same as cooking. But I wouldn't say it's a perfected science of how they told us it worked. That's my main
Guys, real
thing.
quick,
Okay, yeah. Good
real
point.
quick, let me know if you can hear me hot mic, and I just did some adjustments on my thing. All right, thanks.
You're good. You're hot micing, Jeremy. I'm just kidding.
Am I really?
No, I'm just
No.
Are you trying to set the sensitivity so that it doesn't pick up?
Well, I just put the noise suppression on, so hopefully it doesn't start clipping me now.
Cool. Well, yeah. Well,
Sounds good, bro.
As far as the periodic table of elements goes, I mean, dude, you do this thing to you do this thing to water, and two different types of gas come off it, right? Like we named them. I don't think that's too crazy or far fetched of an idea.
Well, right, but there's like dynamics. In furtherance to that idea, like you could say that frozen water, or I'm sorry, any element, right? Like at a certain state of energy has different properties sometimes. Like they'll get into different harmonic energy phases, and they'll convert shit better. They'll become a superconductor. All these like different effects can happen at a given temperature. Like it's wherever its boil point is, I guess, to some degree. So it's interesting. Like you could say like every element that we even account for could have dimensions of categorization, based on, and it is anyway. I guess they could do that. Sorry, keep going, Jeremy.
Oh, you're right, man. I kind of wish you would expand a little bit more, but yeah, what it looks like is like there's these elements, right? And we're classifying like the different makeups of what we find here on Earth, and for people to question that, there's nothing wrong with that, right? I just never heard it before, so it kind of caught me off guard this morning. So there's gold, and then there's fool's gold, and then there's silver, and then there's aluminum. Like one is like antibacterial, antimicrobial, antifungal, and anti-inflammatory, and the other one's a neurotoxin, right? So it's like we need to make sure that we're not wearing aluminum jewelry and medicines and cream and stuff like that in our food, right? Or in our air, nanoparticles, right? Or in your soda cans.
There's a process to every one of those, though, like a human process that can make gold and an earth process. Correct? Same with aluminum. So, like the process that goes into it is probably what gives it its attributes that you just named. The attributes of not making you sick or being against like microbes or whatever.
Yeah. So what's wrong with naming the, oxygen and hydrogen when we see these two different types of gases come off of water?
You see two different gases where?
There's like a white mist
they have
that
two
comes up
different.
off it first.
You have two different types of gas that we can make come out of water, right? You do electrolysis or something, you put some energy to water, we get the gas out of it, and it ends up being two different types, right?
Why are you putting
Obviously
electricity
you
into
don't
it?
obviously you don't see it.
Why
Obviously
are
you
you
don't
putting
see it.
electricity? Why are you obviously needing to put electricity in there? What's electricity got to do with it?
Because we're trying to figure
Materials of
stuff
Earth.
out.
Hold on.
We're
Materials
trying
of
to
Earth.
figure
We're trying to separate materials of Earth from materials of Earth. Why are you using electricity? The
we're
periodic
trying to
chart. We're
figure out
trying to
what
make
this.
a cake, right? So are you using electricity to make your cake too? Is that on the periodic chart? I haven't seen that yet.
Hey, how's it going?
Well,
Is
it's something
electricity on
about
the
this,
periodic chart?
like that each one has some
Trying
kind
to
of structure where it can absorb a certain amount of energy or something.
Why is everyone over talking to Mark? What the hell?
Yeah, no.
We kept taking long pauses, so we're trying to figure out what water is made of. You put electricity to it, something happens, right? We get two
It's
different types of
electricity.
gases. We get two different types of gases that come off it. Not electricity. The electricity doesn't come off it. Gas comes off it.
We'll get it without electricity then.
Yeah, true.
Hit it with what? A hammer?
So you put electricity to water with electrolysis. You get two different types of gases that come off it. We name those gases. Like there's nothing wrong with that. You know what's happened? People have gotten into these weird arguments over the years where they're stuck in this position now where they can't back down, and they've used this. I don't know. It's weird. It's
Are
weird.
you describing yourself?
No, I'll admit
You
when I'm
sound
wrong.
like you sound like you don't know what you're talking. I mean, when in the lab did you do anything with this electricity without the electricity? Like when you keep talking about it's not electricity, why are you putting the word electricity in it? We're talking about materials on the earth. So if I go outside and get sand, did I use electricity to do that? No. So I would put sand on the chart. I went out and got mud. Did I use electricity to get the mud I found? No, I didn't. It was there. So when you can go out in nature and find whatever the fuck you're talking about or trying to make up, let me know. Without electricity, buddy.
Jamal, can you hear me, buddy?
Can you hear yourself?
Yeah, I can, but I don't know if it's coming in clear or not. I went over that earlier. So I was going to say that, did you know that you could take mud and put two different types of metal in the mud side by side, and it will actually cause about 2-volt charge? Called a ground battery, or like one copper and let's say one steel or something.
Can I just
Or what else do
respond
they use?
to
What are
what
the pennies made out of?
It all comes from amounts of dirt and electricity. Use electricity to get the metal
before you
or
go on to
heat
this other
or
thing with
voltage.
mud? Can I just respond to that thing you said, because we are getting a physical substance off it. You're getting this gas that comes off the thing. So I don't know like what the issue is. We can get more of it. We can get less of it. We can measure how much we get of it.
What are you measuring it with? Electricity? Cool.
You can weigh it. No, you can weigh it.
Yeah, with electricity. Current through the spring.
No, with a scale. Measure it with a scale.
Yeah, those numbers are electrical.
No, you can measure
Come on, Jeremy. You're trying too
with
hard, dude. You're reaching
the
like real
balance
far, like God's arms. Like you're
beam
boxing with God right now.
scale with no. I'm the one that's reaching. You think so?
That's all you do is reach. I've never seen you do anything but.
All right, well, let Jeremy make his point. Go
Oh,
ahead,
we
Jeremy.
can get substance. So we can get substance off this thing. We can measure it. We can weigh it without electricity, right? And we can see that, oh, yes, we do have two different things here, and we name them. What's the problem now?
You did all that with electricity. The scale works on electrical.
Nope.
Current voltage.
Nope.
Yeah,
The
it
scale
does.
doesn't work with electrical. The scale,
Resistance.
I just told you
You
we can
put
do it on a balance.
resistance on the spring.
My bad. I
And
thought
once
you
you
were
press
done.
the spring down, the spring, right, reacts, and you get a number. What's that? Why do you got to put batteries in the scale?
It's DMOT. He's never done.
I've already addressed this. You can do it without electricity in the measuring process because you can put on a triple beam scale or something that doesn't use any electronics at all. This is one of those goofy. This is that goofy stuff I was
That's how the
talking about
G's
5
evolved,
minutes
though.
ago.
Goofy
Like,
stuff about no
it's not like
electricity. That didn't make any sense. I'm
the
sorry.
old
When you add
G's,
the
like,
word resistance, when you add resistance in a scale, that's electrical. I'm sorry, buddy.
Demok,
Okay, so
I
do you
hate to say
understand?
it.
We can go ahead.
No, just Biggie Smalls, like his lyrics disproved Demok's point. So Demok, Biggie Smalls
Hey,
would
the
use a
triple
triple beam
beam
scale.
dream.
Right. Come on. Now who's
Yeah, this
supreme?
is that This is that goofy. I mean, dude, you can weigh it without electricity. Where's the electric in a balance beam or a triple beam scale or something? There's no.
Gives
You
you
don't
your
plug it in.
differential? What's your
The
differential?
difference in weight. The difference in weight
From what? Wait, from what?
from one thing to the other thing.
What thing? What are you talking about?
You know how a triple beam works?
Yeah, with tension, which is kinetic energy, which is electricity. Do you know how it works? It shows you the differential from one side to the next when you put something different than another thing on the other side.
So
Do
we
you know how
can't
it
weigh
works, Jeremy?
things.
You
What's your
going to
argument?
school?
We
You
can't.
got them into school right now, and you don't know how they work, buddy?
What's
What are you
your
talking
argument? We can't weigh things. Is your argument we can't weigh things? Because I'm telling you,
Not
you can get
without
the weight
kinetic
of this
energy.
physical.
Not
Bro, I
without
thought you were
resistance.
done. My bad. I thought you were done. My bad. So I don't know what your argument is. We can weigh this physical substance we get out from the water. What's the problem?
The resistance amount is what you made up, and it's the amount that you keep putting a number on, right? It's
The
a resistance,
resistance
kinetic
amount of
energy.
what?
Yeah, a kinetic differential, electrostatic equilibrium that's offset from one item to the next. What do you mean of what? Electricity, baby.
Okay, so it's called whatever you're talking about. It's called weight, and we know how much things weigh. This is weird. This
No,
is
you
just weird.
don't.
I'm just gonna back out
You
of.
don't
I'm
know
just gonna back
much does
out
a
of this
cloud
because I
weigh?
don't even know what you're
How
even.
much does a
I'm
cloud
just gonna
weigh?
back out of this because I don't even
Go
know
weigh
what
a
you're even
cloud
talking
for me.
about at this point.
Yeah, I'm waiting for you to weigh a cloud or a rainbow. Since
Clouds
things
don't
weigh
have
Yeah,
different.
weight.
no.
Fog has
Yeah, I
weight.
know. Funny guy.
I could try like an attempt, Jeremy, to clarify what I think Demok's position is.
No, I'm good. You can do it for
Yo,
the other people. I'm good though.
this the Mark Jeremy beef is fire. I'm loving it.
Like,
It's
I
dumb.
I think maybe what he's saying is because weight doesn't come from gravity, it comes from the, like Whitsitt says, the electrostatics, and then buoyancy or whatever, and density weight, like basically takes care of the rest of it, electrostatics. That would then mean that even if you were to weigh something on just like one of those old time scales where you just put something on one side, put something on another side, it still would have to do with electricity because the electrostatics are what's causing that to happen in the first place. I think that might be what he's
Yeah.
saying, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, but I don't,
Exactly right.
Bob. I don't know if you
100%.
were paying attention, but this whole argument was over the periodic table, and I started explaining how we could get hydrogen and oxygen from gas,
Without
and he's
electric.
like, "No, I'm talking about a real physical substance," and I was like, "Yeah, we get a real physical substance off it," and then he's like, "How you gonna measure
Okay.
it?"
Okay. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not.
No, I was saying exactly what you were saying, and I was saying what Jeremy was saying was wrong because he can't go get 100% of anything. You can't go get 100% of shit. What the fuck are you live in the jungle right now? Live outside in your backyard. Go get hydrogen, 100% of it. Don't go play with electricity. Go get some hydrogen, 100%. Oxygen, nitrogen. Any of these elements on that periodic chart you just claimed are gases, go get me 100% of them by themselves right now in nature. I'll wait, Jeremy. No electricity added.
Can't even do that with silver and gold.
Yo, Denmark sounds like an angry black woman.
It's not though.
You sound like
I hate like that.
I know, right? He sounds like
I
he
was
has
just joking.
a voice changing. He has a voice changing box. Really, a really angry black woman, but he's got the voice changer. I want to sound one.
Zanuck, why don't you tell Demont why we can't get pure silver? It's always 99.99 or 999, right? Why can't we get pure silver, bro?
Because there's nothing pure. It's all bullshit, buddy. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Electricity
Electricity is 999 on the periodic chart. It is all that shit.
Electricity is what? 999 on the periodic chart.
Element
Electricity is
999.
an element.
Atomic number 999.
So electricity is actually on the element chart.
Yeah, they don't want to
Periodic
tell you
table.
about it. It's E at the end, buddy. Electric. You didn't read that part?
E at the end.
The very last
Ether.
one. The one
last
that makes
one
it
is
all 999.
Okay.
Yeah, so what? There's no difference.
I don't know what you're smoking, but right now I could use
I'll
some of that.
wait. I'll wait for you to read off the periodic chart for us in the very last one. That's E. Yet to be resolved or resumed for a later date. E. Right? What is it? Read it off. What the fuck are we waiting on?
Jamak, you gotta let Xanax talk. He wants to tell you about gold and silver.
I think you already answered that question. An element to be determined. Just because E doesn't always mean electricity. You have to the power of E. That's not electricity. Sheila E. She's not electricity. Just because something has
She's
E
pretty
in it,
electric, though.
it's electricity.
Tell that to the Egyptians.
Yeah, it's a good example. Egyptians, they don't have very much electricity. At least they didn't.
How about harmony?
They're building the pyramids.
Right? How about symphony? Right?
Symphony.
They all
Yeah, a lot of it's unplugged, so no electricity.
That is electricity. Sound is electricity. Compressed sound is light. Compressed light is
Compressed
sound.
sound is light?
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah,
Get a
condensed.
grip, man. Like I said, whatever you're smoking, I could use some right now.
Condensed electricity.
You don't know about sonoluminescence, Xanac?
Water. It's all electricity, dude.
You don't know what
Water,
sonoluminescence is, Xanac?
Yes.
It's precisely compressed sound waves to create light. How could you know about that and then say compressed sound? Because that's what he just said.
He's just throwing words out there. I don't think he meant that.
I know, but sometimes there's things that make sense when what he says, and that one
That's
did.
exactly what I meant. I'm sorry.
It makes sense. But it's always a stretch.
I'm sorry that
I mean,
this stuff together simple hurts you. I mean, why do we need? Well, hold on. I don't need to write 10 paragraphs to say something in 3 words that I can say in 3 words. I've never been a person to even have to do that. So, Xanac, if you need like
really, you're the one that talks about these elaborate demonstrations in your living room.
If you need 8 years, yeah, doing the demonstration, what you never can do. You're allergic to that. I know. Elaborate demonstration is what you need. That's what you need.
Hives.
I just don't understand what the problem is. Like, we got gold, you get hydrogen, like, we got all this stuff. They got all these different properties and whatnot. Like, I don't understand what the problem is with it.
You never go make me some gold. Go get some gold.
You can make gold.
Just do it. You do it.
You can make gold. They can make gold. I can't do it personally, but they
so
can.
You don't understand the process, right? That's my point. Correct?
I don't need to understand the process.
If you don't understand what it is, why are you arguing what it is? I don't
Wait,
get
how
it.
do you make gold?
You have to have a nuclear reactor, the power of a nuclear reactor for 24 hours, and
they did
I
it
think
at
that there is a way. Yeah, there is a way you actually
gold.
turn. What was it? Lead into gold.
Mercury,
and,
or I think it was mercury.
Is it mercury? Yeah, you're right. It's mercury, and it made like.
Spinning straw into gold.
Did you not know that, Xanac?
It's quartz and electricity. It's quartz and lightning.
Did you not know that? Seriously. Humans made.
How is Xanac supposed to know that?
How are you supposed to know that?
Alchemy is
Yeah,
Are you guys talking about the movie Hudson Hawk?
No, we're talking about what they did in a college somewhere. It obviously used way more electricity than gold. The gold was worth, so it's not like a viable thing to do, but it can be done nonetheless.
Hudson Hawk is a great comedy with Bruce Willis, and it's about Da Vinci turning lead into gold.
No one's watched it, man.
They should. It's hilarious.
All you need is lightning and quartz. Gold is from quartz, and you got to have quartz and other shit. You know, you got to have the right material. You got to have the right mineral where you're at. So where I'm at,
well, what's quartz?
I can't go for gold. Well, where I'm at, I can't.
What's quartz? Give me 100% quartz. How are we gonna measure it? We can't measure it without electricity. You
But
can't even
anyway,
measure it without
I
electricity.
didn't say I was proving
You
anything
see how
either about
goofy
the
this is?
periodic chart,
You see how
dumbass.
goofy your argument
What the
is?
fuck are you talking about? You're trying to ask me to prove your periodic chart that I disprove, goofball. You're
Yeah,
making no
go get
fucking sense
quartz. Go
here.
give me
So now you're
100%
saying,
quartz.
hey, flat earther, go prove my globe. No, I don't think so, buddy. You go prove quartz 100% is what I asked you to do, right?
You
That's
just
what I
said
asked
you were
you
going
in
to.
the
No,
first
that's
place.
not what you asked. You just said you were
I
going to take.
asked you to go get 99% of anything in the first place. Let's not run past what I asked you, buddy. I asked you about it, and you didn't do anything. So shut the hell up about going to get 99% of anything because you couldn't produce such. I never said I was going to. I said quartz is what creates gold. I didn't say 99% quartz, did I? Goofy. Quit fucking adding words to your own ignorant thoughts, please.
Okay, there ain't no such there ain't no such thing as that. You can't. Yo, I thought you were done, Demok.
I know you
So
all think that all
there's
the
no
time.
such thing as that. Oh my god. Hi. Sorry if I'm being loud. So I'm gonna use your own argument against you. There's no such thing as quartz. You have no way to measure it. It's just electricity. Just the same exact argument you just did to me
It
5
doesn't
minutes
matter.
ago.
Still go get ingredients to
Mark,
make your cake.
let him finish. Let him finish, bro. I want to hear both of you guys' side of
He
the
said
story.
no quartz.
Yeah, there's no such thing as
Really?
quartz.
Jeremy.
Because you have no way to measure it.
You want
You
to
have no
hear
way to
D-Mock's
measure
side
it.
of this? Really? Nobody else does.
I
No,
don't
no,
really
this
believe this. I'm
this
arguing with
is
some
So it
lunatic
doesn't
on the internet.
matter, quartz or not. You still
you should
need
look
the right
at
ingredients to make your gold cake, baby boy. Regardless of whatever garbage you keep dreaming up. And you're gonna have to use electricity to do it.
So there's no such thing as quartz. You can't measure it without electricity. You can't show me 100% quartz. I mean, do you have any rebuttal for any of that, or?
Quartz isn't 100% quartz. It's gold quartz. It's got gold in it everywhere. I never said it was that. You did, you dumbass. You're dumb, dude. You keep referring to your
There's no
own
such thing
ignorance
as.
and
Should
saying
have automatic mute.
All right, you're getting a warning. You're getting a warning,
told
Mark.
you there is not 99% of anything. Stop asking me dumb questions, dude.
Mark, listen, bro. You can't be
Y'all gotta
calling
stop
names,
gun
bro.
testing, man.
Just stick to the argument.
Well, clearly
And
listen to the fucking shit that I'm saying. I didn't say 99% anything. He did. Are you guys deaf? Tell him. Say, hey, Jeremy, you're the one that kept saying that. Democ said, not that.
Okay, that's fine, but still, you can't measure it. I'm going to say it's just electricity because you can't measure it without electricity, just like you did to me 5 minutes ago when I was trying to explain to you how
Well, who's measuring?
oxygen and
I didn't measure
hydrogen.
anything. You did. I'm not measuring that dog shit. You're the one making up your measuring phenomenon, right?
But you can't even measure it without using electricity. That was literally your argument 5 minutes ago. You can't even.
You
My
gotta
bad. I
explain
thought you
your
were done.
periodic
I
chart,
thought you
which
were
you
done.
haven't explained yet. You still haven't explained your chart without electricity. That's all I'm waiting
This
on.
is
I'm done.
brutal. This is downright brutal.
It is really.
So I'm gonna use
man.
this. I'm gonna use the same argument you used against me 5 minutes ago. Okay, you can't measure it without electricity. It's just electricity.
Welcome to our side, Jeremy. Welcome to our side.
Make any sense? My argument is you're 100% wrong. You can't find 99% of anything. So why would you ask me to do that? How does that even make sense? What are you even talking about, dude? What are you talking about right now?
Well,
Stay on.
I don't know. I'm talking about the argument you used against me 5 minutes ago when you were like, "No, that's not, dude. I can't."
Repeat this,
Bro,
dude. Can you
this is
repeat my
brutal.
argument real quick? Yeah,
Is there
I
a
know.
mod in here? I'm gonna just
Mark,
back off. I'll back off.
you're about to get muted, bro.
It's not
Mark,
99%
you're about to get muted, bro.
anything. Can you hear me? Is this not registering to you guys? There is not.
Mark, can you hear me, bro?
Not. So why would three people keep asking me to try to point out, and Jeremy keep asking the same question
Giving him
about
way
I did
more
that.
beats
I
than he
muted a
deserves at
half
this
an hour
point.
ago. Come on, guys.
I mean, clearly, right?
Listen to D-Monk just drone on for half an hour. I don't know how you're going to.
I think Jeremy got his ass kicked. I don't know.
Maybe not.
You got wrecked, Jeremy. Use your own argument against Jeremy. You got wrecked.
I'm using Democ's argument against him. There's no such thing as quartz because you can't measure it without using electricity. That was literally his argument against me 5 minutes ago.
I agree with
when
that.
I tried to explain to him,
That's why the
bro,
periodic
stop
chart's
over
wrong.
talking me. Yo, Democ, stop over talking me. Just
done.
because you're getting rocked right now.
You're always.
Hey guys, we really got to reset or something. Do it one at a time. I muted you for
I'm
a few
trying,
seconds.
Hank.
Take a
Thanks.
deep breath. Take a deep breath,
I'm
Demont.
calm.
Reset.
Oh, he
Calm, bro.
left.
They never let the angry black woman
That's
fucking
fucked up.
speak. You know what I'm saying? They always shut them down.
So
Hey, I tried to give him the
Well,
opportunity. Right? He
Hey
kept
guys,
murmuring
listen.
stuff.
It's a tough subject. I know it's a quirky subject.
I mean,
but
he
we
got a
gotta stay
reprieve and
calm,
everything,
man.
bro. He was muted, and then they go back. But I like D-Mock, man. He makes a lot of sense. He talks good shit.
yeah, oh,
I
he
don't
makes
know
a
why
ton
he
of
has to.
sense. He makes a ton of sense, really.
No, well, yeah,
Ton of sense.
okay.
He just told me there was no such thing as oxygen because I couldn't weigh it because you had to use electricity to weigh it.
All right, some
That
sense.
checks out.
All right, some sense. But
When
I don't know why he has
when
to
it
be so
happens,
fucking.
how about
All
this?
right.
When it happens, let
Yo,
me know.
Jeremy, you sound just like the mock right now. Calm down.
Yeah, man.
When that happens, when it starts making sense, let me know.
Some sense. I just don't understand why it has
Yeah,
to be so
whenever
belligerent.
that happens, please let me know. Please, I beg you.
Did
Hey,
somebody say
Nate.
that there's a spot
Sorry, I
on the
spoke there.
periodic table that's like left open for future stuff? Like the
Who said
unknown
that?
element or something?
Who said that?
No, I'm asking, did somebody say that?
Demont
I
said
thought,
that, but he's no longer here, I heard.
like, is that accurate? Like, is there a spot on the periodic table that's basically like,
No, he's probably just
No,
like
that's not
saying that because the science just keeps adding shit. You know what I mean?
oh, I was gonna make a suggestion to Copernicus.
Yeah,
If they
yeah.
did,
Yeah. Lay
yeah,
it on me.
like if they have that spot on there that's left blank, like just in case they find one, you could just change your method of teaching them. Come to them like I think it was Paul, and just say, hey, you know that spot you have to the unknown element? I'm here to talk to you about it. It's called ether. Okay.
Hey, I gotta say something
Maybe you
about
would be
Paul.
able to convince them then.
I just gotta say,
how many protons
Paul.
does ether
Hold on,
have?
real fast. I just gotta say about Paul, man. He was a jive ass turkey, right? Because he was like, "Oh, you got a guy with no name? This is the one." He was like, "Oh, you guys are like after me and like are trying to kill me because of what I did. Like, how about I start a like argument over whether the people rise from the dead, right? Because the Sadducees didn't believe in an afterlife and the Pharisees did. So he like ninja the fuck out of them towards each other, got them fighting, and he like snuck out of like the hate thing and passed the baton to hate. So he was a jive ass turkey. I'm gonna say that about Paul.
Yeah. So how many protons does the
Maybe
ether have? The ether.
I mean,
There's no
turkey
such
right
thing
now.
as There's no
What's
such
the
thing as
proton?
protons. It's all electricity. You can't even weigh
How
it.
many
You
protons
can't
are
weigh it
in
without
Jeremy, come on.
electricity.
I know
What's
the
up, bro?
mock
Is that
hurt
not
your
a good
feelings.
argument?
Stop it.
Is that not a good argument or what?
Just because the mock hurt your feelings doesn't mean you gotta
He
become
didn't hurt
like
my
all
feelings. I'm
cozy.
making his argument. That's his argument right there. There's no such
He's
thing as
not even
anything. You can't weigh
gay. Like just let it go.
it.
Hey,
You either
I
leave
made
the
this.
argument or you stay in it long enough to become your enemy.
I made this short. I made this short that I just put in the chat from this morning's conversation about photons. But Nate, did you see the second video that I put out for you to look at?
Maybe not.
Yeah, I watched it, Travis. It didn't make. Oh, the second one.
Yeah, I put a second one up. I know, man. It's piecemeal. You know, you got to put it all together. It's not an easy process. You have to take a step back and look at stuff. Now, I noticed what I said before. I said that I'm not saying that there isn't refraction phenomenon happening above certain targets that make it look like a superior mirage, right? A superior mirage has to have an inverted image. If shit's just happening above a target, all wavy and crazy and wonky, that's not a superior mirage. Okay, so just because you Google superior mirage and somebody shows you some refraction phenomenon happening during your mirage. Okay, so it's a very specific
mirage
claim.
Do exist now, or they still don't.
Okay, the way they are described to us,
Mhm.
a superior mirage has to have an inverted image. Okay, I'm arguing that whenever you have an inverted image, it's always going to be an inferior mirage.
Right.
No, because it can take the top, no, you can take the bottom or the top of the object and reflect it upward so that it is inverted above it.
I know what the
So that's
rhetoric
incorrect.
is. I know
It's
what
not
the
rhetoric.
rhetoric
We have
is.
pictures. We have pictures
I
of that.
know, Zanuck. I know.
No, I don't think you do. You're saying that just to be boy.
No, Zanuck, no. I've made videos where I've walked through articles.
Just because you've made videos doesn't mean you know.
I've walked. Okay, Zanuck, come on, man.
No. You want to show? I'll show you. I'll show you an inferior. I'll show you superior mirage. Okay.
Yeah. This is why I typically don't discuss it on this one, because it's just I get badgered by people who aren't willing to take a step back and look at shit.
See, he's quiet now because somebody said Zanuck.
That's right. You said Zanuck. So I got the superior mirage. I'll put a picture in the chat. You can.
What is this new regime?
Zanuck, you couldn't have posted that without interrupting him. Really, bro? I mean, I'm rooting for you, Zanuck. I really am.
Who interrupted who? I didn't say anything. No
you
one's
interrupted
talking.
him. He was trying to say something. You didn't
No,
hear
he
him?
didn't. He said.
You didn't hear him?
Something about me being quiet. I said, yeah.
Zanuck, he was explaining something to me, and you just cut him off, man.
I didn't hear any. There wasn't anything I heard at all. Trust me, I didn't hear.
Then why did you
come
start
back in,
talking to Travis if you
Because
didn't
he
hear
said
him
something
talking?
about me, and I acknowledged that he was to me.
He wasn't even talking to you. He didn't say anything about
said
you. And
Zanuck-
you just overtalked him.
He said Zanuck would be quiet when I said.
No, before that. The reason you got involved in this conversation was to respond to what he was saying. But you didn't let him finish talking. You just cut him off.
God, dude, you guys, you're like a bunch of fucking old women. Shut up.
I don't listen to Zanuck.
You talk.
Shut up. I
You are triggered. Here we go.
I didn't interrupt.
Here we go.
Guys,
Shit now.
Guys. He's outnumbered at the end of the day.
Take a breath, Zanuck. Deep breath. Reset, bro.
Dude, I'm relaxed.
Zanuck, we've had some civil conversations in the past. Like I know you
what
can do
you guys?
it, bro.
Oh my God, this is a lot.
You got to learn when
Why
to
you
shut up,
gaslighting me?
Zanuck. You
Why
don't
you
have. You don't
gaslighting
have.
me? I responded to you. I said
You don't have to keep talking, Zanuck. Just stop talking.
Jeremy did interrupt him.
My bad.
It's okay. Let's try again. Reset. There we go.
Zanuck, you can have a good conversation with people. I've had good conversations with you in the past. You just gotta slow down a little bit, bro.
I did nothing. I was talking to Travis saying I have a inferior mirage or a superior mirage picture. I'll post for you. That's all I said. Fucking guys are going wacko on me. Stop gaslighting me.
Exactly, Zanuck. Fuck him.
Are you getting?
Are you gonna post it?
Pardon me?
Are you
Are you getting this photo from any particular source?
It's a picture. You can tell me.
No, I'm curious as to where your where the source is coming from.
Yeah, who's your connect on this?
People breaking up.
Nobody's breaking up right now.
This is what a superior mirage can look like. It look different than this, and I'll stay.
Okay.
This one was mine.
Okay. Where is this source? Where is this coming from?
What does it matter? Just look at the image. Is that not a superior mirage?
Look, I know that you can think that what you're looking at is a superior mirage, but unless
Well,
this is
it is
classified,
because by definition, definition, the top. Let me finish. Being rude. Top half of the ship has been inverted and placed on top of it, upside down. That is by definition an inferior mirage, and it's caused by that little layer of atmosphere that is like a fog that is above the ship.
Yeah,
and that will cause, that will have, that will have reflective effects. It's an internal reflection. It causes these mirages.
okay, yeah, and so I also have videos with that aether band in it, and I walk through with my own footage describing what I believe is happening, and that's what I sent you, Nate. That second video has something like that. Actually, the first one too.
That reflection, is that the reflection Pete Shea keeps talking about?
I don't know what Pete Shea would say about a superior mirage because he'd have to change some of the things.
By definition, it's a reflection, and it happens due to the atmosphere of the ship.
I just had
And
this
your
thought,
eye.
Travis. I just had this thought as you were saying the ether band. It just kind of made me think of like a battery, you know, the positive and negative, and just made me think about how like the ground is, you know, the ground and the sky has that electrical gradient in it. Just made me think how that may be connected to this, like a. So it almost looks like a battery, you know, even that one that Zanuck just posted, like the kind of two poles of it, you know, the way that the Mirage shows up in that mirrored effect. It just made me think about that your idea of the ether band, or just, you know, that concept of a band in that sense may be connected to like the actual electric field, you know, from the ground.
Sure.
up.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, just real quick, if you can bear with me, that band that is in the photo, it's obviously there. That is the ether band. Okay. Now, in the video that I posted first, I walk through footage where this band appears. It is actually the Mirage, and there is actually water beyond it. So the top of that band is where the horizon actually is. That ship is compressed to shit at the top of the band, and the Mirage that you see is below the physical target. I know that's going to rock your world, but that's the way it is.
No, it just shows that you're not thinking this all the way. But go ahead, you can think what you like.
Don't tell me. Okay, Zanuck,
Well,
I'm not going to attack you.
First of all,
Hold on, Zanuck. I am not going to attack you or your intelligence. Please do not do that to me.
That's reasonable. That's a reasonable request, Zanuck.
Sure. All you need to do is look at the angular position in your field of view of that Mirage. The line of delineation between the two images. And if you say that's where the horizon is, or that's where anything is, and see where it is in your field of view. And see if it's above level. If it does, then it doesn't make much sense if it is above level.
Okay, Zanuck, everything that you're saying is intuitive. Yes, I would agree. I have videos that you should watch because what I've captured will challenge what you just said.
Nothing you've shown me in all your videos, I've looked at all of them, have ever
No, you
challenged
haven't.
anything I think. Yes, I have. I've gone to your site and watched all I can.
Okay, well then you weren't paying attention. I'm sorry.
I do pay attention. I see you make a lot of mistakes and errors in assessments and conclusions. I like the photography. Very interesting. Those are fascinating pictures, but you're drawing conclusions based on incorrect assumptions.
All right, I'm
Can
going
you
to
be a little
post
more
it.
specific than that? Sorry, if it was my video, I'd be like, okay, show me where.
Right, he doesn't
There's
want to
like a
do that.
spot
Yeah,
where I assumed
yeah.
anything.
Well, I'll do
Yeah.
that. For example, this particular example of a superior mirage. So you have a horizon that is not obscured by anything. That's through band. There's no distortion. There's no miraging. Yet above, and the ship itself is actually very red at its base. But then you get halfway up the ship, and suddenly it gets very distorted. And then suddenly you see an image of the ship upside down above it. And also, coinciding with this is a layer of atmosphere, fog, as I can see in this picture, that is giving it a platform, a method for the light to bend upward, and allow it to be inverted through this internal reflection, called an internal reflection when it does these kind of, like a mirage on a street.
I'm playing somewhere over the rainbow behind what you're saying, Zanuck, and it just sounds so hilarious to me.
It's okay. Do what you
Having a
need to
very
do.
good time.
Oh, just keep talking to me. I just want to do.
Okay, but I think actually, Zanuck, I think that what Larry was asking for was for your interaction with my content, not yours. Right? Am I right, Larry?
You said that he made some statements based on some assumptions. I'm pretty sure we can all recognize assumptions, Zanuck, even if we are on the other side, right? So an assumption is pretty clear. It means that you can't verify it, right? So what specifically were you talking about?
This whole thing is an assumption. This whole taking pictures that long. Never mind.
All right, so I just put in a really quick screenshot. You guys will have to look at yourselves, but the band is right there in the same location as the freighter that Zanuck posted. This isn't going to be solved right away. You know, you don't have to agree with me. I'm just asking you to consider
The band
the
is right.
information.
That's a dangerous assumption. You have a layer of clouds, fog, or atmosphere. You have reflection on that atmosphere, low midpoint of that observer oil rig, which is inverted. It looks like it's not inverted. It is.
Okay, wait. I didn't hear what you were saying about. Wait, Zanuck, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about the photo that I just posted. So start over again, please.
Photo you posted.
No. Keep talking about the one you were talking about. I was just start over, please.
I was talking about your picture, and that cloud layer, that fog layer that is behind the oil rig. And there's also reflection of the oil rig on the atmosphere between the observer and the oil rig. Showing
okay, so what's how would you classify that phenomenon? What would it be classified as for you?
That would be an inferior mirage.
Okay. All right. Now, this is from a video on my channel, so if you have watched all my videos,
why do you think it's so stretched out? Is that not an inferior mirage? But so
yeah, it is.
Below
yes,
that,
it is. Yes, it is.
And it's stretched out too. It's even longer than the actual object is above it.
Okay, so if it's an inferior mirage, what's up with the sky there? Between
the sky, it's reflecting the sky, and in fact, the water that you can see up to the bottom of this mirage is not blocked, and everything beyond the meeting point of this inferior mirage is blocked with this reflection. That reflection is due to the atmosphere. The atmosphere is causing the light to bend in such a way where you have an internal reflection through the atmosphere that's reflecting the image above it.
Okay, so just to let you know, there's no cloud in there's no cloud in this footage. There's no fog. Yeah, no fog, no cloud.
What is that? What is that black? The black smoky stream from the upper picture. That's all
water.
Fog. That is all cloud. That's not water.
Okay.
That's not water.
Zanuck, if you have watched my content, this video should have blown your mind. That is water.
It's not water.
Okay, so then what's the okay? Yeah, okay. You haven't watched that video, so that's fine with me.
I did watch it. I probably even have it on my favorites or saved on my.
If it's not water, what is it?
You can't even have water because you need electricity to measure it.
Shut up, Jeremy.
Just saying.
So Zanuck, the oil platform, right? You can see the physical oil platform, right? No? Am I not coming through? Okay. Okay. So within a matter of minutes, the reflection disappears and the rest of the water fills in. So that all you see is the blue water all the way up to the oil platform. That line where you think is cloud, that is the horizon for the oil platform. That's where the oil platform is on the water.
Well, you show me the video on this. We can go through zooming and time lapse and all that, because there's a lot of things that are hard to see because it is not.
Yeah,
it's
I'll put it in.
Out of focus. Is it out of focus?
Shut up, Jeremy. That's refraction.
Which one is this?
I'm putting it into the chat right
Is this Grace? Is this a Grace? Is this Grace platform?
It's either Gale or Grace. I'm putting it in the chat right now. Here's the full. This is the full 52 minutes of the entire event.
Then let's do that. Then we can because I might be seeing things that
I'm not asking that we go through this right now. I mean, we can chat. The panel can do whatever they want. It's just there for everybody to consider.
Okay.
So Zanuck, did you go over those assumptions?
I'm making assumptions in that picture because I've not seen the video. If I can see what's going on dynamically, I don't know. See, this is what I talk about is
Wow, Zanuck, thanks for being extremely precise.
No. I put myself on mute by accident. No, if you're going to be showing these kind of videos and make determinations, I've talked about this, Travis, before. He needs one more piece of information that is so very important, probably more than anything else he has in the videos. The position of these objects relative to level. If you can start doing that, then we can start having reference. Because otherwise, we're kind of guessing what these are. Because a cloud.
What's
can
that
look
going
like
to tell you?
Well, if it's above your line of sight, it's above level, then we know what the conditions have to be for the light to do that. Or you
guys.
No, you don't.
Zanuck, hold on.
No, you don't.
Let me look at your video and I'll get back.
You don't know that. No, you don't.
Listen, you guys really need to watch this video. You don't have to watch all 52 minutes. Okay, but listen to what Zanuck is saying. You got to find out where level is, right? When you watch this video within the first 20 minutes, when I pan back and forth because everything's happening. I only have one camera and I'm just trying to take everything in. At one point, I center my camera on the oil platform. I stabilize my tripod. I stabilize the camera. And the platform moves from the top right position diagonally down to the bottom left. So where I was looking at eye level before, the entire platform just goes diagonal to the left.
Why don't we walk through? Let's go. Why don't we watch it together? Pick a time to start, and I'll watch it with you. You can annotate and actually tell us what you think you're seeing. For example, I'm in your video right now, and I'm looking at clouds that are above the.
Those are not clouds. That's water. That's water.
Yes, it is. It's water vapor. It's clouds. It's fog.
That's the ocean.
Dude, it's not.
That's the ocean.
Dude, you can't have. How do you see the island beneath this? Whatever it is. You're not.
The island is being miraged.
Okay.
I don't know why you're laughing.
Let's go through it again. Let's go through it. Let's watch it together, and I can stop you and freeze frame.
I'm driving right now. I can't go through it right now. I'm driving.
Okay. When you get to a point where you can't drive, we can walk through it together, and I'm more than happy to go through point by point.
Let's do it on the weekend. I'm not doing it while I'm trucking.
I said when you have a chance. No, you're driving. Claim to do it now.
Vanek, why are you yelling?
Yeah, and then he said, "Let's do it on the weekend." Very simple. I mean, and then you blast it out like you're a maniac on drugs.
Yeah, okay. You say right.
Anyway, my point is that band, I have evidence that band, which looks like at times the sky, sometimes it's darker than the sky, sometimes it looks exactly like the sky, but you can clearly see the band. That band is actually blocking the rest of the ocean up to the top of where the band ends. And I've got footage to prove it. So
you haven't thought this through, Travis. That's your problem. Also, how are you going to have water when you need electricity to weigh it? Doesn't even make sense.
Are we supposed to be trolling? Is that on the rules? I haven't read the rules yet. Maybe I should do that. Maybe I should read the rules. Jeremy, I'm sure that's against the rules.
You should have muted Jeremy earlier, man. He was over talking when D-Mock left.
I know.
It's bad. You were fired up, but
I
that
mean,
guy,
I just
y'all
wanted to walk.
can't let him go that far, man. He name called like 6 times and was overtime. I mean, y'all got to start drug testing.
Yes, DMOC needs a shorter leash.
Listen, I wanted to have a nice, calm conversation because he's not the only one I've heard do this with this periodic table things. Like there's this.
You're robot.
Jeremy, I think you're coming in
Different
10-2, Jeremy.
stuff on
And
it,
he's hot micing too.
right?
You're roboting and hot micing.
And all this different stuff has different properties, right?
He's still hot micing.
And we named them. Like, I don't see what the problem is with that. That seems like a reasonable thing to do, right? Is that all right? All right. Listen, am I better now?
I think so. Go ahead.
Discord's all messed up. You were muted and talking. Like you were lit up and muted. Like not server muted, but locally muted. Yeah, you but it's not really coming through. But maybe try again.
Am I good now?
10-4, good buddy.
So I just wanted to have a reasonable conversation about this periodic table of elements thing because he's not the only person I've heard make this argument. I mean, we have different stuff on Earth. This stuff has properties. All right, this has these properties. We're going to name this. Like, I don't think that's an unreasonable thing to do. That way we know what stuff is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, bro, 100%. I was trying to give him the floor too, but the problem was he was disturbing the flow of the conversation a little bit, right? I mean, if we could not do that, that'd be great. Because if there's flow, then subjects go by faster, they get answered earlier, it's cleaner, right? When you drag it out, it's like, ugh. So no disturbing the flow.
How often does DMOC not disturb the flow of the conversation?
Dude, he's good most of the time. One day he comes in and he's fine. Next day he comes in and he's a little fired up. But who doesn't get fired up in here? We all do it. We're all guilty of it.
Your
Not like
definition of most of the time and mine are not the same thing.
That's fair.
Hey, I got feelings too. I'm just kidding. What are we going to talk about now?
Critters have feelings.
Yay.
Well, if we talk about moderating ourselves, then the moderators would have to spend less time moderating. Right?
Yeah, the moderators have feelings too.
What's a mod supposed to do?
Exactly. It's the mod's dilemma. If you mute someone, then you get accused of bias, and if you don't mute someone, you get accused of bias. So, yeah.
I think people know when they're tiptoeing a little too far. You know, they're disrupting. I know when I do it. Like the other day when Jeremy said, "So I can't finish," and I was like, "No, like you need to attack this part of the argument," and he was attacking another part, and then I realized, like, "Oh wait, I mean, yeah, you can go, Jeremy. I'm sorry."
I think this is an important point that I want to make, though. Is like literally every single mod action I do gets criticized by someone. Now, I'm not going to cry about it, but I think people need to understand that moderation, at least the moderators that Geo's picked, at least are trying to be as objective as possible. Whether you don't think that that's the case or not doesn't really matter. Like, I certainly try and be as objective as possible as a moderator. Obviously, when I'm debating, I don't moderate my own debates. So at that point, I feel like I can be as, like in debate mode, let's say.
Yo, that's why I didn't mute Democ just now.
No, but that
I could have muted him.
I'm just trying to make.
I didn't because I'm
trying to make a case on behalf of the moderators to the room, Jeremy. All I'm saying is that we try our best to.
I'm backing you up.
Okay, fair enough. We try our best. Okay, so like I don't really like. I feel a little bit like people criticize the moderation here too much. If you don't like it, you don't have to be here, guys. It really is that simple. But we are trying our best.
Yeah, the way I see it, I haven't heard anyone be told that they couldn't say anything so far that I've been here. There's no like off topics that we're not supposed to talk about, other than the ones that we know we're absolutely not supposed to talk about. I think I slipped up once today and did an impression of Fauci, but it was for comedic purposes, not educational purposes.
Yeah. I don't think very much of what comes out of Fauci's mouth is educational anyway. That's possibly already going too far.
Just roll the dice one more time. It'll be great.
Exactly. Snake eyes. Oh, shit.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, with a Discord server, even with like the way like the world is set up, there's the laws. You know, you can't drink and drive and all that stuff. So I mean, you have those set up, and there is some kind of foundation, and then you know to sort of enforce those or to have a like I'm glad that there's cops out there enforcing drunk drivers, because otherwise you might get killed. The probability that I would be killed by a drunk driver driving around is much higher. So I'm a fan of that. And yeah, so I mean, there's certain that are good in that way, but I'm just saying when it comes to a Discord server, like there's the server guidelines and then there's moderation, and server guidelines are pretty detailed and I think very fair. And I think everything on there, pretty much everyone would agree with in terms of just the basic stuff. And on this server, like I virtually have never seen any corrupt moderation, like maybe once or twice, but it's like it never happens. So like the moderation actions that are taken are legitimate in terms of being legitimate with the server guidelines. And if that's not the case, then yeah, obviously we want to be aware of that. And there's even like a support ticket system thing. So if anyone notices that, they can submit that, put the timestamp or a screenshot, whatever's needed. And because yeah, I definitely don't want to have like corrupt moderation or, you know, people that are just being excessively biased or just doing, you know, taking actions, you know, that are not valid, you know, not legit actions. So in that sense, like,
bro, I was roasting.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Roasting you earlier. I'm like, I was making one of my little speeches. I'm like, listen, everyone knows the rules. I'm like, Gio wrote a very detailed list of rules. I'm like, I'm still halfway reading it, in the middle of reading it or something.
I heard you say that. You're like, listen, the rule list is so damn long. I haven't even gotten through half of it.
Look, I think if everybody just kind of realized that, like, we're all trying to get in a word, we're trying to get in a turn, right? Maybe we should use stuff like next, you know, when someone gets triggered. If you get triggered and you say next, and then you automatically go back on mute, I don't think it's that big of a deal. If everyone can just remember that this person said next. And then when you're done speaking, if you'd say mic out, so next and mic out, right? That would help out a lot. If little things like that were done, because we all know that we all get triggered like, ooh, 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 I want to get in, right? And you're not really interrupting if you just say next, like super quick.
You know what happens a lot though? I try to lead these guys down a road, right? I'm trying to lead whoever I'm debating with or talking to. I'm trying to lead them somewhere. So like, if somebody jumps in,
yeah, we're getting every other word, Jeremy.
Now we're off the track. And
you're less confused than D-Mock right now.
Yeah, Jeremy. But I think actually I kind of got what you're saying. I think maybe what he's saying is that I think I might be able to, Jeremy, you're roboting too much.
Man.
Yeah, it's too much robotic. I think kind of what you're saying is that if you're going, like, let's say Jeremy's going back and forth with Zanuck on something, and they're really trying to, like, they're both kind of leading each other down a path of debate. Like, they're both trying to elucidate some point. And then if someone else comes in and either changes the topic or side rails it or, add something else, then it kind of feels like you weren't able to complete that. So yeah, that's a question. I mean, with an open panel like this, there's something about being fair and letting everyone pop in, but then we also could kind of ask the room sometimes, like, hey, let's let these two people go back and forth for 5 or 8 minutes, and without anyone else interrupting, and let them at least hash it out a bit, because then everyone can hear that. I mean, I know for myself, in a lot of times, I would prefer to hear those two people, like, rather than a third person. Like, if the third person wants to jump in, that's cool. They can be next. Like, they can be the next topic kind of thing. But like, sometimes I want to hear those two people actually complete what they were. I think that was kind of the vibe of what you were saying, right, Jeremy? I think
Next. So if someone says next, and then the person's like, no, wait, they could just say 1v1. Like if we come up with these little short, tiny codes that we can kind of moderate ourselves with, I think there'd be a lot less need for actual heavy-handed moderation.
That's actually
that's what I'm saying.
No, sorry, Jared. I was going to say that's actually an interesting idea. Like even with an open panel where anyone could call for a 1v1, like, hey, I want to do a 1v1. Of course, we can't do it for like 2 hours necessarily, unless we had like a dedicated stream for that. But that's an interesting way to do it. Like kind of call it like, hey, I want to do a quick 1v1, and then the mods can mod for that, and then those two people can be able to actually have uninterrupted for 5 or 10 minutes or whatever it would be. That's kind of an
even 2 to 5, right? You can do like a short, 1v1. Maybe just you're at the end, right, and everyone can feel it and sense it, and they want to pounce because we all do get that prana mentality, right?
Yeah. Well.
The thing is when you're debating someone, or when you're going at someone, the other person's making it super difficult as it is. Right, so you get a third, fourth, fifth person trying to jump in. It's impossible.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I think what's being missed in all of this is what's just happened, right? Gio and Jeremy started talking at the same time, and then Jeremy instantly stopped, right? Because he's saying, okay, fine, we can't both talk, and so Jeremy and I do that as well. When I hear someone else talking, I just stop, unless they've been cutting me off a lot, and then I just carry on.
Gio apologized.
Sorry.
And Gio apologized.
Yeah, exactly.
When they, talk at the same time.
Like, there's a courtesy
there.
There we go. There's Zanuck.
What's funny is that
go around and around. Everybody's so great about late to the talk. Crypto, we get it.
I've just been talking about courtesy, and then you
back to the meat on the bone.
Zanuck.
Why? Back to the meat on the bone here.
This is what I was exactly what I was saying.
I know, but this is my turn to come in there and just shut down, because it's just come on. Because he just going. I was watching the time. I didn't say anything for like 20 minutes.
You're gonna end up getting banned here, dude.
Literally been halfway through my sentence, Zanuck. You could have just not talked, just until I finished. And now I'm going to have to start again and waste everyone's time, and that's your fault. This is actually what I was talking about with regards to courtesy. When Gio and Jeremy started talking at the same time, Jeremy dropped out and Gio said thank you. That's courtesy. The opposite of courtesy is waiting for someone to be halfway through their sentence to start talking. And what we really need to do, I think Larry's suggestion is good, but I actually think that courtesy comes first. And if there isn't courtesy, no system is going to fix anyone. It's not going to fix anything.
I agree.
Yeah, I think pulling back when multiple
It
people
was-
talk at once, pulling back is always good, because like if 3 people jump in and they all pull back, and then just kind of just naturally one of them is going to jump in. Like there is a natural person that's kind of meant to speak next, and so I think that's what I always try to do. I mean, sometimes if it's 2 people and I feel like I'm the one, I will kind of keep going a bit, but 80-90% of the time, if multiple people talk, I always just stop.
Yeah, exactly. I'm the same. And I think that makes for a much better conversation than if 3 people all just carry on talking. And especially if someone talks halfway through your sentence. I think all the people are trying to come up with all these clever solutions, when actually it's just about the courtesy of a small number of people who don't actually want to debate in any good faith. And I don't think you can fix that.
Well, we could start being a little more heavy-handed on the people who are disturbers. People who come in, disrupt the flow, disturb the server, and get everything all just in absolute discord and chaos. We can start being heavier, but it has to be like warning and patterns.
Y'all could definitely make me a mod. I fucking cut that shit real quick.
Well, I do when I'm not driving.
Don't mod Elijah. Don't mod people that ask to be mods.
I mean, we had this situation earlier where Demok was getting a bit crazy, so I muted him, and then I've got Extremisys moaning at me for muting Demok because I only did it because he called me a motherfucker, right? Like, can the guys listening not just understand that we have a difficult job and we're doing it for everyone's benefit, not because we're trying to deliberately mute specific people? Like, why would I mute a flat earther to the benefit of flat earthers? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, he would have got muted right then too. Don't question me.
I like to point out also
Waste
though,
time.
if you over mod too much though, then the server kind of becomes too robotic too. So it's good to have to like
nowhere close to being modded.
Right. No, I'm just saying it's good to have like different
all
flows
of that
of
is
energy,
bullshit.
up and down.
All of that is bullshit. We can always have flows of energy.
Yeah, to be fair, man,
We're
he
just
wasn't
talking
done.
about.
You just interrupted the homie.
I was pretty much done, but yeah, that's kind of my opinion. But yeah, go on.
Yeah, I don't. That's not. That's not obviously the flow of conversation has nothing to do with stopping Xanic and the other like 5 people.
No,
Like,
we
just
had a good
know,
flow
I'm just
conversation
gonna.
going earlier, Elijah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna mute you after 2 tries, bro, and then you'll learn quick enough. Like, just stop fucking with me.
Didn't we not have a good flow conversation earlier? I think we all got along
I don't
pretty
know,
well.
it's very,
I wasn't.
very
I
rare.
wasn't here. I don't know.
To be honest,
Well,
like, and then
I'm
one
making
of
an
the main
effort.
problems.
There's a lot of guys here. I didn't make any.
See, like one of the main
I wanted
problems
to
is
reach
like
out to
when someone.
Travis and to tell him I agree with him on his assessment of the video. Going back,
He'd have been muted right now.
rather than gold.
Just now, he just got muted.
Yeah, but he was kind of finished like talking, and then you guys kind of jumped in.
You're getting muted too, like in my pretend world. Shut up. Stop
It's
complaining.
funny, like you to try to over white knight for it is ridiculous. Like what ends up happening is the people that are polite, meaning like if you're talking and see how Zenik interrupted me, so like I stopped, even though he was interrupting me, I just stopped because there's no way that we should both talk at the same time, literally, like it's just chaos, right? And then like when people do that, when they yield the floor to try to be polite or considerate of the room, that person oftentimes takes advantage of it and just keeps doing it, right? Where I'll just talk over you, then you'll stop. And so this becomes like very disrespectful ultimately. I mean, there's no way that can be allowed. So we don't have to keep talking about it, but it's simple.
It's not allowed. Simply put, it's not allowed. Like
I
serial
also think, though,
interrupting,
like-
you'll get muted for that.
Yeah.
But since
I
what
also
I'm saying,
think-
So go on, Zanik. Let's all start over then. And I've been, giving space when someone says my name. I said, "Do you say my name? I'll stop."
I think though, it might just be a thing of, someone like Xanic doesn't have conversations that much in real life, so he might just be lacking certain
come on.
social cue.
No, when you're talking to people in person, you see the person's face. You see body manners and body activity, their eyes and their mouth moving. Here, we're kind of going in a blind. We don't know when to jump in. If you're in a room, and I'm
That's
in a
an
lot,
excuse.
I've had probably a lot more of these conversations in rooms of 30 or 40 people. People all have to take turns, and there's a lot of heated conversations. No one's talking over each other. Why? Because there's always visual cues when someone's going to speak.
Yeah, I mean, but
Yeah.
Zanik, I mean, we don't have to talk about you this whole time, but dude, you probably are the most muted person I've ever seen on Discord ever in the history of Discord.
Flat Earth groups, globe Earth groups, like you're just muted because you don't know how to shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you have a problem. You
I don't know,
do have a problem.
Shut the fuck up, Nate. You're just trying to pile on.
It's an intervention.
As I lay silent, go ahead.
It's an intervention.
Y'all quit picking on
Just
Danny.
know you're not the only one. NASA Shield has that problem too.
If I've been attempted to be gang raped, yeah, I fight back. I'm sorry, yeah.
That's not what happens. And it's like when, like, for example, if me and you are having a conversation, you can tell that I'm about to like intricately pick apart your argument. And so then you impulsively have to immediately respond like 4 words in, I mean, it's whatever. I mean, you're being better about it right now, so we don't have to dogpile on you.
Yeah, so you're baiting me, and normally I would jump all over. It's not about tearing me apart. It's you making a fallacious argument and me wanting to nip it in the knees.
Yeah, but
I
that's
appreciate you keeping it cool, Zanik.
But that could be your need to manipulate and control, meaning that instead of just chilling, letting people talk, you know what I mean? You hyper need to control it. And so if someone's saying something you think is wrong, it's like your thing is to just be hyper controlling and interrupt and just chaotically. But it's like a control mechanism. You're trying to control the room and control other people.
But to his credit, he's not doing it now.
Which I believe is you're right. I should wait. As bad as it might seem to me, I should wait from. You're right, and that's my weakness.
Good man.
Interesting.
Do we all hug now?
Yeah, I had a dream.
All hug, group hug.
I had a dream.
Hey,
Listen, I had a
where's
dream.
Travis?
I had a
Jeremy
dream
had a
earlier
dream.
that the room was going crazy. I had a dream earlier the room was going crazy, right? And that shit woke me up out of a sound sleep. But I woke up and the room was fine. It was weird.
Ready to.
But we can test it. You guys want to test and see if Xenix learned from his ways? I can say one word. And test it.
Before we test it, make me a mod, please.
Here's the test.
Like, let's both have a test. Zedek and me as mod. Come on, let's go.
That's a flag on the play, man. Nate was right about that.
Oreos. Actually,
Oreos? Why is everyone trying to interrupt me? Witsy, you're mumbling. What do you think? Oreos?
Let's get more.
Because everything's like you talking over him. That's why.
Yeah. So, you can't simultaneously claim contradictory things. The law of non-contradiction, right? So you can't claim that you have an inertial and accelerated frame of reference that are different so that you can get the Coriolis effect, and then simultaneously claim that the atmosphere moves in lockstep with the Earth so that the plane doesn't have to adjust for it, because they're two contradictory things. So therefore, every time we fly on a great circle route north to south or south to north, the Great Meridian flights debunk the spinning globe.
Now, can I say something?
Of course.
The law of non-contradiction is masquerading from a straw man. They're not related. They have nothing to do with each other. What's a non sequitur?
Because at the end of the day, we're still offering great rates on Coriolis insurance. Call up a representative today and talk about it.
You have a rotating reference frame. Objects moving in it will experience Coriolis. That's only when viewed from and within and observed within that rotating reference frame. It has nothing to do with air or anything moving with or not moving with the surface of this object, which, by the way, is in rotate. I guess the problem is people don't understand what a reference frame is still. It's a point coordinate system. Picture all the dots around you, all equally spaced, all rotating. That's a reference frame, period. There can be
what's the
objects
mechanism?
Yeah, you somehow conflate the idea that you're throwing a ball between like two rotating reference frames or not. It's like, no, you're on a rotating object, dude. And you're trying to conflate this with other demonstrations of Coriolis, right? With a camera and, like throwing it off, like all that kind of stuff. No, dude, you're on a rotating object and you're moving on a rotating object. That's why they call things like Earth transport precession, right?
Very interesting.
So these transports are done to show how Coriolis is either effect of the object or is not. On the inertial reference, there's no Coriolis because the object is moving straight. In that point,
You gotta let Witsit respond now. Come on, guys.
Yeah.
Can I just finish this one quick description? It might make it clear, because I think there's confusion on the point coordinate system and being in a reference frame and then watching things from within that reference, from a point of view. A lot of different points, but it's very important to understand what a reference frame is. It's rotating. The entire reference frame is rotating. There may be objects inside the reference frame that are also rotating. Could be opposite directions. It doesn't matter, because the point coordinate system is paramount to understand that it is rotating.
So
Your point, you're looking at it from a point across a reference frame, and all those points are all equal distance from each other, and they're all rotating together. You would never know you're in a reference frame that's rotating until you do some tests of Newtonian physics. For example, throw an object,
mic check,
shoot something, see if it deviates. Perfect time.
Yeah.
What about just plain centrifugal force?
That is also reference frame dependent.
Yeah. So, and that every single object should be exhibiting that if it's rotating.
No,
Like-
not if it's not rotating.
Like right now, guys, right now, social awareness right now. Everyone knows Witsit wanted to respond like 3 times ago.
Yeah, and also Travis mic checked, so either Travis or Witsit should be really going heavy.
Zamek?
I was just making sure that I could be heard. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, so Travis doesn't. Would Witsit like to respond?
Yeah. So does the Earth's atmosphere move in lockstep with the Earth? Yes or no?
No.
So does it drag behind proportionate to altitude?
Generally, no. It goes in all different directions based on other forces.
I would call it a dynamic system that, in general, moves with the Earth.
In general, but he's saying lockstep. When he said lockstep, we have an out there, so I'm going to take advantage of that to say that yes, it does not move lockstep. It moves in all directions. Hold on, it's a dynamic system directions, and this lagging behind, this hysteresis that the experience, if there is no other forces acting on it whatsoever, is overshadowed by these dynamic forces.
You just said no, that doesn't happen. But anyway.
So it is lagging behind. And then there's wind, and that overshadows it. So the lagging behind is proportionate to altitude.
Yes.
Why does the top of the atmosphere go faster than the Earth in your paradigm?
Due to other forces, such as solar.
So it goes slower, like lagging behind, and then, bow, it goes faster.
No, goes slower, then speeds up, then goes slower, then goes really super fast. I mean, it's a dynamic system, as I mentioned. Why can't you just take that at face value and just? There's no contradiction, even if that was true. It doesn't contradict, and it doesn't follow the law of non-contradiction because of the fact that objects in a rotating reference frame, regardless of what's happening on that object in the reference frame, will experience Coriolis as viewed from a point in rotating reference frame. I don't know how much more to make it.
So the problem is, you just said solar winds, but that doesn't work because in your paradigm, solar winds are super inconsistent and go in all directions. So we need something
that's not true at all.
So solar winds all go in the same direction of the spin of the Earth?
No, they go in the same direction from the sun, from the source.
In all directions.
No.
Zanuck, how do solar winds cause this, though?
These charged particles, plasma, when it hits the atmosphere, accelerates it in the opposite direction.
So it accelerates it all in the same direction as the Earth spin?
No, it's the same direction as the sun is to the Earth.
Well, we need it to go faster in the direction of Earth spin, though.
So does this work like a jet stream?
Rather than obfuscating your point, why don't you go back to what Coriolis is and why you think it's a contradiction?
Yeah, but
since you can't...
Wait, you know what I like?
Berto's trying to talk.
I mean, moving in a reference.
Can I get in?
Yeah.
Like, don't you see, Zanuck, how incredibly unlikely what you're saying is? It's like, if solar winds were coming from a sun 93 billion miles away, they wouldn't be, like, selectively landing on one side of the Earth in order to push the outside of the atmosphere in one rotation. That's complete nonsense.
It says you. There's a lot of astrophysicists. Hold on. There's a lot of astrophysicists that said solar winds is a reason that in the thermosphere these particles have been accelerated to 30-40% the speed of the rotation.
So it doesn't work because it goes in all directions and it's not consistent. And we need an increase in speed in one specific direction with the spin of the Earth, which actually what most astrophysicists say is that they don't actually know exactly why. So
Yeah, there's a lot of theories on that. So why are we even bringing it up?
because it debunks your model if you don't have a
It
mechanism.
doesn't debunk the model. It has nothing to do with the model.
If you don't have a
That's-
mechanism, then it debunks the model because it violates the law of conservation of energy and momentum.
It's a great point. Thank you, Bitsy. It's awesome.
If the energy is coming from the sun, then it wouldn't violate any.
The energy from the sun isn't a sufficient answer. We just covered that. You need some energy introduced.
Theories that
That's
you come up with you don't agree with, so they can't be right. And you have knowledge that have no experience in this particular field.
Says you, Zanuck. Says you.
I want to see Winston's credentials and ask for.
Zanuck, I got a question.
Yeah.
So, forgetting all external dynamic effects or what have you, you agree that the atmosphere generally moves with the Earth and changes with altitude, right? It lags behind with altitude, right?
You said two different things that are not related to each other. Generally, the atmosphere moves with the Earth. If you were to watch a time lapse of the Earth spinning, you would see the atmosphere generally move with it. Now, it's moving within the atmosphere all different directions. There's jet streams, there's the thermosphere, there's all different things going on.
Sure, but generally it moves with the Earth without thinking of these external things.
That does not, you're still talking, you just finish all that you speak. That does not mean that Coriolis does not affect as it moves on the surface of the Earth in this rotating reference frame, as viewed from rotating reference frame. Because keep in mind,
okay, that's not.
Can I finish? The punchline is
well,
the
you're
last
talking
sentence.
about something that I'm not getting at whatsoever.
And you talk forever.
The topic is law of
the question is simply, what's the mechanism for things moving with the Earth?
Objects that are given momentum, keep that momentum.
No, you need additional momentum though. You have to go faster.
No, you didn't ask that. You didn't ask that.
You need
sorry,
a.
you cut out. Or maybe my internet. You say, or what?
The percentage want to know why things are spinning with the Earth. I told them it's because when things are given momentum, they keep them.
What are they giving momentum by though?
Friction with the surface of the Earth.
That makes it go faster at the top of the surface, at the top of the atmosphere.
That's not what the question was. What's it? You got to keep up. The question was,
No,
why
he
does something
really asked about that in the context of what your previous conversation was, clearly.
Exactly.
No, he gave me a very specific question.
He just agreed with me. He just agreed with what I said, so you're wrong. Percentage, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, so let me clarify. So generally, the atmosphere moves with the Earth, but as you go, like the higher you go, the slower it gets, right? So you have, and this is attributed to the friction, like the atmosphere, the friction of the Earth, and it kind of bringing the atmosphere along with it, right? And as you go up, there's less and less friction, so it's going to be slower and slower and slower. And yet, it needs to be actually faster to stay with the Earth. So are you attributing all of that to external causes?
Of course. What else would cause it to accelerate faster than the Earth when by nature, objects going further away from rotation would have to slow down?
Yeah, so what's the mechanism?
Angularly, right? Because they cannot keep the same angular momentum if they're getting further away.
What's the mechanism?
Linear momentum would have to go down.
You're not answering the question.
The mechanism.
Gave one of them.
No, that one doesn't work. We explained why.
Oh, so you've dispelled the theory that solar.
Yeah, how about you cite it? Cite it.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll do one.
Eli, you're hot. You're hot.
And I'll also cite that as you go up, when winds are going ahead of the Earth. By the way, some go lag behind even more than they should. In fact, as much goes wrong way as they are going the other way. But the ones that are going ahead of the Earth, not the thermosphere, are caused by Coriolis. This topic we're actually started to talk about. The reason that things are going faster in the northern hemisphere at a certain latitude is because the air moving northward due to pressure differential is experiencing Coriolis and will be deviating to the east and will accelerate to the east and go faster than the spin of the Earth by close to 200 miles an hour in some cases.
Anything other than answering the actual question, which is what's the mechanism that introduces the energy to make the top of the atmosphere allegedly go up to 30% 30% faster than the spin of the Earth. Because if you don't have additional energy, it violates the law of conservation of energy and momentum.
Okay, so it doesn't. If something is leaving with a certain tangential velocity, it has momentum. But as it goes north, it doesn't gain or lose momentum. That's the whole point. It has to keep its momentum. So momentum is mass times velocity. If the ground velocity is lower as you go, then it has to go faster than the surface to conserve momentum. The exact same things you're trying to say is being violated is the reason for the object to go faster, whether it be an air molecule or an airplane or an artillery shell.
That's like what 10 times in a row that he just doesn't actually answer the question, which is,
that is the
what's
question.
the
That is the
mechanism that introduces the energy to the top of the atmosphere to make it go up to 30% faster than the spin of the Earth? Solar winds doesn't work. They're not consistent, and they don't go in a singular direction. So you need.
So you just made a claim. You think it doesn't work. Why don't you show your math on why that doesn't?
No. You have
I
to
don't
burden of proof for
understand
your
it.
positive claim.
So. No.
You prove it would work.
Why don't we move on from the fluke then? Because you don't accept his answer, and he won't accept any other explanation.
The Globers always want to move along when they don't have an like we're supposed to. They dictate the conversation, and since they don't have any rebuttal, then it just doesn't matter. We should just move on.
But we're not arguing.
I could figure out a rebuttal on their behalf if it had a momentum already, and because they say rockets pick up speed because it's thinner up there. Theoretically, their momentum may have more value in a thinner environment.
Wrong.
Okay,
That's not true.
You just said wrong with no reason. So again,
you're splitting hairs about something.
I'll explain why it's wrong. So, in reality, the atmosphere would actually be lagging further and further behind the Earth as it goes higher. It's nothing to do with the density.
Basic drag? Is that
Well, they would
drag?
say it's not technically drag. It doesn't matter. But the point is that, for one, they say a bunch of the Globers claim it moves in like lockstep with the Earth. And then you would need energy introduced from the surface up. But even worse than that, at the top, they claim something called super rotation. So you need a mechanism that introduces additional energy that wasn't already in the system that will allow it to speed up to catch up to the Earth and then continue to speed up to go faster than the Earth. And their side actually says they don't know the answer. But then you come talk to people on Discord, they act like they do. So then they want to move past the question and act like somehow it doesn't matter.
he gave you an answer. He said that astrophysicists speculate that it's solar wind. You say nuh-uh, but that's not a valid rebuttal.
I said cite it. I said
No,
cite it. He made that up.
Well, also what he said was, yeah,
Wait,
I was definitely before you.
Guys, one at a time. Come on.
I was definitely
make it up.
Yeah, I think Eli was next. Go ahead, Eli.
Yeah, make me a mod, Gio. So what Zanuck said was that the conservation of momentum, it actually explains. And he says that the atmosphere moving faster is the conservation of momentum. Is that not what he said? Witsit?
It is
That's
caused
addressed
by
Witsit alone.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. That's not conservation of momentum. Second of all, other than the Earth, what's an example of conservation of angular momentum?
On a merry-go-round. Awesome. That's an example.
Okay. How is it conserved? I don't get it.
Man, I thought I've explained this so many times alive, but I'll really quick. I'll do it really quick, I promise. At the equator, 1,000 miles an hour tangential velocity. You have a momentum. Mass times that number is the momentum. That momentum is conserved. It can't change. It can't get bigger. It can't get smaller. You with me so far, Elijah?
Besides the Earth, I said.
Hold on.
Not to be rude.
Besides
the Earth, not to be rude. Besides the Earth,
let's try to go back and forth. It'll
be
take 10
rude.
seconds, I promise. Can I just speak? And I guarantee it'll be like 15 seconds.
Go ahead.
Witsit was not asking that question. So let me just go over this real quick. So at the equator, we have a tangential velocity that's times its mass. That'll be its momentum. You with me so far, Elijah? Yes?
I'm kind of tuning you out, fam, because I said other than the Earth, give me an example of angular momentum. And then you started to say a merry-go-round
Angular
and
momentum
then went
or
straight
linear
to the
momentum?
angular momentum and then went
You didn't
straight
say
to
that
the
before.
Earth at the equator. Yes, I did.
Okay. Angular
On
angular
tape.
momentum being conserved. A skater is spinning around with his arms out. Puts his arms in, the RPM increases. The angular velocity increases. Conservation of angular momentum.
Like spin a
Yeah,
top.
but that is one connected rotating body. Okay, give me
Well, there was motion, wasn't
angular
there?
mo
The hands
Sam.
had to come
Okay.
in. That was
Sam, you
Yeah,
have
why
to
are you
let this be a
interrupting every
you
time,
have
dude?
to let this be a conversation.
I'm trying to help
You
him
stop
understand
telling
it.
me what you're trying to tell me and try to have the
Go ahead.
conversation
Sorry.
that
I
I'm trying to
apologize.
have
Go
with
ahead.
you. So give me an example of two separate bodies where the one has a rotational axis and then the other one that's not connected is following this rotation. Give me an example other than the Earth.
I don't really understand the question. I
Put
don't.
some, put a heavy gas into a
I,
container and then turn a drill on inside it. The heavy gas will go in the direction the drill spin.
okay. It's in
Is
a
that
contained system
what
though,
you're
right?
asking for, Elijah?
Put it
It's
in
in
a
the
bucket.
contained it's in
It
a
can be an
contained
open,
so it has
bucket.
so it has walls, right? Now
Yeah.
here's why here's why I'm asking this, because unless you're gonna invoke gravity as an additional example, then no, I need an example of, like, for instance, this is what I think about when I think about angular momentum. You have a yo-yo in a string, right? And you spin it around. Now, if you were to cut that string, guess what? Then the yo-yo is going to just go straight while the rotation continues. I want to know
That's not
in what
an
instance
example of rotation.
I I I was interrupted and I made a perfectly good example of what I'm trying to detail. I need to know from you. You telling me that's not an example means that you won't be answering what I'm trying to get to.
Well, your example seems to me to be not talking about what you actually explained it. You
Okay,
said
so the
I have a
Earth has a
yo-yo.
rotational axis, right?
Yes.
It's spinning. Then there are air molecules that aren't connected to each other, right? So let's just take the Earth and then an air molecule, quote unquote, I don't know, 20 miles, like 120 feet in the air, 120,000 feet in the air. There is no string connecting them. So why should that particle conserve momentum angularly with the Earth when it's not connected?
First of all, angular momentum is always conserved, and the object itself, I would assume, was brought there coming from the surface, which gave it its momentum. So the angular momentum would be preserved, conserved.
Anyway,
Right?
I said what I said to get an example of that real world because I've never seen anything like that. That's the whole point.
Well, this whole thing about picture if I had a spinning basketball. I mean, it doesn't have to be gravity. Gravity's not involved in this at all. If I have a
Okay,
railroad track on a basketball and I spin the basket, this let me come on, explain it to you. Don't interrupt me. If you had a railroad track on a big ball, maybe a bigger than basketball, something that you can actually put a railroad track on, and you have the railroad track start and it's spinning on its axis. You have the railroad car, the motor on it, go to the North Pole of this spinning sphere. It would impart a force to the spinning object to make it spin faster.
You're,
Same thing as the
you're
girl
giving
pulling its arms in.
you're giving me exactly what I specifically said not to give me, which is an example that
You want it to be not
utilizes the
attached
Earth.
to it, but you're asking me.
No, I said don't give me an example of the Earth. Just give me
I
like
didn't. I said
something
a
simple.
basketball. Is that the Earth?
You just said take a basketball, take a train, and then ride it across the Earth. Basically,
No, I didn't say that. You're not even paying attention.
that's not what he said, y'all.
No, I didn't say have the train. Get in the train. I said a
Where's
little
the
train,
train
a little
going?
motorized train. Go from the equator of this basketball and have the train
Right.
move to the North
Okay.
Pole. not the Earth, the basketball. So all
the
this is not
train
the Earth, Elijah.
the
as
train
you
is on
requested.
top. The train is on top, is literally connected, riding on tracks on top of the basketball.
Right.
I'm
Right.
talking about something that's not. So I
Okay.
gave a clear
All right.
example.
Okay. A fly.
Look, don't cut me off. I gave an example. It appears like you're not going to give me that, and I don't want to bore everybody else. So
I'll give
I
you
can
one
see my
last
time.
example that'll probably make it clear. You have a little BB gun at this on a spinning basketball, and you shoot it, a BB. And you shoot it northward. Even though it won't stick to the ball following any weight or any attraction, we could probably say it's fair. We can have a piece of Faro, shot up north, and it would maybe follow it. But let's just say it's a BB. So no attachment to just a shot north on a spinning ball. It would conserve momentum, and it would have an apparent deviation with respect to the ball, and it also would have a curve if you're looking at it at any other point in that rotating reference frame. That means the entire point coordinate system, including the ball, would be rotating. If you looked at it from that perspective, it would show a path. If you looked at it from just looking at it from your garage, looking at this ball spinning and the BB gun going off, it would have the BB would follow a straight path, and the ball would spin underneath it.
I have a question.
Does that make sense, Elijah? It kind of answers your
How
question.
long would it conserve momentum?
Momentum is always.
Did you hear my question?
Yes. How long would you be conserving momentum? Momentum's always conserved.
So let's go from angular momentum that doesn't exist to just momentum. Just momentum.
Wait.
Why?
I was gonna try to follow up that. Okay, so
But angular momentum and just momentum is two different things.
Can you hear me trying to talk, Elijah? I don't want to talk over you. Can you hear me?
He won't stop.
So okay, okay, I just didn't want to talk over each other, and I was trying to follow up my question with Zanuck. So Zanuck, you're saying that it's perpetual conservation of momentum?
Momentum is always, it's one of the most famous physics laws, conservation of energy.
Okay.
The first
can
law,
you show us can you show us here on Earth anything that exhibits that?
That what? Exhibits what?
Perpetual conservation of momentum.
All objects, everything observes the conservation laws. Show me one that doesn't. That'd be a better question.
No, sir. I'm asking you. No? I'm asking you to demonstrate an object on Earth that has perpetual conservation of momentum.
That's silly.
I shoot a BB, or I fire a gun at a brick wall.
You're missing the perpetual part.
What is that mean? I don't understand the perpetual part.
Well,
That's a weird thing.
Is this linked?
I know what he's asking.
Is this linked into Coriolis?
He's trying to conflate perpetual motion with conservation.
I know he's
very good.
All I've done is ask a question. I'm not trying to conflate anything.
Momentum is. Can I respond to you?
Momentum
Travis?
is not motion.
Correct. Well, it is, but it can be transferred. So we have a momentum of this bullet that hits the wall and stops. Are you saying that momentum was not conserved? It stops, Travis?
Yeah.
Good. That's what I thought you were saying. So that's why. Thanks, Percentage, for jumping in real quick. You probably going to go too. Just because something stops doesn't mean the momentum is not conserved. And it may sound like a contradiction in terms.
Are you sure?
It's all mediation within the ether.
Okay, whatever you want to call it. So let's break down what happens. We have a mass and it has a velocity, and it suddenly comes to a stop. But what does it take to make something come to a stop, Travis?
Friction.
Or in other words, what causes a change in momentum?
Friction.
Force.
Okay, friction. Sure, friction or a force. I said that. True, both correct. Anything that changes momentum.
Are you trying to?
A force causes a force. It requires a force. Right? We all agree so far?
You know what? It's a little tough because I don't know if your mic keeps like cutting in and out or something. Maybe it's just me. I don't know.
Yeah, you are cutting out, Zanuck.
I'll try to speak a little slower. Maybe I'll even read after this last.
So okay, so here we go, Zanuck, real quick. I'm driving a fully loaded 18-wheeler right now. Okay, I'm gonna go into neutral, and I'm just gonna coast to a stop.
Right.
When I stop, there's gonna be no conservation of momentum. I'm not gonna keep moving.
Okay, that's why I was trying to address this, because you were wrong. You don't understand how the conservation law works. And it's not that intuitive. The reason that you stop because you've changed momentum, right? You've changed doesn't mean momentum has been destroyed. Your momentum has changed. You went from this 40,000 kilo mass traveling at 50 meters per second, and now you're at zero. You're saying, "Oh, the momentum was destroyed." No, where did the momentum go, Travis? You know where the momentum went, because if you let off the gas, are the tires still rolling and hitting the surface of the ground and creating friction? Yes. Is there wind acting on you? Yes. Maybe you used your brakes. Is there heat being dissipated by the rotors or the drums? Yes.
Zanuck, how did we get away from originally? It was something spinning. Hold on, real quick. It was something spinning in a perpetual motion. How now you're talking about bullets hitting a wall? That was not even the original thing.
No, give me an example of how he used the word perpetual. I think I said it cannot be destroyed. So he thinks not being destroyed means something.
Eli originally brought this up, Zanuck. You basically didn't answer it like 5 times, and then now
I did.
On to another topic.
Gio,
and even Travis even reiterated it and asked it in another way, and it doesn't seem. I mean, if you don't have a response for it, fair enough. I'm just saying, to be fair, like, you still haven't responded to it.
Oh my God! I think anyone listening knows that I responded directly.
That's like you did out of Zanuck.
No, you didn't.
Oh, does anyone on the
the reason you started talking about the momentum was because someone said that the momentum is gone, that it's just like it's destroyed or disappeared or whatever. So that's why he's clarifying that.
You've transferred. And energy.
Why wouldn't the correct answer to Travis's question be that we can't show you perpetual conservation of momentum due to the fact that you're in a gravity well with an atmosphere? Why wouldn't that be the answer?
Can I just go real fast? I'll be super quick. So there's no perpetual, right? Leave that word out. So there's the conservation of angular momentum. When a race car driver drives around the track, he hits a turn. His body is like flying off into the next seat almost. He has to hold himself still, right? Because of conservation of angular momentum. Another example would be you put kids on a merry-go-round.
That's not an
Will
example.
you shut up? Will you shut up and let me have a turn?
Well, use the right example, please.
That's a conservation of momentum. The next one's a conservation of angular momentum. So you got kids on a merry-go-round. You spin it until they fly off. When they fly off, if the merry-go-round was going clockwise, the kids will be spinning clockwise until they hit the ground. If it was going counterclockwise, the kids will be spinning counterclockwise until they hit the ground.
So, was that it?
No, both examples were incorrect, and I'll explain why.
That made sense to me.
First
one,
why did
force. So why would you an object going off the merry-go-round is still going counterclockwise? Once you leave the merry-go-round, you're not going counterclockwise. So that one's wrong. First one, race car drivers going in a circle, not an example of conservation of angular momentum. What does the conservation law of angular momentum really say? It says the angular momentum cannot be destroyed, created, right? Hank?
Let me give you a hypothetical example here, Zanuck. I got this.
Dude, Zanuck, you're cutting in and out a little bit, but yeah, go ahead, Deisla.
Might be a little inappropriate example, so I don't know if I should hold on.
Probably. Go for it, man.
All right, I got this woman bent over a barrel, and I'm thrusting with full momentum all the way till I'm balls deep, and then I stop. What happens, Zanuck?
You wake up? I mean,
Zanuck doesn't know because he's never been in that situation.
That was funny.
You see my girlfriend, Jen.
Yeah, the momentum is transferred into the woman.
It's not destroyed or created.
That's not the only thing that's transferred, am I right?
It could be, yeah, that's right.
She gets transferred in between her head and the headboard if you're doing it right.
Yep.
All right, thanks, Dice.
momentum wasn't destroyed. It was actually exchanged. You exchanged your momentum.
I definitely destroyed it, Zanuck. I definitely destroyed it.
You killed it. You killed it.
All right, so I said the first one was the conservation of momentum. And the second one was the conservation of momentum. So tell me, how was the first one wrong?
First one, if you're in a car and you're getting pushed to the outside of the car, that's not an example of conservation of angular momentum. Conservation of angular momentum would be
I'm pretty sure I recognize that I said that. If I said that, I'm pretty sure that I realized that I said that, and I corrected myself. The second version was the conservation of angular momentum. The merry-go-round and the children, right? They're not going to spin clockwise if they came off of a counterclockwise spinning merry-go-round, right?
Not going to spin clockwise either, or I mean counterclockwise either. They're going to go
Not gonna
straight
spin,
off.
period.
They're going to fling straight off.
No,
Which is not.
no, they're gonna spin in the air. Sorry.
No, they're not going to spin in the air.
No, man.
You're just completely wrong on this, Hank.
Yeah, if you throw a ball off a merry-go-round, if you're in a merry-go-round and you throw a ball off it, the ball doesn't
just go straight.
Go in a curved line. Yeah, the ball actually goes straight. Yeah.
The whole point of Coriolis. We observe it as curved inside the rotating frame, but it's in the non-inertial. In actuality, it's going straight.
Correct.
And I can give you an example, and you know I can, Zanuck, of an example of the Coriolis effect happening where there's no angular momentum involved at all.
Well, yeah, just even regular Coriolis of an object traveling in a rotating reference frame show a break or validation of the conservation of angular momentum. You have to actually have a force to do that.
No, I told you I can give you an example of a Coriolis without any angular momentum at all.
I can too. I just gave you one.
Yeah, but Jeremy can give it to you.
An object.
Well, I don't know how
traveling in
this
a
all
rotating
started.
reference
I don't know. I thought you were saying Coriolis had to have this angular momentum thing. Anyways, the thing with it.
Same conservation of linear momentum.
That's just when you throw something straight.
If I leave,
that's just when you. Go ahead.
No, I mean go ahead. When you leave the equator at a higher tangential velocity, because tangential velocity is given to you by the fact that it's spinning, assuming that 1,000 miles an hour, and you have a certain mass, 100 kilos, and you travel north on a sphere that's spinning, the tangential velocity of where you're going is going to be less. So unless you break laws of conservation of linear momentum, you have to be traveling faster to the east because you've conserved momentum. You have a higher momentum than that spot you were aiming to, which was straight above you. So now you go to the right and you are traveling whatever percentage faster that momentum would dictate based on the increased velocity difference between going and where you came from. It's not that complicated.
I'm lost.
And Travis,
you can't live on a ball.
So when the gas on Earth
lost.
goes,
Travis wanted to know about conservation of momentum with his truck stopping.
Water doesn't hold to spheres.
Okay,
pretty much over at that.
Can I just make one?
Not what water.
What's going on,
Travis?
right now, man?
You want to know why? You want to know
front
how?
of
I'll do a one word answer.
Yeah, right.
Very short. When a truck stops, Travis, the momentum has not been destroyed; it has been converted. Period.
That's not a one-word answer, bro.
I said,
I don't think you're
something
saying. Yeah, that's obvious. I mean, we know that stuff hits stuff and stops.
Yeah, but Travis said he gave an example of his truck. He wanted to know why his truck stops and doesn't destroy momentum. Not perpetual. It is always conserved. I don't know what perpetual has to do. He used that word.
I don't know why we're arguing.
Hold on. So
Sorry.
Travis said perpetual. He meant because it came out of it's always conserved, always. Just because something stops and loses momentum doesn't mean it's transferred to. Doesn't mean it's not transferred to something else. And in this case, the road, the air, the brakes, everything.
And that's where he was going with that. I think he thought that if momentum is never lost, then it's never transferred. If it's never transferred, then you have perpetual motion.
Right.
So you're
That's not
saying
true.
when the gas, so you're saying when the gas goes up on Earth, since it's changing its tangential, it's moved to an area with a new tangential speed that it's gonna what
It has to lag behind, right? If no other forces are
behind or move in
lag behind.
lockstep,
It can't
and
be in
that's what
lockstep
happens on
because
Earth. And that's what
yeah.
happens on Earth.
Well, no, we have a dynamic system.
See, that's I keep saying that the tangential velocity at various altitudes is just a consequence of the period of rotation. The clouds above your head that might be sitting still above your head are actually have a greater tangential velocity than you do.
Okay, so I don't know. I'll say it again. That was for Zanuck. When you go up, we see that the air is moving slower than the rotation of Earth.
No, in an ideal situation, it would have to lag behind. What's it to? We don't see that in
And that's
reality
what.
because we live in it. Now you're doing exactly what we've all talked about not to do.
Yeah, you've been doing it the whole time.
Clipping. Your mic's
No.
clipping it in
So
and
what
out,
Winston
bro.
said was it has to lag behind. And yes, I would agree. But because we have a dynamic system, all these things cannot be seen.
Just say magic.
Unfalsifiable, man.
Yeah. So what? So the atmosphere is not lagging behind like you said it should do because of the conservation of momentum. There's something else making it keep its tangential.
Exactly.
There's something else. There's something else that's making it keep the same angular velocity as
or
Earth.
even maybe
Not
go
even the
faster.
same, even faster.
Right. So now percentage.
Yeah,
term is
but
actually-
that's happening 1 foot above the Earth, 2 feet, 3 feet, 100 feet, right? So you need a mechanism for that. Like solar winds ain't going to work for 10 feet above the Earth.
10 feet above the Earth. Other current flows are against obfuscating any possible detection of this slightly slower tangential velocity to be many
Guys,
orders of magnitude lower than anything we can ever detect.
It's an unfalsifiable stance because he has no evidence for his claims. They're just speculative, but he's asserting them
So
as
is
if
the
they're
claim
true.
so percentage is the claim that kind of a turn about here. Is it our claim that things will go slower as they go higher, or is it a claim that why don't they go slower if what we say is
Your claim is both. Your claim is that without these external things, they'll go slower as they go higher, but they go faster because when you go higher because of some external things, which you've never substantiated. It's a gong show. Your stats, like the model, is a gong show.
I have.
Can I jump in just real quick?
Well, no, he asked me a question. Travis,
Yeah, dude, Zanuck, you have been talking a lot, man. If other people want to get in, we got.
Well, to be fair, let him respond to that last part, and then.
Oh, okay. So
make
percentage
it quick though.
Very quick. In one case, in the middle atmosphere, we have jet streams which are caused by Coriolis. That's a pseudo that actually caused this thing to occur. But in the upper atmosphere, as Witness was talking about, there's theories about the solar winds as being one of the forces and causes of this super rotation of the atmosphere.
Okay, real quick, the jet streams caused by Coriolis is a circular argument because what we're contending here is the rotation of the Earth, and you need rotation for Coriolis. You haven't proven the rotation. That's why we're even talking about it in the first place. So, I'll give you the solar winds thing, but that's just a claim that you haven't substantiated.
Are you saying the jet streams are actually going in a straight line? In a straight path?
No, why would they be going in a straight path?
I don't know. You said the jet streams were being caused by the Coriolis effect, meaning that
correct.
On Earth they're rotating, but if we looked at it from an inertial frame, they'd be going in a straight path. This shit don't make no sense, dude. This shit does not make any sense, what you're saying.
Remember,
yeah, you just can make up whatever you want.
Don't forget I'm in line.
Travis, go ahead.
Yeah, we're going to get into a whole other debate there. Yes, Coriolis causes something to deviate to the right, and that causes 200 jet stream as it goes. Same thing goes south.
Zanuck, we're getting like every other word from you, bro. It's you're doing a lot of talking, and it's hard to even listen to. I'm going to be honest.
So this goes back to my which came first question, right? I believe that this whole discussion stems from the fact that we understand that when we are in motion, we feel the resistance of the air against us. Since no one feels the wind due to the rotation of the Earth, they had to ad hoc an explanation. That's where this is all stemming from. Like Percentage says, all this is stemming from the fact that they cannot and have no evidence for this. This is all conceptual, and as Jeremy just said, this don't make no sense.
Yeah, they think if they can just come up with anything that maybe could explain it in theory, then that's sufficient. Like that's literally all they think they have to do. So
Yeah, well, when you run the system and have all the propaganda, you don't really need to satisfy your burden of proof.
So you really believe there's no evidence to the Earth's rotation?
In practice, this is
Yeah,
easily
zero.
demonstratable.
Zero.
You can get you know those wheels.
Come on, even if I was a flat earth,
Hold on, Zanuck.
Hang on. Yeah,
Hold on.
so you can
Go ahead.
demonstrate
I
this
think
in
that
real
was
life.
Nidhug or Doofus.
Yeah, it's me. Hey, you can demonstrate this in real life. Get one of those pedal activated spinning things you use to model clay on. You know, to mold it to make like clay bowls and stuff. All you have to do is add some, pump down on the pedal a whole bunch, and you can put a dense gas on top of like a tray that spins. And when you pour the dense gas, like liquid nitrogen, onto this spinning platform, you'll notice that the gas that you pour onto it will start adopting the spin of the thing with no
Yeah,
other
but you
reason.
know
No other reason than just it inheriting the momentum of the spinning plate that you have. It's easily demonstratable.
Oh, Earth's
Hey,
ball.
but do you know what's going to happen? Do you know what's going to happen with that gas when you got the spinning wheel? The gas is always going to lag behind, right? On Earth, that's not happening. It's moving with the rotation of Earth. The tangential velocity of the tangential speed of the gas as you get higher is keeping up with the rotation of Earth. That's not going to happen with your wheel.
Yeah.
I mean, you say that, but do you know that?
No, absolutely, we know that.
Yes,
Right.
fluid,
Yeah.
we know it. It's
So wait.
dynamics.
Here we
You
go,
know it.
Jeremy. Wait. Here we go. Yeah. Here
Why'd
we
you
go.
cut
Here's
me
the
off?
question. I'm sorry. I got excited, Jeremy. I'm sorry. Here's the question. Did you just think of that answer, or has anyone ever put this to the test? Because if it were put to the test, Jeremy's statement would be proven true. Yours would not.
It's the exact same. It's the exact same idea as when I was in college and I took physics. And you put a dense gas in a bucket and you turn a drill on. The gas in the bucket will spin in the direction your drill is spinning.
You're right.
All of the gas, not just the one that's touching the spindle of the shaft. All of the gas in the bucket will adopt the spin. It's the exact.
Nick, you're right. Okay, you're right.
No.
Void of external forces.
No.
Then you're right. Just like how it would be in a blender. You know, like a shake in a blender.
And he
It's the
said,
same
No,
exact
make the
principle.
bucket larger.
The issue is they're saying it's not even just the same speed, that's faster. And in both those instances, it doesn't go. It gets slower as you move away from the thing that's rotating. That's the issue.
not even analogous. Make a huge bucket, put the gas on the outside of it, or you can put it on the inside. I'll give you that. Turn it, and then tell me it does the same thing with the blender. It doesn't. You're giving an analogy of a really small bucket.
Yes, you can spin the outside of the bucket. You can spin a bucket. The gas inside.
Make the bucket bigger.
Make
I was
a big
almost
bucket,
on mute.
big as bucket as you want. You spin the bucket, that air will.
The first time I had opened my mic, I didn't go on mute yet, and Zanuck interrupted me. With the blender idea, with the drill, make it a huge bucket and see what the outside liquid does. Thank you.
It does make a difference, Rakia. They're both going to show that where it's spinning, it's going to have more angular velocity than farther away from that. So they're right in that regard. And if that was the case, then you wouldn't have the atmosphere moving at the same speed or 30% faster, they claim, on Earth.
Okay, so make a bucket.
Reconcile that.
Make a bucket 1,000 miles wide and put a blender in the middle. You think the outside fluid is going to move? No.
Now you're introducing an external force. That's my point. They have to assert an external force, which they've never proven.
I agree with that. Oh,
so
As long as you're okay with the concept.
Witness in the wreck.
Well, that's what I was saying. You have to have an external force of energy introduced, or it violates the law of conservation of energy and momentum.
If you understand the principle, then you're arguing against something that you agree with.
Good one.
Bro, you understand the principle. Your pottery analogy, it works up until the point where you need to introduce an external force to make it go the same speed. Like if you have the gas, it'll slow down as you move away from that plate.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's a very rudimentary thing to show that gases, fluids, can work in an environment with no physical force exerted on them other than an axial rotation, which is what we experience on Earth. And yes, we also have gravity, which is part of the equation. We just don't bring it up.
He just skated right by it.
You're not.
Right past what he said.
The plate has friction. The plate has friction on the bottom layer of gas. And since it's such a heavy gas, the collisions aren't as elastic as a lighter gas. So there's going to be some, and probably some surface tension going into it. There's going to be a reason why it's moving with the plate. It's not just completely frictionless.
I didn't respond. Guys, we talked over him. Okay.
Yeah, that was funny.
Like he doesn't realize that his analogy proves our point.
Yeah, well, he just literally skated right past what you said.
So,
And
like,
that's
I'm sorry.
okay.
I mean, to me, this is like showing a kid how gravity works by swinging water around in a bucket. Like, this can trick people who don't think.
Yeah, that's kind of the example that we're always given and is used in physics class, which is kind of strange.
Not only that, there's only one gas on that turntable. On Earth, there's many different layers, temperature included.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yep.
I don't see the evidence that the gas on the outside is moving quicker than the thing spinning in the inside, which was the claim of the super rotation.
I don't either.
Right. It's all mathematical.
Second of all, like when we're talking about rotation of the Earth, again, the Earth is an open system. None of this applies. Like,
Well, you could
None of
think
it
of it as a
applies.
closed system, though. You could think of it as a closed system.
Oh wait, did I come into the portion of the conversation where a globe wasn't trying to justify the spin of the atmosphere and super rotation?
That's what we were talking about.
Oh, okay. Then Jeremy, none of it applies.
Listen, it could be whatever you want, bro. It could be whatever you want. You don't know how this works yet. Whatever they want it or need it to be, that's what it is.
But the crazy part about it
I
is like
posted a ton of links and screenshots explaining it. You know, I tagged Woodson.
I
in
read it.
most-
Did you actually read
Okay.
it?
I read it as well. Yeah, I underlined the key parts. I even posted one that explains how it happens on Venus. You know, like it.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that
read it.
I believe it. You know, but it is an answer for it. Yeah.
That's right. You see, they're clearly just trying to figure it out. And the paper that you
Ad hoc.
sent says it's explaining how they think a lot of people have been getting it wrong with the assumption of the reaction with the magnetic field. So my point is that they objectively don't know the answer. And then you ask the glowers,
No,
they
hang
ask,
on.
like, it's a stupid question.
That first paper just explains how solar winds have an effect on Earth's atmosphere. I posted another one where they talk about how thermal tides, due to heat from the sun, causes actual superrotation. I also posted the actual paper that the article gets it from.
Thermal
I'll
tides
post
make
it
the
again.
top of the atmosphere spin faster.
I'll post all of it again if you need me to.
So just so the room knows, right? Because he's presenting it as if it was some home run. It wasn't. I read it. So they're saying that the theory is that it affects it less in the western direction. The western winds are affected less due to the movement within a magnetic field of the Earth, the magneto reaction. and they're speculating to try to figure it out, and they invoke Venus to do so. They say, "Look, this happens on Venus." So yeah,
yeah, it's
Not
complete
at all.
nonsense.
What you just said is totally inaccurate. So the
well,
first link, where they talk about the geomagnetic effects, just speaks to how solar winds have an effect on Earth's atmosphere and Earth's weather patterns. It's not talking about superrotation. The superrotation part is what I just posted now, where they talk about thermal tides, how the atmosphere, especially around the equator, being heated causes this thermal tide, which goes from the side of the atmosphere facing the sun to the cold dark side. And how the thermal heat from the atmosphere, from the part of the atmosphere above the equator due to Coriolis forces, is distributed north and south faster than the rotation of the Earth.
No, it says Venus.
Also, the Coriolis
Yeah, but
effect doesn't actually make it.
I just posted a screenshot. You got to read the whole thing. It talks about how this happens on Venus, Earth, and one of Jupiter's moons. I just posted a screenshot where they talk about
it says
the
to get full
actual
access to the article.
mechanism.
You have to have I'm not joining anything.
To what article? What are you talking about?
I just clicked this right here, this Science AAAS.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it says that I have to become a subscriber or member to get full access.
I mean, just read the abstract. You can read the abstract, or I can post the
Talking
link
about Venus.
that just says the article.
It says
that paper specifically
explaining
talks about
superrotation on Venus. The abstract says Venus has a thick atmosphere that rotates 60 times faster than the surface, a phenomenon known as superrotation.
Yes, but if you read the article that has the link to that paper, they're saying this effect happens on Earth, Venus, and one of Jupiter's moons. I'll try and find the article.
This is bullshit, man. Prove it happens on Venus. Prove it happens on the moon.
So when you can't prove that it so when you have no proof it happens on the Earth, you just spread the shit out to Venus and
Yeah. It happens on Venus, therefore let's affirm the concept that it happens on Earth with that presupposition. Ridiculous.
Hang on,
it doesn't even make sense though, because how is it all in one direction?
You guys ask how does superrotation happen. I provide you an answer, and then it's all bullshit.
Wait, okay. Can you agree? Can you admit that they said they don't actually know for sure? They're just trying to
why ask these questions then? I'm not done with it. But why ask these questions then?
Fair enough. I didn't know that was the question.
Given an answer,
yeah, I didn't know that the question was why does superrotation happen. I thought maybe it was does superrotation happen or does.
No. I'm asking what's the mechanism to introduce energy? Because without one, it violates the law of conservation of energy. And I happen to know that their side doesn't have an agreed upon definitive answer. They're trying to figure it out with different theories. And now he's posting an article of someone's theory, pretending, oh no, that we do know the answer. And objectively, it's known within your paradigm that we don't know the actual answer, and it's speculative. And dude, that right there has problems because how do you get direction preferential with thermal tides?
Right. So next, I wanted to say real fast that basically after you guys come up with your ad hoc theory for this, the next thing you gotta answer is when refraction actually does happen and the light slows down, what causes the light to speed back up after it exits the glass? So do your homework, boys and girls. Try not to violate any law.
They claim it doesn't do that because it basically takes all kinds of little detour routes and it's moving all different directions while it's in the glass. And so it keeps the same speed but travels a greater distance. But of course, the problem with that is that it's not what happens. The glass exits the same place that it enters. So
conservation of momentum.
Yeah, you can't speed up. Of course, obviously the light's not actually traveling, nor is it a photon. But that's a conversation for another time, I think.
Hey, Austin, you'll like it. You'll like this. Did you see my photon short that I made today? I'm gonna put it in. I needed RC Meisty's voice for the fairy, but I don't think he'll do it for me. Here, I'm going to post it.
Yeah, they claim that it's like basically taking all kinds of detour routes, but it literally exits the same place that it enters.
That's what
So in
she
other
said.
words, horseshit.
All right, there you go, Austin. That's for you. And anybody else who wants to see it.
Hello, great people.
So the truth is, there is no rotation.
It's pretty funny. Every time someone says they don't believe in a photon, a fairy falls dead.
Sexy boy, like I laugh my ass off.
Hey, do you guys want to have some fun? Can we have a quiz? We take like turns asking questions, and we see who answers it first.
Sure.
We can do simple ones. We don't have to get complicated with it. I'll start since I fucking What's 3 times 3 times 3?
81.
27.
27.
27. 27.
Jinx, you owe me a Coke, Jeremy.
No, I said it first.
Damn it.
I haven't heard a correct answer yet, but
Run it back. Run it back, dickweed.
3 times 3 times 3? 27, bro.
okay, fuck it.
That's what we said. Yeah, we said that.
No, that would be. Actually, yeah, sure, yeah. Sorry, my bad.
What do you think it is?
No,
What do you think?
sorry,
What do you think it is? What do you think it is?
I was doing like two times. Yeah. My bad. I was waiting for 18.
Got a really weird feedback.
Yeah, I noticed that. It's really annoying.
I think somebody had their speakers open or something.
What is 33.33 times 33.33?
Howard.
Could you write that down?
1,000.
No, that's the answer. It's Howard.
That's me.
Is that an answer?
How about
You should never
something
forget
not
the answer
number-
to this. If you knew it, you wouldn't forget the answer. 33.33 times 33.33.
It's going to be a lot of numbers after that.
It's 4 numbers. It's 1 number, actually, 4 times. What number is it?
9.
Are you going rounding it upwards? to make it an even number?
1.
Is it really?
0.1111.
That doesn't-
1110.
It doesn't even seem possible.
8889.
I was gonna say it has to
what's-
end in a 9 at least.
Okay, let's do a fun one.
Here's a question.
where's the-
Here's a question. What's the opposite of a nadir?
A blind deer.
Hello.
Fucking deer.
No.
Yeah, what's it?
Opposite of a nadir.
I know what it is, but I can't remember what it is.
What's a nadir?
Nadir. Nadir.
The animal, or is it like an? It's like a.
No. The word is Nadir. A nadir.
nadir. Ah,
Isn't
I don't think I've heard that.
nadir? Nadir is the highest point. What's the opposite? Lowest point.
Lowest.
Isn't the deer the lowest point?
Nadir.
Point.
Yes, it's the lowest point.
Would it be the
the
star
highest
itself?
point. Like
Yeah.
zenith.
Zenith is the answer.
There we are.
Why
Where's the,
can't scientists trust
where-
atoms?
In what country is the Great Wall of China?
Because atoms make up everything.
Correct.
Yeah.
That was a
it's
fucking
in
bar in
China.
a rap battle.
Actually,
That was a bar in a rap battle before. He's like, the guy was battling a dude named Adam, and he's like, all right, never mind.
No, carry on.
In which country would you find
No.
the Spanish Steps?
What's the name of King Tutankhamun's mother?
Dude, you can't just ask another question. Like, that question didn't finish.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think you're joking.
No. In which country do you find the Spanish steps?
Spanish steps.
Brazil.
It's not Brazil.
Spain.
It's
Over
not
there.
Spain.
Morocco.
It's not France.
Well, you said Spanish.
France.
Yeah, Spanish steps.
In what country is the Egyptian pyramids?
Italy. Which is
Well,
where
it's
the
Yes!
Spanish
How
steps
did you know?
impossible to know where the pyramids are because I haven't
Yeah,
observed them.
I had them move around, so you're never at the same place twice.
Okay, I've got a good one. Where would you find the curvature?
Yeah,
no
problem. On TV.
With your wife.
On your mama's ass! Oh!
The
My wife's
curvature
belly.
is everywhere, right? Like in New York, the bridges,
Congratulations.
the bridge between Staten Island, right?
Oh, it's smooth. I was wondering who was being so lame.
Oh, hey, halfwit.
My gosh,
So-
yours a vibe kill.
No,
halfwit.
no, the Verrazano. You talking about the Verrazano? Absolutely not, fam. No way.
Which, do you need some cream for that burn?
Yeah,
They're
really creative. He
41
said it in the chat
millimeters
like
apart at the top, and then
They are not. No, they are
They're
not.
supposed to wait. Stop. Yes, they are because of tension, because of the engineering of the bridge for it to
Can
sustain
we
the
agree?
wind
Can
and
we
all
agree
of.
on the measurement?
Yeah.
Can we agree on the measurement first? Yeah. Or is someone gonna, yell that no, they're not, but doesn't know anything about the bridge?
Yeah, I
just
drive the
said
bridge.
there's a reason that they would be divergent. Why are we arguing that that's not the case? Like,
This dude's
No,
feeling the
listen.
vibe.
because it doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the earth anyway.
It's not a suspension bridge. So, but the point is like show us the specs for the engineering.
Why did
Hey, guys,
Devil get
I'm,
arrested?
Hey guys, I'm checking the Healthline's average IQ score around the world.
What was your
Hey, do
question?
you wanna-
What's it?
You want to
Why
know
did
where
the-
America
why
is
did
at?
Why'd the devil get arrested?
He was smoking too much pot.
Can pay for his sins? I don't know.
They got
Bail. Something about bail.
they got him on possession.
Ah, very good.
Go away.
I like that.
I give that 6.66 out of 10.
Yeah.
Hey, I got one. I got arrested for public defecation, but they had to let me go because they didn't have any solid evidence.
Get your diarrhea
That's
fixed,
good.
man.
I believe that actually happened.
More fiber.
Oh, well, of course he's not solid. He's a ghost.
Oh, dude. There we go. 98.
Can I say my favorite thing about flat earthers is that
No.
you guys argue amongst each other about what
We're-
can even be a fact.
Yeah, because we're not a cult, so
That's
you
not an
are
echo
incapable-
chamber.
You're
Well,
incapable
actually-
of independent critical
Actually, being
thought
a
while
being
we
a
all think for
cult, that's
ourselves.
Guys, one at a time. Come on, guys, one at a time.
Yo,
which
why
is
do you
the-
find? I got a question. Why do you find cancerous tumors together, clustered?
Uh,
Because mass attracts mass.
oh boy, wow. So you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? Like flat earthers don't agree on things that we don't know, right? Like
Well,
things that we
when
don't
I-
know but speculate on. There's a whole. I'm sorry. Let me pause to ask if anyone's listening, because I just
We can
hear
hear
mad
you.
people talking, and I got like
know.
about
It's at
60 more seconds.
Well,
We hear
Smooth
you.
just thinks he can
We
do
hear
it
you.
one.
Oh, okay.
Dick, you little bitch.
See, here's the muted in my imaginary mod mind. So
Finish the point.
I whipped this place up. Yeah, the what the fuck was I talking about now?
You were like,
The reason that look, we disagree on everything,
Yes.
that has to do with opinion or speculation. But the things that we do agree on is that there is no evidence for hard claims. And we investigate some claims, one of them being that the earth is a sphere of specific dimensions. Like, that's why we can come together on that. It's not like we're coming together on flat earth, because there is no one knows what the shape is.
Right.
But when it
Willfully
comes to definitive statements, yeah, y'all get it.
together. We get it.
Yeah,
I'd like
who's
to
the
ask-
guy with the voice? Hold on a second, guys. 1 second. Who's the guy's name with the voice that just came in? You know who I'm talking about.
Yo.
That's me.
Yo, don't overtalk, yo, please.
I didn't.
All right, last warning.
Yo, guys, I just wanted to ask them, because this seems to be like something that Globers can't decide on. So, is it bad if we all disagree on everything, or disagree on some stuff? Or is it worse if we all agree on everything? Which is bad? And can you stick to that criticism? Because I've heard both criticisms, and they can't both be bad, because they're literally the only two things that can possibly be happening.
Can I answer? If you disagree on more things, there's a clear conflict of not only interest here, but what you believe to be factually true. Since nobody claimed to be able to prove anything, then clearly all of you must be either wrong or at least not totally aware of the facts you're stating.
Oh, you think there's a ball? That's why you're coming here interrupting everyone and saying stuff like that.
No,
I didn't
absolutely
realize
not.
it.
Yeah, can I just have back and forth with you? So, if everyone agrees on everything, that's better. Everyone agrees on literally everything, that's better.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying it either. I'm saying if you disagree on everything, if someone fundamentally disagree with a lot of things that you're talking about all the time, to me it seems that you either do not know enough about the matter to find commonality in what you agree with, or it's just some kind of inner need to be correct about it, so you'll put the other guy wrong without actually.
But you're not even answering his question, yo. Come on.
Well,
Yeah,
we don't disagree on everything. I think we all agree.
No,
Earth's not
Jeremy,
turning
you
into a-
don't chase the thing that wasn't being talked about. Stop doing that. Like, you just heard the guy say you didn't answer the question. Now you go ahead and chase that tail. He didn't even answer it, bro.
One isn't worse than the other.
Good point. That's a good point.
Here's the
Jeremy was
answer.
just
One
chasing
isn't
his
worse
dumb
than the
argument.
other, okay? But what is worse is having zero idea of anything and then claiming that that's a good stance to take. You can say, no, you're wrong about literally everything, and you can't argue with that, and that doesn't open up channels of communication.
That
So
wasn't
when
one of the
you
options.
One of you answer Crypto's question.
and we can't know anything, and nothing can be evident, then that's a
This doesn't-
silly stance to take.
They can't answer his question.
This isn't addressing what I asked. What I asked was, yo, right? Wasn't to anybody else. And the question was to yo, is it better if we all agree on everything or if we have disagreements? Because there's the only two options. Which is better?
Let me try and give a better answer.
And I would like to respond to him when he talks. I don't want 5 other people to leap in. Thank you.
Thank you. I think if it was one subject, then it would be arguably better probably to disagree on things, so you can find still finding something you agree with upon. But if it's including everything around in the whole world, or a flat above the surface, if it's everything related to photons, light, everything you've talked about, there's people who disagree with each other here. If you're not able to how do I say it? Agree with simple, what I would call facts, then that worries me a little bit. But I would definitely agree that it's better to talk with each other and find things you agree with upon, and try and teach people who do not know about a subject. But it's still very scary to see so many disagree so much about things that most people don't even think about, because it's
So which one is it, yo? Is it better that we all agree, or is it better we disagree?
Absolutist people are the most scary, which I can tell a lot of you are.
What
You
the
need an
fuck?
absolute answer.
Can't answer straight questions.
You're not
So
happy
let me
with
answer the question.
you're not
That's
happy
fine.
with let me finish my
Come on,
point
man.
there, since I've been
You
ridiculous.
spent a minute not answering my question. Can I go now?
I have answered it though.
He's
No, you
absolutely
haven't.
not answering.
Clearly, you were not listening. Okay, I
Everyone
can
listens.
answer. I can answer in a
You're
shorter
getting
way.
on everyone's nerves.
Do you like blue or red? Which one? Well, I think that the spectrum is a continuum that no the
You heard
fuck
about
you didn't
yellow
answer the
before.
either or question, fam.
Yeah,
Yeah,
No,
I'll
you
tell you
didn't.
what. This is where I wanted to go with this. Yo, man.
I have to
The
mute
only
you.
reason I haven't muted you is because you're talking with me right now. If you were doing this to anyone else, you'd have been muted. So just finish up so I can respond, please.
I need to turn down your mic a little bit. It's hard to hear you.
This dude's
You
so
just need to fucking finish.
All right, let's
Go ahead, Yo. Finish what you were saying.
Who should I address first, Elijah or Crypto?
Hey, I was having the conversation with you. Address me. Answer my question.
What was your question?
Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm just gonna go. So,
Did you ask a new one or the same one again?
the same one you didn't answer the first time.
I have answered it.
No, you haven't. Everyone in the room, even Globers are berating you for not answering it.
I'll give a better answer in my opinion here.
How could you answer the question and not know what it
Let me
is?
answer him. Let me answer him. Fuck.
Let him try one last.
This is like a Abbott
Again,
Costello.
don't hold to the same standard I'm being asked to hold to. That is interrupting, of course.
Go ahead.
I believe it.
Monologuing is also against the rules, by the way.
I believe if people need an absolute answer and it's not able to a thought out answer to the question, then that is very worrisome.
He can't answer the question. So
You know it's again. Okay, so what I wanted to say.
I've answered it twice.
Oh,
I've answered it
right.
twice. It
No, you
depends on
answered
the
it your
situation.
time.
Your turn to talk
It
again.
depends. It
It's
depends on
not
the
turn to talk
situation.
now. You've had enough
It depends.
time.
One.
It depends. It depends.
Okay, fine. So the point I'm getting to, which really matters here, is that we are criticised for being an echo chamber that always agrees on stuff, sometimes. And we're also criticised for disagreeing on things, okay? So obviously what's happening here is this is actually a psychological operation of always being able to criticise the opposition. So I don't think that any of this is legitimate. I reject it wholesale. And I'm still talking. Still talking. Definitely still talking. 100% still talking. If anyone else wants to go ahead and interrupt me, please do, because I will mute you.
No, go ahead, finish. Smooth, you can.
Thank you.
You can go next.
So the point I'm trying to make is that they are trying to put us in a box where we can always be criticised, and that is very important to be aware of.
Agreed.
Can I go after? Please.
Smooth, then Nate, then Yo, if you want to go again.
So I made this claim, right, that I find it fun. Here's the reason why. I talk about the bridge, and I get two people, one screaming, fuck no, the other one saying, no, he's right. No one took the time to either talk to me about why I think it's right, research it. I'm just getting a lot of shouting. And that's what I find is funny. So that was my whole point. Hey, the bridge are 41 million meters apart. Fuck no, it's not. No, it's not. It can't be. Actually, he was right. They are 41 millimeters apart. So that's what I think is fun.
If Travis isn't, are you here, Travis? Because he's referring to you and I.
Yeah.
And the only reason I'm saying that is because Travis actually said, "Okay, I'll have the conversation with you. Give me the specs." So he didn't shut you down. Maybe he did initially, but he said, "All right, shoot, send me the specs." So
Yeah,
that's
no
where you
problem.
are, not where you thought you were.
So here's where I can't do it now because I'm driving. But the Verrazano
Then why are
Bridge,
you
I believe that.
crying, bro? Either you have something to produce or you don't.
Wait,
Whoa.
so
If you can't
Nate,
produce it now,
what
bring
was
it up
Nate
when you
gonna say?
can.
Because like the point, Crypto brought up a good overarching question. It should take everyone 6 seconds to give their answer, and the Globers can't answer. So maybe Nate will be able to.
No, I can't.
I was going to respond to what Crypto said.
And yell at.
Smooth, you're hot,
fair
Mike.
enough.
No, he's not. So
I was talking, Jeremy.
Yeah, right through people. Smooth. So okay, Nate, go ahead.
I was the one talking. What the fuck? You guys are outlandish. I'm interrupted.
You're muted.
I'm told I'm.
Well, all right, you guys.
Stop saying
To
that, Elijah.
be fair, he hasn't really been given the mic. He has been trying to get in, so
Nate was
that's
trying
the
to get
funny
in like
thing.
a long time ago to answer Crypto's question. He's just polite and let other people go when they interrupted. And so I think it's fair before Smooth completely changes the subject that Nate can answer the
Oh, it's
question. I don't.
I also want to talk to
so,
Crypto.
so it's fair for right when I'm about to prove to you why I believe this to move away. So right when I'm about to finish my point and prove to you, it's okay.
Okay,
Go
Smooth.
ahead, run away from it.
Go ahead, Smooth. Finish your
Wrap it
point.
up,
Nate will
Smooth.
go after.
All
Wrap
right.
it
The
up.
point is, if you look at the designing and engineering of the bridge, which I can't link to you right now because I'm driving, you will see that it was accounted for that the top of the bridge would be different. We claim that difference is due to the curvature of the Earth. I'm just saying that you can observe engineering that way.
Go
That's
ahead,
it.
Nate.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Nate.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to what Crypto said. I think it goes both ways. The same way Globers might say that flat earthers don't agree on anything, or you guys are an echo chamber. You guys throw the exact same accusation at Globers, right? You guys either say Globers are an echo chamber, or we get told that they are scientists that go against the popular model. I mean, I think both sides do it.
Right, but Nate, don't you agree there's a fundamental difference? One side is defending a definitive model claim. One's claiming this is what the Earth is, this is exactly how big it is, exactly how fast it spins, blah blah blah. And they're arguing an actual definitive model claim, and then we get Globers not arguing the model properly, like making it up as they go. And that's a much more valid critique to be like, well, that's actually not what your model claims, as opposed to flat earthers who say, well, flat's not a shape, it's a general description of the surface. We can't privately and freely explore past the 60th south latitude. We have no idea exactly what the Earth is, nor do we know what's in the sky. We can only speculate about it. So then you get an influx of different opinions. So it's fundamentally different, right? Like of course we don't agree.
Can I jump in just real quick?
Yeah, go on. Go ahead. Okay.
So, in response to Smooth, I did not say cuss word no. Okay, I didn't say that. I said no, but I didn't cuss. Secondly, I've interacted with this information before, and all I've ever seen is a paragraph describing the claim. I've never seen, and I've asked other people who've made the claim for the engineering specs. I've not seen it. So,
Can I respond to that point at some point as well?
Yeah, but it's like there's two conversations happening.
Well, yeah, I know. That's why I wanted to get back onto one or the other, not have both. Yeah, I mean, with regards to what you said, I mean, sure, but I mean, Witzit's already pointed out where it's fundamentally different. I think another area where it's fundamentally different is the scale. Like, when we get accused of being a quote-unquote echo chamber, it's literally in one room or two rooms or a collection of rooms, let's say, on the internet. Whereas your echo chamber, quote-unquote, is the entire world, right? You open up a newspaper, it agrees with you. You turn on the television, it agrees with you. You turn on the radio, it agrees with you. 99% of the people you work with agree with you, right? So if anyone has an echo chamber, it is you guys. Yet I don't actually hear virtually any flat earthers ever mention it. When I hear the criticism of an echo chamber, it's always directed from Globers to flat earthers, even though it's actually not the case, because we only have small areas like this where we can even engage in these discussions. That's number one. The second thing that I think's sorry?
No, I want to respond to you. So this is saying if you want to respond. So I said.
Ether's breaking you up.
Crypto?
All right. Yeah, sorry, I thought someone else was trying to get in. That's but if not, I can. Yeah, so that was the first thing.
No,
so
no,
you
just,
the second thing is that you can't like I was saying before. It doesn't really matter what, because I don't accuse you guys of having echo chambers or all disagreeing. I find it funny when you have, for instance, a situation the other day where Zanuck and Kosho both answered the same question with opposite answers. That's funny because it's two individuals, but I wouldn't ever criticize the entire globe Earth movement, quote unquote, as either being an echo chamber or not being able to disagree with each other. Or always disagreeing with each other, and I certainly wouldn't do both, right? And that's the thing that I'm really trying to present to you guys, is that we are criticized for being both, and it can't be both. So either pick one. We either all agree on everything because we're an echo chamber, or we all disagree on everything and we can't keep, to one party line or whatever. But it can't be both. So pick your criticism and stick with it.
No, it can be both. You don't.
Yeah.
You know how these
No, it
guys
cannot be both, Jeremy.
operate. It can be anything they want. I just
Jeremy, you
said that
you
earlier.
breaking up.
You're hot micing,
What's
Jeremy,
up?
and I can answer his question. Refraction will make it both, and you just don't understand if you can't, can't go with that. You just can't. You don't understand where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I would also argue that.
So
I just realised the third point I was going to make is that Nate's argument was a tu quoque fallacy and doesn't actually address the initial point.
And this happens
Oh,
on Venus all the time, so I don't know what you're even bringing it up for.
Yo, what?
Yeah, so just
so
respond to
what's
crypto,
the
and
issue?
I'll bow out. I don't even know what
Yeah.
that fallacy is that you just mentioned, and I would agree with you that there's definitely a lot more consensus on the globe side than the flat Earth side. But that's because the globe side has hardcore established evidence, while with flat Earth, you guys are kind of pissing in the dark,
I'll
Why
take
are
that
they
one.
not
I'll take that one.
knowing what I said?
Wait,
And
whose
you
question are you
have
answering?
any
Or
idea they want to come up
Can
with?
I take that one?
whose question?
Yeah,
Whose
go ahead,
question is
Garcia.
he answering though, or whose statement is he responding to though?
I'm
'Cause I
responding to
didn't. I don't.
crypto. That was
Yeah,
directed
Well,
at
I
crypto.
didn't hear. I don't understand how you could be responding to crypto when he just said it's either that we're an echo chamber or we're not an echo chamber. Your
Crypto said a
response
lot more
was,
than that, Elijah.
He was
You
talking
just
about the
haven't
globe
listened.
side, and I can answer his point about the globe side. All agreeing as a mass, or almost all agreeing. Give me control of the textbook, the schooling system, the media, the TV shows, every paper that's peer reviewed on this subject, and I can change the sky to green and to the Earth being flat, not a sphere. Thanks.
Yeah, but it's very simple,
but
right? It's
you don't
dishonest to
agree.
not acknowledge the point, which is that the globe earthers have a definitive model that we were all given, right? Some of us chose to break away from the model. So all the answers have already been determined for you. You don't have the ability to make up your own mind about things. You must believe what you were told. You must believe that the Earth's a ball with a radius of 3959, tilted on a 66.6 degree axis, etc. You must believe the model. And when you don't know how to explain something in the model, you go Google it and immediately believe whatever pops up on Google from the highest levels of your side. They are fundamentally different. One side has all their answers determined. They should all agree, because there is just one answer they're allowed to say. The other side is completely different. Of course, we have different opinions when we're trying to figure out, what's the sun? You guys are just agreeing on what NASA says the sun is. So the fact that we don't agree on what the sun is obvious, and it isn't some way make your side more valid. It's very disingenuous approach.
Okay,
Yeah,
Gojo.
so
Not
that's
Gojo.
not true. That's not
One
true
sec,
at all.
just 1 point.
agree with that.
So
I'm just going. I mean,
earlier
all right, go ahead. Go ahead.
you said that we can't
No,
go
I'm not
below
having
the 60th.
that. Not having that. You're not opening up with half wit. That's not happening. We're
Yeah,
not doing this.
that is
Passive
that is
aggressive
true.
bullshit is the first thing out your mouth. Not happening. Nate, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah. So I mean, it's like what I said. It's not that we forced to believe the globe. It's that we have hardcore evidence. We go along with the evidence. If the evidence told us Earth was a triangle, most of us would, go along with that. The issue is on the flat Earth side. There isn't evidence for anything, so you guys are free to speculate as to whatever anything might be. It might be ether. It might be electrostatics. It might be whatever Piche says it is. Like, you guys can go with whatever it is you want to go with. We decide to go with the evidence presented.
So how's that an echo chamber then? How's that an echo chamber?
I'm not one of the Globers that say you guys are an echo chamber. I actually acknowledge the fact that you guys are very much divided. Everyone has their own ideas. They have factions within Flat Earth. Not everyone sings the same tune. I would
Well,
never
then
call you guys.
next time I hear a Glober say that we're in echo chamber and you're in the room, I want you to challenge them.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do what
Yeah,
you want.
Nate.
Yeah,
I'm not
then.
gonna do what.
That's the issue,
Nah,
isn't
you
it?
better do it, Nate.
I better
Well, yeah,
do it. Well,
because you're not
You
going to
better do it, Nate.
you believe in, are you, Nate? You're just here to be on the winning side. You're not actually standing up for
I'm
truth
not
or what
here.
you believe.
No, crypto. I'm not here to argue or to be on any winning lose. I'm on no one's side. You know, I don't fuck with Xanic and Rumpus and none of those weirdos. You know, I'm just here to talk to you guys.
Well, then
Yeah.
why would you stand up for what you believe if you don't have a side?
Because for me, it's not about the debate. I don't give a shit.
Come on, Nate.
What shape you guys think the Earth is? You know, I just want to come and talk to you guys.
Guys come
You
here.
guys are
Do you
cool
know how some
people.
guys
I like talking to you. If I had my way, we would just talk about science and physics. But I don't control what it is you guys talk about here. And you guys mainly want to talk about the shape of the Earth. You know.
You didn't address what I said, bro.
guys come here and they say that they're here for the entertainment? I know you've heard people say that. I think Nate is one of those guys. He's just here for the entertainment.
I think Nate actually enjoys some of the conversations we have regarding what he just said, like physics, or if we question like the typical chemistry thing, or I can tell that Nate enjoyed our conversation. We were talking about quantum mechanics, and you know, I think that it's a mixed bag. I think some of them come here because, you know, where else do you go to talk about quantum mechanics in detail on
Can
the
I jump in
internet?
too?
What?
No, I agree.
Yeah.
I
So,
agree with Jeremy.
I would just like to say, Nate,
wait.
that like Nate, you came in throwing punches, and then at the end, you're like, "Oh, guys."
You guys are cool. Yeah.
So okay, yeah, but just real quick. So
Comes in
so
hot
Nate,
and leaves like, "Oh, oh man."
It's like floats like a bee and stings like a butterfly.
so just real quick, I'm really curious how everyone else reacts to this universal blanket statement that there's no evidence for flat Earth. To me, this is the way I say it. Either you're being dishonest right now or you're stupid, because there's absolutely evidence for it. So stop saying there's no evidence, because that's a gaslighting tactic. You're trying to make the other person who might be susceptible to your influence believe that he's actually really delusional and actually thought that one thing was one thing when it's really another. So stop saying it. It's not true. Secondly, the discussion of mirage is physics. Okay? So there's plenty of things that we talk about that don't have to be labeled flat Earth. The investigation and the research that I have put into mirage, when it breaks, it will have at least 3 points to bring remedy to the erroneous information that's out there on mirage. Thank you.
Like I said, I
Yeah.
mean, it's better to always try to meet people halfway. Like I said, like I don't think Nate is lying when he says he enjoys coming here, and some of the conversations that, like, what I think what he's saying is he personally doesn't enjoy the conversations with Xanic about Coriolis for an hour. You know what I'm saying? Like, but he said I don't control the room or what you guys talk about, but that's why I come here. I don't really care about that conversation. So, yeah, he was kind of gaslighting in a way with the whole comment about no evidence. But I mean, it's whatever, bro. I think it's a mixed bag. Like, we can try to psychoanalyze them all we want to, but I think secretly they want to keep up to date with the conversation. They would never, even if they were hooked up to a lie detector test and they had to admit there is some validity to what we say, and they're not positive if maybe that we were wrong about the Earth, they would never say it publicly. But they can come here and stay up to date with the conversation, see where we're at, see what the new thing is, and they kind of in a way live vicariously through us and are able to keep up to date with the conversation without having to publicly take that position where they would get kickback. And then I think the other one is, just like you said, him and Kosho and people, they like to come and they like to argue or debate about light and quantum mechanics and quantum field theory and you know, cosmological discrepancies or whatever. So, you know, where else are you going to come do that? Where else are you going to find a bunch of like adults that are pretty intelligent, like super interested in all the intricacies of the natural world? I mean, it's going to be a rarity. So
Just to one of the points that you said, there's obviously validity to this because, you know, I use the example all the time. If I made a room pigs could fly, there's really no validity to that, and people wouldn't hang around and stick around for years and years arguing it. Like, they don't have to admit that there's validity to this. We know there is, or they wouldn't be here. No one's gonna go to the cows can fly room.
Yeah.
What?
Have you ever seen that chopper flying real low?
What did you say?
Scanning for row lamps. Yeah, the pigs do fly, though. They're in them choppers up there.
Crypto. Yeah, I had a response to it. It's a little bit different than the previous ones. Yeah. So, when you asked about, which is worse, that's how you originally say. So, which one was worse, an echo chamber or everybody having the same answer, like everybody having just the same
answer.
same response.
You just said echo chamber twice, bro. I assume you mean the dichotomy between the two, right?
Yeah, right, exactly. Like you said which is worse between the dichotomy you explained, and I don't think that either of those on its face, like intrinsically, is wrong or bad or anything. Just because if you came across a community and a specific point, whatever the specific point was, if they all had different opinions about it, or if they all had the same response for it, depending on if that response was based on each of their own, discernment and investigation, and it just so happens that they have the same answer, or if they all have different answers because maybe there's not an available amount of evidence for this thing, like dark matter or some of that dark energy, something that's not answered really. You could come across both situations, in which case neither one of them is would be wrong in that scenario. So I think the only thing that's wrong is if those answers are given based on lazy investigation. So if people all have the same answer because they didn't investigate it and just using the easy answer that somebody they heard offhand, then that's obviously wrong. And same thing with if everybody has different answers because nobody's really looked into the truth of it and the truth is available, then that'd be wrong as well.
Yeah, I mean, but I don't really feel like that's an answer to my question either. Like, but your answer seems to be like, well, if people research things wrongly or incompetently or even just incompletely, then they'll come to bad conclusions. Okay, that's fine. But the actual criticism is what I'm talking about. And there are these two criticisms that float about, and they're opposites, and they can't both be true. Like, you can't have a group of people who agree on everything while disagreeing on everything. Surely you understand why that sounds hollow.
No, right, but if you change it to everything, the entire group does this with everything, then that on its face would be an incorrect criticism, because you'd have to narrow it down to at least groups of topics or a specific topic. You know what I mean? If anybody made that criticism, it'd be wrong on its face.
Yeah, but we still have to deal with it. It's boring. It's lame. Like, you guys need to rise above this shit, honestly, because we're trying to have better, deeper, more meaningful conversations than just this weird gaslighting psychological nonsense.
I mean,
Yeah,
sure. I don't personally make that criticism.
One second. I actually used that term the other day, Crypto. You might remember, and it's wrong. I wish I had used it now. What I actually meant was yes men. You don't want to be surrounded by yes men, is what I meant. It's a much better way of putting it.
Yeah, I mean, I can define echo chamber in discussions of, well, this is the first thing that comes up on Google or whatever. An echo chamber refers to a situation in which beliefs are amplified or reinforced by communication and repetition inside a closed system and insulated from rebuttal, right? I mean, I think everyone has, if they didn't have that exact definition, they had a definition close enough to that. So it can't be insulated from rebuttal when it's being directly rebutted from within the community. Surely everyone here understands how obviously contradictory this is.
I'm telling you, ask Kosha. Oh, hear me?
You're roboting a little
check.
bit.
Yo,
that's better.
You don't think they can? Am I good?
Yeah, go.
Good now. Okay, if you don't think they can hold both positions simultaneously, Ask Kosho if Earth is an open or closed system, and that'll tell you
no.
everything you need to know.
Let's not do that again.
It's a open system.
Well, it's a contextual question, so
Oh,
it's,
sure.
it's, it's, again, it's the same. That's why I gave the answer I gave a second ago. Is because things are more nuanced than given this sort of general statement. So anybody who says everybody in this group does this every time about everything is going to be wrong on his face. And the same way, if the question you just asked about the open closed system, that's also a very nuanced question, and it's contextual, specific to whatever is being talked about, or to how it's being talked about.
So it can be open and closed, or we can be an echo chamber, or disagree on it. Whatever you want, whatever you need it to be for the moment. Sure.
Yeah, I mean, maybe holistically, flat Earth isn't an echo chamber, but you guys definitely have, your like you can't sit here and tell me that Nathan Oakley's Discord is not an echo chamber.
I'm not talking about. I'm talking about here.
Oh,
Yeah.
here.
Yeah,
Here, like this server is very unique, very,
Well,
Like,
yeah,
I
but
don't think anyone in the server is really part of a team or a gang or a group. It's like it's every man for himself here.
but we had the
He's
only
getting
reason we're
you.
talking about this is because I had the echo chamber criticism in here.
Oh damn.
In
That's
here.
why we're
Yeah.
talking about it, mate. I didn't just
All right,
randomly bring
Crypto.
it out.
Whoever said that was talking shit then. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It can't be both. Like this is the thing. And I want you guys to just be like also calling it out because it obstructs all of the conversation.
They're not going to call. They don't. They rarely call each other out on things. Or you know how hard it is to get them to call each
I
other
call
out on
people out
shit.
shit.
I
I shit on Chloe all the time.
Jeremy, here's the irony, Jeremy. What is that pointing towards?
An echo chamber.
Echo chamber.
I have called it out
So you
myself.
guys
I've heard
can
it over on
prove that you're not an echo chamber. This is the irony. Sorry, Left Lane. You can prove that you're not an echo chamber by not calling us an echo chamber when we're not, and criticizing people who do.
Well, I have called it out over on GMs. I heard Queen was over there talking about how toxic and everything the place was, and I did stand up for the server over there because we're far less toxic than Jim's server, for instance. And I don't know. I think the people that have these opinions, I guess they can have their subjective opinion, and we just keep rocking on. And like for the last 2 weeks, this server's been banging 24/7, and that's an example of what we want it to be. So I think it stands on its own.
Look,
This is the spot now.
I've been talking for long enough, so I'll yield.
And I mean, you guys always hear me asking for Zanuck and Peyton Astor Shield to get muted and shit. So I don't know.
Yeah, but we don't ask for you to get muted, do we? Why do you think that they're getting muted and you're not?
Because I know how to speak to people properly. Maybe I don't know.
So then, don't insinuate that it's anything else.
No, Nate was just saying how he was defending how he himself will call out for those guys to get muted as an example of not of him confronting Glober, because I think a second ago people were saying Globers they don't confront other Globers.
Yeah.
Well,
On big topics, on the big points, like that day with Bob. Remember Bob with the Coriolis thing, and there's been a few other things in the past where you guys like tiptoe around it, or you really won't confront it. You saw Zanuck pulled like a cheap suit that day.
Yeah, but I did disagree with Bob.
Well, yeah, but what?
Oh, I said I did disagree with Bob. I disagree with him right there, then and there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't get the point of all of this. At the end of the day, we all individuals, and people are gonna say dumb shit. I've heard flat earthers say the most horrendous things, but I don't expect Crypto and Jeremy to stand up and tell them to sit down.
Well, I do.
Come on.
I check flat earthers all the time. I've been going around checking them for the last 3 weeks on purpose.
Which is cool. which is cool, but I don't expect you to do it. If you don't do it, I don't have a problem with you not doing it. That's all I'm trying to say.
You should though. Like, are we a community? Are we a community looking to find truth, or are we Team Red versus Team Blue?
It seems like we're Team Red versus Team Blue.
Yeah, I think that's the issue, is that people engage in the Team Red versus Team Blue thinking way too much.
I agree with you. Yeah.
I do think Witsit tries to control the narrative a bit. No,
What?
I'm just joking. I'm joking.
Oh,
Like I try to check them for stuff like when flat earthers say it's density and buoyancy alone. I'm like, no, you're wrong. Or when they're like, just the perspective itself, like which angle you view something explains the southern stars. No, you're wrong. So like I think it's important to kind of, or like saying science definitively proves that water boils at 100 degrees Celsius at 14.7 psi. No, you're wrong. You know, I mean, I see way more of that on the flat earth side though, obviously. Like way more. Like it's just objectively way more.
Yeah, I used to I used to do a couple of those arguments, and I've been put in check before by, coming
By
to
me.
realization as it.
By me.
Not by you. Not by you. The actual Globers that know what they're doing, those guys. Not me.
Professional Globers.
I mean, now it's happened sometimes on the globe side, but it's very rare, right? And so, yeah, it's whatever. There's a reason for it. Again, for the 15th time, the globe has a definitive model. They already have like 99% of their answers given to them. So, the most they ever have to do is look up whatever the current consensus is. But it's very disingenuous, right? Because it's like they'd be like, we know, like you'd be like, do you think you really know the distance to this star? They claim this star is, like 3,000 light years away. You really think they know that for sure? Yeah, of course. It's called science, you idiot. What's it? You're an idiot. It's called science. And I'm like, okay, well, I mean, for example, they changed the distance to Polaris just a few years ago by like 30%, like over 100 light years. So they obviously don't know these things definitively. They just changed a star we see in the middle of our sky by 30%. And then they say, well, that's how science works. So, okay, so when you say you know them definitively, you're wrong. I guess my point is that it just seems disingenuous. Like whatever Google says, they know it's a fact and they get to come. They then have intellectual superiority over us. Like I can read all of relativity, all of Einstein's letters to all these different people, special and general, go read through all the transcripts of his speeches, like see exactly what he said about all these different scenarios. A Glober doesn't know any of it, but he gets to call me stupid because he believes in it, because that's what everyone else believes. You see, like it's clearly two different spectrums. Like to not acknowledge it, it seems dishonest to me. I don't see how it could even be debated.
I'll tell you what's fucking dishonest. I'm still tight over this shit. When Smooth last night said that's where you'd find the most O3 because that's where it's being produced. And I used that fucking argument for years with these guys. And then Kosho's sitting here backing them up on it. It's bullshit.
I'm not backing up
Kosho,
Smooth
calling
on
you out.
anything, dude. I'm
Calling
telling
you
you
out
that
right
you're
now.
making a false equivalency, dude. What Smooth, I didn't say anything about what Smooth said. I mean, I don't want to get into the whole thing again with you, but I'm telling you, those are two totally different arguments. They're not the same. It's not using the same argument in one case and then denying it in another. Those are two totally different arguments.
Still mad at you, bro.
We don't have knowledge anymore. We have memorization now. Everything's memorization, not true knowledge.
Yeah,
No way
the
to verify.
Globers, and just to sum up what Whitson said, the Globers don't know anything. You don't know anything because that shit could change tomorrow. So you guys don't know anything about anything because you can never be sure. You don't know shit. Sorry.
Yeah, that's why I tell you every day, Jeremy. Science doesn't prove.
Yeah, I know. You keep telling me you don't know nothing. I know.
Yeah.
When you said you had all the evidence then for the globe, what were you actually talking about?
Yeah, we go off of evidence, but evidence is not concrete. It's not 100%. Tomorrow, we could find out new evidence we didn't have today. And that
And you
changes our
immediately
whole
believe the new story, right? It's like,
Perspectives. I
you
mean,
see what
what's
the
this
point is, though?
evidence?
Say if you run around saying, "Yeah, we know," for example, like we know how far Polaris is. It's called parallax or whatever, right? Which they don't even know. They don't even use parallax for that. It doesn't matter. They never know anything. So you're like, okay. But then they change it. They immediately take the new number, you know, internalize it as their worldview, as truth immediately, whatever the new updated story is. And then they turn around and they breeze right past the fact that all the times you claimed that you knew it definitively and people were checking you saying you didn't, you were wrong. The model was falsified. Objectively, that model in that version was falsified. But instead of saying that, you say, no, that's how science works. Was it really falsified or did it just get more accurate? Yeah. It was falsified.
They'll say they weren't wrong. They
It
were
got
just
more
inaccurate.
accurate. Yeah, we got a
You
more
weren't
accurate
wrong. You were
number.
just more accurate.
Sophistry.
We know.
But somebody who says it the way that Witsit just described would be wrong on his face. Nate had just given his idea of what knowledge is and where his information comes from and how he discerns his information. I'd feel the same way. I know a lot of other people would feel the same way, and anyone who's not lazily just intaking information would be the same way. So that's of course is true. But yeah, but anybody who just simply agrees with everything as it's stated anywhere, and then new information comes out and they say, oh, well, that's the truth. And then they say that that's 100% certain for whatever reason, they're going to be wrong. Because every bit of information has some degree of
But you
anyone that
you got
doesn't
no
say
way.
the
You
model
got
had
no
been
way to check.
falsified is lying.
Well, hold on. Every bit of information has what, Kosho?
Some degree of confidence.
But you got no way to check these guys, though. Even people that work in the field of the people at LIGO, they say you just have to trust what they're doing. There's no way to check these people. Even
That's
for the
not true,
people in
Jeremy.
that field.
That's not true.
Yeah, is that what
That's
you
not
said, Kojo?
Even for
the
the
guys at LIGO don't just say trust us blindly. They provide us with the evidence
no, the
that we could
guys
use
that
to
are in the
falsify.
field that do the same stuff the LIGO people do, they say there's no way to check those people. You just have to believe what they're doing.
Who said that? Who said that?
That work in the field of that LIGO working.
Yeah, but who are these people, Jeremy? No one says that. LIGO.
Scientists say that.
Which scientists?
I'll get you the quotes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'll get them for you. They say you can't. So not only do these specialist scientists in that field have no way to check them, Zanuck, none of you guys have any way to check them, but you just believe it.
You can get the data from LIGO online, Jeremy.
What about Mitch?
You can Google it.
I'll find the quote. It's
Mr. Cocky straight up said
Science
Wow.
takes trust.
Oh, sorry, Mitch Yukak, who straight up says they don't use the scientific method.
You're breaking up, Fuzzy.
How are they doing science if they're not doing
Fuzzy, you're
scientific
breaking up
Yeah,
real bad.
I hear his
method?
question. He's saying Michio Kaku says that science that he doesn't use science. People he works with they don't use a scientific method. So he's asking how are they doing science then? But Michio Kaku is a theoretical physicist. So theoretical physicists don't use a scientific method. They don't do experimentation.
So it's not science.
Well, that is science.
You're just a
They're not
QE,
experimental
so how
scientists.
QE follower.
The entire heliocentric model is theoretical science, man.
Yeah,
that's not true. But
It's
there are
absolutely
theoretical
true.
scientists
Okay, wait,
and there's
wait,
also
no, give me
experimental scientists, and they're two
no,
different
give me your
things.
first. Yeah, give me your first primary claim for your model. Go.
Lunar eclipses.
Oh, he wants you to say that the Earth is round, and there's a whole thing. I'm not playing this game.
The entire you can't you can't start with a
The Earth is
lesser.
spinning and is
You
round.
can't.
There's our first claim.
Great.
You want evidence for it?
What was the first observation that led to that conclusion?
Horizon
Lunar eclipse.
altitude.
Okay, wait. Lunar eclipses. So you see a dark shadow on the moon, and how did you test How did you test any other option? Or how did they test any other option? Or at the time, besides your suggestion that it's the shadow of the Earth, were there other cultural explanations for it? Right? So
Yeah, they were. They were.
Right.
In prehistoric
So the
Right.
other explanations were that the gods are angry. It's a bad omen. Someone's
No.
about to
You're
die.
no. If you're
Someone
gonna
needs
make
to be
claims, okay,
sacrificed.
Nate, come
Those
on,
were
man.
the other
Nate,
explanations.
stop.
The only
dude.
Oh, come on, Travis. I'm
dish
answering your
galloping.
question.
No, you're
Please let
dish
me answer your
galloping right
question.
now.
I'm not. I'm answering
No,
your question.
Never have said
no,
eclipse. Never said
no.
You,
Stop, dude.
you asked the
You're
question.
giving
Let
like
me
5 or
answer it.
6
If
things
you don't
that
like
guys,
my
You're
answer,
muted,
just
motherfucker.
go one at
you
a
know,
time, guys. It's well,
yeah,
everyone.
just let me answer
Everyone
the
can have
question,
their
Travis.
chance to speak. Yeah, everyone can have their chance to speak. Just go one at a time, please.
Thank you, Jill. So, Travis, to answer your question, there were other options looked at. And the predominant argument against it being the shadow of the earth was that the gods were angry and it's a bad omen and someone's about to die. We need to sacrifice somebody to appease the gods, yada, yada, yada.
Okay, great. Give me the citation for every single one of those points that you just cited as a viable rebuttal to the suggestion that the Earth's shadow is what's causing it, okay? Because all you did right now was make bullshit up. There's no way that you could ever prove that one culture said that the eclipse was due to somebody's grandmother burning her cake. There's no way you could know any of that unless you've got a citation. So go ahead and produce that citation.
All right, I just posted one and I tagged you. I'm gonna post a lot more. I hope you actually read them.
Yeah, the guy. So if the gods were angry, how did they test to prove that that was wrong?
I don't know. I don't think they even tried to test to prove it was wrong.
Well, that's the point.
You're breaking up. Fuzzy.
How did you find the same observation?
Could you say that again, Fuzzy?
I'm driving, but how did they test the idea that the Earth is the shadow, the causing the shadow?
Ooh.
How did they test that without just it being another story that's untestable, like the
Anyone
God?
get that? I
Wow,
didn't
dude,
get that.
it's really choppy, but like it was just enough that I was able to I was able to make a understanding of it, though.
What did he say?
He's asking how did they ever test basically our version of what the eclipses are. The same way that they didn't test.
Yeah, I wanna-
yeah.
Oh, they make a prediction, right? So they understand the path of the sun. They understand the path of the moon. So they make a prediction and say if the moon is there and the sun is there, it should cast a shadow. And because when we look up above us, we don't see any objects in the sky, that shadow is cast by Earth. I mean, they're able to predict it. They know when the eclipse is going to happen.
I've never seen an eclipse before, and they predicted that one day the moon and the sun and the earth were going to line up.
Yeah.
Right, and it was going to make an eclipse. They had never seen one before, and they predicted it before they ever saw one. No, they saw it a bunch of times and then post-dicted it. Right?
Hey, just real quick, Nate. So the second entry was this.
Yeah, Hank is correct on that. Yep, that is what it is because it's a cycle. Exactly. There's the nodes of the moon. They're also called the lunar nodes, and they're 180 degrees from each other, and they're always 180 degrees, the north and the south nodes. And then those are in a position in the sky, like viewing the sky, is like the face of a clock, just a huge, in that circular sense, like around Polaris. Then it then
agree with you. It's a
moves-
cycle. I mean, if you understand the cycle, then you can make predictions. If you understand how a clock works, you can predict what the time is going to be 4 hours from now using the clock.
Well,
but that
the
shows
eclipse is
you
the
understand what's happening, and you have an accurate
when there's
understanding of what's happening.
When there's a new moon, that's when they're like conjoining right next to each other. Then when it's a full moon, they're 180 degrees from each other. So at those two, either new moon or full moon, if that thing happens to align on this other 180 degree nodal point, which is the moon's nodes, the nodes of the moon, and that's in its own position, when those occur is when the eclipses occur. So what we can say for sure is that it's that area of the sky that the phenomenon will exist if all of those line up.
So that area of
Nothing
the
indicating
sky
anything
casts a
about it.
shadow on the moon, Geo. What is there that's being shone on that casts a shadow in that area of
Shadow, you
the
can
sky?
look at polarized filters and give you the same effect.
All right, so
I've
show
never,
me these
I've
polarized
never
filters in
seen,
that area of the sky.
I've never seen a red shadow first and foremost.
Yeah, but I mean,
Here's
you
some new
guys are
science.
throwing out wild speculations here. You know, you guys are talking about there's some area of the sky where this happens. You know,
Let's not talk
polarized
about
light.
wild speculation. You're calling it a shadow in the first instance. Now, okay, fine. The phases, I can see why you would say that. Okay, fine. When it comes to an eclipse, though, no, I've never seen a red shadow. That's where the conversation begins. The fact that you believe it must be a shadow, and since nothing else is in the sky, then it must be the Earth. Well, first of all, says you it's a shadow. It's fucking glowing red.
Yeah, but it's glowing red because of light passing through Earth's atmosphere that reaches the moon's surface. You know, the sun is way bigger than the Earth is. So there is light from the sun that goes
but
around
red
the Earth
and light,
and reaches.
red and something
I'm
being
telling you why.
illuminated so that it's
I'm
red
telling you
isn't
why.
it
Come
being a
on, man.
shadow.
Yeah, bro, but you
It's
can't
not.
cut me off when I'm answering the question
Hey,
you
you guys,
asked.
hold on. How about let's just let Nate and Eli go back and forth. So kind of
I wanted to follow up
going
too.
to interrupt for just a little bit. Let them just and then guys, just go back and forth. Go ahead.
Can I follow up after that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's not really much because they like to go beyond the premise and then tickle each other's balls all day. Like, no, you don't have validation for your initial premises. There's really nothing else I can tell you, fam.
So you just will believe whatever I say. Fine. Then I mean, there's no point in asking questions. Or I mean,
No,
not
you
even
can
believe. Like,
believe. You can believe what you said. All I said, well, where's the justification for what you believe? That's all. I
bro,
know
let's have a
how you
back and
feel
forth.
about it.
Bro, don't hog the mic. You know, you spoke. I interrupt you. Come on, man. So I mean, there's no point in asking me questions if you're not going to consider the answers I'm giving you. All right. So the reason the moon turns red is because the sun is way bigger than the Earth within our model, and light from the sun passes through the atmosphere and hits the moon's surface. You know, and because that light is scattered, when it hits the moon's surface, we see it as red.
In an atmosphere that's what how much less than the Earth?
What do you mean?
The atmosphere of the moon is much less than
It's
the
nearly
Earth.
zero, yeah. But he's not
Right?
talking
Does
about
the
the
moon
moon's
have an
atmosphere.
We're near zero. 10 to the minus
Does
3.
the moon have
I'm
an
asking.
atmosphere?
Okay. So you're referring to the Earth's atmosphere.
Yes, Travis, the Earth's atmosphere.
No, listen, you didn't specify, so that's why I'm trying to clarify. Okay, so no, I don't. Okay, look, man, if you said the Earth's atmosphere, I wouldn't have asked the question about the moon. I think you said whatever. So
There's hundreds of thousands of times less atmosphere than we all get.
That's
Have a good
fine. That's fine.
follow-up.
Okay, great. Hold on. Okay, go
Observe.
ahead. Go ahead, Elijah. I still want to follow up with Nate's
No, I want
response.
you to go ahead. I'm just saying you can follow up, but
Okay.
I want to go
Okay.
after that to piggyback off of what you
That's
said
fine.
because I just
Okay,
realized something.
Okay, so just real quick, Nate, the article that you linked, only the first example was an explanation for the eclipses. Everything else was superstition about what not to do during. So you only have one citation there, which was what Geo described, right? The Hindu explanation for Ketu and Rahu. Now, we need to understand one thing. Those cultures back then are not like ours. They told allegorical stories for natural phenomena. They might not have known all of the X's and Y's and ins and outs, but it wasn't a literal explanation. They simply decided to tell stories about the world that they saw, right? So imagine one of them talking about how he thinks that the sun is actually bigger than the moon, and so he tells a story about the moon. So it's the okay, hold on, just real quick.
Oh, dude, this is fire.
Okay, so just for an example, right? Just for an example to back my point up, that cultures use allegory and use the world to tell those stories. The Bible clearly uses the term heaven and land for the nation of Israel. So when you tell a story about the creation of heaven and land in Genesis 1, if you aren't in that culture and you think that it's a literal story that God created the entire universe in 7 days, you're going to be wrong, because this culture was telling a story about their creation, their way, right? It's just a story to communicate a truth. So I think I've said enough. Thanks.
Elijah, go ahead, man.
Yeah, thank you. I just don't understand how. I mean, a shadow is a shadow. So now we're going to talk about how, well, the sun, even though apparently, because nobody knows this, it's not like we have a third perspective where you could see the sun, moon, and the earth. That's not even possible. So what we do see is both the sun and the moon in the sky, at least during well, at some point on the earth, you can always experience the lunar eclipse with the sun and the moon above the sky. And during this time, when you're looking at the moon and it's beginning to turn red, what I have to believe is, aside from my observation at the time, actually that sun that I'm looking at that is not in the line of sight, that isn't obstructed by the earth because I'm standing on it, is much bigger than the earth, and the sun's light is bending around. Oh, well, not, it doesn't have to bend around the earth because it's so huge, right? So it actually hits the moon. I don't know why the fuck or how the fuck you can say there's a shadow if the light can hit the moon anyway, and then that light has to bounce back through our atmosphere to us, and that's why it's red. You can believe that if you want to, fam.
It's backwards, man.
I'm good.
It's not red
You
because
know-
it's returning to our atmosphere.
What do you mean? So what is the light? What is the light going around? What's that about then?
Yeah, it's red when it's on the way to the moon. The only light that's reaching the moon is a light that's so there's only a small amount of light that's reaching the moon, and that small amount of light happens to be on the edges of the earth, and the light that's hitting it from the edges of the earth has been refracted by the atmosphere. So the only light that's able to reach the moon, or the majority of the light that's reaching the moon, because it's basically in a shadow, is primarily red light. So what you see is
Do you
the
mean
red
to tell
tint.
me
You
that
see the
that
red
red?
tint in the shadow.
Yeah. So you're telling me that the light doesn't have to travel back from the moon for us to. It doesn't have to, because if the moon is illuminated, I don't care about how little light. You're saying that light doesn't then have to return back to our eye for us to see it red?
No, what I'm saying to you is it's not red because it's returning back. It's returning back, but the red light that is that you're seeing from the moon is red because of the light that hit the moon on the way to the moon as it passed the Earth.
That's pretty close, but this is how they actually describe it if you're interested, Elijah.
Just real quick. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done. I thought you were done. Sorry.
Yeah, just real quick. What they actually say is that during a lunar eclipse, the light from 1,000 sunsets and sunrises all over the Earth makes like a ring of red light from our red sunsets, apparently, because, our sunsets be red and shit. And apparently that light bounces off of Mars because it makes it through our atmosphere.
So just real quick, right? So Kosho.
It has nothing to do with Mars, man. But go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah.
I've never heard that. Larry, what?
No, it doesn't have
You
anything to do with Mars. I threw that part in. What they actually say is the light from 1,000 sunsets and sunrises is going through our atmosphere and hitting the moon. And that's the only light that makes it back to our eyes because the totality of the sun is blocked out except for the sunrises and sunsets at the edges of the Earth's, circumference where the atmosphere is.
It's just due to scattering of light as it passes through our atmosphere, guys. It's the same reason the sky looks blue or red at certain times of the day. It's the same reason the sun looks yellow or orange instead of white. It's just light being scattered by our atmosphere, and it makes the
Just real
moon look
quick,
red.
Nate. Yeah, just real quick. Again, that is simply an observation that you've created a story for. Simply because you don't attribute it to a god or a demon doesn't change the fact that your feet are still stuck on the ground. You're looking at something in the sky for which you have no explanation or way to test or see it from being outside of that reference frame, and you've simply made up another just so story that you think is superior to the Hindus or the Chumash or whomever. Wake up, man. It's the same story, just without gods.
Yeah, if you feel that way, it's fine, Travis. I'm not trying to convince you of like anything. I'm just answering questions that were asked, right?
Well, I am trying to convince you of something.
the story like it's true.
You're not gonna convince me, Travis. I'm sorry.
I think his point was that you don't see the problem, or you don't see how that can be construed that way, because you don't have the evidence or the science to prove your story versus someone else's story. How can you claim victory or have a superiority as if you know what you're doing? You can't verify it, just like you can't verify the gods are angry, right? You understand that, right?
But we do have. I understand what you're saying. I just don't agree with it because we do have the evidence.
Where we're asking for this evidence. Where's the
Who's
proof?
Mike?
Whoa.
Who's hot, Mike?
Who's doing
I think that's.
I think it was Fuzzy's mic. I think.
Fuzzy. That was Fuzzy, yeah.
I think it's Satan.
It sounded like dubstep. It was like wow, wow, wow.
I mean, Satan and dubstep are the same thing.
I agree.
Yeah, but there is
Can I ask a question? To chirality. He brought up scattering, and it was the cause of the sky being blue or red or orange. Right? Isn't that what you said?
Yeah. Go for it.
Yeah. Do you have an understanding of how scattering causes that?
Yeah.
Yep.
It's because certain wavelengths of light are absorbed, and when and other wavelengths are not.
Yeah.
So, for
what's the
example,
difference between a sun that's right above you and when it's sunset, it has different scattering? What causes this different scattering?
the wavelengths of the light. So if the wavelengths of the light are larger than the particles in the atmosphere, the particles won't be able to absorb those wavelengths as much, and they will reflect them more. So during the morning, when the sun is coming up and the sky goes from black to blue, the sun's absorbing more wavelengths on the red spectrum and scattering more wavelengths
You
on
mean atmosphere?
the blue spectrum. Sorry, the atmosphere. My bad. So the atmosphere is absorbing more wavelengths on the red spectrum, and scattering more wavelengths on the blue spectrum. That's why the sky looks blue. And it's vice versa when the sun is setting. That's why the sun is actually white, because the sun is almost a pure black body. It basically emits light on all wavelengths. But because of our atmosphere, instead of it looking white, we see it as yellow or orange or red sometimes,
So Nate, do you really feel like you could say that you could substantiate that it's 93 million miles away? Is that your current understanding? Or is it more of kind of a leap of faith kind of thing based on a theory that you can't really verify and haven't?
I feel I could provide substantial evidence for it. I just feel you guys wouldn't accept it.
Well, do you think it's valid?
I feel is valid. Yes.
Okay.
The same way, Geo, you feel the idea that it's lunar nodes in some area of the sky. You know, you can't. I mean, you feel you can
Okay.
substantiate that.
Okay. So here, well,
So
here's what,
I
that's
don't know.
why. Yeah. No. I appreciate you bringing that back up because I love that topic, and since you did, I'll just say, okay. So here's what I'm saying on the Earth, let's just say, and let's have it just be a planar Earth at this moment, and so on, stationary, etc. And we're just on this thing. Well, anywhere you are on this Earth, you're going to see a patch of the sky, and if you go through a couple years in that area, you're going to see all the parts of the sky of the stars in that region. And
Did Geo cut out? Hello?
Yeah, he cut out. I hear you.
Oh, okay.
Before you come back, I think validation
oh,
has.
sorry. Okay, yeah, I think I cut. You guys, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so yeah, if we just take the section of the sky that we see, so again, just a planar Earth right there, level, horizontal, level, vertical, and it's just a patch of the sky above. And once you kind of see where the wandering stars move and all of that, they all just move between the tropics, and it's all just a declination from a horizontal. That's all they do. So we're just on this planar surface, and above us, they're just moving in different positions. So it's like a clock. So it does seem to be like there's a face of the clock, and so that's where like the lunar nodes and the eclipses come in, because in the actual objective sky above us, it's not even assuming anything. It's just viewing the sky as pieces of a clock, and just in its sense alone will show that.
I hear you, Geo, but logically, in order for something to cast a shadow, a light needs to be shone on it, right?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay, how else would you create a shadow?
Fluorescence from magnetic and electrostatic charges,
What
creating
do
a
you mean?
luminiferous release of light.
Elaborate, but how does that create the shadow?
To cancel it out.
For the moon?
I mean, if you want to make something look like a head, my
It's
bad, Joe.
emitting its. I think the moon's fluorescing its own light, and it's in relation to its position to the sun because of the electrical field that it's in.
So the moon generates its own light, and then during an eclipse, it just switches its light off, or
No, that's where the lunar nodes come in. The lunar nodes are, like I said, points in the sky, like in the zodiac. So you could split the sky up into 12 sections. That's essentially what the zodiac is in a sense. But it's just the star constellation split up into 12. So once you have that, you can have a degree. It's like 30 degrees, 12 signs. So it's a total of 360. And so it's a full circle. And these things just wander, like the quote unquote planets, the wandering stars, the sun, the moon, they all just move in their cycles between the tropics, like from the Tropic of Cancer and then to the equator and then out to the Tropic of Capricorn and then back to the equator and then back to the Tropic of Cancer. They just kind of cycle between those above us. And depending on where you are on the surface of the Earth, you're going to have a particular angle to seeing, pretty much, and I'm referring to, pretty much like within the range of the Tropic of Cancer, equator, Tropic of Capricorn, to be able to see any of those, which most spots on Earth you're going to see one of them. So,
yeah, but that doesn't explain how the moon switches its light off during an eclipse, Joe.
oh, okay, for that.
Yeah.
So,
I already
which
told
one?
you
The lunar
polarization.
eclipse? You talk about
Okay,
a lunar?
yeah, that's what we've been talking about, Joe. Lunar eclipse.
No, that mic's bad. We can't hear you.
Whoa, what was that?
That's probably still the same guy. Was that?
Okay.
How about now? Any luck?
Can I respond though?
Is this
Or-
better? Mic check.
Yeah, way
that's
better.
better. You
Okay,
put
cool.
yourself on mute though. Are you not
Oh yeah,
talking?
I was just gonna really quick. Why is he? You're missing the point. If you're asking that question about proof of his claim, he's not making a claim. You're kind of missing the point.
What?
I mean, missing the point is
He's
calling the
not
moon
claiming.
switching,
He's not
saying the
claiming
moon
to
is.
know. He's not claiming to know why the moon does what it does during an eclipse. You do. He's asking for you to prove what you're claiming you absolutely know how to do. We're not saying we know what the moon is doing. That's the point.
I don't know. It sounded like Gio was saying it's due to lunar nodes. That's what causes lunar
Yeah.
eclipses. That's what
I'll tell
we've
you
been
what I
talking
think.
about
Yeah.
the last 30 minutes.
I mean, my personal viewpoint on it, my understanding of it, is that it's all part of the celestial sphere and part of the celestial heavenly system of lights, and in their cycles and in their alignments that they are creating.
Okay. I don't know what to get. But someone mentioned polarization of light. Like, could they elaborate on it?
Yeah. So in terms of that, so well, my point of bringing up the zodiac part was just to say that you can divide the entire sky field into 12 sections, and once you do that, you then have a position of all these bodies. So the sun is in its position, the moon is in its position, and then you have these lunar nodes. So these lunar nodes are like, they're 2 points that are opposite of each other, 180 degrees. They're always 180 degrees from each other. So they call it the north node and the south node. And it is connected to the tilt of the moon's orbit on the globe model, like they say it's tilted. And so it's linked to all of that as well in their model. That's their explanation. But the point is, though, what we really just observe it as is in the sky, meaning it's these 2 points. And those 2 points usually aren't visible necessarily until they align with an eclipse. So I think it has to do with my personal viewpoint is that it's like a magnetic nodal point, and magnetic nodal points can polarize light, transform light. It's essentially the meeting between the physical and beyond, and the materialization of that. And those lenses that occur during eclipses seems to kind of dial in foundational sun and moon energies from, I think, much higher spiritual levels as well, as that's like brought down in.
Even according to the globe model, an eclipse only happens in a no moon phase, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. So I like chirality's question whether the moon switches off its light. Like, that was weird, right? He's saying
No,
because of
I
an
mean,
eclipse.
but it's
Go
because
ahead.
you didn't hear what Gio said, though. Gio said something that made me ask that question.
No, because you asked that question before Gio said what he said, and actually everything he said, like, you can read in a.
You don't know what
in
Gio
an
said.
eclipse.
Make me ask that question, Elijah.
When he was talking about the nodes, and you said, "How do you know that?" Well, first of all, I read that right out.
That's not what Gio said.
Well, I'm
Gio said that
sorry.
the
It was
moon
mis.
basically
No.
creates light.
Don't tell me what I'm responding to. I'm just talking about when I heard him talking about the nodes, and then you asked, "How do you know that?" That did happen at some point in this conversation. That's what I'm talking about. So if it was misplaced and actually you were responding to someone else or something else, just say that. Because everything that Gio said,
which
like
what
I
it is
said,
you was about to say.
like I was
Because
saying,
you were just about to attack the fact
help
that I
me,
asked Gio
please,
how does
because
the
I'm
moon
not finished with the
light
point,
up?
and he cut me off twice.
You took the biggest pause. My bad. Go ahead.
So number one, everything Gio said you can read in an Eclipse PDF. Second of all, what I was gonna say about the light cutting on, cutting off. Well, you can cause that effect with the same wavelengths canceling each other out. What we perceive to be the light. They did that with a white backdrop and an iPhone. So you asked what could possibly do that. It's the same effect apparently, and that's one possible way.
Yeah, and another one, another thing that's a dead giveaway with that is that they can be predicted like down to the degree in their position by just knowing the like where the nodes are in the sky and then where the sun and moon. And whenever it's like whenever all four of those are all aligned, when all four of those align, you get a total eclipse. And then of course, if they're a little bit off, you get partial eclipses. So that's all you need to know. It really doesn't need a globe at all. Doesn't need a globe
No,
at
but
all. Just
yeah,
declination angles
exactly.
of
Yeah.
actual visual objects in the sky.
Well, can I ask you something, Gio? I mean, are you presenting this as an alternative explanation? Like, if we were to use the same strategy as a globe and make up an explanation of what's happening, is that what you're presenting, or are you saying this is what's happening physically and it is fact? Can we clarify that?
He actually said that in his statement like 20 times. This is his personal view on what he thinks has happened.
Yeah. I mean, personal view is one thing, but I'm clarifying.
But his view is based on what you observe. Like he didn't even.
Even the
Where was
globe
the
is
speculation?
based on. Yeah, I mean, even
No,
the globe is
no,
based on
no.
observation.
Well, yes, it is. However, what's that? I don't get.
I mean, what the globe does, right, is observe and tell a story behind the observation.
No, the
Is
globe. No, the
Geo?
globe doesn't do that. The globe doesn't. You said that. Well, you use observable phenomena for the globe, and I'm like, well, yeah, that's true because that's how they constructed the globe using observable phenomena. Like, so I'd have to agree with that. But the basis of all of these observations is that you're observing it from a plane. When it comes to the eclipses, we're talking about 2D planes. We're talking about circles and orbits over a plane.
That's presupposition.
Elijah, I'm gonna say, Elijah,
Whoa!
Elijah, I'm gonna
Open
say,
the
can you
PDF,
define it a
bro.
little more? Because you said based on observation, yes, but they add a presupposition to it.
Wait, what do you mean? Can I define?
No, I mean not define it,
What?
but can you elaborate more on? I mean, not elaborate, but actually give a full statement on it because you said it's based on the way they constructed the globe is based on the natural phenomenon, but they add a presupposition to it to their base to their observation.
Well, yeah, saying it's a globe is the. I mean, it's not necessary. I'm just saying that when you're looking at the sky and you're trying to carve it up in quadrants, there's no reason to believe that you're doing that on a sphere. As a matter of fact, when you're taking angle measurements, the baseline
to a horizontal, yeah.
Well, y'all already know what I'm saying. Just so y'all get, yeah. I mean,
Yeah, I get it, but yeah, where does the explanation of the nodes come in? Are they like based on angle measurements?
Well, yeah. What?
Right?
How else would you do that? How else would you determine that? Like, because in order to know where a position is in the sky, well, you would have to have reference points, and in order to get those reference points from your frame of reference, you would have to take those angular measurements. Yes.
Yeah.
Now,
I'm
where
only
do the
asking.
nodes come
I'm
from?
trying to.
Well, they describe them. I know you're asking. I'm trying to tell you. So when it comes to the nodes, like they describe that in any Eclipse PDF, you can look at the images. Like, yeah, the two nodes are like this circular 2D orbit around a central point. Like that's what they show. It's that you can imagine it being a globe, or you can imagine it being an orbit around a plane. Now, that obviously there's going to be a lot of problems with that for the people who don't believe that there's actually an orbit going on. I'm one of those people, but I'm just trying to explain what's been said.
Yeah, I'm also interested. Go ahead.
technically
Sorry.
we can't even prove that anything up there is so-called orbiting. All we know is that
I
they
know.
go and come back eventually.
I think what
Yeah,
maybe
yeah,
what was
I agree.
Gio, is this what are you trying to point out the nodes as being like? Imagine if we're looking at a watch, and all you're doing is pointing out that these nodes are these gears over here. When these line up, it says this on the watch face. Now, who made those gears and why? I don't know, but these nodes point out when this is going to happen. Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, here, yeah, and let me just jump in and say, because it was good timing because I just had pulled these up. So just real quick, and not even to go in lots of detail, but just super quick. I posted two of them. The first one is just essentially a chart, a zodiacal layout of the heavens with the sun, the moon, and then all the wandering stars like Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, Mars, etc., Saturn, Pluto, all of those. And then that one actually shows the nodes of the moon as well. It's the little black one that kind of looks like a horseshoe, and it's upside down and right side up. That's the nodes, north and south. And then see how the moon and the sun are right next to it? That's because that was an eclipse right there. So it shows exactly where in each degree, and this whole degree thing, this is a 360-degree representation of the sky, of just it's planar, it's 2D, and it just shows the actual geometric relationships that we view via declination angle throughout the Earth, from up above and below the Earth. And then the second one, it just shows basically like it's not even. This is one that this guy just did for me years ago, and we haven't really done any additional graphics yet. But that just kind of shows the general idea of how if you laid one of those charts over an AE map type thing, that does correlate with how they actually are positioned in terms of being like part of the celestial sphere and the kind of declination angles for everything going out from the center. Above us, it's like a huge time clock, and then that would be all the geometric relationships of everything directly above us.
I don't think I could hear somebody say zodiacal lights without thinking of Don Pettit and that other idiot talking about zodiacal lights.
You know what's crazy? Like Kosha, well, okay, fine. It's not like it's just more fun than informative. You can hear Don Pettit speak, and I don't know where in what area he would be intelligent in. Because I heard you call him like fairly intelligent. He's obviously intelligent. I don't see it, fam. I see some grown man child in front of a camera, like.
So hold on. Let me right. So we shouldn't judge intelligence on things like that, right? Because you never know the level of intelligence of any individual once they're in their element, right? Remember, Don Pettit is potentially recording himself doing some sort of fraud, right? So maybe he's not in tune to that kind of thing, which is why he comes out as unnatural in cameras. Because maybe he's not used to lying, and he's ultimately lying to the people, right? Maybe that's what displays his look of uncomfortableness. But it has nothing to do with his intelligence, though.
No, I'm saying he sounds dumb. Like, you know how you have a homie and you're like, bro, you slow as shit. And just by the way they talk.
No, dude, I feel you. The thing is, it's been my experience that those kind of I don't know what you call them, those kind of assessments, they usually turn out to be wrong.
Yeah, I can agree. Sometimes that's true. Yeah.
Any assessment, any assessment based on little to no actual knowledge on either the person or the subject of what's being discussed, it's not going to be accurate. So when you basing something on what your first impression or what your I'd probably just say literally less than a couple of minutes impression of someone is, and none of their professional work or anything is going to be extremely limited.
Yeah, same with celestial bodies, like not knowing what they are, where they are, how far they are, and making conclusions about them. That would be stupid, right?
Absolutely.
Kosho?
Absolutely.
Yeah, without any supporting evidence that we're stupid. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What if you were just interpreting the data
We
wrong?
just made up numbers.
Or what if you were just interpreting the data wrong?
What data?
Like, what if I found a
Hipparchos?
white hair? What if I found some white hairs outside on my lawn one day, and I was like, "Oh, unicorn hairs! We got a unicorn here."
You would be inaccurate in your conclusion.
Yeah, I mean, like,
Inaccurate.
Evan
You
Hubble
just be
himself said that, like, if you're misinterpreting things like redshift, it could be drastically different than they think it is.
drastically.
Yeah. Now they'll swear up and down that they know. They'll say that was so long ago. Whatever they can say, but it's just objective. That it's all built upon, presupposed interpretations of what we see.
All right. So when I said Hipparchos, do you think I was referring to redshift?
I'm just talking about the overall assessment of the sky. Because if you're wrong about redshift, that changes the medium, which changes every other interpretation of the sky.
Okay. So when I said Hipparchos, do you think I was referring to redshift?
You're like a robot, right? Like
Well,
you would
didn't
never
answer the
talk to
fucking
me like this
question,
in real
Winston.
life. Like
If you would answer the fucking
blatantly
question,
disrespectful, but
answer the question, I wouldn't have to repeat it.
if there was a different medium, would it change what you're talking about?
You guys.
Oh, it wouldn't.
It wouldn't. So you could have a fluid-like medium and it'd be the same.
Yes. What do you think Hipparchos is?
I don't even know what you're saying. I have no idea.
Okay.
Are you saying Hipparchus?
Do
What
that.
are you
Go
saying?
back and forth, asking each other questions, and boom, go.
Is that Ruhif? Ruhif?
It is.
Is that you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
One at a
So
time.
what are you saying?
I mean,
Hipparchus?
unless you don't want to. Ruhif is
Hipparchus?
he's a character.
Hipparchus?
Hipparchos.
Do you
It
mean the
measures
guy
the
who
parallax.
proposed that the heavenly bodies are infinitely far away?
No. I'm proposing a satellite that measures the parallax of stars.
Oh, okay.
Which is
You just said the medium wouldn't change
that.
anything, dude. What a joke.
Problems.
Why would
Lots
that
of
change?
problems. That's got red flags.
Oh, of course it does. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, how do you know the distance of the satellite?
May I possibly add something? So, Ruth, you're actually referring to a so-called satellite, which is called Hipparchos?
Yep, that's correct.
Okay, that's actually pretty funny because back in the days,
Sure.
I think around 200 BC or so, I don't know quite exactly, but it is said to be there was a person called Hipparchus, right? Who found out that it's not possible to measure stellar parallax and thus concluded they are infinitely far away. So it's funny that this machine kind of has a relation to stellar parallax, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
which
the
is what I
irony in
wanted
the
to
name.
mention.
I mean, they're funny in naming their satellites.
But
It's
do you
either
think in
Greek
whatever it
gods, Romans. Go ahead, Roof. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Do you think in 200 BC or whenever that they had the equipment accurate enough to measure stellar parallax?
Do you think it's not going to change based on the medium?
What equipment do we need?
Something that can measure accurately, preferably not in our atmosphere.
That's what I'm saying. You have to know the medium to even know how far away this supposed satellite is. You were wrong again.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
It's in space, Witsit. It's in space.
Oh, really?
You can deny.
How do you determine the distance to the satellite?
The distance to the satellite? What?
Yeah.
Sorry, the distance from Earth to Hipparchos, the satellite?
Yeah.
GPS, according to Rev.
We're talking about the parallax to the stars.
But how do you determine where the satellite is, for starters?
Why?
Because you're invoking the satellite.
Okay. Why is the distance to the satellite important?
Because you're invoking it as if it's out in space doing something. So let's just start there.
Okay. I'm not interested.
GPS.
Okay.
Really?
And by the way,
Wait,
I have
GPS?
documentation from Harvard explaining that parallax measurements are not very consistent, and sometimes you get negative measurements, and to just turn the negative to a positive, and it's very, very small and
that is
inconsistent.
correct. Yeah, parallax has eluded humankind for a while now, at least 100 years, at least.
No, bro. Ruif knows more than Harvard.
Yeah, what,
No,
what does
no.
that mean? It has eluded humankind for 100 years?
I mean, measurements of parallax are not reliable. In the past 100 years, you can measure positive or negative parallax for the same object.
I'd have to understand what negative parallax meant.
Yeah, I'm not clear on what
Explain
you're
it. Explain it, Ruf. Go ahead.
Oh no, he's asking.
I'm asking
what you're
you.
talking about. Yeah.
What is negative parallax?
I'm just quoting. I'm not explaining.
Fuck, you're just fucking reading shit. You don't
Hold on.
understand it.
Yeah. I'm
Okay,
quoting off of
fantastic. Well done.
your globe fucking
Mine?
narrative.
With my fucking name on it, you idiot.
Globe.
Wow,
Not, are
dude,
you not a
welcome,
glober?
man.
I am a
You're only
glober.
tough
Is
on
my
the
name on
internet,
the fucking
Rufus.
paper?
You're only tough on the internet.
Oh, come on, champ.
Okay.
Don't
so
call names.
I don't.
call.
Okay.
Griff,
I don't
please,
understand.
no name calling. I mean, I know you're frustrated right now, but there's no excuse.
Jeremy. I don't understand parallax, Roif. Can you explain it to me? Positive versus negative. Can you do that, please?
No, I'm asking you. What is?
I already
don't know
answered.
what
I said
negative
I don't
parallax
know.
is.
Yeah, I
neither
said
do
I don't know.
Why are you quoting to me?
Oh, you don't know? Okay, thank you.
Right.
Is Harvard incorrect?
Oh, for fuck's sake, I'm done.
Is Harvard
Yeah.
incorrect in their assessment? That's all I wanted to know.
He has no idea.
You know, he was hot. He started calling people champ.
He doesn't know anything about what I just said.
He said he quoted Harvard. You got Harvard saying that parallax is not a good idea or doesn't work very well, and is Riff saying that they're wrong, that it is good? I mean, I'm curious.
Wait,
That's
in what context did Harvard say that? Are they
It says
saying that
sometimes
certain
you get
distances?
it says sometimes you get you'll get like a negative reading, and just for intents and purposes, just treat it as it's positive, and that it's inconsistent. And they show there's a paper that shows like all the discrepancies that come with parallax assumptions.
How would
saying
you get a
all this-
negative
all the
reading? I'm
parallax?
just curious.
That is, I wouldn't disagree with that though. That's why we don't really use parallax that much, especially for stars out, outside of our galaxy or that are too far away. We just use parallax for nearby luminaries, And
Yeah,
I think you normally tend to get negative parallax when you're looking at a group of luminaries that are very close together, So it's kind of you see the object going the wrong way around. Instead of orbiting in the correct direction, it orbits in the opposite direction. But that's just because, you're looking at something so far away and it has a lot of things close to it, you're going to get these errors.
Well,
But we don't really use
positive
parallax
versus.
that much anymore to figure out how far things are, We
Well,
can
but
use...
hold on, Carvalho. Positive versus negative is basically, is it further away or closer than what the object is? That, in the most basic sense. I mean, I don't understand 100% how they do that and measure it and what apparatus they use, but I have a general grasp around it, right? Like positive versus negative is it
No, it means
closer
when
or
we say
further away?
negative parallax, it means you're getting a negative parallax angle. Negative angles, like you shouldn't be getting negative angles.
But so when you said that we have stuff that's better than parallax, like what?
Laser ranging. We can use lasers and stuff. Radio range.
Polaris? Who's lasering to Polaris?
We can laser really far out. You can use the Doppler shifting of light. You can use there's so many different things we can do. We don't have to rely on parallax anymore.
Real quick, for laser ranging, do you need the laser to hit the star and then come back?
They don't
Yes.
use laser ranging on stars, man.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, but not
So when you just said laser, hold on, guys. I definitely have a follow up. Please. So when you said they use laser ranging to Polaris, do you know how ridiculous that sounds? Seeing as how the light would have to go all the way to Polaris and back.
I very specifically.
Okay, my bad. I didn't realize you guys were talking about. I didn't realize you guys were talking about parallaxing to Polaris. I just thought you were talking about parallax in general. If it's stars, we would use, spectroscopy and spectrometry, or we would use Doppler
Spectrometry
shifting
has
of
nothing to do with that.
like the light from the star.
For
We would see how
Spectroscopy is going
shifted
to.
is the light from the star
Okay,
towards the
hold
red
on.
or
that
the
tells
blue
us
spectrum.
distance.
5 minutes. Let me get 5 minutes with Nate. Is that cool or?
It is. It is. Go ahead. I mean, anybody can take it on at that point.
Uh-oh.
If you can go ahead, Egypt. Let's hear it.
Well, he claims spectroscopy. When we're talking distances and angles, I'm dumbfounded, honestly. Like, how does spectroscopy play a part in distance or angles in any way, shape, or form?
Spectroscopy looks at the wavelength of light. Well, distance and angles, that's parallax. But what I'm trying to say is parallax isn't really a method we use today to determine the distance to stars that are really far away,
How do
like
we? Okay, so how do we use spectroscopy to determine the distance to
by
stars?
looking at the wavelength of the light, to see if it's shifted towards the blue or the red spectrum. Doppler shifting.
How does that tell us the distance again?
Because it tells us, how stretched that light is and how much space that light has traveled through to reach us.
Space, distance, right?
Yeah, distance, space.
Yeah.
Whether that space is stretched.
Let me know when you're done.
Go ahead, Jeremy. I'm done. You obviously have something to say. So go ahead.
No, just let me know when you're done, bro. You got this.
No, I'm done. I'm done. Go ahead.
You got this, bro. You got this. Go ahead.
He's done, Jeremy. What do you?
No,
All right. Well, it's not Doppler, but Jeremy could definitely go right after I read this. Unfortunately, for over 100 years, redshift has been misinterpreted as a Doppler effect. So, update your rhetoric.
So what is redshifting then? It's not a Doppler effect. Is it tide light
shit!
or?
That's not my problem. Anyway, Jeremy, go ahead.
Redshift is a Doppler effect, but there's more than one type of redshift. So there's cosmological redshift, there's Doppler redshift.
Yeah, there's gravitational redshift. There's so many different types, man. Well, not
Which
so
one are
many,
you
but
talking
they are
about?
different types.
Which
I
one
was
are you
more
talking about?
referring to cosmological redshifting, but you can also use gravitational redshifting. Oh, my back.
Either or, like cosmological or gravitational would give
Yeah,
me.
but so gravitational redshifting would be caused by the light source along its path coming across objects of mass. While
Distance?
that's gravitational. While with cosmological, it's caused by the space that light source is traveling through expanding.
Right. So the cosmological one you can't justify. The gravitational one is actually non sequitur to what you would call the Doppler effect, and redshift, specifically because there's simply because these things
Because
are
what?
far away because of distance, because of the expansion. Like that. That's how it was interpreted. That's why they say it was misinterpreted as Doppler effect.
No. Specifically,
Because
cosmological redshift is misinterpreted as Doppler redshift. But there is both Doppler redshift and cosmological redshift that you can get from stars.
Whoa!
Yeah,
Wow.
but
I mean, if that's not
okay.
double speak, I don't know. Okay. You know what? Can you explain that a little better?
Cosmological
Can you-
redshift is due to the expansion of the universe, which is due to the space expanding. Doppler redshift is due to the stars actually speeding towards or away from you. As an actual mechanism of speed, rather than the space.
Hold on. Would
Right.
this be
Right. Stop.
circular?
Stop.
Egypt, you
Right.
had your chance.
So
Okay.
in one situation, of course, the speed and all of this with the Doppler effect, that's in question because we just read that there was a misinterpretation. And then you're talking about the space expanding. That's another thing that I did say, okay, fair enough, justify that. So I don't know how you're going to justify the secondary one, but the first one, it seems like you said they did misinterpret it. However, it is both things.
No, they
I
didn't
don't get.
misinterpret anything. People, the layman, misinterprets cosmological redshift as a Doppler redshift, but it's actually incorrect to use cosmological redshift as a Doppler redshift because those are two different things.
So when I read this and it says, unfortunately, for over 100 years, redshift has been misinterpreted as the Doppler effect. You're
They don't
saying the
mean
layman?
they don't mean by yeah they don't mean by the people.
Pause for a second. Okay, fine. Go
I'm
ahead.
not talking about the people studying it. They're talking about people who maybe share the information.
So that how again double speak because it seemed like you were saying that was the layman person, and now you're saying that you're talking about the people that were studying it.
No,
So
I
was it
said
the
no.
layman
I'm
or
saying it's
was it the
not
people?
misinterpreted by the people studying it. Is what I'm saying to you.
Okay, so reading this, unfortunately, for over 100 years, redshift has been misinterpreted. Who are they referring to?
People sharing the information who don't have as much information as the people who are actually studying it. People who actually were under the impression that it was due to the universe expanding.
So if I go into this paper and it specifically cites the people that were actually studying it, you can't then say, well, that was the layman person. It would be the person who is studying it that did have the misinterpretation, right?
Do you understand that they have, for the past 100 years, when they came up with the idea, when Hubble's constant is based on the universe expanding, this is the idea that they had, right? So they didn't have, they weren't confused in thinking that it was the Doppler redshift. People sometimes incorrectly share it that way, but that doesn't mean that they were confused and that's what it was.
The redshift blunder has been obstructing cosmology for. Let me go ahead and open this up.
Yo, so long though, Jeremy. What do you want to say, man?
Can I ask a question? Because I'm a layman and I'm confused at this point. Can I try to, like, I could be, I don't know. I'm not even right or wrong because I don't even know. I'm just gonna ask questions. Can I do that? Or a question, at least one.
You've been asking.
Yeah. So the universe expanding, is that concluded from redshift, or do we get redshift from the universe expanding? Which, like the egg or the chicken, right? Like, which way does it work?
Those aren't mutually exclusive.
They're not.
We got evidence that the universe is expanding by viewing the redshift. The redshift is caused by the universe expanding. It's a false dichotomy.
No, it's not.
And
no, hold on. That's the crux of it. It's not a false dichotomy.
No, that's
You're
not.
saying the cause. The we know the universe is expanding is redshift, and redshift is caused by the universe expanding. That would not make my question irrelevant or like you just said it. You spoke it out in words.
Okay, hold up.
Does anybody else see this?
Look, I was just saying I didn't know you guys couldn't hear me. I was like, I don't want to keep moving past. Like I thought we were, because look, remember, like I'm not. I don't know everything, and so I'm trying to get to the bottom of things. That's what a person of truth would do, and so I'm just trying to investigate further because I know Kosha is saying the misinterpretation is by the layman, not by the researchers. And I do, I like, you're saying that space is expanding. So I mean, if I had like some sort of, I don't know, stretchy substance that was transparent and I had glitter, and then I expanded the substance, technically there would be more distance between the glitter inside. Is that the idea of the expansion? Or did I cut out completely and I'm just gone?
I have no idea what you're talking about with glitter, man. I don't know.
Oh,
how
dude,
to
We
answer
hear
that.
you.
I'm trying to figure out what
Dude,
expansion means
The
when we're talking
space,
about the
is
Big Bang. Did it
increasing.
happen? Did
The
it
space
not
is
happen?
increasing.
This is
Eli,
what I'm trying to
bro, I was following you all the way through, bro. That was fire right there.
That was fire.
I'm trying.
He just asked. He just
I'm
asked how
trying
I
to
did
figure
it.
out.
That was I've never heard
No,
that
no,
before. Like that's awesome, bro.
Well, I know the only reason I explained it like that is because I'm looking for a yes or a no. Because if
Well,
it's
don't
not
explain it like that,
expansion,
and
then
then I'll give you a yes
shut
or a
up,
no.
bro, not right now. You can wait your turn. So when they talk about the Big Bang and expansion, me as the layman, because I'm trying to get down to the bottom of this, it's either, well, these stars are moving away from us, and that's the expansion, or the space itself is expanding, and this is what's increasing the distance. Either way, effectually, it's the same shit if you ask me. But you can look at both of them and figure out which one it is. I was just asking, is there one or the other, or do you have a different way of explaining what expansion is? Because once we get to the bottom of that, I want to go to the bottom of what I just posted in chat, right? Because remember, we were talking about Doppler shifts and cosmological shifts, and that's exactly what the difference is. The difference between space expanding or the distance being increased only because these things are traveling away from you at speeds that whatever. So what I'm reading here, and it says the expansion of the universe debunked from physicsmyths.org. The UK be busting it, by the way. The Hubble law for the large-scale redshift of galaxies, i.e. redshift proportional to distance, is usually taken as evidence, if not proof, for the picture of an expanding universe in general and the Big Bang Theory in particular. Mind you, this is like the first thing I found. I'm not trying to be like super smart and shit. I'm just trying to figure shit out. However, recessional velocities have by no means been actually measured, and the assumption of the Doppler effect being responsible for the shift was only reached due to the absence of other known physical explanations. For the sake of historical correctness, it should be pointed out that Hubble himself was apparently never certain about his interpretation of the redshift. So I know he's saying that on his sister site, plasmaphysics.org, I have indeed suggested a plasma theory of the Hubble redshift. So
You're saying a
it
lot of
appears
things,
that
bro.
there's different rhetoric that wouldn't include the explanation of an expanding universe.
Yep,
Is
there's
all I'm
lots of
saying.
ideas. I mean, I'm sure if I asked
Right.
a flat earther in here, he'd have some idea too. I know Grim, who's a plasma,
Yeah, but this is
who is a
physics.org.
universe,
There's some
electric
dude from
universe
over there,
person.
though.
And I'm not. By the way, I'm not going to respond to everything you just said because you said like 8 different things. But Grim, who's the electric, he's got an idea of what's going on too. Regardless of those other ideas of what's happening, the idea that's about the universe expanding. When people say this, it's clearly the case of the space expanding, since that's exactly the words used to explain what's happening. So it's not that it's doing both the things that you said. That's what people are claiming that it's doing, and this is the reason for the
Yeah, I didn't say
cosmological
it was
redshift.
both. I said
This
pick
is
one.
the reason for the cosmological redshift, as per those people who make that claim, which is everybody since Hubble who made that claim.
So instead, it's space instead, which effectively makes no fucking difference.
It does make a difference because the space expanding, causing the light to stretch out, is different than the Doppler effect.
Right, with the recessional velocities and all that. I get that. But recessional velocity was a presupposition in the first place. So was the expansion of space.
Kosho, are you talking about that one, like the heliocentric one, where it's like barreling forward and all of everything's dancing around it? Have you seen that one where it's like all hurling through space? It's like a corkscrew.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that.
That is
but
like,
that's an
is that
inaccurate
really where
picture.
your foundation of reality is right now? Is
No.
doing that kind of
No,
motion?
that's inaccurate artwork. But it's a cool
Do you
picture.
have an accurate one?
So basically, the
That's inaccurate.
expansion of the
More accurate.
universe story is an affirming the consequent fallacy because you just suggested, yeah, sure. Um, there are other stories that don't involve an expansion, like the expansion of space or the expansion of distance because of the travel of the stars. It doesn't have to be either of those. Therefore, the one you're vying for is an affirming the consequent fallacy.
Okay. And now I can see why you come to the conclusions you come to, because you don't really have
Because he's right.
you don't make a distinction between ideas that have evidence and ideas that people just come up with, because those are two totally different conclusions. And you can go anywhere with conclusions that are based on people just coming up with ideas. But
Like Hubble, like he just said, all of
the
those
idea that's most
assumptions.
commonly held by people is the one that has the most evidence. So
Like
it's obviously
Hubble and
valid.
like Hubble and all of the people that have followed his idea of the expansion of the universe. You mean like all of these qualified physics professors and whatnot? Because the damn sure ain't me you talking about, son.
Yeah, I'm talking about whoever's come up with any idea that's different than the expansion of the universe based on these observations. It's obviously based on less evidence than the expansion of the universe.
Well, this right here is talking about how what they initially thought was the expansion of the universe was a misinterpretation. So I don't know. So where's the? So you know what? You know what? We can restart, and you can go ahead and provide. Yo, he's not going to help. He's not. Somebody stop this man trying to talk in the middle of what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Man, all you do is
It's a
talk.
simple.
There's not even a spot to.
Zanuck,
Yeah, it's a.
chill, Zanuck. Come on, man. Let him finish. Just let him lay it out and then respond. And you know, you guys got to keep it somewhat concise. So you have to consider that it has to be at least something like enough of a small enough package for someone else to actually like listen to and then respond to directly. You know, because I think like if there's like 10 or 15 points that are brought up, it makes it you know. Anyway, so yeah, like that's always ideal. I think if it's like this kind of
All right.
moment.
All right, I'll make it quick. Since they've detailed what it's not in this document, why don't you go ahead and detail what it is, give citation for that, and then tell us, because you said there's evidence, and that would be the difference between say so and just so. So show us.
Yeah, so what you're claiming is that the original idea they had a long time ago was wrong, and they now think it's the expansion of the universe. But the whole time they thought it was the expansion of the universe. The reason why he had thought that was because it seems to be doing this in every direction. And the only way to make sense of that, other than the fact that the Earth could be the center and everything is expanding away from this central point, the only other way to make it seem like everything's expanding away from us is if it was expanding everywhere. And that was that's what's called a cosmological principle. But this isn't a new idea. This is the idea that this is what Hubble was talking about when he said he didn't have a way to prove whether that was the case rather than the other one. It was sort of just the other one. It was Occam's razor, more or less.
Well, Kosher, how do they predict the? I'm going to collide with the galaxy.
Say that one more time, Zanuck. You were low.
How can they say that Andromeda galaxy collide with our galaxy future if everything is expanding away from it?
I couldn't hear what you were saying, but I heard you say Andromeda galaxy. But yeah, Andromeda
How
galaxy.
do they say? Why do they say that the Andromeda galaxy collide with our galaxy in the future, and why do other galaxies collide with other galaxies?
Yeah,
If everything is expanding away, from everything else.
Right, because Andromeda galaxy is at a close enough proximity to our galaxy that gravity, which is much stronger than dark energy at that scale, is easily outdoing the expansion of the universe at that distance.
So there is an attraction between our galaxy together.
Yeah, that's right.
Is that they've measured the change in velocity time? Is it accelerating? Based on
like our pace towards each other? I'm not sure.
So I was waiting on evidence, and then Zanuck, jumped behind the non-evidence
Oh
that
my
was
God!
given.
So
Now,
Elijah takes these things for 30 minutes, and I make one comment.
Zanuck, stop
that
interrupting.
wasn't your turn to interrupt, though, bro. Like, here's my rebuttal that I started when no one was talking.
Yeah, the evidence, I didn't realize that you asked for. The
Like,
evidence is Hubble's observations.
hold on, bro. Like, the fuck.
Well, you took a long pause. I thought that was the end of what you were saying, but go ahead.
Well, first of all, you mentioned the cosmological principle, like, as if that was the justification, but cosmological principles also just based on assumptions as well.
No,
So
that's
I
actually
asked for
exactly
the
what I said.
justification, so I asked for justification, aka evidence for the assumptions. Where's that?
Yeah, as I just told you, the cosmological principle, which is that, as you call it, assumption, which is based on the, it could be the case of that everything's expanding away from us alone, or everything's expanding everywhere, and we chose everything's expanding everywhere. And I said they chose that based on Occam's razor, because it could, if the other one were the case, there would be other evidences for that, and it's not. There'd be a lot more stuff to explain if that were the case.
Occam's razor was space expanding equally in all directions. There's just shit moving farther away from us.
Yeah, that shit moving away from us faster and faster. Yeah, making us like the center
Yeah,
of
but a false dichotomy is not a justification for validating an assumption.
I'd say
At least
false
I don't.
dichotomy.
Well, you gave two options of two non. Okay, so you gave two options of two suppositions that are still presuppositions because they need validation. So it has to be one of these two things that neither has been validated, though. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's not a false dichotomy. That's based on the observation. The observation is that things are expanding away from us at a greater rate the further away you look. That's the observation.
That's not
so that's
true.
that's based on the redshift that
That's a
Hubble had
false
originally saw.
misinterpretation. That's a false misinterpretation that we just read. That you can look into.
It's not a misinterpretation.
No, it is, Coach.
No,
they
it is.
They assume it's going farther away, but they don't actually know it's going farther away.
Yeah, that's based on the redshift. Based on the
Okay,
redshift.
so that's an assumption. You can't justify an assumption with an assumption. Then you can't take something that is assumptive and then take another thing that's an assumptive and then say that it's one of these two things. No, fam, that's also a false dichotomy. You can either have no viable options or one that isn't a viable option. In this case, you don't know if either is viable because both are assumptions, bro.
Neither of them are assumptions. Neither of them are assumptions. The observation they get was that they see redshift. They actually see the redshift when they look at things that are further away. They base those distances on things like standard candles, and none of those things are assumptions at all.
Yeah, it is.
But that's a bad misinterpretation.
You're ignoring
That's a bad misinterpretation that also has nothing to do with the secondary thing you were talking about, which is the spatial expansion.
It has everything to do with it.
Hold on, before you move on to that, let me just say, the redshift thing is affirming the consequent. Sure, we see redshift with things like light sources moving away from us down here, but that doesn't mean that that's the only cause of redshift. It could be redshift due to a different cause up there.
Yes, exactly.
That's why it's affirming the consequence. So
but that's what I'm saying. That is the fact. Yeah. I mean, you're right. That's actually a different type of redshift. That's not Doppler redshift. But the redshift itself, though, is an observable fact. So that's the point, though. Is that
but the second assumption is that, well, it's not Doppler redshift, but the other thing it could be was cosmological redshift, was just the expansion of the entire space that we live in, which is an assumption because the justification you brought up was the cosmological principle, which I said, yeah, that involves two assumptions, though. So this is where we're at.
You're not listening, dude. I'm the one who told you that the cosmological principle is the assumption, And I didn't tell you that. I didn't just use that as a justification for anything. I'm saying that's
where is
the
the
assumption, because
evidence?
the other alternative is that the stars are speeding away the further away you look from us alone. So that's why cosmological principle is used. That is the assumption.
Okay, suppositions can stand on their own. So we don't even have to talk about Doppler then. We can just go with the second one that you're saying must be true. You don't have to say this must be true because this can't be true. So you're saying that the space is expanding. That's what I'm asking for the evidence for. You can't say, well, I'm looking at redshift and that's the evidence. That would be circular reasoning.
What? That's not circular. Okay, listen, dude. The observation is the redshift. And the further away they look, they see there's more and more redshift. This is the observation that's made. The conclusions of one of two would be that the space everywhere is expanding. The other one would be that the stars are moving away from us faster and faster if you look further away from us as from a center point. These are two different ideas. And they don't go with the one with that things are arbitrarily expanding away from us. I mean, moving faster and faster away from us as a by virtue of their actual speed, because they can't really make sense of that. So instead, they use the other one of the space expanding everywhere, and then they go with that one. But that's not based on no evidence. It's based on that evidence.
That's circular reasoning.
You couldn't have us as be a central location in the universe. That'd be horrifying. What are the words they used?
Yo, percentage. And keep in mind, I know we've had our differences, but I did mention that if there was going to be a debate that I wanted to win as a what do you call them? As a spectator, I did mention you as the technical person that I'd rather have.
Yeah, and you stole that idea from me.
So I'm asking you. I'm hearing circular reasoning, and I explained it, and then he responded with, "It's like I'm not listening." But all I'm listening is to the words that he says. Like he said that, well, we see the redshift, and the farther away. I don't know how farther away.
He's assuming that it's getting farther away based off of seeing the redshift, based off of how redshift is on Earth, right? Terrestrial redshift, I guess you would say.
This is why.
Listen
to what I said.
What
I said was.
Hold up, Elijah was first. So we both interrupted. Go ahead, Elijah, then Kosho, then
You're wrong. What I said.
Well, we see the redshift, and the further you look away, the more redshifted things are. That's
what I said. That's right.
And I know that. I know that. Yeah, that's the presupposition number one, talking about looking further. But you're saying it's further because it is redshifted, and I guess the when you're looking at the more redshifted stuff, you're saying, well, that's further.
That is circular logic, actually. Yeah,
that would be circular logic. I'm not done.
Go ahead and continue. Go ahead.
So the thing that makes it circular reasoning is I asked you to justify the expansion of the universe in the first place. You using the assumption that the redshift is the effect of the expansion of the universe is most definitely circular reasoning. And I was asking percentage if I was wrong in saying that.
No, you're not wrong. He's saying we see redshift, so things are getting further. Things are getting further because we see redshift.
Nope, not saying that. So here's the part that you guys got to listen to, and do your best to listen to it. And if you repeat it, I mean, I'm just not going to participate in a conversation with people who are not going to be listening to what I'm saying. The redshift. So what, man?
Here, all your slide marks, by the way.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Yeah, when you take digs at us, we hear all of them.
Rakia, there's no need for you to speak up yet.
Yeah, I know. There's no need for you to take little smart ass remarks
so people can
towards everybody
wrong what I'm
listening.
saying.